Chapter 76. A Scheme? The members of the crocodile gang endured the excruciating pain in their wrists and promptly fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Even the second concubine and IOS younger brother quickly knelt once they regained their senses, repeatedly pleading for their lives. Just moments ago, you all were eager to kill me, and now you come begging for mercy. Do you not think it is a tad too late? Su Imo scoffed, his gaze emanating a chilling authority. The Bodhisattva lowers his gaze, the Vajra glares in fury. Even the Buddha, Tathagata, occasionally roars like a lion. Who amongst us lacks a flicker of anger? He considers himself neither a villain nor an indiscriminate do-gooder who can be trampled upon. Life and death are fated. Whether you live or die depends on your luck. In an instant, Su Mo's figure flickered as he kicked down over a dozen members of the crocodile gang from the 7th floor. The cries of despair echoed through the bullpen stronghold, and one could only wonder how many of these unfortunate souls would survive their fall. Master, please spare me. The second concubine of the crocodile gang trembled with fear, her teeth chattering as she spoke, her spirit nearly shattered. Su Mo inquired, "Give me a reason not to kill you. I am but a victim, taken by the leader of the crocodile gang to be a concubine. I have never harmed anyone. This is my first time being sent out to do his bidding," she stammered. Under the mental pressure exerted by Su Mo, she dared not lie. Her words bore a semblance of truth. She too was a victim in chaotic times, yet today she found herself harming others. Such is human nature. The strong bully the weak, and the weak prey upon the weaker, often devoid of reason. Su Mo waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Though his experiences had enriched him as he advanced in cultivation, subtly altering his character to one that displayed a decisive ruthlessness, he was not the same naive novice he once was after graduating from university. Nevertheless, he was not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. He harbored his own judgments on who deserved to die and who did not. "Thank you, Master, for your mercy." The second concubine felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and dared not linger, trembling as she made her way to the stairwell. Oh no! Distracted and anxious, she stumbled and fell, tumbling down the stairs. Yet, even in such a predicament, she did not dare to tarry, hastily regaining her footing and scurrying away, quickly disappearing from sight. "As for you, how should I deal with you?" Su Mo turned his gaze to IOS brother and asked. "Sister, save me. Don't let the master kill me," he cried, tears streaming down his face as he implored his sister. Su Mo looked upon his pathetic demeanor and suddenly felt too lethargic to even chastise him. Thus, he said, "Quickly vanish from my sight. Do not let me see you again." After hearing this, he reacted even more pitifully than the second concubine, crawling and rolling his way to the stairwell, almost tumbling directly from the 7th floor to the 1st. "Mr. Su, I am ashamed that my own brother has turned out to be so useless, allowing you to witness such a farce." IOS eyes brimmed with fatigue and sorrow, yet her inherently gentle nature compelled her to first apologize to Su Mo. "What do you plan to do next?" Su Mo inquired. Aya shook her head and replied, "I do not know. Perhaps I will continue selling ice cream to make a living, but before, I earn money with a brother to support. Now, I will consider him dead. Do you intend to remain in the bullpen stronghold? The crocodile gang will not let this go easily. Staying here may bring you trouble," Su Mo cautioned. "If I do not stay here, I do not know where to go," Aya whispered. "I happen to know of a place, a poor community called Julong Qingjai. I intend to temporarily reside there. You should come along. If the crocodile gang persists, I can look out for you." It was better to see this through to the end. Abandoning Aya here would be akin to throwing her back into the fire. Moreover, he harbored the thought of keeping the female lead close, for according to the law of attraction in films, perhaps the male lead would take the initiative to seek her out. "Mr. Su, I will leave everything to your discretion. However, I do not know how to repay you for the trouble I have caused," Aya said. She was a person who adapted to her circumstances, accustomed to being bullied and enduring hardships, yet she retained a sense of gratitude, willing to repay any kindness shown to her. Otherwise, she would not have remembered a single act of kindness from Aixing during her childhood, even after many years. "Very well, for now, stay with me. Once the troubles with the crocodile gang are resolved, you can decide if you wish to return," Su Mo stated. As for IAS repayment, he dismissed the thought. To this world, he was merely a time traveler, completing his mission and taking his leave without wanting to stir any unnecessary entanglements. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I will gather my things and follow you," Aya said. Su Mo glanced at what Aya referred to as her belongings, which amounted to just a few old garments from her wardrobe. Though clean, the clothes were faded and patched in several places. "No need to pack. We must hurry lest the crocodile gang returns." While I'm not afraid of them, it would create unnecessary trouble. Coincidentally, I need to acquire a new outfit myself. I shall buy you a few clothes as well, Su Mo declared. Aya hesitated, but unexpectedly did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Thus, Su Mo led Aya away from the bullpen stronghold toward the most bustling commercial center of Mo Haitan, the first department store. However, the bullpen stronghold was on the outskirts of Mo Haitan, while the first department store lay in the city center, too far apart for Aya to walk without taking a long time. The area was desolate, and there were no rickshaws. Su Mo pondered briefly before retrieving his mode of transport from his spatial wallet, the magically modified Cayenne off-road vehicle. In this era, foreign cars had become quite common among the upper class, although they were mostly antique vehicles that appeared quite different from contemporary cars. He gently pressed a button inside the vehicle, activating a minor magical modification feature, and the Cayenne's exterior swiftly transformed, instantly resembling the classic cars commonly seen in this age. This was a phantasmagorical formation inscribed by Master Lin Xinya, capable of altering the vehicle's appearance at will. Later, while teaching a group of motorcyclists a lesson in the present world, Suma proclaimed, "You might find it hard to believe, but I raced through the wilderness in Chien Nu Huan and sped across the Mahaitan in 940. If you dare to play tricks in front of me, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth." This is a side note. Aya watched in awe as Suma magically conjured a model of a foreign car, which transformed into a full-size vehicle upon being tossed to the ground, leaving her utterly astonished. In her heart, she became even more convinced of her previous judgment. This Mr. Su must indeed be a celestial being. "Aya, get in the car," Suma said with a smile to the dazed Aya. "Oh," she obediently nodded. As a native of Mahaitan, Aya was akin to a living map. Under her guidance, Suma drove through half of Mahaitan in no time, arriving at the bustling city center and the first department store. The clothes he wore were hardly superior to those of the laborers depicted in films. However, as one who aspired to be a gang leader, he could not afford to appear too shabby. As for the style of clothing he desired, he had long since decided. No suits, no tang suits, no martial artist attire. Perhaps a trench coat akin to that of the gambling god played by Fa Gu would be too ostentatious. Yet, if it was ostentatious, so be it. In his mind, this was the attire most befitting the old Mahaitan's essence. Each time he traversed the fragmented worlds, aside from completing tasks and seeking opportunities, experiencing a life never lived before was also a part of his cultivation. Refining the heart amidst the mundane world. If one cannot obey their true self, how can they ascend to the pinnacle within the realm of cultivation? After changing into a new outfit, Suma's aura was instantly magnified. Having cultivated, he naturally exuded an extraordinary presence. The essence of Jiujian Suati, Shibu Xing, the unmoving king body, and the indestructible sword heart endowed him with a blend of Taoist detachment, Buddhist serenity, and the sharpness of a sword cultivator. Even when he consciously tried to temper it, it was challenging to conceal his aura, causing ordinary people to shy away from meeting his gaze. His primary focus on swordsmanship, especially with a heart sword standing tall in his consciousness, led to an unintentional release of sword intent between his brows. Thankfully, the influences of Taoism and Buddhism somewhat masked his piercing essence. Aya also donned a simple yet elegant qipao, accentuating her graceful figure, devoid of the seductive allure associated with the second wives of the Crocodile Gang, instead radiating a more refined charm. Upon exiting the first department store, the pair continued their drive towards the Zhu Long Qingjai. However, they encountered a dilemma. Although Aya was a living map of Mahaitan, she had no idea where Zhu Long Qingjai was located. With the vastness of Mahaitan, where could they find such a small, impoverished community? Suma pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone and sent a message to the system. "System, send me the WeChat location for Zhu Long Qingjai and initiate navigation." The system replied, "No previous host has ever utilized me in such a manner, making me handle all sorts of nonsense." Yet, it merely grumbled in the background while the main interface surprisingly sent the location. Following the navigation, Suma drove towards Zhu Long Qingjai. Oh no! Midway through their journey, the side of the car was suddenly struck by an unidentified object. Suma halted the vehicle and saw a rotund figure weighing over 300 pounds sprawled in front of the car. Oh no, oh no! You've hit my big brother, the leader of the Axe Gang. Brother, don't wield the axe, put it away for now. A voice, rhythmical and comically exaggerated, emerged, revealing a character strikingly reminiscent of a Xing from the movies, appearing dramatically before Suma. Indeed, having the female lead brings such advantages. The fateful attraction between the leads has delivered a Xing right to my doorstep, Truly effortless, Sumo mused inwardly. He looked at the pretentious figure on the ground and the exaggerated expression of Xing, chuckling. You have quite the audacity to dare touch my porcelain. Chapter 77. Xing, are you reasonable? You, sir, do you still have any sense of reason? You've left our Axe Gang leader in such a state, and yet you dare to accuse us of scheming? Do you not believe that if my brother merely calls out, hundreds of our little brothers will rush over to deal with you? Xing feigned ferocity, but inwardly he had already cursed Fatty Tsong 1,000 times. Allowing him to casually bump into a vehicle for some compensation was one thing, but why did he have to choose a foreign carriage? Could individuals of their ilk truly provoke those who operate such vehicles? The only solace he found was that the person alighting from the carriage was not a genuine foreigner. Xing thought to bluster a little, hoping to intimidate the other party and extort some money. Should the adversary prove formidable, he vowed to retreat instantly, fleeing with Fatty Tsong as far away as possible. Sumo exited the vehicle, glanced at Fatty Tsong, then shifted his gaze to Xing, observing him with keen interest. Now, don't say I didn't warn you. Our Axe Gang leader has a notoriously foul temper. If you have any sense, you should quickly offer some compensation for the medical expenses, or perhaps set up a banquet of 10 or 8 tables to appease my brother's anger. Otherwise, should hundreds of our little brothers descend upon you, your demise will be most unfortunate. Xing continued his pretense. Yet he felt his confidence waning as he observed Sumo's composed demeanor. He began to reconsider his approach. Oh, hundreds of little brothers coming to cut me down? Is it a scene of countless troops converging? Sumo laughed. Did you bring the fireworks? Xing was startled, but quickly realized he had let something slip. In the future, if you were to act, you must commit fully. Since you wish to portray the Axe Gang, at the very least, you should have an axe at your waist, Sumo remarked. Xing sighed, recognizing that he had been thoroughly exposed, feeling despondent that tonight's dinner was slipping away. He kicked Fatty Tsong, who was nearly dozing off on the ground, then turned to Sumo and said, I sincerely apologize, brother. We shall take our leave now. With that, he grabbed Fatty Tsong and attempted to flee. He had discerned that Sumo's attire and demeanor were extraordinary, far beyond the reach of common ruffians like themselves. If they didn't escape now, not only would they fail to extort a meal, but they might also end up on the receiving end of a beating, or worse, find themselves in a police station. However, Sumo suddenly extended his arm, blocking their path. Brother, grant us a chance. We are merely trying to earn a meal. Do not be relentless. Xing exaggeratedly pleaded for mercy. Have you two not eaten? Sumo Ingwayev. Upon hearing the word meal, Xing and Fatty Tsong reacted far quicker than their mouths, their stomachs growling in unison. Get in the car. I will treat you both to dinner, Sumo said, returning to the vehicle. Xing and Fatty Tsong could hardly believe their ears. The act had faltered, yet there was still a meal in store. The two individuals harbored trepidation, akin to attending a treacherous banquet. Yet they were equally apprehensive of missing a rare opportunity to satiate their hunger should they encounter a benevolent soul. After some hesitation, they ultimately opened the car door and entered. Xing settled into the back seat and noticed Aya in the passenger seat, though he did not dwell on it. It was hardly unusual for a man of means to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. Rather, it would be odd if he were not. However, Aya caught sight of Xing in the rearview mirror and was momentarily taken aback, having recognized him. Aya, which is the finest restaurant at High Beach? Please direct me. Sumo inquired. Aya nodded, straightened herself, and began to dutifully play the role of a competent human navigator. Here we are, Sumo announced as he brought the car to a halt in front of a magnificent building towering several stories high, adorned with an opulent sign proclaiming the Jean Mao Grand Hotel. Accompanied by Aya, he strode confidently towards the hotel lobby. Two impeccably dressed waitstaff promptly approached to greet them upon their entry. Boss, I've heard tales of this place. It's reputed to be the finest establishment in the Far East, frequented by prominent figures. I dare not enter, Fatty Tsong confessed, standing hesitantly at the hotel's entrance, feeling a sense of inferiority. What are you afraid of? Such lack of ambition. Xing playfully slapped Fatty Tsong on the head, then proceeded into the lobby. Despite his own nerves, the allure of a grand feast was undeniably greater. The waitstaff, upon seeing Xing and Fatty Tsong in their tattered attire, considered reprimanding them. But Sumo wished to spare them any embarrassment. They're my friends. Allow them entry, he instructed. The waitstaff, intimidated by Sumo's demeanor and attire, recognized that he was not an individual to be trifled with. With Sumo's word, They dared not obstruct their entrance, and instead warmly ushered Aixing and Fatty Tsong into the lobby. Please provide us with a private room of modest elegance, and prepare the dishes according to the standards fit for the leader of the Axe Gang, Su Mo ordered. Since these two were masquerading as members of the Axe Gang, he intended to afford them a genuine taste of the leader's lifestyle. Aixing and Fatty Tsong were immediately taken aback by Su Mo's words. Brother, we are content with a simple meal, merely enough to fill our bellies. We cannot accept a feast worthy of a leader, Aixing said, his confidence wavering. Fear not. In my eyes, you are far more significant than any leader of the Axe Gang. If you find the standards lacking, we could cater to those befitting a head of state. After all, money holds no value for me, Su Mo replied. That's enough. That's more than sufficient. Brother, you are truly a benevolent soul. Aixing quickly waved his hands in refusal. The attendant responsible for welcoming Su Mo and his companions, upon hearing their request, felt an even greater sense of urgency and respectfully guided them into a private room named Jiangshan Zaiwang. This spacious chamber, measuring around 40 to 50 square meters, was adorned with opulent yet tasteful decorations, signifying a high standard. Su Mo gestured for everyone to take their seats, and then instructed the attendant. You may begin serving the dishes. At that moment, Fatty Tsong could not help but add, start with a few large pancakes, generously filled with minced meat, and bring along a couple of scallions. Still craving meat pies? Aixing immediately erupted, unable to restrain himself, and delivered 2 slaps to the back of Fatty Tsong's head. My apologies, brother. He just a country bumpkin, unfamiliar with such settings, Aixing said apologetically. Not a problem, Su Mo replied with a smile. He then turned to the attendant. You heard my friend's request, correct? In addition to the main dishes, please bring 2 meat pies. Yes, sir, the attendant acknowledged, able to overlook Fatty Tsong's antics, but unable to ignore Su Mo's requests. He respectfully exited the private room to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, the table was laden with an impressive array of 56 delicacies, each a masterpiece of culinary artistry. The mere sight of the vibrant colors and the tantalizing aromas left both Aixing and Fatty Tsong salivating as they beheld the exquisite dishes. Fatty Tsong could no longer resist the urge to reach out. Aixing swiftly slapped Fatty Tsong's hand away and admonished, How rude. The elder hasn't even begun. Why you rushing? Brother, please start first, Su Mo nodded, picking up a piece of steamed sturgeon. The tender meat melted in his mouth, affirming the reputation of the first tower of the Far East. Delicious. You all should begin eating as well. There's no need to be formal. Consider it your own home. Su Mo encouraged. Aixing mused to himself that if his own home could boast such lavish feasts daily, he would awaken from dreams with a smile. In the midst of his reverie, Fatty Tsong had already seized a braised chicken leg in secret sauce. Hey, Fatty, at least try to maintain some decorum. Don't let the elder mock us for our lack of sophistication. Save me a drumstick. He contemplated giving Fatty Tsong another couple of slaps. But seeing how joyfully he was devouring the food, and with his own stomach beginning to grumble, he set aside his intentions and instead grabbed a piece of dompa pork. Indulging with gusto, the two of them ate ravenously, clearing the table of dozens of dishes in no time. Chapter 78. The Divine Palm of Tathagata. Sumon, after his initial bite of fish, set his chopsticks down, observing the two gluttons with amusement as they devoured the food like hungry wolves. After sampling a few dishes, he felt sufficiently satisfied and quietly sat aside. Brothers, why aren't you eating? Fatty Tsong mumbled with a whole lion's head dumpling in his mouth. Go ahead and eat. All these dishes are for you. If it's not enough, just order more. Today, we ensure you leave fully satisfied, Su Mo replied with a smile. Fai Zai Gong. Upon hearing these words, no longer held back, he rotated the dining table, bringing the 20 or so dishes that had originally been in front of Su Mo to his side. Thus commenced a new round of voracious feasting, leaving nothing but empty bowls. An astonishing 56 dishes were consumed entirely by the two of them. Although Su Mo maintained a stoic expression, he couldn't help but marvel at the voracity displayed by his companion. With a contented belch, the duo sat back, thoroughly satisfied. This meal far surpassed anything they had managed to eat over the course of a week. In comparison to the exquisite delicacies of this banquet, their previous fare seemed akin to swill. To dine so luxuriously at the premier establishment in the Far East was undoubtedly a worthy experience. Brother, you are a person of significance. You have already discerned that we were attempting to swindle you, yet you graciously invited us to dine. While a meal may be of little consequence to you, it is a tremendous favor for Xing. If there is any task you require of us, We shall face it with unwavering resolve, a Xing declared with great magnanimity. After indulging in such a feast, the gloom that had previously clouded his brow dissipated, and his demeanor transformed entirely. It was at this moment that Su Mo realized the old beggar's words had indeed rung true. A Xing possessed an innate resilience, and a faint aura of spiritual light emanated from the crown of his head. This was the mark of a chosen one, a protagonist of destiny. A Xing, extend your hand so that I may examine your constitution, Su Mo instructed. Although a Xing felt a tinge of confusion at Su Mo's request, he complied. Placing his arm on the table, Su Mo silently channeled his vital energy, infusing it into a Xing's body. Boom! The instant Su Mo's energy entered a Xing's being, he was met with an overwhelming force. The density of a Xing's internal energy surpassed Su Mo's expectations. Upon sensing the external vital force, it instinctively defended its host, retaliating against Su Mo remarkably. A Xing's internal energy had materialized, having transcended to a state of innate energy, marking him as a second-tier innate practitioner, akin to a master. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners of the first tier are known as acquired martial artists, the second tier as innate masters, and the third tier, upon condensing their golden core, as elixir kings. A Xing had already achieved the status of a second-tier innate master. In this world, practitioners do not illuminate the stars within their bodies, leaving Su Mo unable to ascertain the exact tier of a Xing's innate prowess. However, one thing was certain. Based on the strength emanating from within, he was undoubtedly a genuine innate master. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite his natural resilience and the spiritual light coursing through him, his meridians were more constricted than those of an ordinary person. Even with such formidable innate energy, he had been unable to break through his run and do meridians. To unlock these pathways, external assistance was imperative, and it would require a force of at least equal standing, another second-tier innate master or above. Thus, it can be inferred that the Fire Cloud Evil God is indeed a practitioner of the second-rank innate realm, a master-level powerhouse. In the film, he executes a series of remarkable maneuvers on a Xing, nearly obliterating him, yet inadvertently unblocking a Xing's run and do meridians. Once these meridians are opened, one emerges from the cocoon and transforms into a butterfly, evoking the winds and clouds to morph into a dragon. Su Mo became increasingly intrigued by the Rulai Divine palm manuscript. What kind of secret text could elevate an ordinary individual with blocked meridians to the status of a second-rank innate master, all while gathering such a vast reservoir of innate true energy within? A Xing, may I borrow your Rulai Divine palm manuscript for a moment? How did you know I possess the Rulai Divine palm manuscript? A Xing responded, astonished. Let us not dwell on that. May I simply take a look at the manuscript? Rest assured, I shall not view it without recompense. In due time, I will provide you with a satisfactory return, Su Mo assured him. My dear brother, you flatter me. You have already treated us to such a lavish feast. How could I possibly seek further compensation? A Xing replied, when I was a child, I once fell for the trick of an old beggar, purchasing a counterfeit manuscript for 10 coins. If you wish to see it, I would gladly gift it to you. As he spoke, a Xing retrieved a thin, yellowed booklet from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Su Mo. Upon receiving the booklet, Su Mo flipped through its pages. Why are there water stains? The writing is somewhat blurred, yet thankfully still somewhat legible, he remarked casually. However, he regretted this inquiry almost immediately, recalling a scene from the film where an ne'er-do-well had soiled the manuscript. Noticing a Xing's awkward smile from the corner of his eye, Su Mo wisely decided to change the subject. First form of the Rulai Divine Palm. The Buddha's light emerges. Second form, Golden Summit Buddha lamp. Why does this manuscript only contain these two forms? Su Mo questioned. My brother, it has always contained only these two forms. Could there possibly be more? A Xing asked. Without responding, Su Mo pondered for a moment before producing his phone to scan the Rulai Divine palm manuscript for authentication. Beep. The results emerged. This is a booklet that has been soiled, chronicling the first two forms of the Rulai Divine Palm secret technique. The Rulai Divine Palm is an unparalleled set of palm techniques transmitted by the Buddha, the Tathagata, to liberate sentient beings and alleviate suffering. The power of the Divine Palm can rival natural disasters and calamities, vanquishing demons and monsters, comprising 9 forms that culminate at the 9th rank. The first form is the Buddha's light emerges. The second form is Golden Summit Buddha lamp. The third is Buddha moves mountains and rivers. The fourth is Buddha asks for Kalanda. The fifth is welcoming Buddha to the west. The sixth is Buddha's light illuminates all. The seventh is heavenly Buddha descends to earth. The eighth is boundless Buddha Dharma. And the ninth is all Buddhas pay homage. This booklet contains only the first two forms, which can achieve the second rank innate level. Those with a Buddha nature who cultivate this secret technique can attain sudden enlightenment with a single move, leaping into the vast sea and transforming into a dragon, directly ascending to the second rank innate realm. The above is the authentication result provided by the scan. However, after the identification results were released, the system unexpectedly sent another message. This volume of Realized Divine Palm offers the host the opportunity to cultivate the first two forms. If found satisfactory, the system's Sword God Supermarket also offers the subsequent 7 forms of techniques, each priced at 10,000 Sword God points, transparently marked and devoid of deception, welcoming the host for purchases. Automatically disregarding the system's final sales pitch, Su Mo felt a flicker of joy upon observing the results of the identification. He had stumbled upon a treasure. The first two forms of this Realized Divine Palm directly led to the second rank of the innate realm. And since Buddhism emphasizes sudden enlightenment, if one possesses the Buddha nature, they could attain comprehension in a single move, leaping into the second rank. No wonder A Xing, despite having blocked meridians, could still become a second rank innate master. This Realized Divine Palm indeed emphasizes Buddha nature and sudden enlightenment. Buddha nature, of course, is not possessed by everyone, but does Su Mo possess it? Certainly. It would be a jest to think otherwise. He had been blessed by the ghostly monk, presumably an incarnation of the immovable Bodhisattva. Moreover, he was cultivating the authentic immovable king body, and to claim he lacked Buddha nature would likely lead to the closing of most temples around the world. In fact, Su Mo had once considered that he might not be a qualified sword cultivator, but he could undoubtedly excel as a monk. If the sword god system were aware of his thoughts, it would certainly exchange hosts in an instant. Su Mo committed the first two forms of the slender Realized Divine Palm manual to memory, then closed his eyes to slowly comprehend its profound meanings. A gentle and serene radiance of compassion emanated from him, leaving a Xing, a Ya, and Fatty Tsong in a state of astonishment. A Xing, that old beggar did not deceive you. This Realized Divine Palm is indeed genuine. Trust me, you will soon become an unparalleled master. For these days, remain in the heart of Magic Beach and do not wander. I will seek you out in a few days. At that time, I will help you open your run and do meridians, allowing you to transform and soar. As a gesture of gratitude for your lending me a glimpse of the Realized Divine Palm today, Sumo's heart brimmed with ambition, and he clearly perceived the threshold of the second rank. It would not be long before he could soar to new heights and enter the second rank of the innate realm. Chapter 79, A Heart-Wrenching Melody. After parting ways with a Xing, Su Mo, accompanied by Ya, followed the WeChat location sent by the system, arriving at the Pig Cage City. The Pig Cage City resembled its portrayal in films, a cylindrical building with 3 sides flanked by residential structures and only one open side. At its center lay a relatively spacious square. Though termed a square, it was merely a larger open area where the residents of the city engaged in activities, exercises, and even trade. This was a self-sufficient microcosm, brimming with a palpable sense of life, and compared to the chaos of Magic Beach, it felt as serene as a utopia. Unfortunately, Su Mo knew that this tranquility would soon be disrupted. "Excuse me, is your landlord present?" Su Mo inquired of a young man within the confines of the walled city. He was a striking figure, impossible to overlook, standing in an open area with one side of his trousers slipped down, gazing at the mildly blinding sunset with a poet's melancholic smile. His name was Jiang Bao, the embodiment of charm in the Pig Cage walled city, and Su Mo recognized him at first glance. "Landlady, someone is looking for you," Jiang Bao called out, tilting his head towards the upper floors. "Who seeks me?" A window above was pushed open, revealing the landlady, who leaned halfway out. Dressed in a loose white gown with a cigarette dangling from her lips and her hair wrapped in curls, her appearance belied her status as a formidable martial artist. "This gentleman, who is less handsome than I," Jiang Bao remarked, gesturing towards Su Mo thought to himself. The Pig Cage walled city truly is a hidden gem, with each individual brimming with character. The window was swiftly closed, and moments later, the landlady descended with remarkable speed, indicating her prowess in martial arts. Accompanying her was a tall, slender man, the landlord. "What brings you here?" The landlady inquired, her voice resonant and commanding. Her unique skill was the lioness roar, which even devoid of internal energy could be quite deafening. "Do you have any available rooms?" "This lady and I wish to rent too," Su Mo replied. The landlady scrutinized Su Mo and Iya, her skepticism palpable. "Are you jesting? Arriving in such attire to reside in our humble abode? There are upscale apartments for rent in the city center. You should consider staying there. Our dilapidated establishment cannot accommodate bodhisattvas like you." Su Mo understood that the landlady harbored reservations, fearing that they might possess concealed identities that could disrupt the tranquility of the pig cage-walled city. However, the peace here would not endure for long. Even without Su Mo's arrival, gang forces would soon set their sights on this place. In the original narrative, Xing had detonated a firecracker, targeting the Axe Gang's second-in-command, which subsequently led to the conflict between the Axe Gang and the pig cage-walled city. It was curious, however, why the Axe Gang's second-in-command had fortuitously appeared outside the pig cage-walled city. The answer was evident. He had come to instigate trouble, regardless of the motivations. A haven for numerous martial experts like the pig cage-walled city could not remain undisturbed at Magic Beach. After some negotiation, Su Mo placed a deposit of $200 on the table, covering a year's rent and a security deposit, prompting the landlady to relent and agree to rent him a room. The room offered to Su Mo was on the second floor, a suite comprising 2 interconnected rooms, which remained unoccupied due to its proximity to the water facility, making it too noisy for most tenants. Su Mo, however, was indifferent to this, as his intention was not to stay long. Aya possesses a temperament that adapts to circumstances. She is content with merely having a shelter that offers protection from the elements, without being overly particular about other matters. The two of them settled in the Zhu Gong Changjai. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had elapsed. During this period, Su Mo devoted his days to comprehending the Buddha's palm, while occasionally practicing the immovable king body and envisioning the indestructible heart soared within the sea of consciousness at night. He would train in the forest outside the village, undergoing the 9 swords body refinement. His cultivation steadily advanced, and he had already ignited the 9th postnatal star within his body, thus becoming a first-grade 9-star postnatal martial artist. Furthermore, he had amassed sufficient energy poised to transcend the threshold between the first and second grades, thereby becoming a second-grade innate practitioner, or rather, an innate master. However, despite his clear vision of that threshold, he found himself unable to cross it. The divide between the first and second grades represents a significant chasm in realms. Within the first-grade postnatal realm, as long as one persists in their practice and absorbs spiritual energy at a commensurate pace, they can illuminate stars one after another, without encountering any bottlenecks. Conversely, in the second-grade innate realm, one must transcend the domain of the first-grade postnatal stars, illuminating stars in another celestial expanse known as the innate stars. The human body harbors profound secrets akin to a microcosm. In the pursuit of Tao, the 9 grades correspond to 9 celestial expanses, representing the 9 canopies of heaven. Within each realm, one must illuminate the stars in the celestial expanse to elevate their cultivation. Su Mo had successfully ignited the 9 postnatal stars representing the first-grade realm. Yet to ascend into the second canopy and illuminate the innate stars, there was no small feat. Not to downplay the challenge, there was at least a significant gulf. Many practitioners find themselves ensnared between the first and second grades, unable to advance further. They spend their entire lives merely as postnatal martial artists, unable to progress into the innate realm. Without the capacity to elevate to the second-grade innate realm, one cannot truly be considered a genuine practitioner. Armed with the Buddha's palm, a secret technique emphasizing Buddhist nature and enlightenment, Su Mo successfully glimpsed the threshold of the second-grade innate realm in a short span. However, surmounting it would not be a simple endeavor. He felt an elusive opportunity was still required. The final kick was poised, yet it could not be executed. One night, the square of Zhu Gong Cheng Zhai resonated with a poignant and evocative melody from a guqin, akin to weeping and lamenting. Su Mo surmised that this might be the opportunity he had long awaited. He approached the square and found 3 individuals already gathered there: the laborer Chong, the tailor Sheng, and the vendor of fried dough sticks, Gui. After inviting Xing to dine, Su Mo had bestowed upon him $100, altering the trajectory of his life. allowing him to refrain from deceit and trickery, thus eliminating the tale of his extortion within Zhu Gong Changjai. Perhaps this has, to a certain extent, altered the course of history, granting the Pig Cage village an unusually tranquil respite of over a month. Until today, when the second-in-command of the Axe Gang paraded through the Pig Cage village, flaunting their might. Although no conflict ensued with the villagers, they departed shortly thereafter. However, as night fell, the sound of a melodious tune resonated in the air, as two men donned in sunglasses took to the square, playing a haunting melody. The strains of the song echoed, lamenting lost connections and inquiring where one might find a kindred spirit in this vast world. These two individuals were none other than the notorious duo, Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Defect, who topped the Assassins' rankings. Su Mo could distinctly sense that their musical essence had begun to take form, their inner vital energy surging forth, imbued with a palpable aura of innate prowess. Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Defect were both second-tier innate masters, although, by assessing their vital energy, it appeared they had only recently entered the second tier. And when compared to the landlord and landlady, they were certainly lacking in strength. Nonetheless, a second-tier master remains formidable, and their power should not be underestimated. The trio of skilled craftsmen, Li Qiang, a Sheng, and a Gue, were all at the pinnacle of the first tier. Yet, against Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Defect, their chances of victory seemed bleak. Su Mo, currently at the zenith of the first tier, had yet to cross the threshold into the second tier. However, he yearned to test his mettle, seeking to break through by harnessing the pressure exerted by these two nascent second-tier innate masters, compelling his latent potential to soar beyond the Dragon Gate and into the second tier. As a practitioner of both Buddhism and Taoism, with formidable mental fortitude and unparalleled swordsmanship, he possessed the strength to contend with these indigenous second-tier innate masters. Otherwise, should he choose to refine his skills through the passage of time, ascending to the second tier could very well take a month or longer. Su Mo, however, did not have such luxury. The narrative of this fragmented world had commenced, and he must elevate his prowess to that of a second-tier innate master in the shortest time possible to wield genuine influence over this realm. The intelligence from the Axe Gang indicated that the Pig Cage village harbored merely 3 masters, yet it was evident that their information was flawed, as another formidable expert lay concealed within. Regardless of their number, they would be eliminated. Upon returning to the Axe Gang, he would demand a higher reward. Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Defect, undeterred by their surroundings, exchanged a few words before plucking the strings of their instruments. The resounding notes emanated with murderous intent. Chapter 80. The fish leaps into the vast sea, clouds transform into dragons. Within the melodies of Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Defect, it seemed as if legions of warriors surged forth. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the 12 paths of Tan's leg technique against the lethal sound assassinations of these two blind masters. Li Qiang clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards a Gue, a Sheng, and Su Mo, then boldly charged forward. Every elite fighter harbors a sense of pride, unwilling to join forces unless absolutely necessary. Thus, his gesture was in essence a subtle request for the others to refrain from intervening just yet. Su Mo shook his head. In this world, the masters rarely cultivate mental strength, rendering it impossible to gauge each other's prowess prior to combat. Only through actual confrontation can one discern the disparity in strength. Just like the current situation with Li Qiang, who remains oblivious to the vast difference in cultivation between himself and the formidable Tian Can DK. Driven by fervor, he charged forward. His ultimate skill, the 12 routes of Tan legs, harnessed all his power within his legs. His legs transformed into golden scissors, infused with the might of wind and thunder. As they met Tian Can DK's sonic attack. What remarkable legs! The tailor A. Sheng, standing not far away, marveled, his voice somewhat flamboyant. It would have been unremarkable if it had been a Gue's cheers, but the fact that it was a Sheng, a timid rabbit, made Su Mo feel a chill. However, a Sheng was not entirely wrong. Li Qiang's 12 routes of Tan legs were indeed extraordinary. As the saying goes, hands are 2 portals. But relying solely on legs to strike, Tan legs are a lament for both man and ghost. Li Qiang's leg techniques were as unpredictable as a lion frolicking in water or a phoenix spreading its wings, each route endlessly varied, with true energy swirling around his legs, bestowing them with the power to shatter mountains and split stones. Yet he faced 2 second-tier innate masters. Although they were the weaker among second-tier masters, they still held a significant advantage in realm. I once resided amidst the clouds of Wushan, where jade zither were played for the mountain spirits to hear. With a gentle flick of his right hand, Tian can pluck the strings of a zither, releasing a sound wave that morphed into a mountain spirit wielding a long knife, which slashed through the mist and struck Ku Liqiang's leg. Ah! Ku Liqiang cried out in pain, unable to suppress his anguished scream. The blow left a deep gash on his leg, exposing bone. Such ferocity, lest all charged together, though Shang was the most timid. His keen perception allowed him to discern the gap in strength between them, and Tian can DK after just one move. Upon shouting, the 6 steel rings strapped to his arms tightened, and his true energy coursed through his body, rendering him as resilient as forged steel. He practiced the Hong family's iron wire fist, a harmonious blend of hardness and softness, having perfected a set of techniques into a formidable skill. Meanwhile, Gui, the one who fried dough sticks, was no ordinary opponent. His Wulong Baiwa staff, born from the principles of the 8 trigrams, transcended mere martial arts, imbued with a hint of Taoist essence. The interplay of yin and yang in Taiji gave rise to the 4 symbols and the 8 trigrams. Each strike of the Wulong Baiwa staff could reach in all directions, simultaneously targeting 8 points. Once unleashed, the long staff created an impenetrable defense, capable of both offense and defense, exhibiting endless variations, a truly remarkable staff technique. In the original narrative, Gui was the most powerful of the trio, the one closest to wounding Tian can Quebec. Yet Su Mo sighed. Instead of rushing forward, he quietly amassed his inner strength, preparing to rescue those in peril. As anticipated, upon seeing the 3 individuals rush forward simultaneously, Tian Can and DK raised the ancient zither, with one person using their right hand to strike circularly on its surface, while another employed their left hand to pluck the strings, producing sliding notes. Zhang Xian's voice resonated through the air, yearning to convey heartfelt emotions. Without the embrace of the zither, the adversaries would meet their demise. As the melody echoed, 18 varieties of weaponry and dozens of ghostly soldiers materialized from the sound waves. Each weapon radiated an aura of terrifying lethality, while each ghost soldier was enveloped in a chilling malevolence. At that moment, it was not merely 3 first-rate masters who would falter. Even if 3 more individuals of equal caliber to Ku Liqiang were to join, they would be powerless against this formidable sonic assault. The art of sound-based killing truly served as a weapon for mass combat. For Tian Can and DK, engaging 1 or 3 foes bore little difference. In a flash, Su Mo sprang into action. If he did not intervene, these 3 would likely meet their end, just as the original narrative had foretold, all succumbing to their fates. The landlord and landlady were likely still in a state of indecision, unable to determine whether to act. Thus it was imperative for Su Mo to rescue them first. With a single thought, 9 rays of Buddhist light cascaded from above his head, and under the blessings of this divine illumination, he resembled the true, immovable king of wisdom. Simultaneously, the indestructible heart sword within his consciousness radiated a brilliant glow, emanating a fierce and unwavering aura of determination that fortified his own sword heart. Employing the 10 steps movement technique, he moved with the swiftness of a specter, arriving just in time to intervene between Ku Liqiang, the tailor Shang, and Gui. The trio found themselves ensnared in the sonic assault, their garments tattered and bloodied from the slashes. In mere moments, they would surely perish within this wave of sound. Fortunately, Su Mo arrived just in time, delivering a kick to each of them, propelling them out of the attack's range. A master, Tian Can and DK paused their strings, turning their gaze towards Su Mo. Too kind, before 2 esteemed masters. How could I dare to claim mastery? Oh, you possess quite the discerning eye. Just a month ago, we attained mastery through our zither, yet we have not disclosed this to anyone. Who would have thought you would discern it? Dikity marked. At that moment, an unexpected sound wave erupted without warning, transforming into a formidable halberd that swung towards Su Mo. He inwardly cursed the deviousness of the tactic. It turned out that DK's words had merely served to distract him, leading him to believe they were engaging in the customary pre-battle exchange of threats. Little did he expect that Tian Can would deviate from the script, launching a sonic attack while he was caught off guard. Still too young, the landlady observed from a nearby window, unable to suppress a sigh as she witnessed the unfolding events. Su Mo swiftly drew a sword from his spatial pouch. and a thunderous sphere the size of a watermelon erupted from the heart of the blade, colliding with the approaching halberd. Boom! The power of sound dissipated, and Sumo was jolted back 3 steps, blood surging within him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Fortunately, the immovable king's body protected him, leaving him with only minor injuries. What kind of technique is this? Tian Can and DK exclaimed in astonishment. This time, their surprise was genuine. Encountering mystical Taoist arts in this world was exceedingly rare. Thus, when Sumo unleashed a thunderball with his sword, it truly startled them. Initially, the 9 rays of Buddha light descending from the immovable king's body had already astonished them, leaving them uncertain of Sumo's strength, prompting their initial ambush. However, Sumo had no intention of engaging in further conversation. With 10 strides, he propelled himself forward like lightning, sword in hand, charging towards Tian Can and DK. Tian Can and DK excelled in sound-based attacks. Although they were not weak in close combat, they posed far lesser threats than their auditory assaults. Therefore, they were resolute in denying Sumo any chance to close the distance. In spring, the parting of lovers, flowers drift after the rain, a melody that rends the heart. Where shall I find a kindred spirit in this vast world? They declared, we are merely singers, slaying only those who fail to comprehend the essence of my music. Simultaneously, Tian Can and DK strummed their zither, sending forth a soaring melody. Within the music resided countless mighty warriors, each throwing their fists against the encroaching foe. Yet Sumo, with a heart of unwavering resolve, boldly advanced amidst the throng. The fists of myriad warriors struck Sumo, a tremendous force propelling him upwards into the sky. He soared higher and higher, gradually becoming a mere black dot against the backdrop. A golden eagle glided across the heavens, and Sumo leapt onto its back, forming a Buddha seal with his hands and executing a somersault in the air. Meanwhile, the landlady, who had been observing the battle from above, noticed a fiery light in the night sky, growing ever brighter, reminiscent of a shooting star, and asked her husband, Dear, do you recall that technique, the palm strike descending from the heavens? Chapter 81. Sowing seeds on this side, flowers blooming on the other. Sumo transformed into a streak of flowing light, descending from the void. In that moment, inspiration struck him. The first 2 forms of the Tathagata's palm were now clear in his mind, seamlessly integrated. Before him lay an infinite sea of Zen, accompanied by the resounding celestial chants. The 9 rays of Buddha light, originally crimson due to his cultivation of the immovable king's body, instantaneously transformed, adding a golden ray atop the 9 red ones. The 9 hues of Buddha light symbolized the 9 ranks of attainment. The golden ray represented Sumo's immovable king's body, having ascended to the 2nd rank. 1 star, the sword of the immovable heart, standing resolutely within his sea of consciousness, burst forth with brilliance, and Sumo's mental strength instantaneously broke through its limitations, reaching the 2nd rank. With both his physical and mental prowess transcending their previous boundaries, the most crucial level of cultivation swiftly elevated during his descent. Sumo felt his spirit enter the astral expanse within his body, transforming into a koi, swimming through the vast sea of stars within. The koi swims through the postnatal starry realm, yearning to leap forth into the primordial sea of celestial bodies. Yet, the challenge it faces is akin to a carp attempting to leap through the gates of the stars, ascending from a 1st to the 2nd tier. Should the carp succeed in this celestial leap, illuminating the primordial sea of stars, it would unveil an entirely different realm. In times past, Sumo had endeavored numerous times, yet each attempt fell just short, lacking that final breath of resolve. However, having attained enlightenment through the initial 2 forms of the Buddha's palm, as he transformed into the koi and leapt through the starry gates, he was propelled by a force at the pinnacle of his ascent. This very force enabled Sumo to successfully transcend the postnatal starry realm, entering the primordial sea of stars. With a sudden thud, the koi, which embodied his spirit, dissipated, returning to his corporeal form. Simultaneously, within the primordial sea of stars, a celestial body ignited. The primordial stars, far grander and brighter than their postnatal counterparts, hung magnificently in the celestial ocean, bestowing upon Sumo an inexhaustible reservoir of formidable energy. In this moment, Sumo's physical and spiritual prowess surged, propelling him into the realm of the 2nd tier, 1 star, an elevation known as the primordial master. After enduring a prolonged period of rigorous cultivation, Su Mo finally ascended to the primordial realm, acquiring the power to influence this fractured world. Though the second tier of the primordial realm does not permit flight, Su Mo sensed an aura of Buddhist essence enveloping him, supporting his form as he executed the Buddha's palm. He opened his eyes to find Tian Can and DK standing before him, emanating a formidable aura as they resisted the pressure descending upon them from the void. The guqin was swiftly raised between the two as they unleashed their most potent musical assault, channeling their supreme mastery through the resonance of the instrument. Amidst the lethal strains of the guqin, a scene of carnage unfolded. Su Mo dove downward, extending his right hand, where a swastika-shaped Buddhist seal materialized in his palm. This symbol was not merely a character, but a manifestation of light. The second form of the Buddha's palm, the golden-top Buddha lamp, in a radiance of brilliance. Su Mo struck above the heads of Tian Can and D. Quebec instantly. Beneath them, a deep, 5-meter wide imprint appeared, plunging half a meter into the ground. The two were slammed into the imprint, their garments in tatters, faces pressed down, trembling in fear. "Please spare us. We concede." The anguished cries of Tian Can and DK echoed from the depths of the pit, their voices high-pitched from sheer terror. Su Mo paused midair, executing a graceful turn before landing smoothly. "Spare our lives, noble sir. Have mercy on two flawed souls." Tian Can and DK pleaded from within the pit, their entreaties relentless. Once Su Mo had steadied himself, he took a moment to stretch and acclimate to the newfound strength bestowed upon him by his ascension to the second tier. At this moment, within him, the acquired true energy was continuously being refined, transforming into a far purer form of innate true energy. With every passing second, his strength was augmenting, and this sensation was exceedingly gratifying. "If you wish for me to spare your lives, it is not beyond the realm of possibility," Su Mo remarked. Thank you, young hero, for your mercy." Tian Can and DK, overwhelmed with gratitude, scrambled up from the pit, clutching the ancient zither, which had now lost all its strings, eager to make their escape. "Stop. I mentioned that I might spare you, but I never promised you would be safe. Why are you fleeing so hastily? Are you attempting to reincarnate? Would you like me to assist you on your journey?" "Sumochakiv, young hero, what must we do to earn your forgiveness for being two aged and broken old fools?" DK Nguayev. Though DK's strength did not match that of Tian Can, he was far more cunning and devious, often handling external negotiations. However, he had forgotten that he was not in a negotiation, but rather fighting for his life. Su Mo coldly laughed and said, feigning ignorance while fully aware, "Are we? You wish to barter your lives with material wealth? How is it that you, as assassins, fail to comprehend such a fundamental principle? How much does the young hero demand?" "We are willing to offer our entire fortune, totaling 2 million silver dollars, as a tribute." "Dikestativ, I have no need for silver dollars. Their value is inconsequential. What I truly admire is your musical assassination technique. Why not lend me your secret manual for a moment?" "Sumosegistiv, this musical assassination technique is our lifeblood. It is not that we are unwilling to share, but rather that it poses a significant dilemma for DK," he lamented. "Oh, your very existence hinges upon this? I see you still do not grasp whose hands your lives truly rest in." With a flick of his right palm, a flash of Buddhist light flickered and vanished. "Very well. We shall bestow upon you the score of the Fushi demon zither." DK, steeling himself, gritted his teeth and declared. He gently struck the ancient zither, and to their astonishment, a hidden compartment revealed itself, from which a score flew forth. Su Mo extended his hand and grasped the score. It was a slender tome, inscribed with the 4 ornate characters Fushi Demon Zither. Merely by its name, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this score. It was likely that Tian Can and DK had not fully harnessed its immense potential. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo produced his phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the score for authentication. Beep. The familiar sound of results resonated. This was the upper volume of the Fushi Demon Zither score, its music embodying the essence of dark malevolence and lethal force, boundless in power. The lower volume of the Fushi Demon Zither score, conversely, represented the duality of yin and yang, a cycle of creation and transformation, ever-changing and unpredictable. Both the upper and lower volumes of the score were concealed within the body of the Fushi Demon Zither, 2 parts existing in harmony. with the score's true power only realized when paired with the singular Fushi demon zither of this realm. As Su Mo gazed at the identification message sent by the system, a cold smile emerged on his lips. DK, you are rather dishonest. What do you mean, young sir? DK trembled in the pit, clearly feeling guilty. Hand over the lower volume of the Qin score, as well as the Qin you are clutching. Should you dare to play tricks again, I cannot guarantee my patience will endure. Sumo stati fermi. This time, DK did not dare to entertain any thoughts of luck. He and Tian consigned, reluctantly surrendering the Fushi demon Qin into Su Mo's hands. The lower volume of the Qin score was also contained within the body of the magical instrument. Young sir, we have now delivered both the Qin and the score, so we shall take our leave, declared Tian, Kan, and DK, attempting to leap from the pit and flee the scene. Where do you think you're going? Before Su Mo could utter a word, a fierce gust of palm wind descended. Just as Tian, Kan, and DK leapt into the air, they were forcefully brought back down by the gust. This time, they were reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, utterly lifeless. Who is it? Su Mo, astonished, scanned his surroundings in search of the source of the wind. This gust was immensely powerful. Even as he had advanced to the second tier of the innate master realm, he felt a sense of threat. More importantly, until now, his spiritual sense had detected no one. The only explanation was that the opponent's cultivation was far superior to his own. No need to search. The old beggar is right here. An old beggar, clad in tattered garments and looking disheveled, emerged from the shadows of the night. It was he, the old beggar who had sold the Rulai Divine Palm Manual to Ah Xing for 10 silver dollars. On the surface, Su Mo maintained an air of calm. Yet inwardly, he was profoundly astonished. Who would have thought that the seeds sown by the old beggar over a decade ago would blossom here? The old beggar regarded Su Mo with a mysterious smile, his meaning elusive. On this shore, seeds are sown. On that shore, flowers bloom. It seems the old beggar's greatest fated connection is indeed you. Chapter 82. The Child of the Dimension. Senior, what do you mean? Please clarify. Su Mo sensed there was more to the old beggar's words, which were shrouded in enigma. Do you know what the Child of the Dimension signifies? The old beggar inquired. I do not know, Su Mo replied, shaking his head. Though he professed ignorance, he was inwardly astonished, if his memory served correctly. The term dimension gained popularity alongside a game that had surged in fame in the present world. How could the old beggar from the old magical beach of the 20th century possibly be aware of this? I also encountered this term in a celestial scripture. When the scripture descended to our world, not only I but also a few of the supreme masters in this realm witnessed it. According to the scripture, the child of the dimension is a personage who gathers the fortune of an era, capable of altering the grand tides of the world. The old beggar's gaze grew distant, as if lost in a far-off memory. The celestial tome was subsequently incinerated, yet the notion of the child of the dimensions lingered in the hearts of us old sages. In the ensuing chaos, everyone sought the fabled child of the dimensions to alter the tide of fate. 2 decades ago, I engaged in a wager with the ninja god of the East, the 7th generation of Fuma Kotaro, betting on whether the child of the dimensions resided in the East or in the lands of Huaxia. The stakes were the fortunes of our nations, determining the course of the world. 13 years passed. I encountered a young child, endowed with extraordinary physical potential, a brilliant light emanating from the crown of his head. A true prodigy in martial arts seldom seen in a century. I believed I had finally discovered the child of the dimensions, and thus entrusted him with one of the most formidable secret manuals I had acquired from the celestial tome, the Rulai Divine Palm. This manual demands profound insight and fortune. Should he master it, there would be no doubt he was the one I sought. For the past 13 years, I have never ceased to observe him. He has indeed lived up to my expectations, self-taught through this manual, gathering a vast reservoir of innate true chi within his being. In truth, he has already stepped into the realm of a grandmaster. Alas, the channels of Run and Do remain unconnected, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Thus, I awaited the day he would open these channels and soar like a dragon. Unexpectedly, rather than witnessing him achieve this, I beheld you mastering the Rulai Divine Palm, transforming into an unparalleled grandmaster. I noted your invitation for him to dine, from whom you procured the manual, yet I dismissed it. This manual requires immense insight and fortune. For an ordinary individual to possess, it would be akin to having mere toilet paper. Without great fortune, how could one ever hope to master it? Yet, you astonishingly achieved its pinnacle within merely a month. Truly a delightful surprise for this old beggar. I can now ascertain that the child of the dimensions I have so fervently sought is not that lad, But you, the old beggar, gazed at Su Mo, his eyes sparkling with the fervor reserved for the discovery of the rarest treasure. Su Mo, however, was speechless, thinking to himself, Senior, you are truly mistaken. It is indeed a Xing who is the child of the dimensions. I am but a mere traveler from another realm. Had it not been for Su Mo's intervention, perhaps a Xing would have already clashed with the malevolent fire cloud god, and by now would have opened his channels and mastered the Rulai divine palm. Senior, I have a question. Why do you not intervene to open a Xing's channels? This was indeed a question that weighed on his mind. Though a Xing's channels remained unconnected, the malevolent fire cloud god had inadvertently opened them. The old beggar, with profound cultivation, surely possessed a means to do so. I cannot interfere, the old beggar replied. The child of the dimensions should inherently be a person of great fortune, destined to encounter his own opportunities. Should I intervene, it would alter his fate, leaving us unable to discern whether he is indeed the true child of the dimensions. The old beggar answered with certainty. Su Mo understood the old beggar's intentions, but remained unconvinced. The secret manual had already been passed down. What more could be achieved by further unblocking the meridians? Whenever faced with difficulties, there would always be extraordinary individuals to assist him. Was this not a hallmark of the Chosen One? Esteemed Senior, how may I address you? Su Mo inquired, wishing to confirm a suspicion that lingered in his mind. You may call me the Mad Taoist, the old beggar replied. Indeed, it was the Mad Taoist. Su Mo mused. How fortuitous it was to have stumbled upon him without any effort. The system had issued a quest to locate the Mad Taoist and retrieve the Rulai Sword Classic along with the strongest Buddhist sword in this fragmented world. Now that the Mad Taoist was before him, the task appeared to be gaining clarity. Senior, even if I am the Chosen One, what brings you to seek me? Su Mo asked. As the Chosen One, it is naturally your duty to punish evil and uphold world peace, the Mad Taoist declared. Su Mo felt a sense of déjà vu, for these words echoed the very sentiments the old beggar had expressed to a Xing senior. While I am duty-bound to maintain world peace, I fear that I might inadvertently meet my demise in the process. Even if I were to master the Rulai divine palm, I doubt I could stand against you. Moreover, from what you just mentioned, it seems there are other supreme masters in this world like yourself. With my current capabilities, striving for world peace may be a noble yet futile endeavor. Su Mo feigned helplessness. Fear not, for there are but a handful of supreme masters in the entire world, and they restrain one another, avoiding hasty actions. Just like the current tense situation between the East and Huaxia, even I and Wind Demon Kotaro have refrained from intervening. Should we act recklessly, it would surely lead to chaos between the two nations, resulting in mutual destruction. Thus, we seek the Chosen One, for we believe that with your formidable fortune, you can break the deadlock and turn the tide, the Mad Taoist explained. Your reasoning is indeed sound, and I feel compelled to contribute my modest strength for the survival of our race. However, esteemed senior, since you have taken a step back, should you not show some benevolence toward your junior? Perhaps a few more martial arts manuals would suffice, Su Mo jested. The Mad Taoist replied, Have I not already bestowed upon you the Rulai divine palm? That was given to me by a Xing. It has no relation to you, Su Mo countered, leaving the Mad Taoist momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he produced a cloth bag from his person. Upon opening the bag, it revealed dozens of small booklets, including Bride Skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Kite Flower Manual, Great Xian Classic, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, and Demonic Seed of the Tao Heart. Most importantly, Su Mo indeed found a Rulai Sword Classic among them. Esteemed senior, with so many manuals at your disposal, might you grant your junior a few? Su Mo asked, suppressing his inner excitement and trembling slightly. At this moment, his demeanor was imbued with utmost reverence. To him, the old beggar resembled a living repository of arcane knowledge. To offer a gift? That was utterly inconceivable. $10 silver per tome. Choose at your leisure. The old beggar spread out dozens of manuals before Su Mo, declaring with flair. Chapter 83, Secrets of the Demon Beach. Excellent. A peerless manual. Bring me 10 pounds. Su Mo emphatically slapped down a stack of banknotes amounting to 1,000 silver dollars. In this fragmented realm, currency held no value beyond its borders. He felt no remorse in spending lavishly. The 200,000 silver dollars he had won from the casino lay comfortably within his spatial wallet, alongside an additional sum of 100,000. Young man, you are rather affluent, the old beggar remarked. Yet how can one sell peerless manuals by weight? The old beggar was on the verge of tears. Considering Su Mo's status as a child of destiny, he had intended to bestow a few extra manuals. But he had not anticipated such a lack of courtesy from the other party. I can only sell you 10. Any more would hinder your cultivation by diluting your focus. The number of 10 had already doubled in the old beggar's mind. Initially, he had planned to offer Su Mo merely 5. Very well, 10 it is. Su Mo extracted a $100 silver bill and pressed it into the old beggar's hand, fearing he might change his mind. He first took hold of the sutra of the Tathagata sword, a crucial task mandated by the system that he must secure. Next, he selected the Tao Heart's Seed of Demons, a title that exuded an air of sophistication. Beyond this, he found himself at a loss. Numerous manuals bore names he had encountered in contemporary martial arts novels, such as 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, Dugan 9 Swords, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, and Sunflower Scripture. Yet he was uncertain of their efficacy. If their prowess merely mirrored that of fictional tales, they would likely hold little value for Su Mo, who had already attained the second grade of the innate realm. However, should any of them possess the caliber akin to Buddha's palm, it would indeed be a boon. How he wished he could scan these manuals for authentication, Su Mo mused. Noting his indecision, the old beggar said, "Young man, do you trust me? If so, I shall recommend the remaining 8 manuals to you." "I do trust you," Su Mo replied, deeply moved. This old beggar was akin to the selfless, wise elder from the novels he had read in the mundane world. Ultimately, with the old beggar's recommendations, Su Mo selected an additional 8 manuals. At that moment, the laborers, Kuli Chong and his companions, who had been observing the old beggar and Su Mo, approached despite their injuries. Even the landlord and landlady leaped down from above. Upon witnessing Su Mo's elevation to the innate Grandmaster realm, they were astonished, realizing he had reached their level and his combat prowess surpassed theirs significantly. Subsequently, an extraordinary old beggar emerged, appearing to be an ordinary man. Yet he effortlessly struck down the formidable duo known as Tian Can and D. Quebec. Despite being mere shadows of their former selves, they were indeed 2 masters. Upon the beggar's arrival, the landlord and landlady realized they must present themselves. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly impolite, perhaps even inciting the beggar's displeasure. "Senior," the laborer, emboldened, approached the eccentric Taoist beside him. "I possess 10 silver dollars. Might you be willing to sell me a manual?" he inquired. "Esteemed senior, I, Ague, have sold fried dough sticks over the years and saved a few dozen silver dollars. Could you possibly sell me 2 manuals as well?" Ague added. In the end, even the rabbit, Sheng, delicately extended his fingers, producing a handful of silver dollars, and implored, "Senior, might you sell me one as well, please?" The landlord and landlady exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, as they too yearned to acquire a few manuals. The dialogue between Su Mo and the old beggar was not discreet. They had overheard that Su Mo's ascendance was attributed to acquiring the beggar's manual, the divine palm of the Tathagata. However, their pride as masters prevented them from voicing their desires at that moment. "Ha ha ha, so you too wish to purchase the old beggar's manuals?" The eccentric Taoist chuckled. The laborer and his companions nodded. Even the landlord inadvertently bobbed his head in agreement. Alas, the beggar's manuals were not for just anyone to buy. Only those deemed worthy could procure them at the price of 10 silver dollars each, not a penny less, yet not a penny more. For those unworthy, even offering a fortune would not suffice. The beggar would refuse to sell, unless, of course, one had the audacity to seize them by force. "Do you possess such capability?" The Taoist cast a knowing glance at the laborer and the landlord, a playful smile on his lips. "Not at all, esteemed senior. Your powers are beyond our reach." The laborer and his companions quickly shook their heads, smiles tinged with bitterness. It was no jest. This was a man capable of striking down 2 masters with a single blow. Who would dare attempt to rob him? However, if you truly desire the old beggar's manuals, it is not entirely impossible. The Taoist pivoted his tone. "Oh," the laborer and his companions instantly brightened, eager for further clarification. "There exist dozens of gangs on Demon Sea Beach, among which the Axe Gang and the Crocodile Gang hold the most formidable power. Yet a month ago, the Axe Gang suddenly became highly active, obliterating dozens of smaller factions and completely annihilating the Crocodile Gang, thereby unifying the underground forces of the entire Demon Sea Beach. No wonder Su Mo had, a month prior, first exposed a minor leader of the Black Dragon Gang and subsequently offended the Crocodile Gang, awaiting retaliation that never came. It turns out these factions had swiftly been eradicated by the Axe Gang. The Pig Cage City, to a certain extent, truly exists as an isolated paradise. A sanctuary cut off from the world. For the past month, Su Mo has been diligently cultivating here, completely unaware of the significant events unfolding outside. Behind the Axe Gang lies the influence of the Japanese, while the Crocodile Gang is backed by the British. Historically, the two factions have mutually constrained each other, creating a delicate equilibrium within the underworld of Magic Beach. However, recent turmoil within the British realm has rendered them unable to extend their reach to the distant east. In contrast, the Japanese have accelerated their expansionist ambitions, seeking to exert complete control over Magic Beach. With the assistance of the Japanese, the Axe Gang first annihilated the Crocodile Gang and subsequently assumed control over a crucial institution managed by the British, the Abnormal Human Research Center. Ostensibly a mental institution, this center serves as a facility for incarcerating elite Chinese martial artists. After enduring a period of confinement and various torments, much like training a hawk, those who cannot withstand the ordeal are left with no choice but to submit. The takeover of this center by the Axe Gang effectively places it under Japanese control. Currently, dozens of Chinese martial artists remain imprisoned within its walls, facing either betrayal or death in due course. At this moment, Su Mo, along with the landlord couple and the laborer Chong, is en route to confront the Axe Gang. From the words of the eccentric Taoist, they have gleaned the background of the Axe Gang and the predatory ambitions of the Japanese, along with the revelation that a significant number of Chinese martial artists are confined in the Abnormal Human Research Center. Initially, the landlord couple and Chong hesitated about taking action. Although their blood still ran warm with passion, they had long since retired from the martial world. However, upon receiving a list from the eccentric Taoist, which included the names of those incarcerated in the center, many of whom were familiar faces, they found it morally impossible to remain passive. Additionally, the Taoist promised that after expelling the Japanese from their borders, each of them would have the opportunity to select a martial arts manual, which solidified their resolve to act without hesitation. Su Mo's motivation for involvement did not stem from the title of child of the dimension bestowed upon him by the Taoist, but rather from the understanding that the greater the upheaval in this world, the more he would gain upon his return. Sharing a common purpose with the Taoist, their goals aligned seamlessly. Before parting ways with the old beggar, Su Mo inquired about the whereabouts of the most formidable Buddhist sword. The beggar assured him that after the Axe Gang's downfall and the rescue of the imprisoned martial artists, they would meet again to discuss the sword's whereabouts, along with a generous reward. The headquarters of the Axe Gang is located on the banks of the Huangpu River at Magic Beach, situated within an opulent Western-style villa. On either side of the villa's grand entrance stood imposing bronze Qilin statues, exuding an aura of ferocity that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Two members of the Axe Gang, attired in sharp suits, stood rigidly at the entrance. Alongside their axes, they cradled light machine guns in their arms. Within the villa's courtyard loomed a tall tower, where two individuals were stationed. One supported a heavy machine gun, while the other aimed a heavy sniper rifle. Clearly, the words of the eccentric Taoist were not unfounded. The Axe Gang brazenly displayed such formidable firepower, and it was difficult to believe they lacked support from the Japanese behind the scenes. Halt! This is the territory of the Axe Gang, and we demand that all unauthorized personnel vacate the area immediately. Should you dare approach another step, we shall sever your legs. Barked the two guards as Su Mo and his companions arrived at the Axe Gang stronghold. My legs are my livelihood. Do you truly wish to sever them? Not on your life. Ku Chong, having returned to the world of martial arts, had adopted a boisterous demeanor, reminiscent of his glory days when he swept through Jiangnan. Unmatched, he lifted his leg high and delivered a powerful kick, sending a shockwave forward. The two gang members wielding light machine guns were instantly propelled backward, crashing against the wall, violently spitting blood, their fates uncertain. The heavy iron gate of the Axe Gang's villa was subsequently kicked open. The two sentinels atop the tower, witnessing the commotion below, swiftly aimed their weapons at Ku Chong and the others. With the heavy machine gun primed and the sniper rifle targeted, a barrage of gunfire was imminent. However, at that moment, a Gue sprang into action, retrieving two wooden sticks from the bag slung over his shoulder and hurling them towards the assailants on the tower. Bang! Bang! The wooden sticks proved sharper than the rifles themselves, piercing through the two gunmen stationed above with remarkable precision. The power of the Wuyang Baiwa staff was not to be underestimated. As Su Mo and his companions advanced into the heart of the Axe Gang's lair, a formidable energy surged forth from the villa, accompanied by a harsh, brutal voice. Who dares? The tone was thickly accented, suggesting the speaker was of Japanese descent. Tailor Shang stepped forward, delicately pinching his fingers in an exaggerated gesture, retorting sharply, "You old hag." Chapter 84. The Sea of Demons has never known war, Baka? This is utterly outrageous. In an instant, a squadron of armed Japanese soldiers burst forth from the villa, numbering 20 to 30, each brandishing a light machine gun aimed squarely at Su Mo and his companions. Without a word of warning, they unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Damn it! Shang leaped 3 meters high, narrowly evading the hail of bullets. Initially at the forefront, he had aimed to seize glory, only to be met with the Axe Gang's unexpected display of overwhelming firepower. Since ancient times, bare fists have always feared firearms. Although he has perfected the Hong family's iron wire fist, possessing a robust vitality and a body as solid as rock, he is not truly impervious to blades and bullets, especially those fired from a machine gun. Thus, Shang hastily leaped, seeking refuge from the oncoming bullets. When the heavens seemed to fall, one must have a towering figure to shield them. Such heavy artillery should not be confronted by Shang, Gue, or Ku Chong. Indeed, the landlady stepped forward, discarding the cigarette she had clutched between her lips. Drawing a deep breath, her abdomen and torso expanded dramatically, her eyes widening as she unleashed a powerful roar. With her lion's roar, waves of energy rippled through the air, building in intensity like surging tides, amassing formidable power. The bullets from the row of machine guns were first halted mid-air, only to be forcefully propelled backward with a resounding explosion. 20 to 30 Japanese machine gunners were struck by their own bullets, collapsing to the ground with exaggerated expressions, their final moments accompanied by piercing screams. Suemo could not help but feel speechless. This was akin to a real-life anti-Japanese drama. If everyone were as fierce as the landlady, these Japanese would hardly endure for 8 years. In fact, if they could withstand 8 months, it would be considered a victory for us. Unfortunately, the Japanese possess formidable experts, and not everyone on the Huaxia side can match the landlady's prowess. Is this the lion's roar technique? Sumo maravilhoso. Even at his current level, the resonance in his ears was palpable. The lion's roar is a veritable weapon of mass combat. If deployed on the battlefield, it could conservatively be worth an entire company. Moreover, its righteous resonance could bolster morale for our side while instilling fear in the enemy. Su Mo contemplated whether, once this matter was settled, he should trade the sunflower scriptures for the landlady's lion's roar technique. The Japanese experts, they do not conceal themselves well and dare to approach us, essentially courting their own demise. In the Axe Gang's villa, a Japanese man shouted angrily in broken Mandarin, then quickly issued a series of commands. Suddenly, a tank emerged from the rear of the villa. This is unthinkable. Shang, who had been hiding nearby, was terrified and retreated several dozen meters upon seeing the tank equipped with a large caliber cannon. A mere Axe Gang has access to a tank. It seems the Japanese are resolute in transforming the Axe Gang into their stronghold. With the Axe Gang in place, the Magic Sea Beach shall never know a moment's peace. With the light of the Buddha flickering in his hand, and seeing the tank come forth, Su Mo prepared to act. However, the landlady restrained his hand. It was merely a diminutive tank, unworthy of the intervention for Brother Su. The landlord flashed a smile at Su Mo, then lifted his toes, soaring into the air like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Just then, a shell was launched from the tank's cannon with a thunderous roar. The artillery shell, propelled from a large caliber cannon, possessed immense power, far exceeding that of bullets from a machine gun. Such a projectile would likely be difficult for even the landlady's lion's roar technique to withstand. In Su Mo's estimation, the landlord was somewhat weaker than the landlady. In the face of such formidable firepower, what could he possibly do? However, in the next moment, Su Mo realized he had underestimated the landlord. He was utterly astonished. The landlord executed his Tai Chi with grace, moving as fluidly as if he were boneless. Remarkably, he cradled the shell, as if it were a ball, in his embrace. With a gentle push and a pull, reminiscent of kneading dough before steaming buns, he manipulated the terrifying projectile in his arms. Beside him, the laborer Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with admiration. Gue observed intently, eager to glean a trick or two. Meanwhile, in the distance, the tailor Shang's eyes sparkled with adoration. "Landlord, you are truly magnificent," he exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, clapping and cheering. but was quickly silenced by a fierce glare from the landlady, lowering his head in submission. Su Mo, observing the landlord's Tai Chi cloud hands, couldn't help but marvel. The technique approaches the Tao. What extraordinary Tai Chi! Perhaps he should consider trading the sunflower manual for the landlord's Tai Chi skills? With a forceful push, the landlord hurled the shell into the tower in the courtyard. Inside, several soldiers from the east, armed and ready to charge out, met their demise as the shell detonated within, collapsing the tower. Then, with a gentle tap of his toes on the ground, the landlord ascended gracefully into the air. He truly floated, having maximized the softest aspect of Tai Chi, resembling a leaf dancing with the wind, landing atop the tank. His hands moved in a fluid motion once more, twisting the cannon of the tank until it bent and nodded. This series of maneuvers was utterly astonishing. Tragically, the soldiers controlling the tank remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding above, merely sensing a cacophony atop the turret, their hearts racing in panic, resulting in another shell being fired. However, with the cannon now knotted by the landlord's deft manipulation, the shell could not exit. Consequently, it detonated within the chamber. Boom! A deafening explosion pierced the air, and the once formidable eastern tanks were reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal. The landlord alighted gracefully, brushing away the swirling dust with a wave of his hand, unscathed and exuding an aura of mastery. Egue, open the door, the landlord bellowed. Yes, landlord, Egue responded, stepping forward before raising his leg high above his head and delivering a powerful downward strike, sweeping the villa's front door open with a flourish. Utilizing the 12 paths of Tan Leg to force the door open was nothing short of spectacular. With a resounding crash, the entrance to the villa swung wide, revealing a spacious hall. In the center stood a statue of Guan Yu, towering over 3 meters, beneath which rested a grand redwood armchair. Draped across the chair was a tiger's skin, and there reclined Chen, the leader of the Axe Gang, alongside a voluptuous and alluring beauty. However, both Chen and the enchanting woman wore expressions of sheer terror, their faces pale and blood streaming from their orifices. The leader of the Axe Gang had met his demise within the very headquarters of the gang. Chapter 85. Xing, do you believe me? The death of Chen came as a shock to Su Mo and his companions. Yet, their gaze lingered on Chen's lifeless body for no more than half a second before swiftly diverting their attention to the sides of the hall. On one side of the hall were 10 large chairs occupied by 9 Easterners and 1 Huaxiao individual. Opposite them, a dozen Huaxiao individuals were bound by chains forged from high-grade steel, their bodies pierced by iron hooks at their shoulder blades, presenting a most pitiful sight. The spots where the iron hooks met their bodies showed no signs of fresh blood, only dark scabs, indicating they'd endured such cruel torment for an extended period. Their lifeblood nearly drained. Brother Li, Brother Yang, Brother Shang, Ku Li Qiang, and the others gasped in shock upon witnessing the harrowing state of those pierced individuals. Li Kuni, a master of Xingyi Quan, Yang Mingshan, a master of Baguazhang, and Shang Yunxiang, the Iron-Foot Buddha, all recognized the figures before them. Renowned experts in the martial world. These individuals were not unknown. They were celebrated talents in the Jianghu, some having crossed paths with Ku Li Qiang and his companions before their retirement from the martial scene, engaging in friendly sparring or venerating them as revered masters. Even a landlord recognized among them a peer, the gun godly Shuwen, a formidable innate master. Now, such a multitude of Huaxia masters lay ensnared by iron hooks, stripped of their powers and carelessly discarded within the hall. Sumo's gaze swept over the individuals, and a realization began to dawn upon him. These individuals were likely the Huaxia masters previously imprisoned by the Ingwa people in an anomalous human research facility, inexplicably brought here by the Easterners to the Axe Gang's headquarters. Seated among 9 individuals from the land of the rising sun was the solitary figure of a Chinese man, who, upon his first glance, immediately discerned the identity of the person before him. It was none other than the infamous fire cloud evil god. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that portrayed in the films, accentuated by his penchant for donning a pair of flip-flops. However, compared to the original character's deranged demeanor, this incarnation of the fire cloud evil god seemed even more unhinged. His eyes narrowed, exuding a perilous glint akin to that of a venomous serpent. Perhaps in an effort to embody the essence of a snake, he occasionally flicked out his tongue, moistening his upper lip, which sent a shiver down Sumo's spine. As the saying goes, squinting eyes belong to monsters, and appear to hold true once more. Chinese masters. I respect your prowess. But since you dare to intrude here today, you are merely courting death. Have you seen those dozen or so Chinese masters? You shall meet the same fate," remarked a man clad in a black samurai outfit, directing his words towards Su Mo and his companions. Judging by his clumsy Mandarin, it was likely that he had also engaged in prior conversation with them. However, the great empire of the East is exceedingly fond of talent. Should you pledge your allegiance to our empire and vow to serve it, I can, on behalf of the empire, grant you the utmost power and honor. This friend of mine, the Fire Cloud Evil God, serves as an exemplary model for you all. He gestured towards the Fire Cloud Evil God, who was audaciously attempting to entice Su Mo and his companions to defect. Disregarding the man from the east, Su Mo utilized his mental prowess to assess the strength of the assembled individuals from Japan, discovering that their abilities were formidable. Among the 9, 4 were of the second-tier innate master level. The remaining 5, while not masters, were also first-rate experts, with Su Mo and the couple, the landlords, only totaling 3 second-tier innate masters, and the 3 laborers being first-rate experts. They could not match the numbers of their Japanese counterparts. Moreover, the presence of the traitorous Fire Cloud Evil God added a significant variable to the equation. The Fire Cloud Evil God was a powerhouse, an unparalleled expert among masters. And unless the landlords combined their strength and unleashed the ultimate technique known as the Lion's Roar, they would not stand a chance against him. Yet, Su Mo felt no trepidation. Calculating the time, he anticipated the arrival of his reinforcements. Indeed, just then, a voice brimming with confidence resonated from outside the Axe Gang's villa. "That gentleman who isn't as handsome as I am. I have brought this little beggar to you, as per your request. Now, I shall take my leave." The confident voice was one that anyone who had resided in the Pig Cage City for any length of time would recognize. None other than Jiang Bao. Before heading to the Axe Gang, Su Mo had instructed Jiang Bao to venture to the city center, locate Ah Xing, and escort him to the Axe Gang's headquarters. Jiang Bao was also a practitioner of martial arts. In truth, within the entire confines of the Pig Cage City, aside from the trio of Kalikiang, there exist numerous hidden masters, all of whom were once renowned figures in the martial world. In the original narrative, when a Xing attempted to extort Jiang Bao within the Pig Cage City, even an ordinary farming ant could effortlessly send him reeling with a single punch. Although a Xing was at that time a mere weakling lacking in combat prowess, it was evident that the Pig Cage City was a place teeming with hidden talents. However, aside from Kalikiang and his companions, the rest of the inhabitants of Pig Cage City were not particularly formidable, posing no significant threat to the overall situation. Engaging them in perilous confrontations with the Axe Gang or the Japanese would be unnecessary. Su Mo had merely instructed Jiang Bao to bring a Xing along, without assigning him any further tasks. Following that day, when he treated a Xing to a meal, Su Mo had arranged a meeting place with him, which made it easy for Jiang Bao to locate and escort a Xing there. "Brother, what is this place? Did you summon me for something? You seem quite busy. Perhaps it would be best if I took my leave and waited until you were free to call for me," a Xing suggested, unaware that the villa he stood before was the headquarters of the Axe Gang. However, upon seeing the doors of the courtyard blown open and a tower within collapsed, he could surmise that something unpleasant had transpired. Particularly alarming was the sight of several individuals clad in samurai attire, with swords at their waists, which deterred him from entering. "Little beggar, although that gentleman may not be as handsome as I, there is surely a reason he called for you. You ought to go inside," Jiang Bao urged, noting a Xing hesitating at the entrance. With a swift kick to a Xing's rear, he propelled him into the grand hall of the Axe Gang's villa. "Brother, who are all these people?" a Xing exclaimed, taking in a scene filled with Japanese and Chinese individuals, some standing, some seated, and others shackled by iron chains. He was even confronted by the sight of 2 lifeless bodies sprawled across chairs, a sight he had never before encountered, sending him into a state of panic. Su Mo beckoned a Xing closer, signaling him to remain calm. "A Xing, do you trust me?" "I do. Brother, I trust you," a Xing replied with an exaggerated yet sincere expression. The most sumptuous meal he had ever enjoyed was the one Su Mo treated him to, and he had witnessed the man exuding a radiant aura akin to a deity. He also recalled Su Mo's promise to transform him into an unparalleled master, and though he doubted the likelihood, a glimmer of hope remained in his heart. "Good," Su Mo smiled. "Since you trust me, today we shall confront the Japanese. They are numerous, and I need you to assist me in dealing with a formidable expert known as Huayun Xieshun. Strike him fiercely, and do not hold back. Xing's face registered disbelief upon hearing Su Mo's words. The fire cloud, evil god, felt an immense insult, his eyes squinting tighter. A dangerous aura began to permeate the hall. Chapter 86. You wretched bug, you truly are a pain to squeeze. Encouraged by Su Mo, Xing finally agreed to engage in battle with the fire cloud, evil god. The onlookers from East Japan sneered, eagerly anticipating the revelation of Su Mo's intentions. Thus, they refrained from attacking and instead relished the spectacle. Evil god, please take the liberty to teach this ignorant Chinese a lesson, remarked a man clad in a black samurai uniform. The fire cloud, evil god, nodded, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. He leaped, landing beside Xing. No matter who you are, there will be only two outcomes today. Either I will kill you, or you will kill me. The fire cloud, evil god, sneered. In this moment, his innate masterful aura radiated outward, as he resembled a primordial beast of ancient times. As the ultimate harbinger of death, he was drenched in the blood of countless skilled fighters, his murderous intent rampant, capable of unsettling the minds of those around him, inducing hallucinations. Before Kuli Chong and the others, a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized, instilling terror in their hearts, prompting them to retreat a few steps. Even the landlord and landlady displayed grave expressions. Brotersu, are you truly going to let this young lad confront the fire cloud, evil god? Perhaps it would be better for us to intervene. The landlord expressed his concerns. No need, you two may simply observe, Su Mo smiled. The fire cloud, evil god, made his move, dismissing Xing entirely, casually clenching his fist before striking down toward Xing's head. Old man, do you think you're the only one with fists? Look at mine. It's as big as a sandbag. Have you ever seen such a thing? Xing responded, tightening his own fist, eager to counter the fire cloud, evil god's blow. Yet, Xing lacked the experience of battling true masters, his stance resembling that of a street thug. But how could Xing's fist ever reach the fire cloud, evil god? Before he could utter another word, he was struck on the head by a single punch from the fire cloud, evil god. Bang! The impact sent blood splattering, a shocking scene unfolding. Bang! Another punch landed, sending Xing directly into the floor, leaving a head-shaped crater in the wooden surface, splinters flying. Bang! Yet another punch followed. However, Xing did not lose consciousness. Although his head was driven into the floorboards, he groped around and managed to find a shattered piece of wood. He then raised the small wooden fragment and lightly tapped it against the fire cloud, evil god's head. In an instant, boundless murderous intent erupted from the eyes of the fire cloud, evil god. He twisted his neck, raised his arm with great force, and launched another punch. Brotersu, let us act swiftly. Look at this young lad. He has been beaten so severely that he can hardly recognize his own mother. Although the landlady was known for her fierce temperament, she had once been a mother herself and could not bear to witness such a bloody scene. Her heart stirred with compassion. No rush. Let us wait a bit longer. To be frank, Su Mo too found it increasingly difficult to watch. Xing was suffering terribly. Moreover, his audacity to strike the fire cloud, evil god, with a mere wooden stick had thoroughly provoked him, each punch landing with lethal force, instilling terror in the onlookers. Yet, with each successive blow from the fire cloud, evil god, the atmosphere grew ever more tense. The assembled crowd was no ordinary gathering. At least they were all top-tier experts, many of whom were second-tier masters, all capable of discerning the immense power behind the fire cloud, evil god's fists. It was feared that even a master would be utterly crushed under such relentless assault. However, despite appearing wretched, Xing's presence remained intact, not only persisting, but seemingly growing stronger. "Heh, you little pest, you do feel quite hard to the touch." The fire cloud, evil god, sneered, sensing something awry. This lad's brain seemed nearly beaten out, yet he appeared to be thriving. Thus, the fire cloud, evil god, summoned his internal energy, secretly amassing strength, intending to unleash a punch with full force to completely obliterate Xing. The climactic punch finally descended. Bang! The blow landed with resounding impact, causing Xing's aura to plummet to its nadir, nearly vanishing entirely. At last it is over. Though you felt hard to crush, a pest is still but a pest. With just a little force, you are dead. The fire cloud, evil god, finally exhaled in relief, in front of so many. Especially with the presence of the Eastern Islanders, the inability to dispatch an ordinary person made him feel utterly humiliated. He straightened his back and surveyed the crowd. seemingly flaunting his victory. However, just then, the seemingly lifeless Xing's aura re-emerged, surging with unprecedented strength. This overwhelming presence erupted from Xing, causing even the flesh on the fire cloud, evil god's face to quiver and his hair to stand on end. Still alive? The fire cloud, evil god, seethed with rage, his body launching into the air as he aimed to stomp down on Xing. However, this time, his foot did not descend. Xing thrust his fist upward, striking the fire cloud, evil god's foot with a force that sent him hurtling into the sky. Bang! The fire cloud, evil god's head crashed into the villa's ceiling, creating a substantial hole. What absurdity! The fire cloud, evil god, descended to the ground, his eyes narrowing to mere slits, exuding a lethal aura that signaled imminent danger. In that moment, he resembled an enraged viper poised to strike. Old man, I shall ask you once more, have you ever seen a fist as large as this sandbag? In an instant, Xing soared upwards, his movements appearing as if enhanced by special effects, closing in on the fire cloud, evil god. He then unleashed a punch aimed directly at the evil god's head. The fire cloud, evil god attempted to block, yet Xing's fist, seemingly straightforward, concealed countless transformations within its trajectory. Bang! The tides had turned. This time, Xing's fist struck the fire cloud, evil god squarely on the head. Emerging from his cocoon, it was unexpected that this young man was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. The brutal assault from the fire cloud, evil god inadvertently opened Xing's run and do meridians, transforming him into an unparalleled master. The landlord, witnessing Xing's metamorphosis, could not help but express his admiration. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Su Mo, who, against the consensus, had the foresight and insight to support Xing, earning the respect of the onlookers. Xing relentlessly tormented the fire cloud, evil god, finally provoking his ultimate move. The evil god lay on the ground, violent spiritual energy rushing into his body with each breath. Suddenly, his chin swelled, resembling an inflated balloon, and upon closer inspection, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a toad. The toad technique. This was a formidable secret skill. All the martial experts present had heard of it, yet none had witnessed its true power. Now that they had, they were relieved that they were not the ones facing the toad technique. The fire cloud, evil god, transformed into a toad, enveloping a 50-meter radius with his toad aura. Xing's energy was locked onto, rendering escape impossible as the evil god collided with him, striking him in the abdomen. The force of the impact was immense. A mere ordinary person would likely have their insides turned to mush from such a blow. Xing, propelled by this collision, ascended into the air, truly breaking through the ceiling and soaring higher and higher. At that moment, background music seemed to play, reflecting Sumo's thoughts. If all went as anticipated, when Xing descended, it would be with a move akin to the Buddha's palm, and even with the toad technique, the evil goddess defeat was inevitable. Landlord and landlady, you shall handle those two Eastern masters on the left, that man in the black warrior attire, and the one with the small braid. Leave them to me. The remaining 5 top-tier experts, Strong Labor, a Gue, and a Sheng, please hold them off for a while. Do not let them escape. Time is of the essence. Let us act without delay. Xing remained soaring through the skies, yet to descend. While all eyes were drawn upwards, Su Mo, at that moment, conveyed his voice as a thread, reaching the ears of the landlord and others. A glance exchanged among the crowd revealed no hesitation, following Su Mo's directives. They charged towards their respective adversaries. Grasping the Dao sword firmly in his hand, Su Mo unleashed 2 colossal sword-heart thunderbolts, each the size of a grinding disc, hurtling towards the 2 Eastern masters. Upon ascending to the 2nd grade innate master level, the might of his sword-heart thunder had greatly increased. This fragmented realm, devoid of any mystical arts, left the 2 towering thunderballs approaching in bewilderment, rendering the Eastern masters momentarily stunned and uncertain of how to respond. Baka, we're doomed. The Eastern warriors brandished their katanas, attempting to cleave the thunderballs, yet metal conducts electricity. Chapter 87. On Pelican Mountain, there stands a temple. The battle at the Axe Gang's headquarters left an indelible mark in the annals of the magical beach as history. Su Mo single-handedly confronted 2 eminent Eastern masters, penetrating their skulls with his sword within 10 moves. Once he had freed his hands, he further assisted the landlord and landlady in vanquishing 2 additional Eastern masters. The remaining 5 elite Eastern experts, naturally of little consequence, lost their resolve following the demise of their 5 prominent masters, their spirits faltering as they sought to flee. Had these 5 Easterners not succumbed to fear, they might have engaged in a fierce contest with the likes of Ku Lichang and others, possibly even gaining the upper hand. However, once trepidation set in, their skills faltered. They not only failed to escape, but were completely overwhelmed and obliterated by Ku Lichang and his companions. The treacherous Hui Yun Xieshun had already been reduced to mere rubble by Xing's descending palm technique. The battle at the Axe Gang instilled profound fear in the upper echelons of the Eastern Realm, as their nation possessed few masters. Each was a national treasure, and the loss of 4 in a single confrontation was indeed catastrophic. Meanwhile, Su Mo and his companions liberated the numerous Chinese masters who had been imprisoned in the unusual Human Research Center and subsequently brought to the Axe Gang's headquarters. These individuals, renowned for their mastery of martial arts, exhibited astounding resilience, their life force remaining vibrant despite enduring prolonged torture. Upon their rescue, they rapidly regained their strength. Ordinary individuals might be crippled by a hook piercing the peep of bone, yet for these masters, it was akin to a mere pinprick. Before long, they were lively and exuberant once more. Among the rescued Chinese masters, Su Mo recognized a familiar face. Though the individual was of modest height and appeared somewhat frail, his demeanor and gaze evoked a sense of familiarity in Su Mo, prompting him to inquire about his name. "I am Yip Man, practitioner of Wing Chun." The man spoke with utmost respect and courtesy, his refined demeanor resembling that of an educator rather than a martial arts expert. Sumok Wayitli Marviv, promptly clasping his hands in greeting, "Master Yi, my apologies." The influence of the Easterners within the Axe Gang had been thoroughly eradicated. Initially, they were reluctant to accept this defeat, as it was they who had supported the Axe Gang in eliminating all underground forces on Demon Beach, intending to wield the gang as a weapon to infiltrate both Demon Beach and the entirety of Huaxia. Consequently, the Easterners dispatched a series of formidable experts, including several renowned ninjas, all masters at the pinnacle of their craft, far surpassing the 4 fallen Eastern masters. Yet, regardless of how many came, they ultimately met their demise within the headquarters of the Axe Gang. As Su Mo and his companions restructured the gang, everyone unanimously proposed Su Mo as the leader. However, his ambitions lay elsewhere. He entrusted the position of gang leader to a Xing, allowing the landlord and landlady, along with numerous Huaxia experts, to assist. The Axe Gang transformed into a weapon wielded by the people of Huaxia, a tool for combating Eastern influence, striking precisely where aimed with remarkable efficacy. Once the dozen Huaxia experts rescued had fully recovered, a counteroffensive against the Easterners commenced across the expanse of Demon Beach. Numerous Huaxia masters began to challenge various Eastern martial arts dojos, achieving successive victories and forcing the Eastern warriors and ninjas into retreat. Particularly noteworthy was Yi Wen, whose mastery of Wing Chun allowed him to effortlessly defeat 10 opponents at once, a routine feat for him. Su Mo observed in secret, noting that Yi Wen was perhaps just a breath away from advancing to the innate master level. His challenges against the Eastern warriors in their dojos were nothing short of merciless. Occasionally, a few master-level experts from the Eastern side emerged, but they were swiftly dealt with by Su Mo, a Xing, and others. After successfully unblocking the Run and Du meridians and mastering the first 2 forms of the Buddha's palm, a Xing indeed radiated the brilliance befitting a chosen one, proving invincible across Demon Beach, never tasting defeat. With the martial world achieving a remarkable turning point, the government finally mobilized the military, resolutely determined to expel the Easterners from Demon Beach. With the tide of battle seemingly in their favor, Su Mo realized his continued presence here held little significance. He resolved to embark on a voyage to the east on a clear and pleasant day. Not long ago, the eccentric Taoist had sought him out as per their agreement, revealing information about the strongest Buddhist sword in this world. This legendary sword, known as the Great Strength Sword, was said to be a relic of the Bodhisattva of great strength, cast into the mortal realm to intimidate demons and stabilize earthly fortunes. The Bodhisattva was reputed to harness boundless light, his might unparalleled. It was said that when he moved, the heavens and earth trembled. Originally housed in Tibet at the palace of fearful Avalokiteshvara, the sword had been seized by the Easterners and hidden within the Pelican Temple in the capital of the East. With news of the most powerful Buddhist sword in hand, Su Mo was destined to venture into the capital of the East. Recognizing his unwavering resolve, the eccentric Taoist bestowed upon him a significant gift as per their agreement. The gift appeared rather unremarkable, akin to a quail's egg, and the eccentric Taoist offered no explanation regarding its purpose before departing. Su Mo decided to scan the egg with his device, and the results left him utterly astonished. This seemingly plain object was, in fact, a false golden Dan. Once activated, the false golden Dan could elevate a second-tier innate master to the realm of a third-tier golden Dan practitioner for a duration of 4 hours. If Su Mo's intuition served him well, the eccentric Taoist was likely at the third-tier golden Dan level, referred to in the cultivation world as the Dan Wang, or Pill King. By gifting him a false golden Dan, it seemed the Taoist anticipated the dangers of his journey to the capital of the East, where he would likely encounter practitioners of the Dan Wang caliber. Even with the false golden Dan, which could forcibly elevate his cultivation to the third-tier golden Dan stage, there would still be a discernible gap compared to a true Dan Wang. Any misstep during this journey could result in perilous consequences. However, Su Mo had no alternative. Acquiring the most formidable Buddhist sword was an essential condition for his departure from this world, and thus, without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to journey to the east. Before his departure, a Xing thoughtfully arranged a banquet at the Far East premier establishment to bid him farewell. Previously, it was Su Mo who had invited a Xing to dine, but now, having become an innate master himself and assuming the role of the Axe Gang's leader, a Xing had the means to reciprocate. At this moment, a Xing was basking in the glory of his success, yet he held nothing but respect for Su Mo, akin to how a younger brother would regard an elder sibling. The gathering was filled with merriment, glasses clinking and songs ringing out as they indulged in their revelry. Even Yi Wen, destined to become a legendary master, drank to the point of inebriation, insisting that Su Mo engage in a drinking contest, boasting that he could take on 10 of his kind. Su Mo chuckled and praised the prowess of Wing Chun. Else Yi Wen would have been eager to spar with him. The assembly had accumulated much pent-up frustration as extraordinary martial artists. The burdens they bore in these tumultuous times were far heavier than those of ordinary individuals. Today's banquet offered them a chance to unburden themselves. Once all had succumbed to intoxication, Su Mo quietly channeled his robust, innate energy to expel the effects of the alcohol from his system. He then waved farewell to the inebriated crowd and departed without looking back. Arriving in the streets of the capital of the East, he found the scenery enchanting, with ancient and grand city architecture exuding a regal aura. This great city was, in fact, a replica of Chang'an and Luoyang, embodying a magnificent spirit. To the south of the capital lay Pelican Mountain, atop which stood a temple, naturally named Pelican Temple. Within the serene confines of the Pelican Temple stands a 5-tiered pagoda, housing a majestic golden Buddha statue towering at 2 zhang. Nestled within the statue's palm lies a long-forgotten sword, shrouded in dust for years. Chapter 88. The Sword of the Buddha and Departure. As dusk descended, Su Mo transformed into an ordinary worshipper, entering the temple's mountain gate. The Pelican Temple is divided into Lower Pelican and Upper Pelican. The former resides at the mountain's base, welcoming devotees to offer incense, while the latter, positioned atop the peak, remains off-limits to pilgrims. This, however, posed no challenge for Su Mo. As the sun sank and twilight enveloped the land, he became a specter, evading all presence and materializing before the pagoda's entrance in Upper Pelican. The pagoda, a 5-story edifice, emanated a radiant glass-like glow in the night, embodying compassion and the essence of Buddhism. Su Mo gently pushed the door open and slipped inside. His spiritual essence had already penetrated the pagoda, grasping its internal layout with meticulous precision. Perhaps no one had ever dared to intrude upon this sanctum, for there were no defenses laid within. Only a young acolyte, tasked with maintaining the pagoda, remained. With a subtle flick of his finger, Su Mo unleashed a stream of innate energy, striking the acolyte's brow, rendering him silent and asleep upon the stairs of the pagoda. Ascending to the 5th tier, Su Mo finally beheld the towering golden Buddha. Indeed, nestled within the Buddha's palm lay the sword, cloaked in dust as if it had been forsaken and never polished. What a tragic waste of such a magnificent blade. Su Mo sighed inwardly before leaping forward to grasp the hilt of the Buddha's sword. Suddenly, a fierce energy surged forth, striking his hand like a bolt of lightning, forcing him to retreat and descend. Surely, someone lurked in the shadows. It was implausible that this endeavor could be so seamless. Reveal yourself. I have already perceived your presence, Su Mo declared, though in truth, his spiritual awareness had thoroughly scanned the pagoda multiple times, uncovering no other beings aside from the young acolyte. who lay oblivious on the stairs. Yet, the same phrase echoed within the pagoda. What a tragic waste of such a magnificent blade. Su Mo, now incensed, pondered who could comprehend the dialect of the East Japan. Thus, he bellowed, "Speak plainly. Who are you?" This time, the voice morphed into a clumsy, stilted Mandarin, an awkward amalgamation of dialects that barely conveyed meaning. "First, reveal your identity." Lurking within the pagoda, does this not betray the principles of clarity and righteousness of the Buddha? Su Mo scanned his surroundings warily, unable to detect anything with his spiritual essence, relying solely on his keen eyesight. Yet, still, he found nothing amiss. He held the counterfeit golden elixir gifted by the eccentric Taoist in his hand, enveloping it with innate true energy, ready to refine it at the slightest hint of danger, temporarily elevating himself to the golden elixir realm. "Benefactor, I stand before you. If you possess the sight of the Buddha, you should have long since perceived this humble monk." Resounded a voice within the pagoda, its source now unmistakably close before Su Mo. Before him stood the towering golden statue of the Buddha. Su Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, for the statue had opened its eyes. The statue had come to life. "Are you human or spirit?" Ba. The external form is merely a foul skin. Why must you cling so? This humble monk, known as Watanabe, has guarded the sword of the Bodhisattva of great strength for 316 years, and none have dared to harbor covetous thoughts. You, benefactor, are the first in 316 years to covet the Buddha's sword. The golden statue of the Buddha lowered its gaze, speaking with human words. Su Mo's heart trembled. He had encountered a great deity. Having guarded the sword for over 3 centuries, Master Watanabe's true age must undoubtedly exceed 300 years, and his realm was unmistakably that of the golden elixir. A first-tier postnatal warrior can, at most, strengthen the body and fend off ailments, living to the limits of an ordinary lifespan of over 150 years. A second-tier innate master, nurturing the physical body with innate true energy, can significantly extend life, potentially reaching 300 years. A third-tier golden elixir cultivator, known as the Elixir King, embodies the Tao, and in the eyes of mortals has transcended to the realm of immortals, with a lifespan that may extend to 1,000 years. Historical records tell of Peng Kung, who lived for 800 years. Revered as Peng Zhu from the time of Emperor Yao through the Xia and Shang dynasties, a renowned golden elixir practitioner. Master Watanabe, I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to reclaim the sword of the Bodhisattva of great strength. It is the mightiest Buddhist sword of our Huaxia, and it rightfully belongs in my possession. While negotiating with the golden statue, he discreetly refined the counterfeit elixir with his innate true energy. Ba, benefactor, you're mistaken. The Bodhisattva of great strength belongs to all humanity, and his sword naturally belongs to all as well. How has it transformed into yours alone? The golden statue, radiating compassion, spoke with an undertone of mockery, engaging in sophistry. Su Mo, both amused and indignant, retorted, "Do you not know in your heart to whom the sword truly belongs?" With that, he ceased his idle chatter, his aura suddenly surging, propelling him instantly into the golden elixir realm. Is this the golden elixir realm? He felt as if he could set mountains ablaze and boil the seas, an unimaginable power coursing through him. "Ah, benefactor, do you intend to resolve this with force?" The golden statue inquired, unleashing a wave of pressure, employing the lion's roar technique to intimidate Su Mo. In an instant, Su Mo extended his hand, and the sword of the Tao materialized within his grasp. He leapt forward, cleaving towards the towering golden statue of the Buddha. With a lion's roar, "I'm not a student of Shaman University. I am eager to see if you are indeed from the Open University." At the tip of Dao Jian's sword, a thunderous dragon, as thick as a water barrel, suddenly materialized. This thunder dragon was vividly lifelike, with each scale discernible, fiercely lunging towards the golden statue of the Buddha. Indeed, after attaining the golden core stage, the lightning he conjured with his sword transformed from a feeble version of the divine sword's thunder control technique into a magnificent manifestation of true power. Taking the form of a formidable thunder dragon, the dragon appeared almost sentient, its gaze chillingly disdainful as it collided with the golden Buddha statue. Ba. All phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew and lightning. Thus one should perceive them accordingly. The Buddha statue's palm gently pushed forward, meeting the dragon's horn, preventing the thunder dragon from advancing regardless of its struggles. However, upon realizing its inability to progress, the dragon ceased its efforts. Unable to move forward, what harm could come from that? In an instant, the dragon unleashed its own body, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, with terrifying arcs of electricity bursting forth in all directions. The Buddha's palm of the golden statue shattered. A beam of sacred Buddha light emerged from the split in its palm, radiating with divine majesty, blinding in its brilliance. Yet, Su Mo keenly observed that within this divine light, a trace of dark energy, a hint of death, was intertwined. A look of bewilderment crossed Su Mo's face, followed by a spark of realization, culminating in laughter. I once believed you to be a formidable golden core cultivator. Yet you are merely a decaying entity on the verge of demise. If I am not mistaken, your millennium limit as a golden core practitioner has long since passed. No wonder you have enclosed yourself within this statue, clutching the sword of the Bodhisattva of great strength, seeking to suppress the death energy surrounding you. How ironic that you, a practitioner of the Buddhist teachings, would resort to such desperate measures to prolong your life as your end approaches. Allow me to show compassion and completely liberate you from your suffering, guiding you into the cycle of rebirth. The heart sword standing tall in the sea of consciousness emitted a flicker of sword intent, Su Mo's heart of the sword unwavering and fearless. As the Tao sword in his hand exhaled a misty white sword aura, once again cleaving towards the golden statue. This time, the statue caught the Tao sword with its palm, exerting such force that the sword began to shatter piece by piece. The first grade Tao sword, at this moment, was indeed somewhat inadequate for Su Mo, and it broke with ease. Nevertheless, Su Mo remained unfazed. His lethal strike was not confined to this. While the Tao sword in his right hand shattered, the Buddha light flickered in his left, illuminating the head of the golden statue as he struck downwards. Bang! Su Mo's left palm landed heavily upon the golden statue's head, which immediately cracked like porcelain. The Tathagata's divine palm? Are you the chosen one from that realm sought by the mad Taoist? The golden statue exclaimed, no longer as calm as before. You even know of the mad Taoist? Are you the god of ninjas, the seventh generation of the wind demon, Kotaro? Someone inguayir, equally perplexed. The golden-bodied Buddha statue radiated a flickering aura, and an overwhelming force erupted in an instant, a power alien to the Buddhist realm. No, I am Fumakotaro, but not the seventh generation. I am the fifth. The Buddha's aura had entirely dissipated from the statue, replaced by a menacing aura akin to thick ink. Then, with a delicate gesture, the statue transformed this murderous intent into a blade aimed directly at Su Mo. A futile struggle. Su Mo let out a cold, mocking laugh. The fifth generation of Fumakotaro was once revered as the god of ninjas, rumored to have met his demise at the hands of Tokugawa Ieyasu, only to unexpectedly renounce the world and become a monk, living on in such a manner to this day. As the golden-bodied Buddha cast aside its divine aura and sought to eliminate Su Mo with the killer's intent of a ninja, the sword it cradled began to stir. From the beginning until now, the golden-bodied Buddha had not wielded the sword's power, not out of reluctance, but rather because it was entirely beyond its reach. The sword had never belonged to it, nor had it been at its command. It had merely been a means to suppress its own deathly aura through the sword's divine energy. Yet astonishingly, at the moment the statue forsook its Buddhist nature to employ ninja techniques, the sword finally acted. However, the target of the sword's movement was not Su Mo, but rather the statue itself, as the blade pierced through the golden body. No, the golden-bodied Buddha, or rather the fifth generation of Fumakotaro, let out a roar of reluctant fury. It feared death, did not wish to perish. Otherwise, it would not have resorted to such self-imposed confinement to extend its life by over 3 centuries. Yet at this moment, it was first struck by Su Mo's palm and then pierced by the sword, its vitality swiftly draining away, and in the blink of an eye, life itself had completely withered. Its gaze dimmed, and the golden body shattered into countless fragments. Su Mo approached and grasped the fallen sword in his hand. The 5-story pagoda had been obliterated, and the commotion had already drawn the attention of the monks at Pelican Temple. However, the monks did not advance. Upon witnessing the statue's destruction, they clasped their hands together and began to chant. Su Mo's form began to radiate light, transforming into a shower of luminescence. Vanishing from this world. Chapter 89. The Sword Embryo and the Innate Sword Technique. Once again, he found himself in the familiar multicolored passage. Each return journey necessitated traversing this path, where the distant stars of the universe were faintly visible, and the passage seemed inscribed with intricate patterns of the Tao. Sumo's current realm was still too low. When his cultivation reached sufficient heights, perhaps he would glean insights within this passage. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he awakened. Where am I? Sumo opened his eyes to find himself not in his villa in Jiangcheng, but in an unfamiliar environment. He had appeared in a room adorned with an ancient charm, every detail exquisitely crafted, yet distinctly different from traditional ancient chambers. Notably, the building materials of this room were not wood or stone, but bamboo. This is an unusual bamboo house. Shouldn't I have returned to the real world? A sense of confusion enveloped Sumo as he withdrew his phone, intending to inquire of the system. While rummaging for his device, he noticed the attire he was clad in, a cerulean cloth garment adorned with distinct ethnic characteristics. System, are you there? If so, please respond, he messaged. System, squeaked Sumo. All right, the system is not in a playful mood, making proper communication challenging. Sumo, where am I currently? Upon exiting the fragment of the Kung Fu world, I should have returned to reality, correct? System, due to your ascension to the second tier innate realm, as a reward, the system has specifically opened this immortal fate world for you. This realm boasts a higher level and abundant spiritual energy, facilitating your stabilization of the realm and enhancement of your cultivation. Furthermore, as a reward for your traversal, there are no explicit task requirements. You may choose when to depart at your leisure. Upon reading the system's message, Sumo attempted to sense the spiritual energy within the surroundings, discovering it to be remarkably rich, far surpassing that of the real world, and incomparable to the Kung Fu realm he had just left. The air was refreshingly crisp, imbued with faint essences of spiritual wood and floral fragrances. Sumo felt that in this world, his potential would be significantly amplified. System, what kind of world is this? Please provide me with a detailed introduction, he messaged again. Host, have you watched a certain television drama from the real world called The Legend of the Sword and Fairy? That drama was birthed from the fluctuations of this fragment world's laws. In other words, you are in the prototype world of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The system replied, Indeed, it was the prototype world of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. System, did you bring me to the first or the third installment? Sumo inquired hastily. System, it is the first one. Relieved, Sumo exhaled. He had watched both the first and third installments, while both belonged to the same series. The levels of danger differed greatly. He recalled the chaos of the third installment, with various gods and demons in tumult, and formidable figures like General Faping from the Divine Realm and Demon Lord Zhonglo from the Demonic Realm. Merely stomping their feet could cause the three realms to tremble. Besides these two titans, characters like the Fire King, the evil Sword Immortal, and the Heavenly Demon Emperor could easily overpower him. In contrast, the first installment was decidedly more peaceful. The most formidable antagonist, the moon-worshipping cult leader, was ultimately a person, neither an immortal nor a demon. Although immensely powerful, possessing a fearsome pet known as the Water Demon Beast. If Sumo were to choose a formidable figure to confront, he would prefer to challenge the moon-worshipping cult leader. Wait, why must one confront powerful figures? This time, the system did not issue a task. He could entirely coexist peacefully with these formidable beings, without the need to recklessly provoke them. Avoiding confrontation with powerful figures was indeed uncomfortable. This habit was detrimental and could easily lead to his demise. It was high time for a change. Sumo let out a sigh and then messaged the system. Where exactly am I in the world of Xianjian? What identity have you assigned me? The system replied, You are currently in the royal palace of the Nanzhao Kingdom, serving as the personal attendant of the emperor. Upon reading the system's response, Sumo was taken aback and hurriedly glanced below, relieved to find that his manhood was still intact. Do not worry, host. The personal attendant in Nanzhao, also known as the Qijilang, holds the 6th rank and is responsible for residing in the palace, documenting the emperor's every word and action. Although you live in the palace, you are not a eunuch. The system continued, You should take the time to study and familiarize yourself with historical and cultural knowledge. Feeling reassured, Sumo grew weary of bantering with the system. Enough of the trivialities. Let us settle the rewards for the Kung Fu world. His anticipation for the rewards was palpable. Had he not suddenly found himself in the world of Xianjian instead of the present day, he would have already requested his rewards. The preparations are complete. You have achieved a rating of B in the Kung Fu world, significantly influencing the fragmented realm. Additionally, you have acquired the Rulai Sword Classic and the most powerful Buddha sword, and your cultivation has risen to the 2nd rank. Thus, the system is pleased to bestow generous rewards upon you, esteemed host. The system dispensed the rewards with efficiency, and Su Mo was thoroughly satisfied with its demeanor. He began to peruse the system interface, meticulously tallying the task rewards. Reward 1. 20,000 Sword God points have been deposited into your balance, accessible via WeChat's wallet. Along with the previous balance, Su Mo now possessed a total of 22,896 Sword God points. These points were quite practical. The system's Sword God market offered a plethora of valuable items, including techniques, medicinal pills, and divine weapons, all requiring Sword God points for purchase. Notably, should he wish to cultivate the latter 7 styles of the Rely Divine Palm, he would need to utilize Sword God points for acquisition, 10,000 points for each style. He currently had sufficient funds to procure the 3rd style, Buddha Moves the Mountains, and the 4th style, Buddha Asks for Calanda. He planned to find time to explore the Sword God market thoroughly and procure some fine items. Reward 2. Innate Sword Technique. This technique is the exclusive cultivation method for the Sword God lineage at the 2nd rank, akin to 9 swords tempering the body, which is the foundational technique for the 1st rank. This technique, being exclusive to the Sword God lineage, is of remarkable caliber. Although it can only be cultivated at the 2nd rank, the foundational essence it solidifies is unparalleled by other methods. Henceforth, innate sword technique will serve as Su Mo's primary cultivation method at the 2nd rank, forming the bedrock of his practice. Reward 3. Rely Sword Classic. This reward serves merely as a formality, as Su Mo had already thoroughly mastered the content of the Rely Sword Classic. By honing its proficiency, he would be able to apply it in practical combat. The sword cannon is indeed an extraordinary martial art. According to Su Mo's conjecture, its classification, named after the Tathagata, should not be inferior to the Tathagata Divine Palm. Unfortunately, the Tathagata sword cannon remains a fragment, containing only 2 sword techniques. It is uncertain whether the system Sword God Supermarket holds further techniques. I must take the time to search for them. Reward 4. The Natural Sword Embryo. A verdant longsword materialized unexpectedly in Su Mo's grasp. This sword was not crafted by any artificer, but was formed by the natural forces of the universe. It is referred to as a sword embryo because it is merely a rough prototype, unrefined and not yet sharpened. However, being a product of heaven and earth, this sword embryo harbors infinite potential and can continually evolve. With persistent nurturing and tempering, it is difficult to fathom the level to which this sword embryo could ultimately ascend. Furthermore, the sword embryo possesses a remarkable ability. It can absorb spiritual entities. Using spiritual entities as nourishment over time, it has a significant chance of awakening sentience and giving rise to a sword spirit. A sword that produces a sword spirit is rightly termed an immortal sword. This natural sword embryo is invaluable. Su Mo continued to scroll through the system interface, inquiring whether any additional rewards awaited him. Indeed, after the completion of the task involving the time-space fragments, the system proved exceedingly generous, presenting yet another reward. Reward 5. Stunning Step. This is a 2nd-tier movement technique, surpassing the 10 steps he currently employs by 1 rank. Before he could soar through the skies on a sword, this movement technique was already considered top-tier, capable of maximizing his potential. In high spirits, Su Mo first stored the verdant natural sword embryo in his spatial wallet, then tapped through the innate sword technique, Tathagata sword cannon, and stunning step on his phone. The familiar electrifying sensation surged once more, and in quick succession, 3 bursts of enlightenment flooded his mind, bestowing upon him these 3 martial arts. To his delight, there was an unexpected bonus. He had already mastered the first 2 techniques of the Tathagata sword cannon. Namely, sword illuminates the mountains and rivers, and sword boils the vast sea, which he had obtained from the eccentric Taoist. However, the system's rewards included a 3rd technique, titled Sword Master of Heaven and Earth. These 3 sword techniques would be sufficient for him to cultivate to the Golden Core realm, conservatively saving him another 10,000 Sword God points. With a tranquil mind, Su Mo mentally reviewed the 3 techniques before deciding to focus on cultivating the innate sword technique, as it formed the foundation of his 2nd-tier innate realm and required solidification. Previously, he had advanced to the 2nd-tier realm through a sudden epiphany with the Tathagata Divine Palm, resulting in an unstable foundation. He retrieved 3 spirit stones and arranged a small spirit gathering formation beside his bamboo bed, then sat cross-legged within the formation, commencing his meditation and cultivation. The innate sword technique is the foundational skill of the sword god lineage at the second-tier realm. Unlike the first-tier foundational practice, Nine Swords Tempering Body, which requires relentless swordplay each day, this technique primarily enhances one's abilities through the accumulation of innate true energy and a profound understanding of the method. This is indeed a blessing, sparing one from the exhausting toil of daily practice. It is worth noting that when Su Mo was cultivating Nine Swords Tempering Body in the first-tier realm, he tirelessly performed over 1 million sword strikes. After 5 hours of cultivation, Su Mo emerged, invigorated and brimming with vitality. No wonder the system described the celestial sword realm as a world of destiny, abundant in spiritual energy and blessed with harmonious natural laws, truly a haven for cultivators. A single day of cultivation here is conservatively equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. Currently, he remains a second-tier 1-star innate master, with his cultivation level unchanged, yet his realm has solidified. Looking out the window, he noticed it was deep into the night, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the water, rendering the darkness less foreboding and infusing it with a touch of allure. Perhaps a stroll outside would be delightful, and he could also test his new movement technique, startling swan steps. With this thought, Su Mo pushed open the door of his bamboo loft and stepped outside. From the system, he had learned that he served as a 6th-rank attendant in the southern Zhao kingdom, responsible for recording the emperor's words and actions for historical reference. However, he was not alone in this role. Several individuals took turns fulfilling these duties, and Su Mo happened to be on leave these days. As he traversed the southern Zhao palace, his figure flickered as he executed the startling swan steps, transitioning from initial awkwardness to increasingly fluid movements, transforming into a shadow against the night sky. When encountering patrolling guards, he skillfully evaded them to avoid unnecessary trouble. He also caught glimpses of palace beauties enjoying the moonlight with lanterns, yet he kept his distance, refraining from direct interaction. Upon advancing to the second-tier innate realm, his spiritual power had grown stronger and more acute. Within the southern Zhao palace, as long as he wished to remain unseen, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to detect him, provided their cultivation did not far exceed his own. However, it was unlikely that anyone within the palace possessed significantly higher cultivation. Even prominent figures like the moon worship leader did not reside in the palace. They dwelled in their own opulent moon worship temple, surpassing the palace in grandeur. The entire palace was overshadowed by the moon worship leader, with only palace maids, eunuchs, and inept guards remaining. As long as he exercised caution, he would encounter no difficulties. The only formidable individual he could think of residing in the southern Zhao palace was the witch queen Lin Qinger, a descendant of Niuhua with semi-divine power, a force to be reckoned with. Nevertheless, he intentionally avoided the emperor's and the witch queen's chambers, thus steering clear of any complications. Suddenly, Su Mo found himself amidst a vibrant garden. As he gracefully leapt into the air, an unexpected stagnation of innate vital energy seized him, causing him to plummet to the ground and land in this garden. It seemed that his recent training in the stunning swan step, still unrefined, was to blame. However, something felt amiss. Su Mo gathered his wits and expanded his mental energy, sensing that his fall was rather peculiar. Although he had only just learned the stunning swan step, it was inconceivable that he would fall from the sky. What if, during future sword flights, his energy were to falter? Surely that would lead to a fatal plunge. Someone must have tampered with his abilities. Su Mo extended his mental energy, enveloping an area of over 200 meters, nearly encompassing the entirety of the garden. Yet, within his mental perception, aside from the flora and fauna, there was no sign of any significant living being. How strange. This place was unsuitable for lingering. It would be wise to depart. As he contemplated this, he cautiously began to step away from the garden when he suddenly heard a sobbing sound. It was a clear and melodious cry, one that naturally evoked feelings of compassion. Following the sound, he finally caught sight of a petite figure, draped in delicate garments, hidden among the flowers. Su Mo thought to himself, why is my once proud mental capacity so feeble? Though nothing registered within my mental awareness, I can still hear and see with my senses. Despite his internal musings, he continued forward, cautiously approaching the shadow among the blooms. It was reasonable to assume that this individual possessed a cultivation far superior to his own, likely the one responsible for his sudden descent. Even if he wished to retreat now, escape seemed improbable. Thus, it would be better to approach voluntarily, maintaining an air of composure. As Su Imo navigated the winding paths of the garden and finally beheld the figure concealed within the flowers, he stood transfixed. Before him was a little girl, exquisitely beautiful, dressed in a vibrant outfit adorned with delicate silver ornaments. She was nestled among the blossoms, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Sumo's heart raced. He had never encountered such a refined little maiden. She was truly the epitome of divine craftsmanship, with brows like emerald feathers and skin as pristine as snow, each feature perfectly harmonious, standing amidst the flowers illuminated by moonlight. Even the vibrant blooms seemed to pale in her presence. This little girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years of age. Yet even a blind person could foresee her future beauty, destined to captivate all, particularly in her current state, with tears cascading like spring rain. She looked so pitiful that it stirred a profound sense of pity within him. Su Imo sighed inwardly. My heart has truly melted. However, the young girl, at such a tender age, could not possibly harbor any ulterior thoughts. She merely expressed pure admiration for the exquisite charm of the little lowly. Little sister, why are you crying alone at this late hour? Where are your parents? Su Imo approached and gently patted her small head, inquiring with concern. Gua, brotersu. Both my father and mother are gone. Ling is so scared. I encountered a monster, the little lowly sobbed, burying her face deeper into Su Mo's embrace, her tears flowing more freely. Yet, Su Imo was taken aback, not merely because she referred to him as Brother Su. After all, the identity he had assumed in the southern Zhao kingdom coincidentally bore the same surname, but rather because the little girl identified herself as Ling. To his astonishment, this child was none other than the princess of southern Zhao, Zhao Ling. Chapter 91. The Flying Head Demon. Observing Zhao Ling at the tender age of 5 or 6, Su Imo deduced the temporal point of his arrival. It was a decade prior to the official commencement of the storyline of the legend of Sword and Fairy, when conflicts between the Witch Queen and the Moon Worshippers were intensifying, yet had not reached a breaking point. Do not cry, dear princess. Please tell your brother what has transpired. Su Imo leaned down, gently patting little Linger's back. Wah, Brother Su, it's the witch concubine. Every night, her head flies to my bedside and smiles at me. I am so frightened. My father and mother went to the temple to offer sacrifices to the heavens and haven't returned for many days. I do not know whom to tell, little Linger whimpered, her nose sniffing as she struggled to contain her sobs. Just her head? Su Imo asked, astonished. Linger nodded, unable to stem her tears. The thought of such a scene was indeed chilling. No wonder the little lowly was so terrified. Do not be afraid, little princess. Take me to your palace and show me. Su Imo continued to comfort little Linger, lifting her into his arms as she guided him towards her chambers. Throughout history, the Miao territory has been rife with strange occurrences, and it was unexpected that on the very first day of his traversal, he would hear such tales within the southern Zhao palace, particularly concerning the heroine Zhao Linger. The garden was not far from little Linger's chamber, only a few hundred meters away. Despite her fear, the young girl had not ventured far. Before long, they arrived at a bamboo pavilion adorned with climbing vines and blooming with a myriad of exotic flowers. This was Zhao Linger's sleeping quarters. 2 guards clad in light armor lay at the entrance, soundly asleep. Not just the 2 guards. Upon entering the chamber, Su Imo discovered that several maidservants within Zhao Linger's palace were also in a deep slumber, oblivious to their surroundings. This was peculiar, for in a royal court, it was a grave offense for the duty personnel to doze off at night, let alone to this extent. Clearly, someone had tampered with the situation. As Sumo's thoughts stirred, he grasped the natural sword embryo in his hand. An aura of malevolence permeated the air. He extended his spiritual sense, perceiving a vast and ominous presence. Brother Su, the head of the Witch Empress, should still be by my bedside. The young girl, with eyes resembling black gemstones, was filled with fear. Yet, cradled in Su Mo's embrace, she found a surge of courage, ceasing her tears and instead guiding him with newfound bravery. Sumo nodded gently, patting her back, and carried her into the inner chamber. A low hum resonated, akin to the buzzing of bees. Indeed, a creature of the shadows lurked within. Detecting the scent of the living, a beautiful figure with cascading hair emerged from the inner sanctum. If she were a complete beauty, it would be one thing. However, what flew forth was merely a severed head, with hair trailing to the ground. A sight so surreal it was almost unbearable. For a fleeting moment, Su Imo nearly mistook her for an old acquaintance from the realm of a Chinese ghost story, that ghostly maiden famed for her decapitation. who had followed him into the world of celestial swords. Yet, upon further sensing, he discerned the fundamental differences between the two. The ghost in a Chinese ghost story was an ethereal being, and her severed head was a manifestation of her spirit. In stark contrast, the head hovering in Ling Er's chamber was undeniably that of a living person. Su Imo tightened his grip on the natural sword embryo, which emanated a chilling aura. Yet, the beauty's eyes held no trace of fear, only a glimmer of mockery. She remained silent, neither fleeing nor speaking, defiantly gazing at Su Imo. At that moment, he could have cleaved the head in two with a mere flick of his sword, yet he found himself unable to strike. "You possess quite a boldness, monster," Su Imo exclaimed. The head parted its lips, but uttered no words. Instead, it emitted a series of shrill, mocking giggles. Using its ears as wings, it flitted about the chamber, taunting and provoking Su Imo. The antics seemed to challenge him. "Come on, strike me down if you dare." Yet, Su Imo hesitated, for the head itself was innocent. The true menace resided within. Within that beautiful head lurked a creature known as the Flying Head Demon, a spirit that inhabited the human skull. Those possessed by the Flying Head Demon appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people by day, but at night, as they slept, their heads would detach, taking flight with their ears as wings, soaring through the night. At the crowing of the rooster, the Flying Head Demon would return to its body, reuniting seamlessly. Upon waking, the possessed would recall nothing of the preceding night's events. Such a malevolent entity wreaked havoc within the grand palace of the Nanzhao Kingdom. Moreover, the entity possessing her was none other than a revered sorceress. If one were to claim that no one was orchestrating these events from the shadows, Su Imo would vehemently refuse to believe it. As for the identity of the mastermind, he surmised it was highly likely the moon worship leader, a formidable figure who dared to harbor even the water demon beasts capable of annihilating cities and nations. Thus, keeping a mere flying head monster was trivial in comparison. At this moment, Su Imo dared not take action, fearing that any sudden movement might damage the beauty's head, subjecting the sorceress to unwarranted misfortune. Additionally, he worried that should he eliminate the flying head monster, the moon worship leader might sense it, and that would spell trouble for him. "Princess Lingya, are you acquainted with this sorceress? What's she like?" Su Mo inquired. Lingya clung tightly to Su Imo, burying her head in his embrace, clearly still frightened. "The sorceress is quite kind. She is my father's cousin and has taken good care of me. However, ever since her head began visiting me each night, I no longer dare to see her, not even during the day." Lingya's voice emerged softly from Su Mo's arms, sweet and soothing, a comfort to hear. Su Imo nodded, initially contemplating that if the sorceress were not of benevolent character, or if she were aligned with the moon worship faction, it would be prudent to eliminate her along with the monster. As for the potential awareness of the moon worship leader, he possessed an attribute that dissuaded him from confronting such a powerful figure without cause, since he had already arrived in the southern Zhao Kingdom. It was inevitable that he would eventually clash with the moon worship leader. It seemed that alternative strategies must be devised. The beauty's head fluttered its ears, circling around Su Imo before taunting him several times. When it noticed his lack of reaction, it soared away triumphantly, reminiscent of a victorious general. However, upon reaching the entrance of the chamber, it suddenly collided with an invisible barrier, a resounding thud echoing through the air. Turning back, it fixed a fierce glare upon Su Imo, its eyes brimming with malice and fury. This room had been ensconced in a barrier crafted by Su Imo, preventing any escape. "Did you truly believe I would let you go unscathed?" Su Imo scoffed. The beauty's head emitted a series of mocking sounds, clearly conveying its disdain. "You think you can keep me here? Do you truly dare to kill me?" The flying head monster concealed within the sorceress's head felt invincible, knowing that to eliminate it would necessitate the sorceress's death. It circled Su Imo incessantly, its eyes gleaming with mischief. Setting aside everything else, this monster's taunting skills were impeccable, and Su Imo found himself conceding in that regard. "Foolish creature, let me demonstrate my prowess." Su Mo declared, his anger ignited by the relentless mockery of the flying head monster. "Come," he bellowed with a fierce gaze. At the sound of his voice, the beauty's head wobbled in the air, its form unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a resounding roar akin to the lion's roar in the Buddhist tradition, Su Imo unleashed the profound essence of the Buddhist teachings he had gleaned from his training in the Rulai Divine Palm and Rulai Sword Cannon. Indeed, upon hearing that commanding shout, The flying head demon could no longer remain within the witch empress's head and exhibited signs of wanting to escape its corporeal form. Seizing this opportunity, Sumo's formidable spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into ethereal swords of intent that pierced toward the beautiful maiden's head. These swords of intent, while harmless to the physical body, were designed to harm the spiritual entity. The flying head demon, now disinclined to linger within the witch empress, swiftly emerged as a streak of azure light, fleeing with great haste. Attempting to escape, Su-mo mused with a gentle smile. As the sword embryo in his hand began to tremble autonomously, seemingly intrigued by the flying head demon, channeling a surge of true energy into the sword embryo, it shot forth like lightning, quickly catching up to the azure light and impaling the demon upon the blade. To his surprise, such an unexpected delight unfolded. The sword embryo returned to his grasp, emitting a series of melodious sword cries. As Su-mo sensed the changes within the sword embryo, a wave of joy blossomed in his heart. The flying head demon, a creature of spiritual existence, provided nourishment for the innate sword embryo, which could evolve through the prolonged nurturing of spiritual entities, potentially developing into a sword spirit, rivaling the celestial swords of legend. Having impaled the azure light, the sword embryo consumed the flying head demon, and Su-mo felt a surge of joy emanating from it, indicating the awakening of its own consciousness. However, this consciousness remained rudimentary, akin to that of a naive child. As the sword embryo continued to absorb more spiritual entities, its awareness would gradually sharpen, potentially culminating in true sentience. Moreover, after devouring the flying head demon, the sword embryo unexpectedly acquired one of its abilities, the capacity to silently take heads. Now endowed with this power, the sword embryo could autonomously seek out enemies and strike them down from distance, requiring only a trace of Su-mo's spiritual energy to guide it. While Su-mo's current cultivation level was insufficient for achieving such feats at 1,000 miles, he could still manage to strike at a distance of 1 kilometer. Typically, practitioners only gain the ability to control flying sword upon reaching the 3rd rank of the Golden Elixir stage. However, the evolution of the sword embryo after consuming the flying head demon granted Su-mo the ability to manipulate flying swords even at the 2nd rank of innate cultivation. After storing the innate sword embryo within his spatial pouch, Su-mo contemplated the need to gather intelligence on locations abundant in spiritual entities, eager to embark on a sweeping expedition with his sword embryo. "Brother Su, have you slain the demon?" Linger cautiously peered out from Su-mo's embrace, inquiring with a hint of trepidation. "The diminutive creature, where is your brother Su's match? I have already vanquished it." From this moment forth, Linger need no longer fear its frightful presence. Su-mo gently tapped Linger's nose with a finger, smiling as he spoke. "How wonderful! Linger can finally enjoy a restful slumber," she exclaimed joyfully. After uttering these words, she nestled against Su-mo's shoulder and swiftly succumbed to sleep, achieving the legendary feat of falling asleep in a mere second. The gentle rhythm of Linger's breathing caressed Su-mo's ear, creating a ticklish sensation upon his neck. Observing her peaceful slumber, Su-mo realized that she must have been tormented by the creature day after day, deprived of restful nights, which explained her rapid and deep sleep now. As he gazed at the slumbering Linger, his eyes shifted to the beautiful head of the creature that had fallen to the ground after being severed. Su-mo found himself in a quandary. The head of the Witch Queen must be restored to her body before dawn to avoid her demise. Should he fail to do so, even divine intervention would be futile. Yet, he was unaware of the Witch Queen's identity or the location of her palace. "System, provide me with navigation to the Witch Queen's chamber," he requested, cradling Linger in his arms, striving to ensure her comfort while retrieving his phone to message the system. Such a mischievous host is indeed rare. Can navigation truly be activated within the Nanzhao Palace? Are you planning to drive your off-road vehicle there as well? The system retorted. "Host, the Witch Queen's chamber lies in the southeast corner of the Nanzhao Palace. That is all the assistance I can offer. Farewell and good night." "Host, the system requires an upgrade. Please do not disturb me until dawn." Upon receiving this message, the system displayed an interface indicating it was undergoing an automatic upgrade, cutting off further communication. Su-mo chuckled softly, stowing his phone away. He then extended his mental energy, making his way towards the southeastern direction of the palace. Linger slept soundly upon his shoulder, and he could not bring himself to lay her down for fear of waking her. So he cradled her with one arm, while the other held the Witch Queen's head. He carefully extended his mental energy into each palace he passed, searching for the headless witch queen, ensuring that his probing went unnoticed. After scanning several palaces, he finally located her body within a resplendent bamboo palace. This structure exuded grandeur, suggesting the witch queen's esteemed status within the royal court. The guards and maidens in the witch queen's chamber were also in a deep slumber, presumably under the same enchantment as Ling. This proved advantageous, sparing him considerable trouble. Su Imo confidently pushed open the door and entered the inner chamber. There, he beheld the witch queen lying on the bed, her form tightly ensconced in blankets. He gently lifted the covers, revealing her upper body, targeted by the malevolent spirit. The unfortunate witch consort found her head adrift each night. He extended his hand to lightly touch her wrist, relieved to find it still warm. Warmth signified life. Without further ado, Su Imo harnessed a surge of innate energy to gently cradle the consort's head, gradually guiding it back to her neck. A faint hum resonated as the head rejoined the neck, prompting the consort to furrow her brow slightly, releasing a soft sound of discomfort before slowly opening her eyes. Suze was sure. "What brings you to my chamber?" she exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing him by his official title, a term of respect for court officials. Her gaze then fell upon Zhao Linger, soundly asleep against Su Mo's shoulder, heightening her wariness. "Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions," Su Imo reassured her, employing his mental prowess to ease her tension. "Are you aware that your head leaves your body each night?" Suze was sure. Why would you pose such a question? The witch consort's eyes widened in disbelief. "Simply tell me if you have ever felt your head separate from your neck," Su Imo urged. Upon observing the seriousness etched on his face, the consort hesitated momentarily before resolutely confessing. "To be candid, I have experienced dreams each morning of my head wandering about the palace." At this, she glanced at the slumbering Zhao Linger, continuing, "The place I visit most often is the princess's quarters." Su Imo nodded, realizing that even under the influence of the malevolent spirit, she retained some awareness. "Aside from the palace, have you ventured elsewhere in your dreams? Have you encountered anyone?" If the consort possessed any memories in this regard, it might lead them to uncover who had summoned the spirit within the palace. They could ascertain whether it was the moon worship leader or someone else entirely. However, the consort shook her head, stating, "I have no recollection of anything beyond the palace." Su Imo sighed inwardly. Her response severed the thread of inquiry. Yet, in a way, it was perhaps for the best. His insatiable curiosity would have compelled him to pursue any lead, and should it have led to the moon worship leader, it would have put him in grave peril. "Your Highness, you have been possessed by a malevolent entity, causing your head to roam at night, which is why you experience such dreams. However, I have eradicated the spirit, and you need not worry any longer. I must advise you to refrain from wearing the red string necklace around your neck in the future." With that, he took his leave, wishing her a restful slumber. The red string, reminiscent of blood, mirrored the traces left by the spirit when it separated her head from her body. After Su Imo finished speaking, he stepped out of the witch queen's chamber, indifferent to the astonishment his words might have caused. Upon returning to Zhao Linger's quarters, he patiently waited until the early dawn, when the young girl finally stirred, awakening from her slumber in his embrace. "Awake at last, little princess?" Sumos maid guormi. To ensure that little Linger could sleep soundly, he had maintained a fixed position throughout the night, despite being a second-tier innate cultivator, his arm feeling slightly weary. "Thank you, Brother Su," the young girl said earnestly, gazing up at him. She had not enjoyed a restful night in several days, and last night had been the most peaceful of all. "Now that the little princess is awake, I suppose I must take my leave," Su Imo remarked, gently setting Linger down and ruffling her hair as he made his way toward the exit. "Brother Su, wait a moment," Linger suddenly called after him. She then pulled a red string from the pocket of her garment. Tying one end around the index finger of her right hand, she scampered over to Su Imo and tugged at his hand. Bending down, Su Imo found that the 5 or 6-year-old Linger barely reached his waist, and squatting brought them to eye level. "Please extend your hand, Brother Su," Linger requested. Complying, Su Imo extended his right hand, allowing her to tie the other end of the red string to his own index finger. In an instant, their fingers were connected by the red thread, which vanished soon after. At that moment, Su Imo sensed an unseen line linking him to Linger. "This is a thread of connection, gifted to me by Anu," Linger explained cheerfully. "From now on, whenever I wiggle my finger, Brother Su will be able to sense it." Su Imo nodded and smiled. The wonders of this world were indeed profound. He had encountered this thread of connection in the original story, a secret gift from Anu obtained from the southern barbarians, which allowed two individuals to communicate in a manner akin to telepathy. As dawn approached, Su Mo affectionately ruffled Linger's hair once more before exiting her chamber. Suddenly, he recalled that it had been a month since he last used the drift bottle, and he now had 3 opportunities to collect treasures again. After having retrieved a descendant of a divine beast with a golden lion lineage last time, he wondered what he might find this time. Eager to return and try his luck, he hurried back. Chapter 93, A World Discovered. Upon arriving at his bamboo cottage, Su Mo set a protective barrier at the entrance and then reclined on his bed in the most comfortable position, retrieving his phone. Opening WeChat, he clicked on the drift bottle feature and selected to pick another one. Bubbles began to rise from the sea's surface, creating small waves. I actually managed to find something on my very first attempt this time. It appears fortune is on my side today. Su Mo thought with delight as an image resembling a scenic painting popped up on screen. Last time, he had exhausted all 3 opportunities before stumbling upon a puppy. Unexpectedly, this time he struck gold on the very first attempt. His finger hovered over the image of the landscape painting, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. The contents of the system's message in a bottle, though retrieved from the sea, were seldom of inferior quality. A picture of a puppy had turned out to be a rare breed of golden lion dog. Now, what marvel might this landscape painting unveil? Upon contact with the image, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A dazzling radiance erupted, reminiscent of the sacred light depicted in Western religious lore. The entire room was suffused with this brilliance. Had Su Mo not established a barrier, the luminescence would have surely burst forth into the bamboo loft. The light flickered for several seconds before finally dissipating, leaving nothing behind. What transpired? Where were the contents of the landscape painting? Sumopanderth, bewildered. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an inexplicable force envelop him, and he distinctly sensed a connection with an unfamiliar realm. It truly was a world. In that instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. The landscape painting was, astonishingly, a fragment of a world. Su Mo had just acquired an entire fragment of reality through the message in a bottle. His luck had exploded, akin to a cosmic cataclysm, and he was nearly moved to tears. All the misfortunes he had previously endured, all the confrontations with formidable figures, had been to accumulate merit for this very moment. With a mere thought, he vanished from the bamboo loft, reappearing in a misty world tinged with azure, a manifestation of the temporal fragment he had just discovered. In other words, this was his world. This realm was shrouded in a blue aura, imbued with the essence of flora. In terms of the quality of spiritual energy, it rivaled that of the world of Xianjian. It is well known that Xianjian is a reward world, renowned for its rich spiritual energy among many fragmentary realms, and now Su Mo possessed such a world. However, one drawback lingered. This world was somewhat monotonous, with only sparse patches of vegetation and no animals or spiritual plants in sight. Yet, Su Mo was not concerned. He could always introduce animals from the outside world for domestication and seek out fine spiritual plant for transplantation. For instance, in the Xianjian world, there existed many extraordinary herbs. The moon-worshipping sect's leader had once brought back a Tianya tree from the southern Zhao kingdom, a name that spoke of its significance. He could devise a way to acquire it and transplant it into his own world. Su Mo took out his phone, feeling the familiar vibration, signaling a new message from the system. Opening the system's chat interface, he discovered an introduction to this new world. Fragmented world name, Aoki realm, modifiable according to the host's personal preference. World level, celestial affinity. Size of the fragment, 360,000 square kilometers, expandable in the future. Consciousness state of the fragment world, dormant, can only be awakened once the host reaches the golden core stage. This information had previously entered his mind, and now it has been reiterated in the form of a memorandum, indicating the system's considerable regard for this fragmented world. Host, among the 9 previous hosts of the system. Although your aptitude is somewhat lacking, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Such a world entirely belonging to you is truly invaluable. The system expressed its congratulations to Su Mo in its customary sardonic manner. Su Mo, indifferent to the system's barbs, felt akin to an ordinary person who had suddenly won 5 million. He was too elated to care about the system's sarcasm. He shifted his form and began to survey his world. As the master of this fragmented realm, everything within it was under his dominion. He could traverse to any location with merely a thought, and he would instantly appear there. This sensation was unexpectedly delightful, akin to wielding the power of a deity over all creation. Alas, the myriad of entities in his world consisted solely of a sparse collection of flora, rendering it rather desolate. I have decided, he proclaimed, that this world shall no longer be called Oki Realm. It shall henceforth be known as Su Garden. From this point forward, as he traverses through temporal fragments, he would not only seek to elevate his cultivation, but also endeavor to discover various rare spirit beasts and spiritual flora to transplant into Su Garden, transforming it into a vibrant world teeming with life. Gazing down upon this fragmented world, Su Mo softly uttered the name. No sooner had his words fallen than a surge of will erupted from within him, imprinted upon this world. Su Garden. This world was marked, and from that moment forward, it became a private sanctuary belonging solely to Su Mo. Emerging from Su Garden, he reappeared in the Qing bamboo pavilion within the Imperial Palace. The drifting bottle offered 3 opportunities each month to collect treasures, and having already utilized one, he was keen to make the most of the remaining 2. He opened the system's WeChat interface and clicked to collect again. Once more, the sea bubbled and gurgled, and soon a handful of seaweed emerged. This outcome had been anticipated. He had already reaped substantial rewards, and now it was merely a matter of exhausting the last 2 opportunities. After all, the drifting bottle allowed 3 collections each month, with unused opportunities resetting automatically without accumulation. He clicked to collect once more, using his final chance. This time, the sea surface rippled, and once the waves calmed, a starfish appeared. With that, all 3 opportunities had been thoroughly utilized, concluding the endeavor. Su Mo reached for his phone to store the findings. Yet at that moment, he noticed an issue. The starfish that has been dredged up this time seems to be rather peculiar. Why is it presented in the form of an image? He curiously pointed towards the picture of the starfish. Ding! Once again, a radiant light filled the room, and a starfish floated gently down from the divine glow. Su Mo exclaimed, "To think that I have caught a live starfish this time, rather than the one that signifies a lack of reward. However, what purpose does this starfish serve? Could it possibly be a type of divine beast?" Su Mo glanced at the WeChat interface, searching for an introduction regarding this starfish. The systems page had already sent numerous text messages, with the 2 words at the top standing out distinctly. Delicious. Chapter 94. The first informal meeting with the moon worshipper. Delicious seafood can tantalize one's taste buds, but Su Mo lamented his lack of culinary skills in preparing seafood. As he continued to read the introduction sent by the system, he discovered that consuming this starfish would indeed be a pity. For this starfish possessed the remarkable ability to refine the spiritual energy of water, thereby enhancing the cultivation environment within aquatic realms. In his fragmented world, Su Garden, there is a river that traversed the entire expanse, making it an ideal place for the starfish to be of use. Thus, Su Mo opened the portal to Su Garden, grasped a corner of the starfish, and casually tossed it inside. The starfish soared through the air of Su Garden and, guided by Su Mo's consciousness, landed precisely in the river that cut across Su Garden. From this day forth, this river shall be named Su River, and as the first aquatic creature within its waters, I shall generously grant you the name Patrick Star. Su Mo's consciousness hovered above the realm of Su Garden. Satisfied with this first step in his grand modification of the world, he withdrew his consciousness from Su Garden, returning to his physical form. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside, signaling a visitor at his bamboo dwelling. "Please come in." Su Mo waved his hand, dispelling the barrier he had previously set. The bamboo door creaked open, revealing a Miao court lady clad in vibrant attire, who approached Su Mo, bowed respectfully, and spoke. "Su Zhuashur, the Emperor and the Witch Queen have returned to the palace from the temple this morning, at the request of the moon-worshipping sect's leader. The Emperor has issued a decree to convene an urgent court meeting. From today onwards, for a duration of 10 days, you are to be on duty, esteemed sir. Please prepare yourself to attend the court assembly in the Golden Hall immediately." Su Mo nodded, acknowledging her words. "Understood. Thank you for the notification, lady." The Miao maiden bowed once more before withdrawing from the bamboo dwelling. A single word from a moon worshipper prompts the Emperor to convene an urgent court meeting. Has the influence of the moon worshipper in the Nanzhao kingdom grown this substantial? In the Golden Hall of the Nanzhao kingdom, a palace of striking ethnic characteristics stood, distinct from the grandeur of the Central Plains imperial halls. The architecture and interior design of the Nanzhao Grand Hall exuded a subtle return to nature. The Miao people have long revered nature, finding beauty in the flowers, birds, insects, and fish that inhabit it, as well as in the creatures that roam the land. The design of the palace halls exudes a charm that reflects the principle of harmony with nature. The emperor sits majestically upon his dragon throne, surveying the ministers below. This emperor appears to be in his 30s, with a fair complexion and no beard, exuding an impression of inherent goodness, albeit with a palpable indecisiveness. Suemo stands beside the dragon-headed pillar in the hall, holding a brush. His duty is to meticulously document every word and action of the emperor in the annals of state. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! 1,000 years! The ministers kneel in reverence. Rise, the emperor commands. Thank you, your majesty. Sumo responds. Should I record this routine exchange? He wonders, contemplating the sheer speed required of an official who must transcribe every word with a brush. It would indeed require remarkable agility. Your Holiness, may I inquire why you have summoned me to court today? The emperor leans forward, respectfully addressing the foremost figure among the ministers. It is hard to fathom that an emperor would exhibit such an almost sycophantic demeanor towards his subjects. Suemo has long noticed the leader of the moon worshippers below. It is impossible not to be drawn to him when he stands among others, as he radiates an aura of sanctity. With flowing long hair and a resplendent starry robe, the moon worshipper's gaze combines wisdom with an undeniable authority, and his every movement seems imbued with a sense of compassion. Suemo is puzzled, feeling an uncanny familiarity with this moon worshipper. It is not from the original narrative, but from a modern world where he has encountered similar figures. After some contemplation, he sighs inwardly. Is it not familiar? Aren't their sculptures resembling him in every Western church? The moon worshipper is, in essence, a representation of Jesus, especially when Suemo later learns that the moon worship sect has a confessional, where the emperor occasionally seeks absolution for his sins, and the moon worshipper always responds with, I am with you. It becomes even more difficult to refrain from commentary. The moon worship sect and the Western faiths of the present day seem to be in a strange entanglement over who owes whom royalties. Your Majesty, the purpose of today's court session is due to my recent travels in Nanzhao, where I discovered a rare ancient divine beast, which I wish to present to you. The moon worshipper declares, Your Holiness is indeed thoughtful. The presence of a leader in Nanzhao is a great fortune for its people. I too am fortunate to be favored by heaven with your presence. Pray, enlighten me on the nature of this divine beast you have found. The emperor responds joyfully. The moon worshipper gently claps his hands, and two followers adorned with crescent moons on their foreheads enter the hall, carrying a large wooden chest. It seems the moon worship sect not only echoes Western faith, but also draws inspiration from the likes of Judge Bao. Your Majesty, please take a look. The leader of the moon worship sect lightly touched the wooden box with a finger, causing it to open in all directions, revealing its contents. What is this? A divine beast? Although the emperor held the leader of the moon worship sect in high regard, he was not blind. Indeed, a significant portion of his favor stemmed from the sect's considerable influence, a show he felt compelled to maintain. The so-called divine beast within the box turned out to be a large dog. The emperor of Nanzhao thought to himself, I have an exclamation of disbelief, but out of respect for the royal dignity, I cannot voice it before the public. Suemo looked at the large dog and found it rather ordinary. For he himself raised a Pekingese with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, the golden-haired lion. If the leader of the moon worship sect had indeed found a dog with divine lineage, then, while calling it a divine beast might be an exaggeration. It was not entirely implausible. The emperor of Nanzhao inquired, What kind of divine beast have you brought, sect leader? The leader of the moon worship sect replied, Your Majesty. This is the ancient divine beast, the jade Qilin, born of divine seeds, a creature of auspiciousness. By placing this divine beast within the palace and building a temple to honor it, with the palace's inhabitants worshipping daily, it shall ensure favorable weather for our Nanzhao kingdom. Suemo thought, to think that I place such trust in you, only for you to claim a dog, is the jade Qilin? You must intend to mock the emperor. Moreover, this is clearly a large black dog. Where is the jade in it? Could you not have put a bit more thought into your choice of dog? The leader of the moon worship sect, with a hawkish gaze, scanned the great hall and then asked, Esteemed guests, what do you think of the jade Qilin I present to the emperor? The many Miao officials within the hall immediately erupted in chatter, eager to express their opinions. Sect leader, your jade Qilin is indeed magnificent. Just look at its proud Qilin horns and haughty gaze, all of which declare its noble divine lineage. Indeed, sect leader, this Qilin's fur is as white as jade, pure and immaculate, a true beast of auspiciousness. Your tireless search for the Jade Qilin is truly a blessing for the people of our Nanzhao kingdom." Such sycophantic praises echoed throughout the hall, leaving the Emperor of Nanzhao seated upon the dragon throne, utterly dumbfounded. "Are my ministers blind?" Su Mo mused silently. "What a farce this is. Akin to Zhao Gao's infamous act of claiming a deer to be a horse. The leader of the moon worship sect dares to emulate him. After Zhao Gao's deception, he ruthlessly eliminated his rivals. It seems the ambitions of this sect leader extend far beyond mere theatrics." Chapter 95. The Public Trial of the Witch. Su Mo did not anticipate the plot would unfold so swiftly. 7 days after the leader of the moon worship sect designated the Black Dog as the Jade Qilin, the sect suddenly announced a nationwide public trial for the witch, Lin Qing'er. In the days preceding this, all who dared to dissent from his assertions, those Miao officials who had supported the notion of a large black dog being the divine Jade Qilin, had faced persecution. Some had even rushed to the Emperor of Nanzhao, weeping profusely, claiming they wished to return to their homeland. Some individuals, upon being exposed for their corruption and misconduct, swiftly took their own lives that very night. Others simply collapsed, succumbing to a lethal curse. Even the venerable elder Shi Gonghu, once a formidable rival to the moon worship leader, retreated into seclusion, shunning worldly affairs. Within the core of the Nanzhao kingdom, the moon worship leader now stood unchallenged, and no one dared to question his edicts. The high priestess Lin Qing'er, a descendant of Nuwa and a figure of immense prestige, found herself arrested on the very night the moon worship leader issued a public trial against her. In truth, Lin Qing'er possessed a semi-divine body and had awakened much of Nuwa's power. Had she wished to escape, there would have been no one in the Nanzhao kingdom capable of stopping her. Even the moon worship leader himself, Su Mo believed, would not stand a chance against her. Yet, driven by her unwavering principles and profound love, she resolutely chose to face her demise. Her path and love were illuminated by the insights of the sword Saint Yin Ruozo, the master of Mount Shu. In the present realm, Su Mo had witnessed the narrative of the immortal sword, often perplexed by the choices of various characters, particularly the enigmatic sword Saint Yin Ruozo. For instance, why did the sword saint, with his unparalleled strength, refrain from confronting the moon worship leader and allow him to wreak havoc upon the world? Furthermore, despite embodying the image of an ethereal sage, he wielded a silver tongue that could persuade Lin Qing'er to willingly relinquish herself in pursuit of a greater love, an ability that, one could surmise, surpassed that of most men. Moreover, he had coaxed Zhao Ling'er into consuming a forgetting elixir and through the mouth of a Xiaoyao, effortlessly convinced the legendary figure Jiang Ming to be liberated from the confines of the demon-suppressing tower. Lin Qing'er's path stemmed from the teachings of the Sword Saint, whose philosophy was one of transcending emotional attachments. Thus Lin Qing'er, too, cultivated the way of forgetting. This supreme detachment, coupled with a profound love for the people, prompted her acceptance of death. The anticipated public trial of the Witch Queen proceeded as scheduled, taking place in the Grand Square before the Nanzhao Palace. Execute the witch. Eradicate the evil. The square was a sea of faces, with fervent cries echoing under the instigation of the moon worshippers. Su Mo concealed himself within the throng, surrounded by zealous followers of the moon and the populace of Nanzhao. Bound in chains, the Witch Queen was brought before the elevated platform. "Your Majesty, there is no turning back. Please, give your command," Lin Qing'er addressed the emperor with unwavering conviction. At that moment, clad in a striking red and white Miao garment, she exuded a serene elegance, and her beauty was undeniable. Having nearly fully awakened Nuwa's divine powers, a majestic aura enveloped her with every gesture. She is the mother of Earth, a descendant of Nuwa, and theoretically, all those present should be under her protection. Yet at this moment, the crowd cries out for her execution. This is the first time Su Mo has encountered Lin Qing'er, despite spending some time in the Nanzhao Palace. Lin Qing'er has always kept a low profile, making this dire situation her initial introduction. "Qing'er, how am I to issue a command? This is a capital offense." The Emperor of Nanzhao's eyes are filled with despair. At this juncture, spurred on by the followers of the moon worship cult, the clamor for the queen's death and the extermination of evil reaches a fever pitch, nearly shaking the heavens. Lin Qing'er gazes at the frenzied populace below, her face betraying no emotion, neither sorrow nor joy. "Our people have been bewitched by the moon worship, Your Majesty. There is little we can do now. Please make your decision." "No, I cannot make this decision. I cannot." The emperor hesitates, caught in indecision. Witnessing this scene, Su Mo realizes that the course of history seems irreversibly set. The Nanzhao Emperor, though affectionate, is indecisive, and his feelings for Lin Qing cannot be feigned. Yet he remains firmly under the control of the moon worship leader. His decision no longer holds any sway. The fate of Lin Qing ultimately rests in a contest between her and the moon worship. She is the demon that shall bring ruin to the nation. She must be slain. Kill the queen. The moon worship leader, standing among the throng, command her followers. Upon hearing their leader's decree, the cultists, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, brandish their weapons and surge towards the queen on the platform like a relentless tide. The guards surrounding the Nanzhao Emperor crumble under the overwhelming assault of the moon worshippers. Stop! A furious roar resounds through the air as a figure clad in a blue robe descends from the skies on a sword, landing upon the elevated platform. A sword traverses the mundane world, intoxicated by the thrill of life, as I ascend to the heavens, reveling above the clouds and laughing at the world below. The newcomer is none other than the renowned wine sword immortal, Mo Ishi. Despicable. She is the sacred representative of the nation, a descendant of Niwa. How can you foolish people seek to kill her? Mo Ishi, filled with righteous fury, admonishes the surging crowd. She is a false descendant of Niwa, a blasphemous demon. The moon worship leader coldly retorts, glancing at Mo Ishi, who has just alighted on the platform. The true blasphemer is you. Mo Ishi counters, pointing at the leader, then sweeping his gaze over the cultists. As long as I, Mo Ishi, am here, no one shall lay a finger on Qing'er today. In this moment, Mo Ishi embodies the valor of an indomitable hero, exuding the aura of a true sword immortal. Kill the blasphemer. Slay him. The moon worshippers, enraged that the wine sword immortal dares to insult their leader, charge at him with frenzied abandon. The throngs of moon worshippers surge forward, among them numerous skilled practitioners. Even with the exceptional prowess of the drunken sword immortal, it would be arduous to withstand such a multitude. The drunken sword immortal had arrived. And was it not time for the time-traveling Li Xiaoyao to make his appearance as well? Su Mo's gaze scanned the crowd, seeking a figure that resembled Li Xiaoyao. In the original narrative, on the day of the public trial of the witch, not only did the drunken sword immortal, Mo Ishi, arrive on his sword, but 10 years later, Li Xiaoyao traversed time to this very place, bringing Zhao Ling to the fairy spirit island and acquiring treasures such as the wind spirit pearl. The moon worshippers pressed forward relentlessly, and the drunken sword immortal pointed with his fingers, unleashing a vast sword energy that repelled wave after wave of attacks. Yet, the anticipated Li Xiaoyao, who was supposed to traverse time, remained elusive. Could it be that my actions have altered the trajectory of this world, preventing Li Xiaoyao from arriving as expected? Su Mo pondered with uncertainty. While this possibility could not be dismissed, perhaps other factors were at play, but there was no way to ascertain this at present. Regardless, I cannot merely stand by and do nothing. Action must be taken first. Resolutely, Su Mo retrieved his phone and accessed the Sword God marketplace within the system, exchanging 2,000 Sword God points for a set of divine stealth attire. True to the system's reputation, this divine nighttime ensemble was not black as one might expect, but rather a dazzling azure silk satin. System, do you perhaps misunderstand the concept of nighttime attire? Su Mo couldn't help but voice his critique in this tense moment. Host's taste requires enhancement. Does the host not understand that the pinnacle of nighttime clothing is to wear splendid garments under the cover of night? Rest assured, although this nighttime ensemble is made of satin, it can effectively shield against the mental probing of any practitioner below the 5th tier. When you don this attire and conceal your face, the leader of the moon worshippers will be unable to discern your appearance or accurately gauge your prowess. Upon receiving the system's response, Su Mo felt a wave of satisfaction. Ensuring that no one was watching, he concentrated, and his attire transformed into this exquisite stealth outfit. With his face concealed, he grasped the sword hilt and leaped onto the high platform. Does a minister not warrant your dignity when he threatens to harm your consort before your very eyes? Upon ascending the platform, Su Mo did not confront the moon worshippers as the drunken sword immortal had. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the Emperor of Nanzhao and spoke sharply. Perhaps, in this moment of scrutiny, the Emperor's dignity was the key to resolving the current predicament. Master, do you dare to rebel? The Emperor of Nanzhao demanded sternly, fixing his gaze upon the moon, worshipping leader below. As the public trial continued, he finally found his voice. I do not dare, the moon worshipping leader replied, bowing in submission. Though he had long regarded the Emperor as a puppet, he still dared not assume the mantle of treason under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Your Majesty, I merely wish to alleviate your burdens by eliminating the enchantress at your side. The Witch Empress, she is a demon, a scourge to Nanzhao, and must be executed. Though Baiwen knelt, she raised her gaze to the Emperor of Nanzhao, her eyes shining with a cold glint. The Emperor's previously hardened resolve faltered in an instant. Foolish monarch, if you truly heed the treacherous words of Baiwen and slay your own faithful wife, then you are indeed a tyrant devoid of virtue. The wine sword immortal pointed an accusatory finger at the Emperor. He had long desired to chastise this fool, but had refrained due to their prior acquaintance. However, inspired by Su Mo's boldness, he followed suit. Taoist Mo, I acknowledge you as Qing'er as friend, so I will grant you one last favor. Depart from here at once, commanded the Emperor, pointing at the wine sword immortal, Mo Ishi. He then shifted his gaze to Su Mo. And you? Who are you? Why do you not reveal your true self? Today concerns the state affairs of Nanzhao. I ask you to leave as well. The Emperor issued 2 successive orders to expel them, making it clear that he did not welcome either Su Mo or the wine sword immortal. I may leave, but I shall take Qing'er with me. The wine sword immortal insisted, reaching for Lin Qing'er's hand. She deftly evaded his grasp. Brother Mo, I will not accompany you. And you, young sir, please heed the Emperor's wishes and depart swiftly. Let the matters of Miaojiang be resolved by us Miao people, Lin Qing'er stated firmly, her gaze lingering on both Mo Ishi and Su Mo, resolute in her decision, seemingly prepared to bravely face her demise. Is love truly so grand that one would willingly forsake their own life? Your Majesty, words alone are insufficient. Allow me to prove she is a demoness. Baiwen, the leader of the cult, stood up. Although her movements appeared subtle, she began to employ secretive methods to communicate with the water demon, far away in the sacred lake. The water demon, one of the ancient elemental beasts, immense in size, brings forth floods wherever it appears. Baiwen and the water demon represent the greatest ambitions of the mortal realm and the true ancient deities respectively. A thread of fate intertwined the destinies of the two. In the distance, a comet rose steadily in the sky, shining brilliantly in the daylight. Ancient texts proclaim, when the comet appears during the day, there will be troubles with water for 3 years. In an instant, tumultuous floods surged from the distant horizon, forming a towering wall of water nearly 10 meters high. As it swept through, homes collapsed, and not a single soul remained. Baiwen, how dare you commit such an act that defies heaven and earth, causing such calamity and suffering to the innocent? Lin Qing'er's eyes reflected compassion as she gently struggled, the chains binding her body snapping one by one. She then gazed upward, and a beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating her form. A formidable force belonging to the natural world surged into her being, prompting a transformation. Her upper body retained its human form, while her lower half morphed into that of a serpent. She was a descendant of Nuwa, the mother of earth, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding humanity, with all beings under heaven considered her children. When a water demon threatened to bring calamity upon the world, she could not acquiesce. Thus, she revealed her true form as Nuwa. The Emperor of Nanzhao gazed upon Lin Qing, whose visage now bore the features of a human head atop a serpent's body, his expression a portrait of terror. Qing'er, you truly are. What is this? A demon? Your Majesty, open your eyes and see clearly. Do not allow yourself to be deceived. After revealing her true form, Lin Qing'er wore a serene expression, embodying an air of detachment, as if no worldly turmoil could disturb her peace. Foolish mortals, Su Mo murmured as he observed the Emperor's reaction. In her hand appeared the celestial serpent staff, a precious artifact forged from 5-colored stones by Nuwa herself, passed down through generations of her kin. Imbued with supreme and sacred power, she swayed gracefully and soared into the heavens. The water demon was conjuring floods near the sacred lake, and she was determined to put an end to its havoc. Qing'er, Ishalisistur, Mo Ishi, the wine sword immortal, took to the skies on his sword. Pozuing Lin Qing'er es silhouette. Yet, in an instant, a flash of azure light struck, sending Mo Ishi back. Though unscathed, the blue light bore no malice. He comprehended Lin Qing'er's resolve. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the ears of Su Mo and Mo Ishi. Brother Mo and the masked young man. Subduing the water demon is the mission of our Nuwa clan. Please allow me to accomplish it alone. I entrust my daughter to you both. hasten to the Nanzhao Imperial Palace and rescue her. Exchanging glances, Su Mo and Mo Ishi ascended swiftly towards the Nanzhao Imperial Palace. Montauk Yixi, capable of flying at remarkable speed, soared ahead, while Su Mo, employing his swift swan step, managed to keep pace, albeit not airborne. The moon worship leader observed the departing duo and instructed his subordinates, relay the order, eliminate the princess. Yes, your subordinate obeys. The moon worship sect possessed a unique method of communication, and upon receiving the leader's command, the nearby subordinate utilized secretive techniques to transmit the order to the palace. Fortunately, most of the Nanzhao Imperial Palace remained under the control of the Emperor and the Witch Queen, with the moon worship sect's influence therein being minimal. Following the directive, the sect's forces within the palace quickly rallied, advancing towards Zhao Linger's chambers. Even within her quarters, a faction of guards loyal to the moon worship sect, upon receiving the order, acted swiftly to turn against her. As Su Mo and Mo Ishi arrived, they witnessed Jiang Shi, affectionately referred to as Grandma by Zhaoling, frantically fleeing while cradling little Linger. With the sword embryo firmly in hand, Su Mo unleashed a surge of innate true qi, slicing through the air with a single stroke. The sword qi surged forth in waves, and in an instant, the nearest dozen pursuers were struck, blood erupting from their bodies as they fell to the ground. Little brother, your swordsmanship is quite impressive, Mo Ishi remarked, and with a casual toss, he sent his sword soaring ahead. Forming a sword technique with his fingers, he proclaimed, "Sword control technique." Sword shadows materialized around him, darting in all directions, piercing through every member of the moon worship sect that pursued them, extinguishing their vitality. Taoist Montauk, splendid sword and superb technique. Su Mo could not help but exclaim in admiration. Just a bit of mutual flattery. At that moment, a resonant phoenix cry echoed throughout the heavens. Su Mo looked up to see a golden apparition swiftly approaching from the distant horizon. He focused intently, piercing through the golden light, and discerned that the figure was none other than a genuine divine beast, the golden-winged phoenix. The phoenix soared with incredible speed, its cry resonating in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it hovered above Zhao Linger's palace. Little brother, Taoist Mo, I have come at the behest of the Witch Queen to assist. Please take the princess and depart with me. The phoenix spoke, astonishingly articulating human speech. Chapter 97, Li Xiaoyao in Yuhang Town. As the phoenix landed gracefully, its majestic form stretched over several dozen feet, occupying most of the small plaza in front of Zhao Linger's palace. Su Mo gazed at the phoenix in slight astonishment. It was his first encounter with a purebred ancient divine beast, a golden-winged phoenix of the same caliber as the true dragon. He had previously seen the sixth son of the true dragon, Bai Shi, atop Funyo Mountain, yet Bai Shi was merely a remnant of divine beasts, lacking the status of the golden-winged phoenix. Grandma Jiang, cradling Linger, leapt onto the back of the phoenix. Brother Mo, we must go. Su Mo called out to the wine-sword immortal, Mo Ishi, and with a powerful leap, he landed securely on the phoenix's back, settling behind Jiang Shi. The feathers of the phoenix felt as smooth as silk, and the experience of riding it was unexpectedly delightful, surpassing even first-class comfort on an airplane. Unable to resist, Su Mo reached out to touch the feathers again, marveling at their delightful texture. The phoenix retorted, "Try to tease me again, and I shall peck you." With a magnificent cry, the phoenix spread its wings and ascended into the sky. Mo Ishi arrived at the last moment, riding his sword to join Su Mo behind him. Esteemed benefactors, where are we headed now? Jiang Shi inquired, turning her head. We are bound for a place called Xianling Island, a hidden paradise that shall become Linger's future home, Su Mo replied. In the original narrative, Li Xiaoyao sought to alter the future by taking Zhao Linger to islands beyond Xianling Island. In the east lies the island of immortal spirits, prompting him to instruct the phoenix to fly westward, believing that the further it ventured, the better. However, after an entire day of flight, the phoenix descended upon the very island of immortal spirits, unbeknownst to him that the earth is round. Knowledge alters fate, lacking wisdom. He missed a chance to transform his destiny. Yet now, Su Mo found himself in a quandary. He knew he needed to reach the island of immortal spirits, yet its precise location eluded him. Dear Phoenix, do you know the direction to the island of immortal spirits? Su Mo Yingwei, gently stroking the feathers on the phoenix's back. Upon hearing his question, the phoenix bristled, internally lamenting. You wish to visit the island of immortal spirits, yet ask me its whereabouts? Does that seem logical to you? And please, refrain from touching. It truly tickles. The innate composure of the ancient divine beast prevented the golden-winged phoenix from losing her temper. Oh, my apologies, young sir. I am familiar with Penglai Island, the abodes of the celestial beings, and the ethereal peaks of Yingzhou, yet the island of immortal spirits remains a mystery to me. I have never even heard of it. The golden-winged phoenix replied, her voice still melodious, albeit tinged with a hint of annoyance. Then fly westward, the farther the better, Su Mo suggested. If you dare to jest with me, then let us fly. Witness the earth's curvature from above, do not hold back. The golden-winged phoenix continued her westward flight. Bound by the command of the Witch Queen, she could not cease until Su Mo instructed her to do so. Have I perhaps imbibed too much? Why does the sun refuse to set today? The drunken sword immortal mused, gazing at the crimson sun on the horizon through hazy eyes. They had been aboard the Phoenix for several hours, and the divine beast was nearing the point of nausea. Brother, when shall we arrive at the island of immortal spirits? Linger inquired, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Little Linger turned her head, her eyes tinged with fatigue. After missing the Witch Queen, she had wept for a while and was now feeling quite weary. Due to her divine night-walking attire, she had not recognized Su Mo playfully tapped her nose. Smiling, we shall arrive shortly, Linger. Hang in there a little longer. Just as his finger reached out, Linger's index finger twitched slightly. Brother, is that you, Su Mo? Linger exclaimed with delight. Zhao Linger was indeed astute. With just a subtle movement of her finger, she made the connection and recognized him. However, Su Mo gently gestured for silence, not wishing for the drunken sword immortal to learn his identity, as he had devised a plan wherein concealing his name was crucial. There, that island is the island of immortal spirits. Dear Phoenix, let us descend. Su Mo indicated towards a lush island brimming with spiritual energy below, caressing the feathers of the phoenix as he spoke softly. The feathers on its back felt incredibly pleasant to the touch. With a gentle slip of his hand, he could not resist caressing them again and again. The phoenix rolled its eyes and lightly flapped its wings, landing gracefully on the island. From this moment forth, this island shall be known as Xianling Island, and it will serve as the abode for Linger and her grandmother. Su Mo affectionately ruffled Linger's hair, a smile gracing his lips. He had come to a realization. Regardless of which island he descended upon, it would bear the name Xianling Island, for prior to this moment, it had likely not existed. This name was bestowed by none other than Su Mo himself. Had Su Mo not traversed into the world of Xianjian, the name Xianling Island would have been claimed by another, illustrating the butterfly effect of time travel. Brother Mo, are you about to depart? Noticing the drunken swordsman Mo Ishi swaying as if he intended to soar away on his sword. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Mo Ishi half opened his intoxicated eyes, asking, could you promise me one thing? What is it? Please, for the next few days, do not go to Yuhang Town to teach a person named Su Mo the art of swordsmanship. I beg of you. Sumo's expression was grave. Mo Ishi replied, why? Does he harbor a grudge against you? Not at all. There is no need for further questions. I implore you not to teach him. Su Mo insisted with utmost seriousness. Very well then. Mo Ishi waved his hand dismissively, his figure rising as he took flight on his sword. In the sky, the drunken swordsman tilted his head back to drink and sang aloud. Riding the sword, I ride the winds, vanquishing demons between heaven and earth. With wine, I revel in freedom. Without wine, I'm still mad. Then he muttered to himself, why should you care? Even my senior brother In, Ruaju Wun, dare to control me. You say I cannot teach. I shall teach regardless. As Su Mo watched Mo Ishi disappear into the horizon, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It worked. The drunken swordsman was wild and unruly, filled with a spirit of rebellion, often inclined to act contrary to expectations. In the original tale, the time-traveling Li Xiaoyao had once advised Mo Ishi not to teach his future self the Shushan sword techniques. Yet, Mo Ishi had deliberately done the opposite, instructing Li Xiaoyao in the art of swordsmanship. Now, Su Mo employed the same strategy. The bait had been cast, and it remained to be seen whether Mo Ishi would take the hook. After Mo Ishi's departure, Su Mo removed the mask from his divine night attire. Brotersu, I knew it was you. Little Linger joyfully collided into Su Mo's embrace. Su Mo gently tousled her hair and turned to Jiang, saying, Grandma Jiang from now on, Xianling Island will be your and Princess Linger's home. You must take good care of the princess. The disciples of the Bai West sect will undoubtedly not rest easily. It would be prudent to seal the island and permit no one to enter henceforth. Su Zhuoshe felt reassured, for Jiang had already recognized Su Mo. Even if it cost my life, I would never allow anyone to harm a single hair on the princess, she vowed. Your loyalty to the princess gives me great comfort. I shall take my leave. I entrust Princess Linger to your care. Su Mo lifted his gaze in search of the golden-winged phoenix, spotting her frolicking in the distant shoreline. Playful and exuberant, a smile graced his lips as he executed the stunning step, alighting upon the phoenix's back, departing from the fairy spirit island under the reluctant gaze of little Linger. Dear brother, where shall you venture next? Once I set you down, I must take my leave, for I am a phoenix, the ancient divine beast and king of all birds, and cannot remain your steed indefinitely, the golden-winged phoenix quipped as she soared through the skies. This question also lingered in Su Mo's mind. The timeline within the realm of the immortal sword had yet to formally enter the narrative of the original tale. The dichotomy of black and white represented a decade, and should the new plot commence, it would mark 10 years hence. Surely, Su Mo could not simply close his eyes and awaken to find a decade had passed. Within these 10 years, he must strive to elevate his cultivation to possess the strength necessary to alter the course of the unfolding narrative when the time arrived. Sister Phoenix, let us journey to Yuhang Town. I seek a young man by the name of Li Xiaoyao. Su Mo pondered for a moment, stroking the feathers of the phoenix's back. With a resounding cry, the golden-winged phoenix honed in on the direction of Yuhang Town and took flight. The phoenix soared, harmonizing with the winds, and the ethereal notes of the immortal sword echoed resoundingly. Arriving at their destination, the phoenix announced, "We have reached Yuhang Town. I cannot reveal myself amidst the throngs of people, lest I disturb the world. You may disembark here." The golden-winged phoenix descended into a grove of phoenix trees outside Yuhang Town, gently setting Su Mo down. Satisfied with her landing site, she felt content. Reluctantly, Su Mo leapt from the comfort of the phoenix's back and gazed into her eyes. "What is it? Do you have further business?" The phoenix felt a twinge of discomfort under Su Mo's unwavering stare. "Sister Phoenix, might you part with the wind spirit pearl and the phoenix egg?" Su Mo Yingguiyev, his demeanor impeccably courteous, even adjusting his address from Sister Phoenix to Sister Phoenix. The wind spirit pearl and the phoenix egg resided with this very phoenix. In the original tale, Li Xiaoyao had traversed back a decade to acquire these treasures from the golden-winged phoenix. The 5 spirit pearls of water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth were revered as the most coveted treasures of the immortal sword world. When united, they could manifest unparalleled power in the mortal realm, with rumors suggesting that they could even reshape the very fabric of this world. Su Mo was resolute in acquiring the 5 spirit pearls, as the enigmatic might contained within them would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. As for the phoenix egg, its benefits remained unclear, yet it surely held promise, perhaps akin to the delectable sea star he had cast into Su Garden. However, upon hearing Su Mo's request, the golden-winged phoenix reacted with an intensity that far exceeded his expectations, erupting in fury. "You mere mortal! The wind spirit pearl and the phoenix egg were already bestowed upon you on Fairy Spirit Island. The wind spirit pearl is singular. Do you presume it to be mass-produced like a glass orb? As for the phoenix egg, though it was laid by me, it is not something I can produce at will. Do you comprehend the pain of the next egg? You do not. Your name is Su Mo, is it not? I shall remember you. You are far too greedy. Our paths may never cross again." With that, the golden-winged phoenix took flight in a fit of rage, leaving Su Mo in a state of bewilderment. Had I already received everything on Fairy Spirit Island? Have I lost my memory? "Hey, Phoenix sister, do clarify your words." Su Mo shouted after the figure of the golden-winged phoenix, but she paid him no heed, vanishing in an instant. "Do not move. Witness how the valiant Li Xiaoyao deals with you." In the bustling streets of Yuhang Town, a child of about 8 or 9 years old wielded a withered branch like a sword, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Little brother, come here." Su Mo called out to the young Li Xiaoyao with a smile. He endeavored to appear friendly, unaware that to passers-by, his smile resembled that of a child trafficker. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao, born with an audacious spirit, swaggered over with his branch in hand. "Little brother, you are called Li Xiaoyao, correct?" Su Mo Yingguiyev. Answering questions costs 2 taels. Giving directions costs another 2, and guiding you to Huala will cost 10 taels, Li Xiaoyao replied, feigning maturity in his childish voice. Su Mo was taken aback. The young Li Xiaoyao indeed showed promise, as the destined child of the sword and fairy realm. He bore an air of confidence that made Su Mo think twice before provoking him. Having traversed several worlds, Su Mo had discerned a pattern. Protagonists of any realm carried an innate fortune. If one could establish a connection with them, rewards were certain to follow. Little brother, do you know who I am? He asked with a smile. Who are you? I, the valiant Li Xiaoyao, have no interest in knowing, Li Xiaoyao haughtily scoffed, turning away. Su Mo thought, little brat, you have already compelled me to use ellipses twice. Continue like this, and I shall not hesitate to punish you. I am a renowned hero in the martial world, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. I am formidable indeed. Behold, this is the flying sword I use to vanquish demons. As he spoke, he flipped his palm upward, revealing a peachwood sword. This was the Matai peachwood sword he acquired from a demon in the world of a Chinese ghost story, a top-tier magical artifact. Wow, what a beautiful sword! Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, gazing at the shimmering peachwood sword in Su Mo's hand, then glancing at his own withered branch. Feeling embarrassed to brandish it as a weapon any longer, he promptly tossed the branch away, flinging it far from him. Hero, may I touch your precious sword? Li Xiaoyao asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Su Mo replied, extending the peachwood sword towards him. Thank you, hero! Li Xiaoyao exclaimed as he received the peachwood sword, joyfully cradling it in his arms. Su Mo had already placed a restriction on the peachwood sword, concealing its sharpness so as not to inadvertently harm Li Xiaoyao. Hero, this is truly a magnificent sword, exclaimed the young adventurer, his excitement palpable. So what do you believe? You have invoked my use of ellipses for the third time, young one. Out of respect for your role as the protagonist, I shall pardon you this last instance. Do you like this sword? Yes, I do, Li Xiaoyao affirmed with a firm nod. Then if I were to take this sword, would you be willing to exchange it for something? What could I offer? I possess nothing of value to trade for your treasured sword, the youthful Li Xiaoyao replied timidly. You have something. Su Mo gently ruffled his hair. Last night, did you not find a luminous pearl by the lakeside? You could use that pearl to exchange for my sword. Really? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed with joy, momentarily disregarding the peculiarity of how a stranger knew about his find. Here, fearing that the hero might change his mind, Li Xiaoyao swiftly produced a green pearl from his pocket and placed it into Su Mo's hand. The little fellow then joyfully embraced the peachwood sword and swiftly vanished from sight. Su Mo chuckled and shook his head, turning his attention to the green treasure now in his grasp, the water spirit pearl. Who would have imagined that such a renowned treasure would be casually picked up by an 8- or 9-year-old child by the lakeside? The protagonist's fortune is indeed unfathomable. Well, might I be graced with such luck? Clutching the water spirit pearl, Su Mo reminisced about the hardships endured while traversing through fragmented worlds. And he couldn't help but sigh. If the system were to discover the sentiments dwelling in his heart, it would likely be disheartened. The water spirit pearl brimmed with immense aquatic energy, and holding it felt akin to grasping a mighty river. With eyes closed, one could envision the tumultuous waves surging before them. Truly, it is worthy of its status as a treasure. Su Mo was already certain that this water spirit pearl would greatly enhance his cultivation. With this pearl in his possession, he even felt confident about breaking through to the Golden Core realm within a year. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving a child. Casting a glance in the direction where Li Xiaoyao had disappeared, he muttered self-deprecatingly. The Maoshan Peachwood sword, being a top-tier Taoist weapon, despite having its sharpness concealed by his restrictions, could still serve to ward off evil and ensure safety when kept at home. It was indeed a valuable item. However, in comparison to the water spirit pearl, its worth was akin to that of dust. In due time, I shall take this boy as my disciple, thereby resolving this karmic connection from today. Su Mo had made a decision in his heart. He would accept Li Xiaoyao as his first disciple in his journey of cultivation. Then, the next step is to settle in Yuhang Town and await the moment when the illustrious wine sword immortal, Mo Ishi, takes the bait. Chapter 99. Selling wine in the bustling market to attract the sword immortal. Su Mo withdrew his phone and opened the WeChat chat interface. System, do you have any wine available in the Sword God supermarket? He sent a message. System, please retract your question. Host. The Sword God supermarket offers a plethora of options to satisfy all your desires. Su Mo, what is the quality like? How does it compare to the renowned Maoshan brew? Renowned Maoshan brew? If your Maoshan brew scores a perfect 10, then the exquisite wines in the System Sword God supermarket would undoubtedly achieve no less than 84 points. The remaining 16 points you will bestow upon me in the form of a 666 after tasting. The system replied with a hint of pride. Su Mo, What kind of wine is so remarkable? System. Host. You must have read a novel from the present world titled Night of the Stars, correct? In the fragmented world of Night of the Stars, the master wielded his sword atop the Shieling Divine Mountain, slaying countless peach blossoms in a single night. However, what you may not know is that later, the senior brother of the Academy, Li Man, collected all those blossoms and brewed a magnificent wine, which is the peach blossom brew found in the Sword God supermarket. Li Man brewed 43 jars of peach blossom brew, and when the jars were opened, the fragrance of the wine filled the back mountain of the Academy, intoxicating the entire Academy for 3 days and nights. A truly spectacular sight. So, what do you think of my wine's quality? Sumo, it certainly sounds like fine wine. System, if you ever decide to cease being the Sword God system, you might consider a career in customer service. The monthly commissions would surely be substantial. After a brief moment of jesting with the system, Sumo navigated to the Sword God supermarket and, as expected, found the peach blossom brew within the category of tobacco and delicacies. It surprisingly required 800 Sword God points for a single jar. Was the system not akin to a black market? With a swift motion, Sumo purchased 2 jars. The 2 large jars of exquisite wine materialized before him. They were indeed massive, more akin to wine casks. Currently, Sumo stood in a pavilion beside the bustling street of Yuhang Town, and the 2 large casks of wine took up most of the space, leaving little room to stand. He waved his hand to unseal 1 jar of peach blossom brew, and the aroma immediately wafted out, filling the entire Yuhang Town. Truly divine nectar. Merely inhaling the fragrance was enough to intoxicate the senses. What exquisite wine is this? How wonderfully fragrant. All the connoisseurs of fine wine in Yuhang Town flocked to the pavilion, drawn by the enchanting scent. Sumo borrowed writing materials from a nearby bookstall owner and inscribed the characters Peach Blossom Brew, affixing them to the crossbeam of the pavilion. He then penned a couplet, which he attached to the pavilion's columns. I possess a jug of wine, sufficient to soothe the weary traveler. I shall pour it into the rivers and seas, offering it freely to all under heaven. In a mere moment, an elegant and tasteful Su family tavern was established. Boss, this wine is magnificent. Is it for sale? Someone inquired eagerly. Sumo smiled gently and replied, Indeed, it is for sale. 10 taels of silver for a cup. With patrons required to bring their own vessels, bargaining is declined, and credit is categorically refused. 10 taels is no trifling sum, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family in Yuhang for several days. Yet, Sumo's pricing is a reflection of the exquisite value offered. To partake in the nectar of the peach blossom is nothing short of a celestial encounter. A single cup can purge the body of its impurities, bolster one's health, and eradicate hidden ailments. Proprietor, I request a cup. A patron, unable to resist the call of the wine spirit within, produced 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed them over. Lacking a vessel, he extended his hands, forming a makeshift cup. Sumochakel softly, retrieving a long-handled ladle to serve a small measure of peach blossom wine into the patron's hands. A fine wine. I have no regrets in death. The patron licked his palm clean, his face alight with ecstasy, unable to resist the allure. With one patron's delight, word of the peach blossom wine swiftly spread, and soon, the news of the divine brew being sold at the pavilion traversed the entirety of Yuhang Town. Do not jostle. Everyone gets a cup. Sumo's tavern flourished immensely. Within a short span, he had sold over 900 cups of peach blossom wine, amassing over 9,000 taels of gleaming silver. Gazing at the mountainous pile of silver beside him filled his heart with elation. Though sold cup by cup, the large vat of peach blossom wine was nearing depletion. If his awaited guest did not arrive soon, he would sell out and still profit. They must be arriving shortly, Sumo mused, glancing at the setting sun, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. Amid the sunset's glow, a dark figure loomed, gradually enlarging until it solidified into a shadowy form. Do not deplete the fine wine. Leave some for me. The figure swiftly approached the pavilion, revealing itself as a Taoist riding a colossal gourd of wine. It was none other than the wine sword immortal. Montak Yixi, a divine being, had descended. The townsfolk of Yuhang, witnessing the arrival of the wine sword immortal upon his enchanted gourd, regarded him with reverence, bowing in unison. Some sought wealth, others coveted positions, and still others prayed for progeny. Enough of this clamor. Young brother, bring forth your wine and accompany me. The wine sword immortal waved his hand in impatience, then seized Sumo, conjuring a gust of wind that whisked away 2 jars of wine and a small fortune. Soaring into the sky, They did not halt until reaching the outskirts of Yuhang. Young brother, selling such exquisite wine to the unappreciative mortals is a grievous waste. Let's strike a deal. How about you sell all your wine to me? Mo Ishii inquired, his tone ingratiating. Sell it all to you? Do you possess the means? I sell by the cup, and there remains over a vat of wine. It must yield no less than 10,000 taels of silver, Su Mo replied with a smile. In his heart, he was already convinced that a free-spirited individual like the wine-sword immortal, untroubled by worldly concerns, could not possibly carry substantial material wealth. Well, young brother, your thinking is rather inflexible. If I lack currency, I can offer something else in exchange. What is your name? In our future journeys through the martial world, you shall be my friend, Mo Ishii, the wine-sword immortal. The intent behind Mo Ishii's introduction was patently clear. My name is Su Mo, but revealing it is of little consequence. Without money, we cannot conclude a deal. Farewell, Su Mo replied expressionlessly, yet he enunciated his name distinctly. You are called Su Mo? What a stroke of fortune. Who said a transaction cannot be completed? It certainly can. I shall exchange a barrel of fine wine for your mastery of the Shushan sword technique, the sword control technique. What do you think? The sword control technique? Is it truly impressive? Sumolfagnet curiosity. Inguayering. Ha! Young brother, the flying sword can sever a head, and with sword control, one can traverse 1,000 miles. Do you not find that remarkable? Watch closely, for I shall demonstrate it just once. Mo Ishii laughed exuberantly, and in an instant, an aura of sword intent enveloped him. If one were to close their eyes and perceive with their spiritual energy, they would sense not a mere individual, but an unparalleled sword. In that fleeting moment, Mo Ishii fused with his sword, showcasing the Shushan sword control technique for Su Mo. This was a secret art of Shushan, profound and inscrutable. Had Su Mo not previously devised a plan on a mortal spirit island, Mo Ishii would not have so readily demonstrated it today. He would only exhibit it once. The extent of Su Mo's comprehension would depend on his own insight. In the original narrative, the wine sword immortal also demonstrated it just once, and with the protagonist's halo, Li Xiaoyao memorized it entirely after a single viewing. Su Mo, however, was not the favored son of such a realm. How could he hope to remember it all after just one glance? Especially the nuances of Mo Ishii's swordplay, which, if memorized intellectually, could easily lead to misinterpretation in later practice. Yet, this did not pose a challenge for Su Mo. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and began recording. Just a single demonstration? That is sufficient. Truly, no more is needed. Chapter 100. A comrade, my lord. With Qi, we command the sword to soar through the air, traversing vast mountains in the blink of an eye. This is the sword control technique of Shushan. Young brother, the transaction is complete. Until we meet again. After demonstrating the technique, the wine sword immortal stood leaning on his sword, retrieved a wine gourd from his waist, and, akin to a whale drawing in water, drained an entire vat of peach blossom brew. Then, with a leap, he soared away, vanishing in an instant. Su Mo returned to Yuhang Town and rented a courtyard. The owner of the residence was the former magistrate of Yuhang County, who had relocated to Hangzhou after being promoted to Sima. The old estate had remained vacant, perpetually advertised for rent. This house, with its elegant environment, offered tranquility amidst chaos, a rare gem indeed. The reason it had not been rented out was the exorbitant rent, amounting to 3,000 taels of silver annually. However, Su Mo, with his affluent disposition, sold a vat of wine today, earning nearly 10,000 taels. Seeing the residence that resonated with his preferences, he decided to rent it on the spot. Employing the art of dragon seeking, Su Mo selected a dwelling with the most auspicious feng shui and made it his abode. He established protective barriers around the house to ensure no intruders could trespass. And then, in a fleeting motion, he vanished from the room. Concurrently, his figure materialized in the Su garden. Su Mo resolved to enter seclusion, on one hand, to diligently cultivate his swordsmanship, and, on the other, he possessed an abundance of treasures that required refinement. First among these was the dragon pearl gifted by the sixth son of the true dragon, by Shi, and the spiritwood heart, both acquired from the blessed Neo mountain in the mortal realm. He could refine them after attaining the second tier innate realm, but the opportunity had eluded him until now. Additionally, there was the water spirit pearl, a treasure of the immortal sword world, which Su Mo believed would yield boundless benefits upon thorough comprehension. Furthermore, the three techniques, innate sword formula, Tathagata sword classic, and flying swallow steps, were recently obtained and remained somewhat unfamiliar necessitating careful study and practice. All these factors culminated in Su Mo's decision to undertake his first extended retreat after entering the realm of cultivation. Every journey has its first, and he dedicated this inaugural retreat to the Su Garden. The site chosen for his retreat was a lush meadow within the garden, abundant in spiritual energy and spacious enough to accommodate any spontaneous inspirations that might arise during his practice. He first retrieved the spirit wood heart, a legendary artifact said to generate a second soul and refine a doppelganger. The heart resembled a half-foot-tall tree, entirely translucent and emanating a hazy purple glow, along with a subtle, enticing fragrance. Su Mo formed his fingers into a sword, releasing a 3-inch long sword energy, and with a steely resolve, he plunged it into his heart. This was indeed a piercing act, not out of a tendency for self-harm, but because refining the heart required the essence of his blood. As he pierced through his physical defenses with the sword energy, his vital blood flowed forth like a gentle stream, creating a rather harrowing scene. He swiftly enveloped the heart with his true energy, gripping the roots of the spirit wood tightly and forcefully pressing them against the wound in his heart. The roots of the heart, upon encountering his blood, swiftly took root, absorbing every drop of his vital essence. Originally clear and luminous, the spirit would gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, resembling a strange, blood-colored Bodhi tree. At that moment, Su Mo's complexion turned pale, a consequence of excessive blood loss. Yet he paid no heed to this. With a fierce shout, he surged forth like a drawn sword, radiating a chilling sword energy. Within the depths of his consciousness, the indomitable heart sword suddenly sliced through the air, severing a portion of his psychic energy. The loss of such energy felt akin to a soul being torn asunder, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Su Mo's forehead. Yet, he dared not linger for even a moment. He deftly guided the severed psychic energy into the heart seat within him. He then settled into a meditative posture, placing the heart seat upon his heart, enveloping it with both vital energy and mental strength, and commenced the process of refinement. This endeavor was fraught with difficulty. A single misstep could render his efforts futile. The destruction of the spiritual wood would be a minor setback, but it could potentially jeopardize the essence of his very soul. Su Mo devoted an entire 3 days meticulously sculpting the soul within the spiritual wood. He could distinctly sense that a new life was being nurtured within the heart seat. This nascent existence was intrinsically linked to him, sharing both flesh and spirit. It was his second soul, his avatar. "Come forth, little Su Mo," Su Mo exclaimed, deliberately adopting a light-hearted tone to mask his inner tension. Grasping the heart seat, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy between his palms, kneading it as one would dough. Though it appeared chaotic and devoid of form, each motion was executed with meticulous precision, with every strand of sword energy striking its intended target without deviation. "Enough kneading. It is done. Stop, please stop. I'm one of your own," cried the avatar, a diminutive figure approximately half a foot tall, as it darted about, evading the sword energy emitted from Su Mo's hands. "My apologies. I momentarily lost control and could not halt in time." Su Mo chuckled, observing the newly manifested figure. This tiny being, resembling him in every way, was indeed his second soul, his avatar. "Thank goodness it isn't too late. You nearly frightened me to death. Had you delayed in retracting that sword energy any longer, my little self would surely have been severed," the avatar exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in its voice. Su Mo felt a pang of exasperation. Was this little creature truly his second soul? Why did he constantly feel an urge to scold it? "Enough chit-chat. Your current strength is still quite feeble, and you lack the means to protect yourself. Come, take your place in my heart, and expedite your cultivation," Su Mo instructed. "Yes, my lord," the avatar replied earnestly, then leapt into the air, performing several somersaults before diving into Su Mo's heart. The avatar, born of the heart seat, existed in a state between reality and illusion, capable of transitioning freely between the spiritual and corporeal realms. It took its position within the heart's core, where various techniques and secrets began to circulate around it. United in essence and spirit, the souls of both Su Mo and his avatar shared a profound connection. The techniques mastered by Su Mo would be equally accessible to the avatar. From this moment forth, the avatar would incessantly cultivate, comprehending techniques and refining vital energy to enhance its strength, with all acquired insights and advancements synchronously transferred to Su Mo, thereby elevating his own understanding and prowess in tandem. In other words, as long as the avatar engages in cultivation, the main body can rest soundly, and yet the cultivation level will continue to rise incessantly. This is akin to having a powerful enhancement for cultivation. Su-mo patted his heart and retrieved 2 handfuls of spirit stones from his spatial wallet, arranging a spirit-gathering array, while holding the remaining stones tightly in his palm. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy surged into his body like a whale plunging into the ocean, replenishing his depletions and restoring his weakened physique due to blood loss. After a brief moment, Su-mo opened his eyes once more, and the brilliance within them surpassed even that of before. The avatar began to take effect, and his cultivation speed had now doubled compared to before. Given some time, once the avatar's cultivation ascends and reaches a significant level, it will serve as a tremendous asset to him. With his heart refined, the avatar successfully formed. Su-mo then took out a pure, luminous pearl. This was a dragon pearl, a gift from the 6th son of the true dragon, Bishi. Once refined successfully, it would grant an additional water attribute to his body. Chapter 101. Before my eyes lies the golden core of the great Tao. Sumo's inherent attributes were dual, thunder and fire, with heavenly thunder striking the earth's fire. Cultivating both the thunder and fire techniques yielded exceptional results, marking him as possessing outstanding aptitude. Since attributes are not universally possessed, the so-called attributes are essentially spirit roots. Generally, cultivators may often be attribute-less, and those with good aptitude typically possess only one attribute. However, the system has always been rather critical of Sumo's aptitude, as its previous host seldom had fewer than 4 attributes, with some even being unparalleled geniuses possessing water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth attributes. Having attributes offers immense advantages in cultivation, as most secret techniques require certain attributes to some extent. For instance, when Su-mo executed the Sword Heart Thunder, it was as if he wielded it with ease. After just 2 attempts, he became proficient, gaining new insights with each execution, and its power grew stronger. Yet, had he lacked the Thunder attribute, it would have been improbable for him to master the Sword Heart Thunder in such a short span. Even if he had, its potency would not compare to what he could currently unleash. Therefore, if the Dragon Pearl, gifted by Bishi, truly possesses the ability to alter one's attributes, granting an additional water attribute to his being, it would indeed be a priceless treasure. Without further delay, Su-mo resolved to make the most of this first long seclusion in his life, aiming for substantial gains. With the avatar successfully condensed, he intended to forge ahead and refine the Dragon Pearl. The quality of this Dragon Pearl was exceptionally high, making it quite challenging to refine. By nurturing it with true energy and honing it with blood essence, Su-mo toiled diligently for 49 days before finally succeeding in refining the Dragon Pearl. Once the Dragon Pearl was refined, he could distinctly sense a green root sprouting within him, embedding itself into the essence of his soul. After a brief moment, it flickered and then lay dormant. In this fleeting moment, Su-mo beheld 2 additional roots, one resplendent in gold and the other of vibrant crimson, each emanating the formidable essences of thunder and fire. Thus, he found himself endowed with 3 spiritual roots, elevating his aptitude further and transforming him into a cultivator of 3 attributes. He then retrieved the Water Spirit Pearl, sensing the immense primordial power of water within it, and endeavored to absorb and refine its essence. However, the Water Spirit Pearl, being one of the 5 primordial treasures of the Sword Immortal realm, was of such elevated quality that he found himself incapable of harnessing its power. Frustrated by this inability to access the treasure, Su-mo refused to relent. He devoted over 10 days to contemplating the Water Spirit Pearl and ultimately discovered a novel approach to absorbing the primordial water energy contained within it. He realized that the water energy within the pearl circulated continuously, each cycle releasing a trace that accumulated on the pearl's surface, awaiting its return to the realm of the Sword Immortal. Su-mo drew upon the accumulated primordial water energy from the surface of the Water Spirit Pearl into his own being, cleansing his physical form. Given that this energy originated from the realm itself, even the cyclically released power surpassed the might of the water energy from the Dragon Pearl. Had he not previously refined the Dragon Pearl, thus acquiring a water attribute, absorbing such high-grade water energy would have posed a significant challenge. After over a month, Su-mo fully absorbed the accumulated primordial water energy from the pearl's surface, only to discover that further absorption would necessitate waiting for another cycle, which could span centuries. To his astonishment, he found that despite having acquired an additional water attribute from refining the dragon pearl, a genuine green root had emerged within him, yet another authentic water spirit root. This new root, born from the water spirit pearl, appeared to be of even higher quality than the one obtained from the dragon pearl, firmly establishing itself within the essence of his soul. At this juncture, Su Mo had become a cultivator possessing the roots of thunder, fire, and 2 water spirit roots, a feat perhaps unprecedented in the annals of the cultivation world. In the days that followed, Su Mo continued his seclusion, delving into the profound teachings of the innate sword technique, realized sword cannon, and stunning swan step. The innate sword technique, a primary cultivation method of the sword god lineage of the second tier innate realm, served as the foundation of his path. He dedicated the bulk of his energy to mastering this technique. Simultaneously, he embarked upon the study of the realized sword cannon, successfully mastering its first 2 forms. Sword illuminates rivers and mountains, and sword boils the vast sea, which he wielded with great proficiency. His training in the stunning swan step was not neglected either. This technique, balancing speed and finesse, served both as a means of swift travel and a method of agile maneuvering in combat. After 6 months of relentless practice, he had nearly perfected each of these techniques. Finally, Su Mo retrieved his phone, opened his video gallery, and began to watch the demonstration of sword control technique by the wine sword immortal, Mo Ishii. The art of sword control is the foundation of the Shu Mountain swordsmanship, a practice filled with limitless transformations. By harnessing one's vital energy to manipulate the sword in hand, a practitioner, once mastered, can engage in combat with adversaries or soar through the skies, covering vast distances in an instant. Indeed, mastering the sword control of Shu Mountain allows one to fly even without reaching the Golden Core realm. In the original narrative, Li Xiaoyao managed to learn this art in merely a few months, enabling him to glide through the air. Even if he were the favored offspring of this world, it would be implausible for him to consume a Golden Core in such a brief span of time and embark upon the path of the Golden Core, especially considering that during those months, he devoted a considerable portion of his time to romantic pursuits. Thus, the only explanation lies in the extraordinary nature of Shu Mountain's sword control, which permits cultivators beneath the Golden Core realm to soar ahead of their time. This is precisely why Su Mo was determined to ensnare the wine sword immortal and acquire the sword control technique from him. The sword control of Shu Mountain is not particularly difficult to learn. Its brilliance resides in its unique approach, maximizing the sword's ethereal agility. After watching the instructional video twice and practicing it several times on his own, Su Mo had already achieved a commendable level of proficiency. He then adopted the method of refining his body through 9 swords, which essentially meant continuous practice until exhaustion. Months later, while he hadn't succumbed to fatigue, he had practiced the sword control over 1,000 times, mastering it to the point of instinct. He gently tossed the sword embryo into the air, where it floated effortlessly. Having absorbed the essence of the flying head barbarian, the sword embryo had transformed into a flying sword capable of striking targets from kilometers away, and now, enhanced by Su Mo's sword control technique, it could levitate at will. With a leap, Su Mo landed firmly upon the sword embryo, and with a thought, he propelled himself skyward. The art of sword control had been realized. Su Mo finally resolved to conclude nearly a year of seclusion, marking his first extended retreat since becoming a cultivator with bountiful gains. He had refined his inner self, condensed a second soul, and crafted a clone. Through the refinement of the dragon pearl and water spirit pearl, he cultivated 2 water spirit roots, significantly elevating his innate quality. He had perfected the innate sword techniques of the Tathagata sword classic and the stunning step to a remarkable level. Moreover, he had mastered the sword control technique, allowing him to soar through the skies. Achieving all this within a year was a source of pride and satisfaction. However, before emerging from his retreat, Su Mo had one final task to accomplish. It was time to unleash the power he had restrained for so long. Within the Su Garden, Su Mo gazed upward at the pristine sky, a smile gracing his lips. His realm surged upward, beginning from the second grade 1 star, rapidly ascending. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. Half a step into the Golden Core, Su Mo illuminated 9 innate stars along his path. Even coalescing a shadow of the Golden Core, a further step would lead him into the Golden Core realm. Chapter 102. The Supernatural Incident in Yuhang Town. With a flicker of thought, Su Mo stepped out of Su Garden, materializing in the residence he rented in Yuhang Town. He raised his gaze toward the window, noting that it was approximately 6 or 7 in the morning. The sun had just begun to rise, and the morning dew clung delicately to the foliage, marking it as the most splendid time of the day. Fresh from his retreat, Sumo's spirits soared as he pushed open the door to the courtyard and ventured onto the streets of Yuhang Town. Expanding his mental energy, he enveloped a significant portion of the town before honing in on a quaint 2-story loft. A sign hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words "Clouds come and go in." Inside the inn, Li Xiaoyao, now taller than before, was playfully leaping about, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with a beautiful woman in her 30s. Su Mo smiled and made his way toward the inn. "Li Xiaoyao, you little monkey. Stop right there." As he entered the inn, he nearly collided with a woman clad in rough linen, wielding a feather duster. "Sister, watch where you're going," he chuckled helplessly. With a gentle push of innate energy, he ensured that the woman did not actually crash into him. This woman was, of course, Li Xiaoyao's aunt, known in the original tale as the fearsome rascal ghost woman, Li Furong. However, she could not yet be referred to as aunt, as there remained over 9 years until the official narrative of Xianjian would commence. At this moment, she was merely a middle-aged beauty in her 30s. At present, she exuded an aura of maturity and elegance, her every movement imbued with charm. It is worth noting that in her youth, she was renowned as a breathtakingly beautiful heroine, captivating the Jianghu, and even the wine-sword immortal Mo Yishi had once harbored affections for her, only to be met with indifference. Later, due to the burden of raising Li Xiaoyao and single-handedly managing an inn, she transformed into the formidable image of the rascal ghost woman. Though she was now somewhat aged, her allure remained intact, and at this juncture, as Li Furong approached the end of her prime, she still possessed a captivating grace. Yet, dressed in coarse linen and clutching a feather duster, she had long ceased to concern herself with the aesthetics of her appearance. "Oh, we have a guest. Little monkey. Hurry and serve tea to our guest." Li Furong beamed warmly, beckoning Su Mo inside. "There's no need for that, sisterly. I am not a guest. I have come today with the intention of taking your little monkey, Li Xiaoyao, as my disciple." Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Li Furong's expression shifted immediately. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of wariness. "Who are you? Why do you wish to take my Xiaoyao as a disciple?" she inquired earnestly. "Sisterly, please rest assured. Yerbo no intentions. The desire to take Xiaoyao as my disciple stems from the intertwined fate between us. It is only natural that we share a bond as teacher and student." As Su Mo spoke, he elegantly extended his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, and a surge of sword intent erupted forth. A peachwood sword, suspended in the bustling hall of the Cloud Inn, soared into the air, joyfully dancing around him, emitting melodic sword chants. Li Furong, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. In her view, this was the prowess of a sword immortal. Her husband's elder brother, Li Sansi, had never achieved such a feat. "Ah, it is you. I recognize you now. You are the valiant hero who exchanged this wooden sword for a bead on that day." Clapping his hands in delight as he watched the peachwood sword flit about. "Indeed, it is I, young Xiaoyao. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Su Mo inquired with a smile. "To be your apprentice. Will I be able to make the sword soar as you do?" Li Xiaoyao's attention was completely captivated by the flying peachwood sword, which he cherished dearly, having prominently displayed it in the inn. Every guest who arrived was treated to his enthusiastic boasting about it. The prospect of wielding a sword that could fly at his command, just like the great hero, thrilled him immensely. "Certainly. In fact, you may even stand upon the flying sword and traverse the skies." Su Mo skillfully enticed him, feeling a natural inclination towards the role of a trickster. "Then I shall become your disciple," Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, excitedly kneeling down and promptly bowing 3 times with resounding thuds, nearly causing his scalp to break. Su Mo helped Li Xiaoyao to his feet, and then turned to Li Furong, who did not object, indicating her approval of Li Xiaoyao's apprenticeship. "May I inquire how you are dressed?" Li Furong asked. "I'm called Su Mo. For the coming days, please have young Xiaoyao visit me at the old residence of the former county magistrate every midnight. I shall teach him the Shu mountain swordsmanship." Recognizing that this sword technique was indeed meant to be Li Xiaoyao's destiny. However, a look of concern crossed Li Furong's face. "What troubles you? Does Sisterly have reservations about allowing Xiaoyao to be my disciple?" "Not all, Master Su. You have misunderstood. Li Furong hesitated before continuing. I have a humble request. Since you were to impart the monkey-headed technique to my family S. Xiaoyao, might it be possible for him to reside in your abode? Recently, Yuhang Town has been rather unsettled, and everyone is on edge, fearing that some strange occurrence may befall them. If Xiaoyao must come to your residence every midnight, I worry he may encounter something unusual. Sumo's curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? Li Furong replied, Master Su, have you not heard? Yuhang Town has been haunted recently, with dozens of individuals encountering inexplicable phenomena, all related to dreams. Seeing Li Furong's serious demeanor, Su Mo immediately felt a surge of interest. He took a seat, sipping the master-disciple tea brought by Li Xiaoyao, and said, Dear Sister Li, please elaborate on the matter at hand. I wish to understand what has transpired. Master Su, everything begins a month ago. Li Furong began to narrate, recounting not one, but numerous astonishing tales of the supernatural to Su Mo. At the eastern end of the town of Yuhang, there lived a blacksmith's son named Tai Dan, who harbored affections for the daughter of the neighboring tailor, Chui Chui. One night, Tai Dan dreamt of playing with Chui Chui, during which she casually tossed him 2 cherries, and in the dream, he indulged in them. However, upon awakening, he was astonished to find 2 cherry pits lying beside his pillow. Faced with such an eerie occurrence, it was no surprise that Tai Dan was utterly terrified. He promptly sought out Chui Chui for confirmation, only to receive an even more shocking revelation. It turned out that Chui Chui had also dreamed of Tai Dan that night, who persistently insisted on playing with her, and unable to resist, she had tossed him 2 cherries. This was the first of many bizarre incidents related to dreams to occur in Yuhang, with increasingly strange occurrences unfolding, some even leading to fatalities. As Li Furong continued her tale, her expression grew ever more mysterious and tense. Su Mo was at a loss for words, internally lamenting, Am I truly in the world of Xianjian? Surely this isn't a tale from strange stories from a Chinese studio. These supernatural events are relentless, sending chills down one's spine and raising the hairs on one's neck. Chapter 103. Li Itaibai. Li Furong proceeded to the south of Yuhang. There exists a private school where the teacher, surnamed Dong, also encountered a dream-related oddity. One night, Mr. Dong returned to Yuhang from Hangzhou, passing a Buddhist temple 15 miles from the town. Suddenly, he heard laughter and merriment emanating from within the temple, and unable to quell his curiosity, he peered inside. To his astonishment, he discovered dozens of people gathered in the hall, reveling in a banquet, toasting and exchanging cups in joyous camaraderie. Among those feasting in the hall, Mr. Dong was shocked to find his wife present. This infuriated Mr. Dong, who immediately sought to enter the hall, but the door was locked from the inside. Impervious to his efforts, he then considered climbing through a window, yet as a mere scholar, he lacked the strength to scale the high window. What was he to do? His wife was dining with a multitude of strangers. How scandalous. In desperation, Mr. Dong picked up some bricks and tiles from the ground, hurling them through the window. The crowd within the hall scattered in chaos. When Mr. Dong returned home, his wife had just awakened from her slumber. She recounted to him that she had dreamt of traveling with a group to a temple, and later dining together in the hall, only to have their gathering interrupted. Mr. Dong, filled with trepidation, pressed her for further details. She replied that she was awakened by someone throwing bricks and tiles in through the window. One can only imagine Mr. Dong's expression at that moment. Although these 2 incidents were strange, fortunately, no one was harmed. However, the next individual was not so fortunate. Li Furong, with a serious demeanor, continued to recount her experiences to Su Mo. On the western side of Yuhang Town, there was a butcher named Wang. Half a month ago, he dreamt of an elderly woman with white hair. The old woman inquired why he had a layer of yellow paper affixed to his arm. Wang looked at his arm but saw nothing. The old woman remarked, Are your eyes blind? Let me help you remove it. Indeed, she peeled away a thin layer of yellow paper from his arm. After removing one layer, there was another beneath it, and she continued to peel, unable to stop. By dawn, when Wang awoke, his arm was reduced to nothing but white bones devoid of flesh. Many other bizarre occurrences had transpired. Some individuals merely experienced strange dreams without any ensuing danger, yet many others faced grave crises due to their uncanny dreams. There were even instances of murder in dreams. Li Furong stated, Did all these strange events start a month ago? Indeed, ever since a month ago. Yuhang Town has been plagued by a series of bizarre occurrences linked to dreams, Li Furong replied. Su Mo furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After hearing Li Furong's account, his immediate instinct was that these so-called supernatural events in Yuhang Town must be the work of malevolent entities. It seemed he would need to remain in Yuhang for a while longer to unravel the mysteries behind these occurrences. Initially, he had intended to take Li Xiaoyao as his disciple, imparting foundational cultivation techniques and the art of swordsmanship from Mount Shu, guiding him on the path of cultivation and addressing the karmic ties of the water spirit pearl. Following that, he planned to ascend Mount Shu, seeking entry into its sect to acquire advanced sword techniques and enhance his own swordsmanship. However, he had not anticipated that just as he emerged from seclusion and accepted Li Xiaoyao as his apprentice, he would hear of ghostly disturbances in Yuhang town. He resolved to stay and uncover the malevolent beings behind these incidents before proceeding to Mount Shu. Just as Su Mo was deep in contemplation, a guest entered the Cloudy Inn. He was an exceptionally striking individual, impossible to overlook wherever he went. It was not merely his appearance that drew attention, but rather the unique aura he exuded, difficult to articulate yet undeniably captivating. Su Mo naturally noticed him, and upon catching sight of the man, a single word instinctively surfaced in his mind: celestial. If one were to encapsulate this man's essence in a term, only celestial could aptly convey a fraction of his extraordinary presence. He exuded an air of intoxication reminiscent of the renowned sword immortal, yet in contrast, this individual radiated an even greater charm, evoking thoughts of legendary immortals. Who is this person? When did such a figure emerge in the realm of Xianjian? Su Mo felt a mix of astonishment and suspicion. It is worth noting that he has already attained the level of a half-step golden core cultivator, regarded as a formidable expert, yet he remained unable to discern the true nature of this man. Esteemed guest, are you seeking lodging or just a brief respite? Li Fudong, noticing the arrival of a guest, felt astonished by his extraordinary presence, but swiftly approached to attend to business. Lodging. Please prepare a quiet room for me in the rear courtyard, the man replied, unceremoniously seating himself across from Su Mo. I overheard your discourse regarding peculiar occurrences related to dreams in Yuhang town. I wonder, dear brother, what insights you may have after hearing the landlady's account. The man inquired directly. Su Mo responded, I suspect it is the work of malevolent spirits. Although I cannot ascertain their nature, they are likely uncommon entities. Apart from that, I find it challenging to conceive of an alternative explanation. The man nodded in agreement, stating, I share this suspicion. Iam li tai bai, ahan lain sholar awaiting appointment. May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Bai, the poet immortally Bai? How could he possibly be in the realm of Xianjian? Su Mo mused, feeling that upon emerging from his seclusion, this splintered world of Xianjian appeared increasingly peculiar. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that everything aligned with reason, and there was little to warrant excessive astonishment. In this world of Xianjian, the most prominent city is Chang'an, set against the backdrop of the Tang dynasty during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong. Within this grand context, encountering the wandering poet Li Bai was indeed not entirely outlandish. However, as Su Mo perceived Li Bai's aura, it became evident that he was no mere mortal, but rather a cultivator of equal stature to himself. Indeed, when Li Bai spoke, it was as if he were the very embodiment of the flourishing Tang dynasty, and Su Mo felt a sense of reverence. Yam Su Montak, a court attendant from the Nanzhao kingdom, honored to meet you, Brother Li. Su Mo mentioned his title to match Li Bai's self-introduction as a Hanlin scholar. He felt compelled to maintain an air of dignity. Both held the same modest rank, yet the significance of their titles seemed inflated. Brother Su, you flatter me. How can my humble verses be worthy of such grand praise? Although he spoke humbly, Li Bai was secretly pleased by Su Mo's commendation. It seems that, regardless of status, everyone relishes a compliment. Even the poet immortal is not exempt from this human inclination. Brother Su, my journey to Yuhang town was initially motivated by tales of exquisite peach blossom wine, yet I find myself entangled in these mysterious events. I wish to invite you to investigate alongside me. What are your thoughts? I share your intent, Su Mo replied with a smile. Meanwhile, he silently mused. The peach blossom wine you seek is also available here, directly sourced without any middlemen to inflate the price. Shall we indulge in a few cups? You may barter something in exchange. The last batch of peach blossom brew was traded for the art of swordsmanship from Mount Shu. As a poet immortal, surely you possess nothing of lesser value than this esteemed technique? Chapter 104. The Unforeseen Ascendance of Li Xiaoyao. Time is on our side. Su Mo does not intend to unveil the peach blossom brew just yet. He has arranged with Li Bai to investigate the malevolent disturbances plaguing Yuhang town after the hour of the dog. Given that the initial supernatural occurrences in Yuhang Town are linked to dreams, it stands to reason that the malevolent spirits wreaking havoc are nocturnal in nature. The two plan to embark on a midnight exploration of Yuhang Town, determined to uncover the truth behind these disturbances. Su Mo brought Li Xiaoyao back to the rented residence of the county magistrate, where he would diligently instruct Li Xiaoyao in the art of swordsmanship until their affairs in Yuhang Town were resolved. Little Xiaoyao, behold, this is the celestial art I shall impart to you. Upon returning to the residence, Su Mo commenced a demonstration of the Mount Shu sword technique. To be frank, Li Xiaoyao is his first disciple, and he finds himself at a loss as to how to teach. After years of being a student in this world, the sudden shift to the role of a master feels rather like being thrust into the deep end. However, recalling how the Wine Sword Immortal in the original tale demonstrated the sword technique, and Li Xiaoyao learned it in a single viewing, he decided to follow suit and perform a demonstration. He does not expect Li Xiaoyao to grasp it on the first attempt. After all, the original tale likely exaggerated the talents of its characters. What kind of innate skill could allow someone to master celestial arts merely by observing once? The art of swordsmanship relies on breath control, maintaining unity, and a continuous flow of internal energy. Little Xiaoyao, now practice what I have just demonstrated. Do not be anxious. I shall not hold it against you if you falter, considering this is your first attempt. After completing the demonstration and elucidating the essence of the sword technique, Su Mo tossed him the peachwood sword and took on the role of an observer. Yes, master. Li Xiaoyao, filled with eagerness, grasped the sword and began his practice, each move flawlessly mirroring Su Mo's demonstration. Remarkably, he seemed to have fully mastered the essence of the Mount Shu sword technique after just one viewing. Observing his stance, one would hardly believe he was a novice. He appeared to be a seasoned practitioner, deeply immersed in the art of the sword for many years. Su Mo stood in astonishment at a loss for words. Administrator, someone seems to be exploiting an advantage. Should I report this? Such talent appears destined for the path of the sword, a natural prodigy poised for rapid advancement in martial prowess. No wonder in the original tale, Li Xiaoyao was able to defeat Lin Yueru, who had trained in swordsmanship since childhood, after only a few days of practice. Su Mo couldn't help but marvel. This is the true essence of a protagonist. How fortunate that this protagonist is my disciple. Due to Li Xiaoyao's unexpected proficiency in swordsmanship, his master Su Mo found his role exceedingly effortless. He imparted to Li Xiaoyao a set of techniques known as the Supreme Sword Cannon, a pinnacle of swordsmanship from the lineage of the Heavenly Treasure Lord, which he had specially acquired from the Sword God market based on Li Xiaoyao's aptitude, costing him 7,000 Sword God points. Although the expenditure was quite burdensome, Su Mo regarded it as an investment, confident that it would yield gratifying returns in the future. Su Mo then took further action, assisting Li Xiaoyao in refining his meridians and marrow, thereby establishing a solid foundation for his future cultivation. Subsequently, he provided Li Xiaoyao with several foundation establishment pills and spirit stones, adopting a completely hands-off approach, allowing Li Xiaoyao to choose a room for himself and mandating regular training. As dusk approached, the sun dipped low in the west, marking the hour of Yu. In another hour, it was the appointed time for him and Li Bai to investigate Yuhang Town. At that moment, Su Mo felt an unexpected wave of drowsiness wash over him, an overwhelming urge to sleep. It seemed he truly was ill-suited to the role of a teacher. How could he feel this way after such a brief period of instruction? With a self-deprecating thought, he returned to his quarters, lay down on his bed, and began to close his eyes and rest. He could have dispelled the fatigue with his internal energy. At his level of cultivation, sleep was no longer a necessity as it is for ordinary individuals. However, the drowsiness that day was peculiar, relentless in its grip. The moment his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Su Mo found himself wandering the streets of Yuhang Town, with the surrounding populace recoiled from him as if he were a malevolent spirit, casting him scornful glances from a distance. Unperturbed, he continued along the street until he stumbled upon a quaint shop selling local delicacies. Without a second thought, he entered, only to find Li Bai, resplendent in lavish satin attire, seated at a table adorned with a greasy surface and a basket of dumplings before him. Ipan spating sumo. Li Bai beckoned. Brother Su, why have you summoned me to this place? Confounded, Su Mo took a seat across from him and inquired. When did I arrange for us to meet here? Huh? Was it not your green-clad servant who sought me out at the Cloudy Inn, saying you wished to meet here for some dumplings? Li Bai raplia, perplexa. What did I send a green-clad servant to find you? Su Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. If it wasn't me who summoned you, then why are you here? Do not tell me you simply wandered into this establishment and found yourself before me. Li Bai remarked, it appears that is indeed the case. At that moment, a radiant golden light began to emanate from within Su Mo's body. He had once been blessed by a young monk, believed to be an incarnation of the Bodhisattva, and within his soul lay a trace of Buddhist wisdom and Zen essence. At this moment, it suddenly erupted. Golden light burst forth from his spirit, enveloping his entire being. Then he heard a series of squeaky sounds, and Su Mo awoke, lying in bed. How could such a bizarre dream have come to him? Confusion lingered in his heart. Just then, a resounding knock echoed from the grand redwood door of the former residence of the county magistrate. Su Mo summoned a stream of true energy and opened the door from within. A slender old man clad in gray entered, carrying a basket of dumplings. Good sir, I am the proprietor of the Zilongbao shop in Hangzhou. You dined at my establishment earlier with another gentleman and ordered a basket of dumplings. Why did you leave without settling the bill? The old man had been following him, and upon seeing him arrive here, he felt compelled to intrude. I have brought the leftover dumplings with me, and I trust you, kind sir, will not make things difficult for a humble merchant like myself. The frail elder set down the dumplings and stood trembling to one side. After listening, Su Mo took out a silver ingot and placed it in the old man's hand, urging him to return promptly. The old man, filled with gratitude, repeatedly expressed his thanks as he exited the magistrate's residence. Watching the old man gradually disappear and glancing at the dumplings on the table, Su Mo couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such audacity! They dared to meddle with me. Chapter 105, The Soul Demon. Reckless creatures, if I do not deal with you today, will you truly believe that I, Su Mo, am afraid of you? All day long hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by a swallow today. If his suspicions were correct, during his dream, his soul had been lured away. The slender dumpling shop owner must have seen his spirit. His soul had wandered out during the evening, forming the basis of his dream. The ability to stealthily extract his soul without him noticing suggested that this malevolent being was even more formidable than he had imagined. Before he could seek out the troublemaker, the entity had come knocking on his door, invading his dreams and snatching his soul. This was nothing short of blatant provocation. If it were not for his extraordinary spirit, blessed by the Bodhisattva and protected by Buddhist wisdom, he might have fallen into the clutches of this evil today. Su Mo glanced at the hour. He had arranged to meet Li Bai at the hour of the dog, yet he could no longer afford to wait. He urgently needed to meet with him to verify a matter. He formed a barrier around himself with his spiritual power, rendering him invisible to ordinary eyes. This was merely a minor trick, effective only against the gaze of common folk, yet could not obstruct the probing spiritual senses of cultivators. However, what he desired was simply to remain unseen by the mundane. With a leap, he summoned a flying sword beneath him and swiftly soared towards the cloud and wind inn. Moments later, he retracted his flying sword and descended into the courtyard of the cloudy inn. Li Bai had already sensed his arrival and was waiting in the yard. Brother Su, did we not agree to meet at the hour of the dog? It is not yet time. Why have you come so early? Li Bai inquired. Su Mo replied, Brother Li, I wish to verify something with you. Did you, perchance, enter a dream wherein a young attendant in green was sent by me to convey a message, inviting you to meet at a bun shop in town? Upon hearing Su Mo's question, Li Bai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could you possibly know of my dream, Brother Su? Could it be that you experienced the same vision? Indeed, Su Mo affirmed. What a remarkable entity to invade my dreams and sow discord. Brother Su, from this, it appears that this being is not to be trifled with. Its audacity suggests it fears not our prowess. We must deliberate with caution. Li Bai, contemplating for a moment, responded thoughtfully. It may also stem from another possibility. This malevolent being might indeed harbor fear of us, prompting it to strike first in an attempt to intimidate. This tactic of intimidation may be designed to instill in us a sense of trepidation, dissuading us from pursuing it further. I surmise its formidable nature is owing to its dominion over the realm of dreams. In other words, it may only possess strength within the confines of dreams and be considerably weaker in the waking world. Li Bai nodded in agreement. Your reasoning holds merit, Brother Su. Regardless, such arrogance from this malevolent being indicates a blatant disregard for us. It must be made to suffer for its insolence. Yet, how shall we unearth it? This entity appears without shadow and vanishes without trace. We have only heard of it in dreams, yet seen not even a hint of its presence in reality. After a brief contemplation, Su Imo suddenly conceived a plan. He motioned for Li Bai to lean closer, and the two engaged in a hushed discussion before parting ways. Upon arriving at the Cloudy Inn, Su Imo, wary of their conversation being overheard by the lurking malevolent entity, established a protective barrier around them, which he dismantled once they had separated. It became evident that the entity possessed remarkable eavesdropping capabilities. Earlier that day, as he and Li Bai merely conversed about seeking the malevolent being, they had been simultaneously beset by it, experiencing its intimidation by dusk. Thus, vigilance was imperative. Su Mo located Li Furong and secured a room on the second floor of the inn. He then returned to his chamber, doing nothing but reclining and succumbing to a deep slumber. He slept profoundly, oblivious to the passage of time or the world around him. As the sun fully descended and night enveloped the landscape, an unusual stillness pervaded the air, devoid of any disturbances. Su Mo continued to enjoy a peaceful sleep. However, at the witching hour, a shadowy figure abruptly materialized in his room. As the silhouette grew clearer, its form revealed itself, yet its true nature remained indistinguishable. Before me stood a creature whose visage resembled that of an oversized rodent. It was draped in a dark cloak, wielding a weapon shaped like a scythe. As it walked upright, two short legs emerged from beneath the cloak, one claw raised, while its entire form was shrouded in a misty gray haze. This entity seemed to exist in a realm between reality and illusion. Su Mo lay in a deep slumber, impervious to the world around him. Had he been awake to behold this creature, he would undoubtedly have mocked its resemblance to a character from Western depictions of the Grim Reaper. The unknown being approached the sleeping Su Mo and emitted a ghostly giggle, its voice echoing eerily, as if it originated from nowhere. A sword cultivator? Attempting to thwart my endeavors once more? I let you escape last time, but this time I shall ensure you are forever ensnared in nightmares. With the arrival of the creature, Su Mo's slumber deepened, seemingly devoid of any possibility of awakening. It appeared that the creature had employed a unique arcane method to intensify Su Mo's sleep, allowing it to speak freely in his presence without fear of rousing him. After uttering its intent, the creature gently sliced the air with its scythe, as if cleaving open a shell. This shell represented the spirit of the sleeping individual. By breaching it, the creature could enter Su Mo's dreams. With the scythe retracted, the cloaked being prepared to leap through the fissure and invade Su Mo's dream. However, at that moment, a hand emerged from Su Mo's heart. Swift as lightning, it grasped one of the creature's hind legs, rendering it immobile. Who are you? How can there be a conscious being here without my awareness? Release me at once. I am the renowned soul demon. Should you provoke me, you shall find yourself eternally trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape or find solace in death. The creature, claiming to be the soul demon, struggled fiercely, emitting a series of desperate squeaks in a futile attempt to intimidate. Silence. A figure burst forth from Su Mo's heart, its hands deftly molding the soul demon into a compact form. The demon, now immobilized, could only roll its beady eyes in terror as it beheld its captor, whose appearance was indistinguishable from that of the sleeping sword cultivator. Realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, the soul demon understood it had bitten off more than it could chew. The figure that emerged from Su Mo's heart was none other than his avatar. While holding the captured soul demon, the avatar projected a wave of mental energy towards Su Mo's soul, rousing him from his deep sleep. Master, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished. I shall return now. After relinquishing the soul demon into Su Mo's hands, the avatar leaped back into the depths of his heart, akin to a diver plunging from a high platform. The avatar, an embodiment born from the spirit of the heartwood, typically resided within the master's heart, meditating and evolving, thereby enhancing the master's cultivation. Su Mo received the soul demon from his doppelganger, observing it with great interest, unable to suppress his astonishment. At that moment, Li Bai suddenly pushed the door open, and upon seeing Su Mo with the soul demon in hand, he chuckled. Brotersu. He began, I intended to join forces with you to vanquish this demon, but it appears that aside from its ability to control dreams, its combat prowess is utterly negligible. It seems I have been overly cautious in taking precautions. Then, Li Bai fixed his gaze upon the soul demon, an unabashed desire gleaming in his eyes. I have an unusual request, Brother Su. Might you consider entrusting this creature, known as the soul demon, to me? Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Suemo's curiosity was piqued. Why would the illustrious poet Li Bai take such a keen interest in a mere soul demon? Chapter 106. Great hero, spare me. Suemo inquired, brotherly, do you have intentions towards the soul demon? Li Bai nudda, revealing that from the very first moment he laid eyes on the creature, he was determined to possess it. However, since the soul demon had already been subdued by Suemo, it would be improper for him to take it by force. To be candid, upon seeing this demon, my heart was stirred, and I felt a connection to it. Perhaps it could be the key to my enlightenment, he confessed. The world of Xianjian places immense importance on the pursuit of one's path. Finding one's own Tao is the final and most crucial step toward entering the golden elixir realm. The sword saint Yin Ruozo, in his quest for enlightenment, once departed from Mount Shu to wander the world, encountering Zhao Linger, his mother, Lin Qing'er. Yin Ruozo fell in love with Lin Qing'er, experiencing the joys and sorrows of mortal life. Yet on their wedding night, he abandoned his bride and fled back to Mount Shu. He sought to be with Lin Qing'er deliberately, to experience the myriad emotions of humanity. For only through possession could one learn to let go. Ultimately, the sword saint discovered his path of transcending emotions and entered the golden elixir realm, achieving unfathomable cultivation. At this moment, Li Bai found himself ensnared in the quest for his Tao for many years, unable to glimpse the threshold of enlightenment, barred from witnessing the wonders within the golden elixir path. When he beheld the humble soul demon, the heart that had long remained tranquil was suddenly stirred, as if a pebble had been tossed into still waters. He realized that his opportunity had arrived. This soul demon, though perhaps not exceedingly precious, could very well be the catalyst for his awakening. It turned out that his journey from Chang'an to Yuhang Town was not merely for a cup of peach blossom wine. There was an unseen destiny guiding him. Brother Su, would you consider parting with the soul demon? I would be willing to exchange it for an item of equivalent value. Li Bai continued. Suemo smiled and replied, Brotherly, let us not rush. I would first like to hear about the origins of this soul demon. He tossed the soul demon, which had been kneaded into a ball by his doppelganger, forward, and to his surprise, it floated autonomously in mid-air, refusing to descend. Its energy had been completely sealed, rendering it incapable of utilizing any abilities. Thus, it could not escape. Therefore, Suemo remained untroubled, allowing it to hover freely above. Your existence is peculiar. I have never encountered anything like you. Your form is neither corporeal nor ethereal, suspended between the realms of reality and illusion. What exactly are you? The spirit demon's beady eyes darted about, yet it uttered not a word, displaying a remarkable unwillingness to cooperate. Sumo, with the luminous aura of the Buddha and the energy of his sword flickering in his palm, turned to the spirit demon and coldly remarked, Do you believe I could transcend you? Without awaiting a response, he unleashed a blade of sword energy intermingled with divine light, causing the spirit demon to squeal in pain. It had become evident to him that the most effective means of dealing with spirit demons lay within the teachings of Buddhism, for they seemed to harbor a profound fear of the Buddha's radiance. Following this initial strike, Suemo shaped his fingers into the form of a sword, poised to cast forth another luminous blade. Great hero, please spare my life. I submit. Let the little demon be, the spirit demon pleaded, its voice trembling with fear, stuttering as it spoke, entirely devoid of its earlier bravado. It appeared that there was no issue that could not be resolved with a single strike of sword energy. If there were, then surely 2 strikes would suffice. What manner of demon are you, capable of infiltrating the dreams of mortals? Suemo continued to interrogate. This time, the spirit demon dared not withhold any details and divulged its true nature. I am a spirit demon, also referred to as a dreamwalker or nightmare ghost. My innate ability allows me to manifest perfect dreams. For the majority of my existence, I reside within the dreams of humans. However, we spirit demons can traverse between the realms of dreams and reality, which is also our method of cultivation. Recently, I have been in Yuhang Town, ensnaring dreams and luring souls into nocturnal wanderings, having already infiltrated the dreams of over 600 individuals. If I can ensnare 300 more, I will achieve a significant transformation, gaining the ability to remain permanently in the realm of reality. Esteemed hero, because my evolution remains incomplete, I cannot linger long in the material world. If you do not grant me passage into the realm of dreams before the crowing of the rooster, I shall dissipate into thin air and vanish entirely. The spirit demon's eyes seemed to convey a silent plea, filled with desperation and a desire to appease. After hearing the spirit demon's confession, Su Mo was astonished to discover such a unique entity existed in the world. Indeed, the vastness of the universe is replete with wonders, and one can encounter the most extraordinary phenomena. Beside him, Li Bai's gaze burned with fervor. Brother Su, I am now certain that this spirit demon is the key to my path of enlightenment. Please, I implore you to assist me. I am willing to exchange anything for your aid, Li Bai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. May I be so bold as to inquire about your path, brotherly? Su Mo expressed his curiosity regarding Li Bai's journey. The path of the sword Saint In Ruazo is that of transcending passion, while Lin Qing'er's path embodies great love, sacrificing herself for the earth's denizens and embracing the cycle of fate. The path of the moon-worshipping cult leader seems to arise from a disdain for the impurities of this world, striving to purify it entirely, creating an ideal realm filled with love in his vision, even going so far as to manipulate water demons to unleash floods for the sake of annihilation. In the realm of the immortal sword, it seems that the path of every great master possesses an element of contrariness to human nature. I wonder what the path of the esteemed Li Bai might be. My path. Li Bai fell into deep contemplation. How many times in the stillness of midnight have I dreamed of living in the era of Emperor Taizong? In my dreams, I too traversed the Xuanwu Gate, witnessing him tread upon blood-stained azure bricks, step by step, forging an unprecedented golden age for the Tang dynasty. Countless sleepless nights have I spent imagining life in the era of Wu Zetian, gazing upon this unparalleled empress as she ruled the skies, measuring the world from the divine capital of Luoyang. My path is the splendid grandeur of the Tang dynasty. I long to behold with my own eyes, to walk through every inch of the prosperous landscapes of Tang, to discover what truly embodies the charm of this great era. Su Mo remained speechless, for indeed, the paths of the great masters in the immortal sword realm are extraordinary. Li Bai's path resonates deeply with his poetic essence. However, achieving such a path is undoubtedly complex. Unless he possesses the ability to traverse time and space, how could he, living in the era of Xuanzong, possibly return to the times of Taizong and Wu Zetian? Yet, this spectral demon has presented him with a glimmer of possibility. If time travel is unattainable, then let us conjure a perfect dreamscape. Brotherly, it appears that this spectral demon aligns perfectly with your path, Su Mo remarked, unable to suppress a wry smile. Indeed, Li Bai affirmed thus, I must possess this spectral demon. I kindly ask for your assistance, Brother Su. Li Bai clasped his fists and bowed solemnly. With a poetic talent that has endured through the ages, he is a proud and transcendent figure. Yet in the face of the opportunity to achieve his path, he humbly set aside his stature. Very well, since this spectral demon serves as the opportunity for you to attain your path, I shall not hinder you, Su Mo declared. This spectral demon shall be a gift to you, brotherly. Upon finishing his words, Su Mo gently released a stream of true energy, pushing the spectral demon before Li Bai. Not so. Every action and consequence is preordained. Those who cultivate the Tao must avoid entanglements with fate. I cannot simply accept Brother Su's spectral demon without offering an equivalent in exchange, Li Bai replied. Su Mo thought, this is precisely what I awaited. He inquired, what does brotherly intend to offer in exchange? Li Bai pondered briefly, then produced a thin tome with a yellowing cover, inscribed with the title, Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. In my youth, I was fond of swordsmanship in a chivalrous way. By chance, I stumbled upon the celestial mountain of Tianmao, where a celestial being bestowed upon me secret techniques. Upon returning from the land of immortals, I compiled the teachings into this Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. Chapter 107. Would you take me as your master? I am willing to trade this Song of the Azure Lotus Sword for the spectral demon in your possession, Brother Su. What do you think? Li Bai proposed. Sumonadith, accepting the Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. Seeing that his sword song had been received, Li Bai felt a sense of assurance, gently gathering the spectral demon towards him with a wave of true energy. Brother Su, I shall not impose further. I take my leave now. Li Bai grasped the soul demon and returned to his room in the backyard of the Inn of Cloud and Mist. The opportunity for enlightenment lay before him, and he was consumed by urgency, daring not to delay for even a moment. His accumulation of knowledge and experience was ample, with the soul demon at his side. Perhaps before dawn, he could successfully embark upon the path of golden elixir. Su Mo opened the yellowed booklet in his hands. Beginning to comprehend the text of the Azure Lotus Sword Song. The celestial arts imparted by immortals were likely of considerable merit. Although some so-called immortals in the realm of celestial swords were rather mediocre, far inferior to the formidable beings of the divine and demonic realms. The current prowess of Li Bai suggested that the immortal who taught him swordsmanship was no charlatan. This sword art was indeed genuine. Before delving into the Azure Lotus Sword Song, Su Mo's peripheral vision caught sight of a black scythe. This was the scythe of the soul demon, capable of severing the shells of dreams. After being captured and crumpled by its doppelganger, the scythe had fallen to the ground. The doppelganger and the true self shared a unified soul and interlinked memories, although Su Mo had been in slumber during the incident. The sight of the scythe now triggered a recollection of everything. He picked up the scythe and stowed it in his spatial pouch, intending to examine it thoroughly at a later time. At present, his primary interest lay with the Azure Lotus Sword Song. He turned the pages one by one, savoring each word, utterly enchanted. Marvelous! This was indeed a profound auxiliary technique for the sword path, crafted with ingenuity by its creator, endowing it with extraordinary power. Su Mo comprehended the entirety of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, arriving at a most fundamental conclusion. This sword technique was nothing short of a universal aid. When wielding a sword, regardless of the technique employed, as long as one invoked the Azure Lotus Sword Song prior to striking, the original might of the technique could be augmented. Take, for instance, the second form of the Rely sword cannon, the Boil the Sea technique. If the original execution could boil a lake with a radius of 50 meters, then, when employing the principles of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, the technique's power would be magnified, allowing it to boil a lake with a radius of 100 meters. The Azure Lotus Sword Song, truly a divine art bestowed upon Li Bai by an immortal, was indeed remarkable. With such an invaluable technique acquired, Su Mo felt a surge of joy. Exchanging the soul demon for this universal auxiliary art was undeniably a worthy trade. Immersed in the comprehension of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, Su Mo lost track of time. As the stars shifted and the golden rooster heralded dawn, the horizon revealed a pale light, signaling the retreat of night. At that moment, Su Mo suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the backyard of the Inn of Cloud and Mist. The intensity of this aura was so formidable that it pierced the heavens, possessing the power to shake the very foundations of the earth. Su Mo opened his eyes and swiftly arrived in the backyard of the inn, where he beheld Li Bai, clad in white garments, standing in the void, exuding an ethereal presence that set him apart from the mundane world, truly resembling a celestial being. The jade capital in the heavens, with its 12 towers and 5 cities, seemed to echo the immortal touch upon his brow, bestowing upon him the gift of longevity. I am profoundly grateful to you, Brother Su, for providing me with the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Today, I have finally embarked upon the path of the golden elixir. Your camaraderie, akin to a spirit bond, resonates deeply within me, and I shall never forget it. Li Bai floated in the air, enveloped by the natural essence of the universe, marking his transcendence from the ordinary realm. Dear brother, your comprehension of the Tao is indeed a cause for celebration. Such joyous occasions cannot be devoid of wine. Su Mo remarked as he retrieved a jar of peach blossom wine from his spatial pouch. He had previously procured 2 barrels from the system, gifting one to the wine sword immortal in exchange for the Shu mountain sword technique. The other barrel had been largely sold at 10 taels per cup, leaving him with a modest remainder, enough to fill 2 jars. As he uncorked the jar, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth. What a splendid wine! Could this be the legendary peach blossom brew? My journey to Yuhang Town was initially to seek this exquisite drink, and here I am, not only entering the realm of the Tao, but also fortunate enough to share this wine with you, Brother Su. Truly, it is a delight of life. Li Bai exclaimed, laughing heartily as he gracefully descended from the void. The two then settled in the pavilion of the Cloudy in S backyard, toasting under the still visible moon. In this moment, Li Bai, invigorated by his success in entering the golden elixir realm, felt completely liberated from worldly concerns, ready to traverse the seas and behold the beauty of the world. Devoted to the path, he regarded the blessings bestowed by Su Mo as comparable to those of the immortal who had granted him longevity atop Mount Tianyao. Contemplating this, he wondered if his mere offering of the Green Lotus Sword Song was somewhat inadequate in return. Unbeknownst to Su Mo, Li Bai's thoughts were far removed from his own. For Su Mo, sharing a drink with Li Bai was simply an exhilarating experience, one that he would boast about in future tales. At that moment, a resounding laughter echoed from afar. How could there be fine wine here without me? The wine, sword immortal? Before the laughter faded, a figure soared in on a sword, landing in the inn's backyard. After a year's absence, Su Mo once again encountered the wine, sword immortal, Mo Ishi. Little brother, what a surprise to see you again. You still possess peach blossom wine? Come, pour me un azur barrel. This wine is exceptional, but alas, it does not last long. The last barrel was consumed in its entirety, leaving me with nothing but the taste of horse urine when I resorted to other beverages. Mo Ishi, ever familiar, settled beside Su Mo and Li Bai, lifting his cup as if to drink. Ah, Taoist Mo, your arrival is fortuitous. I was just planning to journey to Shu Mountain and become a disciple there. Since you are the junior brother of the Shushan sect leader, why not allow me to take you as my master? Su Mo pressed down on Mo Ishi's hand, which was holding the wine cup, and then inquired. With matters here resolved, Su Mo's next intention was to join Shushan, to cultivate the most exquisite swordsmanship, and then to strive earnestly towards the Golden Core realm. He wished to possess sufficient power to influence this world before the official commencement of the Immortal Sword Saga. And crossing into the Golden Core stage was the first step. The Sword Saint and Bai Yu were already well along the path of Golden Core. Having long since entered that realm, he needed to hasten his pace to catch up with them. To enter Shushan and obtain the finest sword techniques, he must connect with the highest echelons of the sect. The Sword Saint Inroazo would undoubtedly be the ideal mentor, but his cultivation was aligned with the path of supreme emotional detachment, which did not suit Sumo's temperament. Therefore, apart from Sword Saint Inroazo, the Wine Sword Immortal Mo Ishi was the next best choice. The Wine Sword Immortal was a once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy, a natural sword genius with unfathomable cultivation. The reason he had not yet stepped into the Golden Core realm was not due to an inability to enter the Tao. In fact, similar to the path of supreme emotional detachment, he could cross that threshold whenever he wished. However, he did not desire to. He was a man of flesh and blood, unable to achieve such detachment. Thus, he willingly halted at the threshold of the Golden Core path, ever reluctant to step inside. You wish to take me as your master? No way. I'm at most a day or two older than you. It doesn't fit our ages, Mo Ishi exclaimed. So what do you play? If we consider 10 years as a single day, then indeed, you are merely a day or two older. Since you are unwilling for me to take you as my master, and I wish to join the ranks of Shushan, how about we each take a step back? Would you be willing to take me as your disciple? Su Mo declared, his words startling both the Wine Sword Immortal Mo Ishi and Li Bai. Say, little brother, you can't be drunk and muddled, can you? Do you think you have the qualifications to have me as your disciple? The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled awkwardly. Su Mo responded calmly, whether I have the qualifications or not, we shall see. How about a wager? If I cannot defeat you within 100 moves, I shall owe you 10 jars of peach blossom wine, enough to fill a wine pool and indulge in drunken dreams for a decade. If you lose, you will take me as your master and introduce me into the Shushan sect. The corners of the Wine Sword Immortal's mouth twitched. Then he could not help but burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. If I recall correctly, the last time we met, you couldn't even control a sword. Yet now, after just a year, you dare to claim you could defeat me within 100 moves? Very well, very well. You are as audacious as I was in my youth. I shall accept your wager. What harm could it bring? Then let us have Li Bai bear witness. Su Mo turned to Li Bai and said, having indulged in some peach blossom wine, Li Bai, already feeling tipsy, looked at the two and said with a smile, if either of you dares to cheat, or if one does not acknowledge defeat after losing, I, Li Bai, shall compose hundreds of poems to ensure that the world knows and reviles him. The poet immortal, to a certain extent, is the most formidable of critics. Should Li Bai choose to inscribe a scathing verse, it would undoubtedly echo through the ages in infamy. Mo Ishi let out a cold snort, soaring into the air, his voice resonating from above. If you wish to challenge me, first catch up. If one cannot match my speed, how dare they boast of defeating me in 100 moves? His figure transformed into a streak of light, his movements graceful and unrestrained, his velocity astonishing. Yet Su Mo leaped with agility, a natural sword embryo materializing beneath his feet, a cold gleam flashing as he pursued Mo Ishi's sword shadow. The two traversed the skies, one before the other, embodying the ethereal grace of sword immortals. Li Bai, with utmost care, tucked away the unfinished half-bottle of peach blossom wine into his bosom, then, with a swift motion, ascended to chase after them. Throughout the pursuit, Li Bai fervently prayed that Su Mo would not recall the matter of the half-bottle of wine. The sword immortal of wine possessed profound mastery over the sword arts. With an abundance of true energy within him, he could, if he so desired, ascend to enlightenment at any moment, yet he remained shackled by matters of the heart. Thus, he held firm confidence in his inability to be defeated. However, he was increasingly vexed, for the distance between him and Su Mo was steadily diminishing, and it was only a matter of time before he would be caught. How could this be? This lad learned the sword technique only a year ago, and I was the one who taught him. How could he be so fast? Doubt clouded his mind. Su Mo's speed was indeed remarkable, and the gap between him and the sword immortal of wine was continually closing, not due to superior cultivation, but rather because of the natural sword embryo beneath his feet. This natural sword embryo, born of the essence of heaven and earth, possessed boundless potential for evolution. After absorbing the essence of Fita Man within the southern Zhao Imperial Palace, it had already transformed into a flying sword, and due to its material, once it evolved into a flying sword, it was destined to be among the finest. Relying on the sword embryo's swiftness, Su Mo was not at all inferior to the sword immortal of wine in speed. In fact, he was even slightly faster. Not bad. Young one, I will no longer flee. Let us engage in battle here, Mo Ishi declared, landing atop a desolate mountain outside Yuhang town. Su Mo descended as well, gripping the sword embryo firmly in his hand. Li Bai stood at a distance, careful not to interfere, yet vigilantly observing the impending duel. Mo Ishi unleashed a flurry of 9 consecutive sword strikes, the sword energy resembling a white rainbow piercing the sun, surging towards Su Mo. These 9 strands of sword energy merged midway into a stellar sword formation, their might soaring dramatically. The sheer aura was enough to instill dread in even the most seasoned innate pinnacle cultivators. Su Mo silently praised, truly, the sword immortal of wine. Even a casual strike exceeds the limits of the second tier 9 stars, a feat only a gold core cultivator could withstand. In terms of cultivation, the sword immortal had indeed reached the gold core stage. Yet this world was exceedingly peculiar. One could not condense a gold core without attaining enlightenment, else progress remained elusive. To comprehend the true potential of Mo Ishi, one must recognize that it is not inferior to that of his senior brother, In Ruozo, who has ascended to the position of the leader of Mount Shu and is regarded as an invincible sword sage. Even if Mo Ishi confines himself within self-imposed limitations, his cultivation cannot possibly lag far behind. With a mere flick of his wrist, Mo Ishi unleashed 9 streams of sword energy, exuding an indescribable elegance and nonchalance. Their formidable might palpable in the air. Yet, Su Mo remained unfazed. At this juncture, in terms of the quantity of true qi within him, Su Mo fell short of Mo Ishi, for his time in cultivation was still brief compared to the decades of accumulation the latter possessed. However, Su Mo held an advantage in the purity of his innate true qi, which surpassed that of Mo Ishi. This superiority stemmed from his cultivation foundation rooted in the sword god lineage's techniques. Both the 9 swords tempering the body and the innate sword formula provided him with a solid foundation for his path. The sword god lineage places the utmost emphasis on refining the true qi within, ensuring that, whether at the first or second tier of innate realms, his true qi was far more refined than that of his peers. This heightened purity of true qi bestowed upon him the confidence to confront any rival of equal standing. As long as Mo Ishi had not coalesced a golden Dan, Su Mo felt no fear. He wielded the sword embryo, conjuring a flourishing sword blossom. As a fierce sword energy erupted from it, colliding violently with the starlit sword array unleashed by Mo Ishi. Bang! The clash of sword energies resonated like clashing weapons. The force is grand as a mighty river. The 2 disparate sword energies locked in a stalemate, mutually consuming one another while wreaking havoc around them, carving striking scars into the stones atop the desolate mountain. Ultimately, both energies dissipated into the vastness of the heavens and earth. You truly astonish me. However, you must tread carefully. I shall now engage with utmost seriousness. Mo Ishi's aura began to surge, escalating several-fold in an instant. He lifted his hands upward, summoning 9 fierce sword shadows that spiraled around him. The sword he had held now floated above his head, releasing countless threads of sword energy. Swiftly, with a pointed finger, Mo Ishi directed the sword above and the 9 swirling sword shadows, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught forward. The Mount Shu sword technique could indeed be wielded in such a manner. The Wine Sword Immortal was truly a prodigy of the sword path. This maneuver, rooted in the sword control technique, yet subtly altered, harmonized the real and the illusory, rendering his opponent helpless to retaliate. With this move, he sought to determine the victor. Su Mo hurled the sword embryo forward, which spun rapidly before him, also employing the Mount Shu sword technique. Then he called out, "Sword boils the vast sea." A tremendous sword momentum surged forth from the blade of the sword embryo, conjuring an image of a tumultuous sea in the void, where a heavenly sword navigated amidst the waves, stirring boundless tides. The second form of the realized sword cannon, "Sword boils the vast sea," was invoked in that moment. Meanwhile, he silently contemplated the Chen Lin sword song. With the enhancement of this profound melody, the might of the Sword of the Azure Sea was magnified immensely. Although still categorized as a second-tier sword technique, when wielded by Su Mo, who possessed the strength just shy of the Golden Core stage, its power surpassed the limits of its classification, daring to contend with Golden Core cultivators. The clash between the Sword of the Azure Sea and Mo Ishii's uniquely crafted swordsmanship resulted in an intricate dance of sword energy, transforming the mountaintop into a realm of blades. Mo Ishii's 9 sword energy phantoms were shattered, leaving him with but a solitary blade, struggling against the overwhelming force. Ultimately, the residual momentum of Su Mo's Sword of the Azure Sea broke through the barriers and engulfed Mo Ishii. Coughing lightly, Mo Ishii dispersed the encroaching sword energy with a wave of his hand, mimicking the gestures of one who had nearly drowned. He then turned to Su Mo and said, "Master, it is time to cease your divine prowess. I concede." Chapter 109, The Sword Saint of Mount Shu. Su Mo was taken aback by the swiftness of the Wine Sword Immortal's concession, who immediately called him master. He had anticipated that the Wine Sword Immortal would attempt to negotiate or impose conditions. "What do you mean? A loss is a loss. Does my master not acknowledge me as his disciple?" The Wine Sword Immortal, noticing Su Mo's silence, shot him a disgruntled glare. "Brother Mo, your calling me master caught me off guard. Let us consider our previous wager mere jest. All I require is your introduction to the sect of Mount Shu. I shall not take advantage of you, gaining such a grand disciple without cost." Su Mo chuckled, for his sole aim was to join Mount Shu, as long as the Wine Sword Immortal was willing to assist. He had no need to bear the conspicuous title of master, which was rather ostentatious. Indeed, a loss is a loss. One cannot simply renege. Moreover, witnesses are present. "Brotherly, do you not agree?" Mo Ishii inquired of the descending Li Bai, having long heard of the Wine Sword Immortal's fondness for fine spirits, akin to his own. Li Bai's admiration was palpable. Today's encounter confirms the reputation. Character is revealed through wagers, and I must compose several poems in your honor. Judging by Li Bai's demeanor, inspiration surged within him, and perhaps with a couple more jugs of wine, he might spontaneously recite verses. "Let us honor our bet. From this day forth, you shall be my master. I am eager to witness the expression on my elder brother's face when he learns of my newfound master." Mo Ishii continued with growing excitement, unable to contain his laughter, reveling in the thought of outshining his senior brother. "Now that you are my master and I am officially part of Mount Shu, how shall my elder brother address you? As Uncle Master? Or perhaps he should simply call you master alongside me?" As Mo Ishii's enthusiasm grew, Su Mo pondered, "Why does taking the Wine Sword Immortal as my disciple leave me with a sense of being used? Does this imply that even before entering Mount Shu, I have already crossed paths with the formidable sword saint?" As Su Mo contemplated whether he had dug himself into a pit, Mo Ishii interrupted him. "Master, having officially become your disciple, shouldn't you present me with a gift? Perhaps a few jars of your renowned peach blossom brew would suffice." Upon hearing Mo Ishii's words, Li Bai tightened his embrace around the half-pot of peach blossom brew he held. "Ah, my dear disciple, I currently lack stock. However, fret not, for once we arrive at Shushan, there will be no shortage of fine wine for you," Su Mo replied with a smile. He intended to exchange for a couple of jars from the system upon reaching Shushan. After bidding farewell to Li Bai, Su Mo and Mo Ishii set off for Shushan, while Li Bai embarked on his journey to wander the world in search of immortals and enlightenment. Before heading to Shushan, Su Mo made a brief visit to the old residence of the county magistrate, where he found Li Xiaoyao diligently cultivating. He provided him with some foundation-building pills and spirit stones, urging him to focus on his training before allowing him to return to the Cloud Inn. Initially, Su Mo had planned to stay longer in Yuhang town, which led him to invite Li Xiaoyao to reside in his home for easier guidance in his cultivation. However, it turned out that as a child of destiny, Li Xiaoyao grasped everything with remarkable ease, his talent evoking envy. Thus, Su Mo decided to let this disciple of his cultivate independently. While Su Mo conversed with Li Xiaoyao, Mo Ishi remained concealed in the shadows, silently observing her senior brother. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Shushan, the foremost of the 72 realms in the world of immortal swords, though hidden among mortals, was indeed a place of celestial splendor. As Su Mo and Mo Ishi soared through the clouds on their swords, they swiftly arrived in the land of western Sichuan. They paused before a magnificent gate of clouds, and as Mo Ishi recited a spiritual incantation, the gate opened, revealing a breathtaking panorama of undulating mountains before Su Mo's eyes. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed such wondrous immortal mountains existed in the world. These mountains floated in the air, perched upon billowing clouds. A true sanctuary of the immortals, showcasing divine prowess. It was indeed extraordinary. In the narrative, Shushan is depicted as a floating mountain formed from the roots of the divine tree, anchored in the heart of Pangu, and its grandeur was indeed awe-inspiring. Mo Ishi and Su Mo navigated the peaks of Shushan, one following the other on their swords. Who would dare to wield a sword in Shushan? Several disciples guarding the mountain noticed Su Mo's figure. Sensing no unique aura of Shushan emanating from him, they shouted in admonition. They encircled him, blocking his path. And soon more disciples arrived, flying swiftly on their swords to confront him. Who dares to intrude upon the gates of Shushan? State your name at once, or face severe consequences. A disciple clad in a light blue Shushan uniform stepped forward to interrogate Su Mo. Whom do you intend to punish? The little rabbit, so audacious. Do you dare to punish me as well? Mo Ishi, wielding his sword, departed and then returned. It seemed he was intent on competing with Su Mo, unwilling to accept defeat from their previous encounter. Swiftly he soared into the skies, only to vanish from sight. Su Mo, momentarily entranced by the breathtaking scenery of Mount Shu, lagged behind, yet his mental acuity remained attuned to Mo Ishi, thus he was not concerned about losing track of him. Unexpectedly, he found himself targeted by the disciples guarding Mount Shu. How could we dare to impose strict punishment upon you, esteemed guest brought by the master? We shall not intrude further. We take our leave, proclaimed the disciples, who, upon spotting Mo Ishi, scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. Nevertheless, two among them, slightly slower, were met with a swift kick from Mo Ishi, tumbling headlong into the sea of clouds. After a considerable time, the sounds of their collision echoed, accompanied by their muffled cries of distress. Guiding Su Mo, Mo Ishi traversed the sea of clouds and descended upon the summit. Atop the main peak stood a grand celestial palace, with an expansive plaza below, where hundreds of disciples of Mount Shu were diligently practicing various sword techniques and spells. Before the majestic palace stood an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. It was none other than Yin Ruozuo, the current head of Mount Shu and a sword saint. Yin Ruozuo gazed upon the two approaching figures and smiled. Junior brother, you still retain the clarity to find your way home. It appears your capacity for alcohol has indeed improved. Pray tell, who is this young gentleman you have brought along? Mo Ishi glanced at Su Mo and then turned to Yin Ruozuo, solemnly declaring, he is not merely a guest. He is my master. You may refer to him as Shirshu or, like me, simply as Shurfu. Yin Ruozuo's countenance immediately soured, regretting having allowed his junior brother to venture out. After only a few days, he returned with a wild master. At this moment, Yin Ruozuo longed to employ the secret techniques of Mount Shu to vanquish his impudent junior brother, Mo Ishi. Brother Yin, my relationship with Mo Ishi is merely nominal. He is he, and you are you. We are equals in this regard, Su Mo interjected, observing the fleeting expressions on the sword saint's face. Although he found the situation amusing, he wished to alleviate the tension, not wanting to witness a fit of rage from the esteemed sword saint. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yin Ruozuo felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing the promising potential within the young man. Although it felt somewhat strange to be addressed as Brother Yin by someone who appeared to be in their 20s, it was far more palatable than titles like disciple or nephew. Yet, the drunken sword immortal was not pleased, throwing a tantrum before them. I say, master, I have pledged myself to you in hopes of witnessing the touching reunion between you and your senior brother. Now, with your words of equality, all my expectations have turned to naught. How can this be? I am indifferent. If you choose to be on equal terms with your senior brother, then I shall no longer acknowledge you as my master. Preposterous. The bond between heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher is sacred. Once a master, always a father. The profound relationship between master and disciple should not be treated lightly. Since you have recognized this brother as your master, as long as you do not fall into reincarnation, he shall forever remain your master. Junior brother, I implore you to speak no further. Otherwise, your senior brother will cast you into the valley of reflection in Shushan, and you shall not emerge for a decade. Inruazuo instantly turned hostile and began to berate the wine sword immortal. His actions were, in fact, a means of self-preservation, as he wished to avoid being dragged down alongside the wine sword immortal. Mo Ishii's lips twitched, and he ultimately sighed, refraining from retorting. Senior brother, my young master wishes to join our Shushan sect, and I have already given my consent. Moreover, since you and I belong to the Ning generation, it follows that my young master would naturally belong to the Shou generation. What are your thoughts on this? Mo Ishii deftly shifted the conversation. Oh, this brother wishes to join Shushan? Inruazuo inquired. Suemo nodded and said, Sword Saint, I am named Suemo. I have long held a deep yearning for Shushan. I humbly ask for your approval. Our Shushan sect warmly welcomes those of righteous standing from the world. If Brother Su wishes to join our ranks, I am indeed pleased to oblige. However, since our esteemed predecessor has already departed, to assign you to the Shou generation would be rather absurd. Yet, as you're the master of Junior Brother Mo, your status cannot be too low. How about you enter the sect as part of the Ning generation, just like me? As for the master-disciple relationship between you and Junior Brother Mo, let that be your personal affair, separate from Shushan. What say you? Inruazuo pondered for a moment, and, after weighing his options, cautiously responded. Suemo readily nodded in agreement. He entered Shushan and pledged an oath of allegiance, vowing never to betray the sect. Once the oath was taken, a binding force was established. Should he violate it, he would suffer the repercussions of his vow. This is why Shushan dares to accept a multitude of disciples. On the very day of his initiation, Suemo ventured into the Sutra repository of Shushan to select a cultivation method. The repository was a verdant palace, perched atop a solitary peak, linked to the other summits of Shushan by an iron chain bridge. As Suemo pushed open the grand doors of the repository and stepped inside, he experienced a fleeting sensation of having traversed dimensions. For in that moment, as he entered the hall, the universe seemed to invert, and the sun, moon, and stars transformed, placing him amidst a vast expanse of starlit sky. Beneath his feet lay an abyss of darkness, while before him sparkled countless radiant stars. This sensation bore a resemblance to the starry sky he beheld each time he returned to the present from the fragmented worlds after completing a task. Yet, upon reflection, he discerned that he had not crossed over. He had merely entered the repository, which was imbued with an extraordinary array of formations, giving rise to the spectacle before him. Each star shimmering in that void represented a secret technique of Shushan. As the foremost of the 72 celestial realms and the premier immortal sect of the world, the depth and grandeur of Shushan is beyond imagination. Suemo closed his eyes, extending his consciousness to sense the connection between himself and the vast starry sky. Suddenly, starlight shone down upon him, entering his very being. This was the celestial bodies autonomously assessing his qualifications. If they deemed him worthy, they would descend, revealing the essence of the Shushan secret arts, landing in his hands. Talented disciples of Shushan might be chosen by multiple stars simultaneously, thereby acquiring several secret techniques. Conversely, those of lesser aptitude might be illuminated by the stars only to have none descend, resulting in a complete lack of reward. In Shushan, the cultivation process is not one where individuals select techniques. Rather, it is the techniques themselves that select the individuals, a peculiarity within the realm of cultivation. These secret arts possess an air of superiority, refusing to descend for mere trifles. Suemo, certainly not a trifling matter himself, though often criticized by the system for his qualifications, was nonetheless of commendable caliber. Immediately, several stars responded in the void. 3 stars shone brilliantly, plummeting rapidly into his hands. In an instant, he found himself in possession of 3 secret techniques, the 10,000 Swords technique, Heavenly Sword, and Sword Control to subdue demons. Su Mo took out his phone and opened the scanning feature, deciding to identify all three techniques. Beep. He aligned the scanning frame with the three techniques, and the identification results promptly appeared. The 10,000 Swords technique is an advanced sword control technique from the Shushan sword sect. When cultivated to its utmost, it allows one to summon millions of spiritual swords with a mere thought, raining down sword light to unleash widespread attacks on foes. A veritable weapon for group combat, reminiscent of the concept of the myriad swords returning to their source. The Heavenly Sword, also an advanced technique from the Shushan sword sect, enables the practitioner to transform into the Heavenly Sword, merging with it to become invincible. Sword Control to subdue demons, likewise an advanced sword technique, can transform one sword into a myriad, particularly effective against demons and other aberrations, bearing its own damage enhancement. Su Mo gazed at the three techniques in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. His luck was indeed favorable this time. All three techniques were advanced sword arts. With diligent cultivation, he would lack for no offensive means even within the third-grade Golden Core realm. Furthermore, these techniques would remain applicable as he advanced beyond the third-grade Golden Core realm into the fourth-grade True Monarch. This journey to Shushan had proven immensely rewarding. Solely from these three secret techniques, Su Mo secured the techniques and prepared to exit the Scripture Pavilion. At that moment, he felt his phone vibrate. The system had sent another message. Host, can three sword techniques truly satisfy your modest ambitions? As the host of this system, could you not aspire for greater heights and let your thoughts soar? Su Mo replied, speak plainly, do not keep me in suspense. The system responded, are you truly content to leave the Scripture Pavilion without discovering the treasures that remain? More treasures? Su Mo stood amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, once again liberating his mind in an attempt to establish a connection with the celestial bodies. However, this time, the stars remained unresponsive, offering no esoteric techniques or profound insights. Su Mo mused, even if there are treasures to be had, they seem entirely unattainable, as if I am disregarded. The system interjected, host, if you offer 1,000 sword god points as a token, this system shall utilize its unmatched allure to draw down that star from the sky. Sumo Saith, acknowledging the system's playful nature, which was not unfamiliar to him. It was, after all, not a conventional system, and a whimsical approach was to be expected. He accessed his WeChat interface, navigated to his wallet, and transferred 1,000 sword god points to the system. Transaction received. Host, please close your eyes as night falls. In Chapter 111, the system initiated voice communication. Assassin, please open your eyes. Sumo internally scoffed. Nevertheless, he complied and closed his eyes. This time, bolstered by the sword god system, he perceived the celestial bodies with remarkable clarity. He could distinctly sense threads connecting him to each star, and with a mere thought, he could draw them down through these connections. At that moment, the system sent a voice message, which began to play automatically. Host, you must have sensed it. Every technique here can be summoned by the system, requiring only a gentle tug on the thread. The pricing is transparent and fair. 1,000 sword god points per thread. Would the host care to consider? The voice was neutral yet remarkably pleasant, devoid of any electronic harshness. Sumo, astonished, opened his eyes and gazed at his WeChat chat interface. System, you actually sent a voice message? I inquired earlier, and you said it was impossible. How is this feasible now? He responded with a voice message of his own. Previously, energy constraints necessitated conservation. However, the system has undergone several upgrades, unlocking features such as Shake to activate, and voice messaging is among the enhancements. By the way, what style of voice do you prefer? The system presented an array of options: youthful, mature, alluring, childlike, and noble tones, all aimed at providing the most satisfying user experience. Listening to the system's voice, Su Mo was left speechless, even neglecting the newly activated Shake to activate feature. He sent a voice message back. I enjoy watching films. Do you have a stormy sound? I relish combat. Is there a thousand-handed Guanyin? I am fearful of ghosts. Do you have Lin Jingyin? The system replied, as the host did not make a selection. This system has autonomously chosen a voice for you. I hope you find it to your liking. This time, the voice transformed from a neutral electronic synthesis to a captivatingly smooth and spine-tingling, alluring tone. Su Mo found himself utterly defeated and quickly sent a text message. There are too many cultivation methods here. If each one requires 1,000 sword god points, the points I have painstakingly earned will surely be drained by you. Just tell me which one is the best. The system promptly responded, this time in a voice message. Having grown fond of vocal communication, the system, in a sultry and charming tone, announced, the most formidable sword technique of Mount Shu is called Sword God. Although its power is rather meager and does not live up to the name of the Sword God system, it is at least applicable before reaching the 4th grade True Monarch realm and even the 5th grade Spirit Immortal realm, surpassing the 3 secret methods you currently possess. Host, please close your eyes. The system will guide you. Following the instruction, Su Imo shut his eyes and opened his mind, sensing the lines connecting him to the stars. Suddenly, one line thickened and brightened, tugging at a star in the cosmos, pulling it down persistently. Initially reluctant, the star hesitated until the system's voice echoed. Do you wish to resist? How mischievous you are, little one. Come down. The line then grew even thicker and brighter, and the star could no longer withstand the force, descending instantaneously into Sumo's hands. Sword God, the mightiest sword technique of Mount Shu. With a single thought, the Sword God awakens, rendering me invincible, causing even gods and demons to tremble. Su Imo gazed at the Sword God in his hand, thoroughly satisfied. After emerging from the scripture pavilion, he returned to his mountain peak. As a member of the Ning lineage of Mount Shu, his status was at least comparable to that of an elder, granting him the right to possess his own mountain. However, this mountain had fallen into disrepair over the years and lacked any vitality. Sunontai emo zetlid on montiu. Immersing himself in the study of the 4 secret sword techniques of the sect, as the foremost of the 72 celestial realms in the world of immortal swords, Mount Shu was a place of spiritual abundance, with its spiritual energy exceeding that of the outside world by more than tenfold. Here, his cultivation progressed rapidly, even without the need for spirit stones or gathering formations. In his first year on Mount Shu, he successfully cultivated the 10,000 sword technique. On that day, the entire Mount Shu resonated with sword energy as millions of sword auras broke through the clouds, causing a celestial phenomenon. In the second year, he mastered the heavenly sword, transforming himself into a divine sword that cleaved half a mountain. On that day, the sword Saint In Ruazo stood upon the sea of clouds, gazing at the mountain he had gifted to Su Imo, filled with profound sorrow. In his third year, Su Imo ventured into the inner Mount Shu, which was the largest demon realm in the human world. In the world of immortal swords, when the divine realm created the realms of humans and demons, they established the inner Mount Shu as a demon realm to prevent mutual destruction. The Mount Shu sect was responsible for capturing demons that entered the human world, and the renowned Demon Locking Tower served as a prison for those demons who attempted to escape from their realm. As Su Imo entered the demon realm, he wandered leisurely, avoiding trouble, yet possessing an innate tendency to attract the ire of powerful figures. Even when he sought peace, trouble would inevitably find him. Thus, he repeatedly confronted several demon kings in the demon realm, often teetering on the brink of peril. However, it was precisely under such dire circumstances that his technique, sword control and demon subjugation, reached its zenith. With a single stroke of the sword, he vowed not to relent until the demon blood was shed. Fortunately, he retained enough awareness to avoid delving too deeply into the demon realm, sparing himself from encounters with the formidable demon emperors residing within. Upon returning from the demon realm, Su Imo sought an audience with the Sword Saint, after which he entered a state of rigorous seclusion. In this liminal space between life and death, he gleaned immense insights and recognized the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core stage. In this world, any cultivator aspiring to attain the Golden Core must comprehend their own path, regardless of its validity or rationale. Such understanding is imperative. Without it, even with sufficient talent and accumulation, crossing into the Golden Core stage remains unattainable. The case of the wine Sword Immortal stands as a testament. He lingered at the threshold of the Golden Core for over a decade, bound by his emotional ties that kept him from embracing the path. Su Imo was no different. In truth, he could have attempted to break into the Golden Core long before his initiation at Mount Shu, having sequestered himself in Yuhang Town for a year. Yet, devoid of his own path at that time, the road to the Golden Core was inevitably barred to him. Although he was not originally from this world, he understood that even as a temporary resident, he must abide by its rules. After returning from the demon realm and achieving mastery over sword control and demon subjugation, coupled with his prior mastery of 10,000 swords technique and heavenly sword, he had perfected 3 of Mount Shu's highest sword arts. needing only the sword god technique to complete his arsenal. He approached the sword god, Inrazo, seeking wisdom. Sword Saint, what is the path? Sumok guidi directly. Inrazo's gaze was profound and distant, directed towards the southern horizon, a land of Miao tribes, the enigmatic Nanzhao kingdom, and the descendants of Niuhua. Where once existed Lin Qing, his former beloved. The path is akin to water, supremely benevolent, intertwined with fate, he replied. Su Mo shook his head in disagreement, yet nodded in affirmation as he exited the Sword Saint's dwelling. His headshake stemmed from his rejection of Inrazo's interpretation of the path, while his nod signified a solidification of his own. His path was the way of the sword god, a single sword standing tall against the heavens, dominating the contemporary world, with no adversary in sight. This was the unwavering belief in his swordsmanship, a truth that required no further contemplation. He resolved to enter deep seclusion, striving for the golden core stage. As the adage goes, with a single golden core consumed, my fate is mine to command. For Su Mo, this phrase resonated with a unique significance. What he intended to ingest was not merely one golden core, but potentially several. Chapter 112. The Sword Saint and his Mount Shu stunned. On this day, clouds billowed above Mount Shu, and spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave towards a particular peak. Atop that peak, the dense spiritual energy had coalesced into a tangible vortex, resembling a ferocious whirlwind from afar. At the center of this tempest sat a figure cross-legged in meditation. The surging and rampant spiritual energy continuously flowed into the individual's body. Were it anyone else, such an influx of spiritual energy would undoubtedly lead to an explosive demise. Yet, he remained as still as a mountain, akin to an old monk in deep meditation. The spiritual energy, capable of overwhelming an ordinary half-step golden core cultivator, vanished into his body as effortlessly as a mud cow sinking into the sea. The person at the center of this vortex of energy was none other than Su Mo. At this moment, he stood on the precipice of forming a golden core, his consciousness deeply immersed within, witnessing the gradual manifestation of a great Tao golden core within him. The human body harbors profound mysteries, akin to a microcosm of the universe. For cultivators, the path of cultivation is about igniting the stars within. Transitioning from the acquired realm to the innate realm requires sequentially igniting each star within the acquired and innate star domains. However, ascending to the golden core realm is far from simple. One must conjure a great Tao golden core from the starry expanse within. Once this golden core is formed, stars will descend upon it, and further advancement in the golden core realm involves illuminating additional stars above the core. A singular golden core determines the path to the great Tao. One's fate is thus dictated by oneself, not by heaven. The golden core realm serves as a significant threshold in cultivation. Surpassing it leads one into the golden core path, where lifespan can expand to a millennium, allowing one to roam freely beyond the realms of the mundane and traverse the currents of time. In the eyes of mortals, those who achieve the golden core realm are akin to legendary immortals. Indeed, many of the immortals featured in folklore are cultivators of the golden core realm. Su Mo's pace of cultivation was swift, yet his foundation was remarkably solid, with ample accumulation of experience. Now, seated atop his mountain, he aimed to break through the golden core realm in a single, decisive leap, stepping fully into that wondrous domain. Within him, a phantom of the golden core had already taken shape, and through years of diligent practice, it began to show signs of solidification. As Su Mo's consciousness delved into the starry expanse within, he seamlessly merged with the world beyond Mount Shu. The spiraling spiritual energy was drawn to him with each breath he took. What is happening? Why do I sense the concentration of spiritual energy on the mountain is diminishing and rapidly disappearing? Some disciples of Mount Shu, engrossed in their cultivation, suddenly found the spiritual energy around them dissipating, causing their practice to falter and nearly provoking a surge of blood. The spiritual energy was not vanishing, but rather being drawn away. Look, the disciples of Mount Shu were astonished. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The entire spiritual energy of Mount Shu was converging towards a singular point, flowing towards a particular peak. Whose mountain peak could that be? Some disciples queried in shock. Observing the direction from which the energy fled, by the position, it should be Elder Su's peak, came to reply. Elder Su? Which Elder Su? Are you really that foolish? How many Elder Sus do we have on Mount Shu? Of course, it's the master of our master Mo Ishi, that Elder Su Mo. The disciples of Shushan were engaged in fervent discussions, as the spiritual energy around them had been completely siphoned away. They abandoned their cultivation and soared into the skies on their swords. Straining their eyes, they gazed at the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy atop Su-Emo Mountain. Each one left in awe. "You rascals, speaking ill of your master's uncle behind his back. Are you courting death?" Unbeknownst to them, Emo Ishi had already taken to the clouds, and, upon overhearing their chatter, felt a surge of indignation. "Junior brother, all the spiritual energy of Shushan is converging towards your master's peak. Your master Su-Emo is quite extraordinary." The sword sage, In Ruaju, sensed the shift in Shushan's spiritual energy and emerged from his dwelling, just in time to stand alongside Emo Ishi. He dares to reprimand those Shushan disciples, but with In Ruaju teasing him, what can he do? He is quite helpless, Emo Ishi remarked. "Senior brother, what do you think Master Su is orchestrating with such grandiosity? He seeks to attain enlightenment, to forge the golden core." In Ruaju replied, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he gazed towards Su-Emo Mountain. "Surely not? At such a young age?" Emo Ishi exclaimed, struggling to believe it. "Whether true or not, we shall see." With a decisive step, In Ruaju vanished into the boundless sea of clouds, soon finding himself outside Su-Mo's peak, followed closely by Emo Ishi on his sword. "Undoubtedly, he is in the midst of forging the golden core. Junior brother, the master you have chosen is about to truly become your master." In Ruaju laughed heartily. Su-Emo had already been accepted into Shushan's ranks. His ascension would only benefit the sect, filling In Ruaju with joy. Emo Ishi, however, wore a troubled expression, still reeling from the shock. What path would Master Su follow? Surely not the same as senior brother, a path of forgetfulness and detachment? Emo Ishi scoffed inwardly at the notion of such a way. Within the starry expanse of his inner being, Su-Emo had reached a pivotal moment in consolidating his golden core. The endless spiritual energy above Shushan transformed into a vortex, pouring into him, providing an unceasing source of power for his breakthrough. Inside Su-Emo, a magnificent golden core began to take shape against the backdrop of the cosmos. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Two verdant roots abruptly manifested within his inner starry realm. Water spiritual roots? Sumo's consciousness recognized the sudden appearance of these roots as his own water spiritual roots, though he was baffled as to why they had emerged at this particular moment. Within him resided thunder and fire roots along with the two water roots, which he had never been able to locate even upon introspection. To his astonishment, they had revealed themselves now, at this critical juncture of forming his golden core. As two water spiritual roots emerged, the verdant stems swiftly spread, promptly taking root upon the nascent Golden Dan. What a predicament! I must not allow this to jeopardize my path to the Golden Dan. Su-Emo gazed at the water spiritual roots embedded within the Golden Dan, a flicker of concern stirring within him. While there were numerous cultivators with spiritual roots in the realm of cultivation, he had never heard of such roots embedding themselves within a Golden Dan during its formation. Could it be the influence of my sword deity lineage's technique? Somos speculative. Perhaps it was precisely because his foundational practices stemmed from the sword deity lineage that this anomaly occurred during the Golden Dan's condensation. He recalled that the system seemed particularly attentive to the host's spiritual roots, often chastising him due to his prior possession of only two roots. As the water spiritual roots took hold of the Golden Dan, the process of solidification surged exponentially. During this time, the two water spiritual roots gradually melted away, merging into the Golden Dan like flowing green water. Consequently, Sumo's Golden Dan transformed into a shade of azure. Once the two water spiritual roots completely vanished, his Golden Dan was finally fully formed. Thus, with a singular Golden Dan, Su-Emo gazed into the starry expanse, taking in the breathtaking scenery of the Golden Dan realm. At that moment, thunderous rumbles echoed above Mount Shu, as bolts of lightning converged upon his peak. The final step to achieving the Golden Dan tribulation. To think that one must endure the Golden Dan tribulation to condense a Golden Dan in this sword and immortal realm. I truly have struck gold. Sumo's spirit returned from the cosmic void within him, raising his gaze to the ominous clouds of tribulation forming overhead, illuminated by flickering lightning, marveling at his fortuitous circumstances. Chapter 113. Are they bullying outsiders? Indigenous cultivators of the sword and immortal realm do not require tribulation to condense their Golden Dan. They merely need to comprehend their own Tao. Yet here was Su Mo, not only required to understand the Tao, but also to endure the tribulation. Failure to overcome, it would result in the destruction of his golden Dan and his own demise. Is this a form of discrimination against outsiders? Is the treatment for non-native cultivators truly this disparate? With the sword embryo firmly grasped in his hand, Su Mo stood resolutely upon his mountain peak, awaiting the impending tribulation lightning. Above the clouds of Mount Shu, Inrazo and Mo Ishi watched in astonishment as the tribulation clouds materialized from the void. "Senior brother, what is this?" Mo Ishi stammered, her teeth chattering. In the sword and immortal realm, there were no tribulations, even upon achieving the pinnacle of cultivation and ascending to divinity. Tribulations were non-existent. Judging by the intensity, it resembled the heavenly tribulation chronicled in ancient texts. In the records of the sword and immortal of Mount Shu, there is a secret account stating that during the primordial era, cultivators did not experience cultivation as it is known today. At every critical juncture, the heavens would descend tribulations for testing. Should one fail to withstand it, they could be reduced to tribulation ash. However, successfully overcoming the tribulation would elevate their cultivation far beyond that of present-day cultivators who did not face such trials. Inroazo's gaze was profound. Within his eyes, he perceived that Su Mo faced an immense crisis. Yet was it not also a remarkable opportunity? "Shixiao, should we retreat further back to observe from a distance?" asked Mo Ishiu. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," he replied. The two exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect harmony, began to withdraw. They retreated beyond the two mountain peaks, joining the numerous disciples of Shushan who soared into the sky on their swords. Together, they conjured a protective barrier to shield the Shushan disciples from the residual waves of the impending thunderstorm. The long-anticipated tribulation of the Golden Core finally unleashed its first bolt of lightning. This initial strike, as thick as an infant's arm, erupted from the storm clouds, descending directly upon Su Mo. The force of the thunder was overwhelming, embodying the will of heaven and earth, its very presence formidable and insurmountable. Such was the essence of the heavenly tribulation. In Su Mo's grasp, the sword embryo pulsated with energy. Exercising caution, he refrained from launching an offensive. Instead, assuming his most potent defensive stance, he first activated the immovable king body, causing 19 rays of Buddhist light to cascade from above. 9 crimson rays, 9 golden rays, and 1 deep yellow ray emerged, each hue signifying different realms of cultivation. The crimson represented the postnatal realm. The golden denoted the prenatal realm, while the deep yellow was newly manifested after his golden core formation. As the 19 rays descended, Su Mo's immovable king body reached its zenith, rendering his physical form akin to an indomitable Buddha. Within his consciousness, the indestructible heart sword radiated brilliantly, steadfast, and unshakable. At that moment, the first bolt of lightning struck before him. Su Mo wielded the sword embryo, slashing forward with an invincible spirit, cleaving the lightning asunder. The thunder dissipated, transforming into serpentine arcs of electricity that danced through the void, many of which surged into Su Mo's body. A delightful tingling sensation coursed through him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, why did it feel so pleasurable? This sensation was utterly irresistible. At that juncture, the second bolt of lightning descended. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo decided to forego offense, bracing his physical form to absorb the strike. The sensation was a blend of pain and tingling, with a delightful warmth penetrating to his very bones. To his astonishment, experiencing the heavenly tribulation was unexpectedly exhilarating. He marveled, "Is this truly a tribulation? It feels more like a rewarding boon." This sensation exceeded even the pleasures of a Thai massage he had enjoyed in the mortal realm. Was the power of tribulation always this invigorating? Su Mo gazed upward at the bolts of lightning within the storm clouds, which continued to descend. Resolutely, he chose to receive each strike with his body, initially remaining vigilant, with the sword embryo's brilliance ready to disperse any approaching lightning at a moment's notice. However, as time passed, he discovered that each bolt of tribulation lightning that struck him not only failed to inflict harm, but instead invigorated his entire being, gradually easing his defenses. Fortunately, the heavenly tribulation is an inanimate force devoid of consciousness. Had it been aware that it was striking down with such formidable might, only to be met with enjoyment akin to a massage. It would surely have felt humiliated enough to seek a boulder to dash itself upon. A total of 9 bolts descended. 9, the ultimate number, representing the peak of the golden core tribulation, which consists of no more than 9 strikes. Once the last bolt had been unleashed, the dense tribulation clouds in the void began to dissipate. Beyond the 2 mountain peaks, In Roazo and Mo Ishi, along with a group of disciples from Mount Shu, stood in stunned silence. What had they just witnessed? Wasn't the Sword Saint Master previously stating that the tribulations recorded in the chronicles of the Shu Mountain Immortal Sword possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and earth? Even if one could survive, it was said to be a near-death experience. Did not all cultivators undergoing tribulation typically showcase their abilities, exert their utmost strength? And though they might not tremble beneath the tribulation, they must summon every ounce of their spirit and power to resist fiercely for a slim chance of survival. Why then did Su Mo approach his tribulation with such enjoyment? To their eyes, each bolt aimed at him was imbued with immense energy. Every strike as formidable as the full force of a golden core cultivator. How could he receive them all unguarded, relying solely on his physical form? Junior brother, your master Su truly defies conventional understanding. In Roazuo could not help but exclaim. Mo Ishi, equally speechless, reflected that each of those bolts could shatter a mountain peak. If he were in Sumo's place, he would likely withstand only 3 or 5 strikes before being thoroughly scorched by the tribulation lightning. Master Su possesses exceptional wine and profound heritage, which naturally contributes to his prowess. Mo Ishi could only concoct such a reason. What kind of logic is that, junior brother? Never mind. Your reasoning has never been conventional, In Roazuo thought to himself, bemused by Mo Ishi's apparent folly. Elder Su's constitution must be extraordinary. In Roazuo's eyes sparkled with insight as he gazed toward Su Mo, deep in contemplation. The tribulation clouds had completely vanished, yet Su Mo remained motionless atop his mountain. His mind once again delved into the starry expanse within, observing the transformation of his golden core following the tribulation. A colossal aquamarine golden core stood in the void, with stars descending upon it. At this moment, 1 star had illuminated, signifying that he had ascended to the 3rd rank. 1 star golden core realm. Once all 9 stars above the golden core were lit, the core would dissolve, transforming into a divine sea beneath the starlit sky, reflecting the myriad celestial bodies. At that moment, he would attain the 4th rank true monarch realm. Beyond the 4th rank, a spiritual mountain would rise above the divine sea, where his true self would sit upon the mountain, illuminated beneath the starry expanse, marking the true transcendence into the 5th rank spirit immortal realm. All of this is fundamentally based on a golden elixir within one's body. Thus, reaching the realm of the golden elixir is deemed to have stepped into the path of the golden elixir. At this moment, Su Mo's aquamarine golden elixir has fully formed, standing resolutely within the celestial expanse of his body, remarkably solid. Logically, having opened the path of the golden elixir, he should only need to proceed steadily with his cultivation, illuminating the stars above the golden elixir, enabling him to traverse unhindered. However, Su Mo was astonished to discover that beside the aquamarine golden elixir, beneath another celestial expanse, an illusory image of another golden elixir had emerged. The lightning energy absorbed from the tribulation was weaving through the cosmos within his body, gradually converging towards that illusory golden elixir. The immense heavenly tribulation transformed into serpentine bolts of lightning, slithering into the illusory golden elixir. The illusory golden elixir became increasingly substantial, and slowly, another golden elixir of the grand path began to take shape beneath the stars. Sumo's consciousness gazed at the newly manifested golden elixir, and even as its master, he found himself rendered speechless in astonishment. Is there truly someone in this world possessing 2 golden elixirs within their body? He had never heard of such a phenomenon. His spirit was immersed within, unaware that the calamity clouds, which had completely dissipated, were now gathering anew in the external world. In Roazo and the disciples of Shushan, who had intended to disperse, found themselves frozen in place, staring at the gathering calamity clouds. Another heavenly tribulation? Chapter 114. Su Mo confronts the Sword Saint. Within Su Mo, the 2nd golden elixir was transitioning from illusion to reality, nearing its formation. The tribulation, lightning drawn from the heavenly calamity, was nourishing this second golden elixir. At that moment, a golden root unexpectedly emerged in the celestial expanse within his body, rapidly spreading its tendrils and embedding itself into the golden elixir. This was his lightning spiritual root. With the experience of the water spiritual root embedding itself in the first golden elixir, Su-Mo remained unfazed, his composure steady as an experienced driver. As expected, following the same procedure, once the golden lightning root took hold of the second golden elixir, the solidification process accelerated swiftly. Simultaneously, during the gradual solidification of the golden elixir, the golden lightning root slowly melted, transforming into a golden liquid that infused into the elixir. When the entirety of the lightning root completely dissolved, his second golden elixir finally came into being. It was a dark golden elixir, adorned with flickering lightning patterns, undeniably extraordinary in appearance. However, this second golden elixir was somewhat smaller in size compared to the first aquamarine golden elixir. Su-Mo surmised that this was likely because the second golden elixir had only absorbed one lightning spiritual root, while the first had incorporated 2 water spiritual roots. Stars descended upon the second golden elixir, and suddenly, one illuminating his path of the second golden elixir. From this moment forth, the first golden elixir shall be named Water Elixir, and the second shall be called Thunder Elixir. Sumo's consciousness floated within the starry expanse of his being. Gazing at the 2 colossal golden elixirs that loomed majestically under the celestial canopy, his heart swelling with unbridled ambition. One golden elixir solidifies the path to greatness, asserting that his fate is dictated by his own will, not by the heavens. Now he possesses 2 golden elixirs, with both golden elixirs marking his dominion over the starry sky. Su-Mo glimpsed the possibility of ascending to the pinnacle of his destiny. As his consciousness returned, he glanced upward at the gathering storm clouds. Would another round of heavenly tribulation be upon him? The favors of the immortal sword realm are indeed exceptional. The thunder rained down like a torrential deluge, electrifying Su-Mo's body with a delightful shudder, a sensation of exquisite pleasure. Following the absorption of this thunderstorm, his thunder elixir grew significantly in strength. Although it had yet to match the formidable size of the water elixir, the gap was narrowing. If he could endure a few more rounds of the golden elixir's tribulation, perhaps the thunder elixir could rival the water elixir in magnitude. Enduring further tribulations would imply that he must condense additional golden elixirs. But is that truly feasible? For a cultivator, 1 golden elixir typically determines their path. His ability to forge 2 is already a monumental feat. Could he possibly condense even more golden elixirs within himself? Perhaps it is indeed possible, especially since he possesses a fire root. However, to forge a fire golden elixir from the fire root may require additional fortuitous opportunities. Atop Mount Shu, Sword Saint In Roazo and Wine Sword Immortal Mo Ishia, accompanied by a host of disciples, once again reveled in the spectacle of the heavenly tribulation. Yet, they had grown somewhat numb to its impact. Was this truly a perilous trial for survival? It felt more akin to enjoying the services of the tribulation. The esteem of the heavenly tribulation had markedly diminished in the hearts of the disciples of Shu Mountain. Today, the tribulation had lost face. In Ruazuo sighed, observing that the heavenly tribulation had completely dissipated, showing no signs of a third onslaught. He gestured for the disciples of Shu Mountain to disperse. Just then, he heard Su-Mo's voice. Sword Saint, fellow cultivator, please hold your steps. In Ruazuo felt an inexplicable sense of unease upon hearing those words. Su, do you have something to discuss? Su-Mo effortlessly stepped forward, reaching the assembly in an instant, his speed exponentially surpassing that of his pre-golden elixir days. Sword Saint, I have a humble request. A glint of determination sparkled in Su-Mo's eyes, and an aura of sword energy erupted from him, transforming him into a sword of unparalleled sharpness. Upon witnessing Su-Mo's imposing demeanor, In Ruazuo instantly understood the nature of his humble request. He sought to engage in training. Since arriving at Shu Mountain, Su-Mo had diligently pursued cultivation, and now 4 years had swiftly elapsed. In these 4 years, he has mastered the 10,000 swords technique, heavenly sword, and sword control to subdue demons. Even the highest swordsmanship secret of Mount Shu, the sword god, has begun to reveal its mysteries to him. Today, he has endured the tribulations of the golden core twice, successfully forging 2 great golden cores, and his spirit has ascended to its zenith. It is a time of exuberance, with a myriad of sword energies surging within him, clamoring to be unleashed. At this moment, a formidable figure stands before him, the sword Saint Inroazuo, one of the strongest in the realm of immortal swords. Inroazuo sensed Su Mo's battle intent, and even his long calm heart, having cultivated for many years, began to stir with ripples. "Please," he uttered, directing his gaze at Su Mo with a single word. The two then soared above the central martial arena of Mount Shu, where Inroazuo formed a spiritual seal with his hands, unleashing a surge of sword energy that enveloped the arena in a protective barrier. This arena was personally established by the founding ancestor of Mount Shu, the esteemed Taiching Jinren, a master who had opened his spiritual mountain within and reached the 5th grade spiritual immortal realm. He had laid down a formidable defensive array around the arena, which, when activated, would conjure a protective barrier impervious to any attacks from those below the 5th grade spiritual immortal realm. Standing within the arena, Su Mo and Inroazuo could unleash their full prowess without fear of harming the observing disciples or damaging Mount Shu. "Master Uncle, does Elder Su intend to challenge the Sword Saint? Does he find the recent heavenly tribulation insufficiently thrilling and seek his own demise?" Some audacious disciples of Mount Shu gathered around the wine sword immortal Mo Ishi, speculating about the imminent battle. "You little brats, I see you are the ones truly courting death," Mo Ishi exclaimed, kicking away the disciples who encroached upon him. With his senior brother on one side and his nominal master on the other, these impudent youths dared to jest, truly asking for trouble. The Sword Saint, with his white beard and hair, piercing eyes, and every movement exuding the essence of swordsmanship, epitomized the demeanor of a transcendent being. Once upon a time, this was the very model of a master in Sumo's heart. The mere presence of such prowess was enough to inspire awe. The Sword Saint stood in the air above the arena, closing his eyes for a moment to cultivate his sword energy. Then he opened his eyes, gazing at Su Mo, and said, "Elder Su, you may proceed." Sumonadith, unreserved, gripping his sword embryo, and instantly his entire being radiated with sword energy. He slashed towards Inroazuo, and the sword energy in the air underwent countless transformations in an instant. One sword became two swords became three, and 3 swords transformed into 10,000. Indeed, the principle of Tao giving birth to one, which in turn gives rise to 2, then 3, and ultimately all things. In that fleeting moment, 10,000 swords surged forth, their tips aimed directly at Inroazuo, carrying an indomitable sharpness that pierced through the air. This maneuver was the 10,000 swords technique, which Su Mo had perfected and was now wielding for the first time in actual combat. Upon the invocation of the 10,000 sword technique, the vast expanse of the martial arts arena was engulfed in a deluge of flying swords, creating a scene of sheer astonishment. Yet, Inroazuo remained unfazed in the face of Su Mo's onslaught of swords. He too thrust forward with a sword, unleashing his own barrage of 10,000 swords. The 10,000 sword technique, executed by the Sword Saint, was equally formidable, perhaps even surpassing Su Mo in its might. The skies above the arena were obscured by an overwhelming multitude of swords, as the 2 eminent masters wielded their techniques, conjuring an endless array of sword shadows and a whirlwind of sword energy that permeated the very fabric of the universe. Fortunately, the defensive array established by the ancestral masters of Mount Shu surrounded the arena. Without it, the entirety of Mount Shu would likely have been transformed into a realm of swords. Chapter 115. The Celestial Sword Saga commences. Beyond the confines of the martial arts arena, numerous disciples of Mount Shu observed the fierce duel between Su Mo and the Sword Saint, sensing an unparalleled power in every gesture and movement, as if a mere wave of their hands could obliterate the heavens and the earth. Those with heightened comprehension stood transfixed, gleaning insights from the Tao rhythms generated during the clash, experiencing significant gains. Meanwhile, Mo Ishi, watching the 2 combatants, was filled with deeper reflections. It had been ages since she witnessed her senior brother, the sect leader, unleash his prowess. After embarking on the path of enlightenment, he had advanced remarkably, attaining such formidable strength. The growth in Master Su's battle prowess was indeed remarkable. A few years prior, they were nearly equals, and her defeat was attributed to her not employing her strongest secret technique, the Wine God. Yet now, even if she were to utilize the Wine God technique, she would likely find herself no match for Master Su. Her senior brother had seemingly transcended the Golden Core stage, standing firmly in the realm of true monarch of the Divine Sea. Conversely, Master Su had only just endured the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation and was already capable of contending with her senior brother at this level, which was truly astonishing. Within the martial arts arena, as Su Mo and In Razuo unleashed their 10,000 sword techniques, summoning millions of swords, the myriad sword shadows collided with one another, gradually canceling each other out until they vanished without a trace. Once the multitude of swords had fully dissipated, the figures of both combatants re-emerged in the arena. They exchanged a glance, devoid of hesitation, and simultaneously invoked the heavenly sword. In an instant, both figures vanished once more, and two formidable heavenly swords materialized in the arena, their sword energies intertwining. This was the secret technique of the heavenly sword of Mount Shu. Once executed, the practitioner and sword become one, the person embodying the sword, and the sword reflecting the essence of the person, invincible in their aim. The two colossal swords, reminiscent of celestial blades, collided with tremendous force, resonating throughout Mount Shu with the sound of sword chants. The echoes of the sword's song soared, and the sword energies surged skyward as the two heavenly swords clashed, each demonstrating their swordsmanship, plunging the world into chaos, dimming the sun and moon, as if to recreate the primordial forces of heaven, earth, fire, and water. The heavenly sword that Su Mo embodied faded, and his figure reappeared. He gripped the sword embryo tightly, and in an instant, it radiated brilliant light. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Sword of command, subdue the demons." The sword aura embodied righteousness. With this command, he aimed to quell the malevolent forces with a single strike. A colossal wave of sword energy surged towards the heavenly sword manifested by In Razo, perceiving it as a demon to be subdued. "Ah, Eldersu, I am no demon. How can you command your sword against me?" In Razuo reappeared, effortlessly dispersing the sword aura conjured to subdue him with just a single swing of his blade. "Elder Su, you have just entered the Golden Core realm. The most formidable secret technique of Shu Shan, the sword god, has yet to be fully comprehended by you. Allow me to demonstrate." The sword god represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship in Shu Shan, demanding a foundation in the Golden Core realm for proper understanding. Otherwise, it remains incomprehensible. Su Mo possessed this sword path secret technique and had attempted to comprehend it. However, as the sword saint suggested, he had only recently entered the Golden Core realm and had not yet fully grasped the essence of this technique to transform it into his own divine power. Upon invoking the sword god, the thought of invincibility surged through him, causing even the divine spirits to tremble in fear. As the overwhelming pressure of the sword god descended from the void, many disciples of Shu Shan felt a wave of dread wash over them, as if witnessing the apocalypse. It was only at this moment that they truly understood the weight of the title Sword Saint of Shu Shan, which signified unparalleled strength and the true backbone of Shu Shan. Elder Su was on the verge of defeat. He was already at a disadvantage due to a realm gap, and having not yet comprehended the sword god, he stood no chance against such an attack. Nonetheless, it must be said that being able to contend with his senior brother for so long despite the disparity in their realms, and forcing him to invoke the sword god, showcased Elder Sui's extraordinary prowess. Moishi observed the sword god technique unleashed by Inrazo, sensing the chilling sword energy that even the defensive array of the training ground could not entirely contain, realizing that this contest was approaching its conclusion. Everyone believed that Su Mo would ultimately be defeated. Although he had demonstrated considerable strength, he would inevitably succumb to the might of the Sword Saint. However, Su Mo held a different belief. "Though I have yet to fully comprehend the sword god, I possess a sword technique that I wish to seek guidance on from the Sword Saint." Standing amidst the void, he pointed the sword embryo towards the heavens and shouted, "True art of divine, sword commanding thunder." Now, at the Golden Core realm, his true art of divine sword commanding thunder had reached its complete form. No longer the feeble version akin to the weakened sword heart thunder. As he invoked the divine sword commanding thunder, it was as if his words summoned the very law of nature. Thunder erupted in the void, piercing through layers of clouds to strike his sword. The thunder was of exceptional quality, akin to the tribulation lightning that descends upon cultivators during their trials, immensely powerful. With a single stroke, Su Mo unleashed the sword, entwined with a thunder dragon spanning 100 feet, colliding forcefully with the power of the sword god summoned by In Razuo. Instantly, a fierce radiance of sword light illuminated all of Shu Shan. The disciples of Mount Shu were momentarily dazzled, finding themselves engulfed in a vast expanse of white nothingness for what felt like an eternity, their ability to perceive the world around them completely vanishing. A resounding thunderclap echoed throughout the heavens and earth, deafening in its ferocity. This monumental battle would be recounted by the disciples of Shu Mountain for decades, perhaps even centuries, becoming a part of the legends of the mountain. As the sword light dissipated and the thunder subsided, Su Mo and Yin Ruju had exited the arena. Standing side by side, what was the outcome? Who emerged victorious? This question lingered collectively in the hearts of the disciples. Even the renowned wine-sword immortal, Mo Ishi, was unable to discern the result at that final moment. Elder Su, your mastery of the sword has reached a level that rivals my own. Given time to further hone your skills, I fear that I may no longer stand a chance against you, Yin Ruju remarked, having retracted his formidable sword aura, appearing now as an ordinary elder, making it hard to believe that such devastating power emanated from him. His decision to sheath his sword at the last moment rendered the duel undecided, a stalemate. Suemo bowed sincerely to Yinruzu, grateful for the profound insights gained from their confrontation. This battle had significantly reinforced his cultivation level, granting him a clearer understanding of his dual golden core abilities. 2 years after his fierce battle with Yin Ruaju, Suemo ignited 3 stars within both his water and thunder cores, establishing himself as a triple-star practitioner of dual golden cores. His combat prowess had improved since 2 years prior, and even should Yin Ruaju exert his full strength as a 4th-rank true monarch, victory would remain uncertain, leaning towards a 50-50 chance. This year, Suemo departed from Mount Shu after spending 6 years there, mastering the strongest sword techniques of the sect. Even the mightiest sword god of Shu Mountain had reached the peak of his abilities. Only 3 years remained before the saga of the immortal sword would officially commence. He first returned to Yuhang Town to assess the cultivation progress of Li Xiaoyao. True to his destiny within the immortal sword realm, Li Xiaoyao had elevated his cultivation to the 2nd rank innate level, thanks to the Shanxing sword classic that Suemo had imparted to him. In the original tale, Li Xiaoyao had undergone a transformation only after absorbing the millennia of power from the Skeleton General and the Crimson Demon King, leaving his foundation rather fragile. However, the current Li Xiaoyao had built his strength step by step, establishing a remarkably solid foundation. Suemo left behind some spirit stones for Li Xiaoyao and guided him in mastering the art of sword control, enabling him to fly with his sword before departing from Yuhang Town. After leaving, Suemo journeyed to Xianling Island, intending to stay there during the final years leading to the commencement of the Immortal Sword storyline to mentor Zhao Linger in her cultivation. Upon alighting on the island, his index finger began to move involuntarily. Zhao Linger, sensing his arrival through their spiritual connection, was already aware of his presence on the island. The defenses of the fairy spirit island were fully unveiled, and a young girl clad in a flowing, pale yellow dress emerged from the depths of the island, dancing like a delicate sprite. Brother Su, you have finally returned to find Linger. Zhao Linger had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Her radiant smile breathed life into the heavens and the earth. Chapter 116, The Inertia of Destiny. At 13, Zhao Linger was at the most vibrant age, akin to the budding of spring. She bounded forth from the depths of Fairy Spirit Island, resembling a fawn leaping towards Suemo, eager to nestle into his embrace. However, Suemo extended a hand to gently press down on her head, preventing her advance. "Oh, let me go," Zhao Linger protested, struggling against his grip, only to realize she could not escape that mighty hand. Yet, the scene was undeniably adorable. "Brother Su, you've turned into a villain. Why are you holding me down?" Zhao Linger pouted, her cheeks puffed out adorably. "Dear Linger, you have grown into a young lady. You cannot simply dive into Brother Su's arms as you did in your childhood." Suemo chuckled. "Oh," Zhao Linger exclaimed, her cheeks swelling like dumplings, as if still perturbed. Suemo, finding her adorably amusing, gently poked her puffed cheeks with a finger. Upon being prodded, Zhao Linger could no longer maintain her sulky demeanor and burst into giggles. Suemo settled on Fairy Spirit Island and commenced guiding Zhao Linger in her training. As a descendant of Niuhua, she possessed a unique semi-divine physique. This lineage was particularly special, blessed by the heavens, or rather, by their ancestor, the goddess Niuhua. With normal maturation, they would gradually awaken their semi-divine powers, wielding great strength. In the original tale, Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger united to vanquish the fusion of the moon worshipper and the water demon beast. Though it could be said that Zhao Ling'er was the principal force behind the victory, her solo efforts were not to be understated. However, this lineage bore a curse. Their fates had been inscribed from birth, destined to sacrifice their lives for the people of the earth. In the realm of the sword and fairy, the Nuwa clan could be deemed the most tragically fated. For generations, none had ever escaped the destiny of Nuwa's descendants. Zhao Ling'er's grandmother, Sixon, perished to seal the demon beast tower. Her mother, Lin Qing'er, transformed into a statue to imprison the water demon beast, also sacrificing her life. Even in the original tale, her daughter, Li Yiru, succumbed after giving birth to her granddaughter, Xiaoman. As for Zhao Ling'er herself, she met her end after sustaining grave injuries while defeating the fusion of the moon worshipper and the water demon beast. By the calculations of time, Zhao Ling'er would be no older than 17 at her demise. Thus, although she presently basked in the tender age of 13, her fate was tragically predetermined, leaving her with but 4 years of life remaining. Su Imo gazed at Zhao Ling'er, who was diligently practicing her swordsmanship in the distance, and pondered softly to himself, would you be willing to witness this world unfold along its destined path, allowing this young girl to succumb to her fate in 4 years? To this world, he was merely a traveler, one who seized opportunities and reaped benefits before departing without a second thought. Even if the world were to be engulfed in floods, what concern was it of his? Why not simply observe the wheels of fate turning along their preordained course? Yet, Suemo was unwilling to resign to such passivity. He pursued the path of cultivation, seeking to align with his inner will, for only then could his journey flourish. He was determined to alter Zhao Ling'er's destiny, to shatter the fated chains of the Nuwa clan. Moreover, this ambition resonated harmoniously with the system's intentions. After entering the fragmented world, the greater his influence, the more profound the changes, ultimately leading to greater rewards upon task completion. Although the sword and fairy realm was one of serendipity, devoid of explicit mission requirements, altering the course of this world would yield more substantial benefits upon his departure. If events were to unfold strictly according to the original narrative, he would not even be left with a drop to drink. Brother Su, look. My Yuqing sword classic has reached the realm of sword heart clarity. Impressive, isn't it? Zhao Ling'er declared proudly as she finished her sword practice and bounded over to Suemo, her face radiant with achievement. Suemo chuckled softly and playfully tapped her nose. Ling'er, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Zhao Ling'er, noticing Suemo's serious demeanor, obediently sat on the ground, adopting an earnest expression. Your bloodline is quite extraordinary. The days I spent teaching you the Yuqing sword classic were aimed at altering your predetermined fate. However, in truth, you need not practice. Once your bloodline awakens, you will become immensely powerful, Su Mo explained. Oh, really? Can I be as formidable as Brother Su? Zhao Ling'er inquired with wide-eyed excitement. Somos mailiently. Ruffling her hair. You will be even more formidable than me, akin to a deity among mortals. What must I do to awaken my bloodline? Zhao Ling'er asked, her enthusiasm palpable. Sit comfortably and close your eyes. No matter what sensations you experience, do not move. Only open your eyes when I instruct you to do so. Sumo instructive. Zhao Ling'er complied, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately, a sight to behold. Suemo took her hand and channeled a stream of spiritual energy into her body. After advancing to the golden core realm, the power within him had transformed from mere vital energy into a more refined and potent spiritual force. He guided this energy through Zhao Ling'er's being. Indeed, the Nuwa lineage was far from ordinary. Suemo couldn't help but marvel. As his spiritual energy penetrated Zhao Ling'er's body, he discerned that her constitution was unlike that of ordinary beings, harboring an extraordinarily potent divine force. This divine power, inherited from her very inception, was a legacy bestowed by the goddess Nuwa. Suemo circulated his spiritual energy within Zhao Ling'er, tracing the essence of Nuwa's divine power. However, he found that this force remained sealed, awaiting the opportune moment for release. In the original narrative, Zhao Ling'er had inadvertently stimulated this inner strength due to her pregnancy, leading to the loosening of the seal and the restoration of Nuwa's true form. Yet, Suemo had no intention of allowing Zhao Ling'er to await such a lengthy period. The earlier the divine power was unleashed, the greater the benefits would accrue to her. Furthermore, this would afford him additional time to study the powers of the Nuwa lineage, thereby enhancing his chances of breaking the fate that bound them. Ling'er, prepare yourself. I am about to release the power within you, he announced. Zhao Lingyan nodded, her eyes remaining closed. Su Mo began to assail the seal of Nuwa's divine force with his spiritual energy. The seal proved to be more resilient than anticipated, and he continuously poured his energy into Zhao Linger, striking again and again. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, and the process of impact seemed to inflict considerable pain upon her. Nevertheless, despite her tender age, she exhibited remarkable tenacity, stifling any sound of distress. Suddenly, a barrier appeared to shatter. The seal of Nuwa's divine power within Zhao Linger finally loosened and was breached. A tremendous force erupted from her, emanating outward in visible circular waves. Zhao Linger could no longer contain her anguish and cried out. Her body began to transform. Her legs vanished, morphing into a serpentine form. Even her garments transformed, becoming a dark-hued robe of Nuwa, bestowing upon her an air of regal elegance. Bubu, brotersu. What has happened to Ling? Zhao Linger inquired, gazing in dismay at her serpentine body on the verge of tears. Am I a monster now? Su Mo chuckled softly and gently tapped her nose, reassuring her, Linger is not a monster. You are a descendant of Nuwa, a goddess among mortals. He then recounted the legends of Nuwa in their entirety, dispelling her doubts entirely. After reclaiming her true form, Zhao Linger did not revert to her human shape. For aside from her grandmother, the Jiang matriarch, there were no others on a mortal spirit island. Under Su Mo's guidance, she swiftly mastered the powers of Nuwa, becoming increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, she diligently pursued her training in the Jade Clarity Sword Cannon, according to Su Mo's vision, to transcend the fate of the Nuwa lineage. It might ultimately require relinquishing her divine power entirely. By that time, the cultivation of the Jade Clarity Sword Cannon had become the sole reliance of Zhao Linger. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had slipped away. Zhao Linger, now 16, had blossomed into a graceful beauty, resembling an ethereal fairy descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, Su Mo had diligently pursued his training over the past 3 years. His aura grew increasingly robust, and his cultivation ever more unfathomable. On this particular day, Zhao Linger intended to bathe in the heavenly pool on a mortal spirit island. Beneath the island lay a volcano, and the heavenly pool was nestled within its crater, forming a natural hot spring due to the geothermal heat. Zhao Linger insisted that Su Mo guard her outside, claiming she feared a lecherous intruder might spy upon her. Su Mo chuckled, bemused. With only 3 souls on the entire immortal spirit island, including the Jiang family, where could such an intruder possibly be? Yet, as he calculated the passage of time, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps today truly would see the arrival of such a scoundrel. Young man, should you step forward even a half pace and behold what you ought not, do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes and break your legs? Su Mori marked, observing the furtive figure of Li Xiaoyao as he ascended the island. In the original tale, Li Xiaoyao had fallen victim to the machinations of the moon worship sect, ascending a mortal spirit island in search of a remedy, only to stumble upon Zhao Linger in her bath. Now, although Li Xiaoyao had grown into a formidable practitioner under Su Mo's guidance, he still appeared at the predetermined time and place. Was the inertia of fate truly that potent? Chapter 117, Forgetting Worries. Master, what brings you here? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed upon spotting Su Mo, his surprise evident in his exaggerated expression. His eyes sparkled as he rushed toward Su Mo, arms outstretched, yearning for a disciple's embrace. However, as he drew near, Su Mo delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Li Xiaoyao sat on the ground, rubbing his backside, his expression more forlorn than that of a lovesick maiden. Master, why did you kick Xiaoyao? Have you grown weary of me? Su Mo Xiaodev. A chill running down his spine. You insolent brat, speak properly. If you continue this melodramatic nonsense, I shall be compelled to expel you. He fought against the urge to deliver a decisive blow to his disciple. Please, master, I was merely overjoyed to see you. Li Xiaoyao sprang back to his feet, scampering to Su Mo's side, massaging his shoulders with an air of sycophancy. Master, your presence brings me solace. You must help my aunt. She has suddenly fallen gravely ill and remains unconscious. The physicians in Yuhang Town are inept and unable to provide any assistance. I came to Immortal Spirit Island upon hearing that the fairies here possess miraculous herbs capable of bestowing life anew, hence my quest for a remedy. As he spoke of his aunt, Li Furong, a rare seriousness enveloped his demeanor. Su Mo tapped his forehead and inquired, before Li Furong fell into a coma. Did your Yun Lai receive 3 Miao people? Did they guide you to Xianling Island in search of medicine? Indeed, master, you truly possess divine insight, having discerned everything correctly. Please, return with me to rescue my aunt. With your presence, I need not seek any fairy. Surely you have a solution, do you not? Li Xiao imprudat. Tugging at Su Mo's arm, eager to leave Xianling Island. Xiaoyao, come closer, Su Mo beckoned, brushing Li Xiaoyao's hand away and pulling him nearer. Master, what is it? Li Xiaoyao adopted a pose of attentive receptiveness. Su Mo extended 2 fingers, bending them at the joints, and lightly tapped them against Li Xiaoyao's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Li Xiaoyao cried out, clutching his head, but refraining from retreating. I have wasted my time teaching you for so long. You couldn't even discern that there was something amiss with those 3 Miao people? Sumo reprochiv. Something amiss with them? Li Xiaoyao's eyes brightened at Sumo's words, and he fell into contemplation. He was inherently perceptive, but due to his involvement with Li Furong, who raised him, his worry had clouded his judgment, momentarily blinding him. The more he pondered the 3 Miao people, the more he unearthed numerous suspicions. His gaze sharpened, a glimmer of murderous intent emerging. Sumonadith. Recognizing that Li Xiaoyao had indeed made considerable progress over the years. Brother Su, what are you doing? Who is this person? Zhao Linger, now dressed, emerged from the celestial pool. The first thing she sought was to locate Su Mo, pure as a lotus. Unadorned by artifice, she appeared refreshingly lovely. Her damp hair, cascading down her back. Su Mo chuckled, playfully tousling her hair, making it even messier. How annoying. You truly are a scoundrel. Zhao Linger shot him a glare. Laughing heartily, Su Mo pointed at Li Xiaoyao and said, This is your junior brother. Do make his acquaintance. Li Xiao, sumawat indignan. Opened his mouth. Master, why am I the junior brother? I clearly appear much older than her. Moreover, you have never mentioned that I have an elder sister disciple. Su Mo gave his head another tap. You have grown bold. Dare you question your master's words? I was already acquainted with your sister disciple Zhao Linger and Miaojiang. Surely you understand the concept of seniority? Now, address her as sister. Reluctantly, Li Xiaoyao stepped forward and addressed Zhao Linger. Greetings, sister. Li Xiaoyao. I hope for your guidance. Hello, I am Zhao Linger, she replied courteously, her manners impeccable. However, she turned around and burst into a fit of giggles, grasping Su Mo's arm and standing on tiptoe to say, Brother Su, this person looks rather foolish. How could he possibly be your disciple? Li Xiaoyao thought to himself, a retort on the tip of his tongue, but restrained by the presence of his master. Without warning, Su Mo delivered a sudden strike to the back of Li Xiaoyao's heart. Caught off guard, Li Xiaoyao, even if he had been prepared, could not evade the blow. Master! Cough, cough, he exclaimed, breaking into a violent fit of coughing, during which he expelled a small black worm the size of a pinky finger. What is this? He gazed in horror at the creature he had just coughed up. Had this thing been residing within him all this time? The more he pondered, the more nauseated he felt, and he nearly retched, though he managed to suppress it with sheer willpower. This creature was known as the forgetfulness worm, a type of parasitic insect that, once ingested, would erase one's memories of the past few days. As Suemo spoke, he harnessed his spiritual energy to grasp the forgetfulness worm. Initially, he intended to crush it, but a sudden inspiration struck him. He opened the portal to Su Garden and cast the worm onto a blade of grass within. He then established a barrier with his spiritual energy to ensure that the worm could not escape that patch of grass. Nodding in satisfaction as he closed the grand door of Su Garden. This little creature was the second being he had cast into Su Garden after the Great Star of the Sea, and it might prove useful in the future. Master, how did that thing end up in my stomach? Li Xiaoyao asked, still trembling with shock. You ingested it yourself. Why ask me? Su Mo chided with a chuckle. Li Xiaoyao's gaze sharpened, and he resentfully muttered, Curse those Miao people. This forgetfulness worm had been forced upon him by the 3 disciples of the moon worship sect, under the pretense that it would protect him from the miasma on Immortal Spirit Island. While Li Xiaoyao continued to silently curse the 3 Miao individuals scheming against him, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. 2 piercing gazes, sharp as blades, were directed at him, causing his back to bristle. Su Mo and Zhao Linger were glaring at him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhao Linger, the princess of Miaojiang, and Su Mo, who initially held the position of the emperor of Nanzhao's personal attendant in this world, were both Miao people. Li Xiaoyao suddenly felt a desire to compose a melancholic tune for himself. Su Mo led Zhao Linger and Li Xiaoyao to the seaside, where the path from Immortal Spirit Island to the outside world lay. Indeed, the island's protective array had been shattered by Li Xiaoyao using the stone hammers provided by the three disciples of the moon worship sect. Three dark figures flickered above the ocean's surface, swiftly approaching Immortal Spirit Island. Ha ha ha, little brother, you have not disappointed us. You have successfully dismantled the defenses of Immortal Spirit Island. The three disciples of the moon worship sect laughed heartily upon seeing Li Xiaoyao. They did not notice Su Mo and Zhao Linger, for Su Mo had deliberately concealed their presence. When one possesses absolute strength, they can remain unseen. Once the three members of the moon worship sect arrived on the island, Su Mo subtly formed a spiritual seal, revealing himself and Zhao Ling. The trio from the sect instinctively disregarded Su Mo, their gazes fixated on Zhao Linger, eliciting their immediate delight. They had searched far and wide, only to find her without effort. Princess, we have found you at last. The sect master has been deeply concerned for your well-being. Please accompany us. Chapter 118. The Re-embarkation on the Path of the Immortal Sword. Sumo's spiritual awareness swept over the three moon worship sect disciples, revealing that they were all at the second tier innate realm, with the strongest among them barely at second tier 3 stars. Their combat prowess was laughable, akin to a mere 5. Such feeble opponents hardly stirred a desire within him to engage. The thought that these weaklings had managed to toy with his disciple filled Su Mo with inexplicable ire. Li Xiaoyao, perceptive as ever, sensed Su Mo's rising anger and realized his master was about to erupt. He knew he needed to act swiftly, otherwise they might very well face expulsion from the sect. You three vile scoundrels, how dare you deceive the illustrious and mighty Li Xiaoyao? Today, you shall find no escape. With a righteous roar, he drew his peachwood sword and charged at the three disciples of the moon worship sect. Seeking death, the disciples sneered, their eyes glinting with disdain, as one produced a crescent-shaped axe and leapt into action. One advanced towards Li Xiaoyao, while the other two lunged at Zhao Linger. As for Su Mo, to their senses, he exuded no excess aura, appearing merely as an ordinary person. Thus they dismissed him entirely. Princess Zhao Linger, our sect master has missed you dearly. The two disciples approaching her grinned maliciously, their expressions utterly lewd. Zhao Linger's brow furrowed in displeasure, abhorring such disrespectful words directed at her. Su Mo chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Linger's hair, before inquiring, Linger, are you afraid? With a stubborn shake of her head, she replied in defiance, then I leave these two to you. Remember, show no mercy, Su Mo instructed, stepping aside to allow Zhao Linger to face the two disciples alone. In the original narrative, the three disciples had mercilessly slaughtered the inhabitants of the entire fairy spirit island. If the plot were to be altered, it would begin with these three. Zhao Linger drew forth a delicate sword, expertly executing 2 sword flowers to meet the assault of her attackers. She had been practicing the Jade Clarity sword cannon taught by Su Mo, having already reached the 3rd form, the heart of the sword, drawing her ever closer to the Golden Core realm. Once she comprehends her own path, she will be able to condense the Golden Elixir and step onto the Golden Elixir Avenue. However, Su Mo does not wish for her to attain such enlightenment too soon. What if she were to realize a profound love akin to her mother, Lin Qinger, and become willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of all living beings? What then? Zhao Linger already possesses formidable strength. Should she awaken her innate power of Nuwa, few in the mortal realm could pose a threat to her. Such prowess, with Su Mo by her side, is indeed sufficient. Li Xiaoyao swiftly dealt with his adversary, a moon worshipper wielding a crescent-shaped axe, whose heart vein was shattered by a single sword aura, resulting in an instant cessation of life. Though this lad often appears carefree, he proves to be decisively ruthless when the moment calls for it. Zhao Linger, on the other hand, merely sealed the energy of her two opponents, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Despite her efforts to suppress her compassion, when the time truly came to take a life, her sword simply would not descend. Women indeed struggle to accomplish great feats. What is the matter? Lacking the courage to kill? Li Xiaoyao, observing Zhao Linger's restraint in merely imprisoning the two moon worshippers without slaying them, could not resist a teasing remark. Zhao Linger ignored him and turned to face Su Mo, attempting to justify her actions with a hint of guilt. Brother Su, did you not say, I am the mother of earth, and all the people of the world are my children? Thus, these two are also my subjects. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. How could Linger bear to strike them down? Su Mo smiled gently, and beckon her back. Then, with an effortless gesture, he unleashed two sword auras that penetrated the bodies of the two moon worshippers. Their eyes widened in terror as they knelt upon the island. Externally, they appeared unchanged. Yet internally, their vital organs had been thoroughly obliterated by the sword energy, dead beyond recovery. This is a purple gold pill, capable of curing a myriad of ailments and neutralizing countless poisons. Take it back to save your aunt, and then seek us in Suzhou. Su Mo handed a purple gold pill, procured from his grandmother, to Li Xiaoyao. Filled with a sense of urgency, Li Xiaoyao bid farewell to Su Mo and soared back toward Yuhang town. Grandmother, will you truly not accompany us? Zhao Linger grasped Zhang's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. I am too old and of little use. Even if I were to follow the princess back to Nanzhao, I would not be of assistance. Without me as a burden, the princess can act freely, without concern. Since Li Xiaoyao arrived on the island, Su Mo recognized that the narrative of the Xianjian world had commenced. The inertia of fate is formidable. To break free from it, one must first follow its course. Thus, Su Mo informed Zhao Linger that he would take her back to Nanzhao. Zhao Linger was elated, yet Jiang was reluctant to return. Grandmother, how can you rest easy knowing no one will care for Linger in your absence? Zhao Linger persisted, hoping to sway Jiang's heart and convince her to accompany them back to Nanzhao. With Su's Wushir present, the old woman felt at ease. Jiang Shi suddenly turned to face Su Mo and deeply bowed. Grandmother, please do not. Su Mo released a surge of spiritual energy, lifting her gently. Zhao Linger, with tears in her eyes, bid farewell to Jiang Shi, then ascended gracefully into the sky, resembling a celestial being or goddess descended to the mortal realm. Su Mo waited for her in the air, wielding his sword. Zhao Linger's swordsmanship had yet to reach the golden core stage, preventing her from soaring on sword. Even in the world of the immortal sword, only those trained in the Shushan sword technique could fly before achieving the golden core stage. However, Su Mo had only imparted this technique to Li Xiaoyao, not Zhao Linger, for she did not require it. With the majority of Nuwa's divine power awakened within her, Zhao Linger could traverse the skies unaided, rendering the need for a sword unnecessary. Even Su Mo felt a twinge of envy at this, as it was known that for practitioners to soar without relying on a sword, one must reach at least the 3rd grade of the Golden Core stage. True mastery could only be attained upon reaching the 4th grade of the Divine Sea True Monarch stage, when the Golden Core transforms into the Divine Sea. Zhao Linger longed for the kingdom of Nanzhao and Mr. Father, the Witch King. If given the choice, she would have flown tirelessly to the Nanzhao Palace without pause. Yet, Su Mo, outside Suzhou City, gently descended from the clouds, landing beside her. Zhao Linger, puzzled but compliant, followed him into the city. At that moment, she was not in her true form as Nuwa, but in her human guise. Under Su Mo's guidance, she could now effortlessly shift between her true divine form and her mortal self. Su Mo had his own reasons for not heading directly to Nanzhao. While he was confident in his ability to defeat Baiyu with his current strength, should Baiyu find himself cornered and merge with the water demon beast, the resulting half-human, half-demon entity would possess formidable power capable of annihilating cities and nations. Su Mo lacked confidence in overcoming Baiyu in such a state. Thus, he aimed to prepare thoroughly, gather the 5 spirit pearls, and enhance his strength to the utmost for their final confrontation. To collect the 5 spirit pearls, he needed to retrace the path of the immortal sword. The first stop on this journey was Suzhou City. Within Suzhou, there was a refined young scholar, as gentle as jade, and a headstrong yet deeply affectionate young lady, Lin Yuru. Chapter 119, The Misguided Life of the Demon Eating. Above lies paradise. Below are Su and Hang. Since Emperor Yang of Sui excavated the Grand Canal, Suzhou City has become one of the most prosperous commercial metropolises in the mortal realm. In this era, Suzhou teemed with people, with vendors bustling about, complemented by intricately carved buildings and picturesque scenery of small bridges over flowing waters. Walking through the city truly lifted the spirits. Bradevsu, I crave candid hotorn. Upon spotting a stall selling this delightful treat, Zhao Linger couldn't contain her excitement and leaped with joy. Buy it. Sumochakiv. Brother Su, I wish to have some mung bean cake. With the candied hawthorn in hand, Zhao Linger's gaze fell upon the mung bean cake. Buy it. Su Mo continued to smile. Brother Su, these are roasted ginkgo nuts. Zhao Ling then noticed a stand selling roasted nuts. Buy it. Sumori mandan fast. As they strolled down the street, Zhao Linger had already amassed a bounty of snacks in her arms. having left the ethereal Lingxian island and ventured into the mundane world for the first time. She fully embraced her gluttonous nature, indulging in her treats with a beaming smile that revealed her charming dimples, her face radiating innocence and joy. When they reached a street corner, a small child suddenly darted out from a nearby alley, rushing to Zhao Ling and tugging at her clothing. "Sister, I am hungry," the child lamented. Zhao Ling knelt down, gently ruffling his hair, and inquired, "Little brother, what is your name? Where are your parents?" "My name is Xiao Duzi. My parents have abandoned me." "Sister, I am hungry. Could you spare me something to eat?" The child gazed longingly at the pile of snacks in Zhao Linger's arms, his mouth watering. "Here, take this and enjoy," she offered, handing him a packet of roasted ginkgo nuts. Xiao Duzi devoured it voraciously, finishing the entire packet in mere moments. Yet, he continued to look at Zhao Linger, his eyes filled with distress. "Sister, I am still hungry." Zhao Linger's expression grew serious. She placed the remaining snacks on the ground, allowing Xiao Duzi to choose what he wished to eat. Suddenly, a radiant light glimmered in her eyes, revealing glimpses of something within the child's body. "Brother Su," Zhao Linger whispered discreetly as she approached Su Mo, "I perceive something within this child's body. Since you have detected it, then extract it. It would be a kindness," Su Mo replied. Zhao Linger nodded, forming a spiritual gesture with her hands before pointing at Xiao Duzi. Xiao Duzi began to retch violently, expelling a creature after a prolonged fit. To their astonishment, a rather large worm emerged, writhing on the ground. Though it was somewhat grotesque, it appeared rather naive and endearing. Zhao Linger recognized the creature. Her grandmother had mentioned it, saying it was called the devouring demon worm. If it burrowed into a person's belly, they would never feel satisfied no matter how much they ate. As she spoke, Zhao Linger produced a bamboo tube and carefully contained the devouring demon worm within. "Brother, sister, I am no longer hungry," Xiao Duzi exclaimed joyfully, his face lighting up as he looked at Su Mo and Zhao Linger. Linger smiled as she gently patted his head, saying, "Go on, but do refrain from indulging in food carelessly. The food demon loves to sneak into the bellies of little gluttons." Little Duzi dashed away in an instant. Regrettably, a pile of snacks had been nearly devoured by him. Zhao Linger glanced at the dwindling treats, her cheeks puffing up like buns as she sighed repeatedly. The excitement beckoned. The Lord of Lin family fort was hosting a martial arts competition to select a suitor for his daughter. Anyone who could defeat Miss Lin would be granted entry into the Lin family, becoming the favored son-in-law of the fort's master. Suddenly, the crowd in the street surged in one direction, with some shouting enthusiastically. Indeed, the allure of spectacle is an inherent trait of humanity, even for celestial beings. Zhao Lingye, observing the tide of people, tugged at Su Mo and quickened her pace. "Suga, hurry up. It seems there's something interesting to watch." Sumochakil, shaking his head as he allowed her to pull him along. The pace of events seemed to hasten. They had only just arrived in Suzhou, and Lin Tian Nan was already preparing to host the competition for Lin Yuru. Could it be due to my influence? He pondered inwardly. As Zhao Linger led Su Mo, they soon arrived at the designated arena set up by Lin family fort within Suzhou City. At the back of the stage, a grand chair was displayed, upon which sat a middle-aged man with sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of authority. This was none other than Lin Tiannan, the lord of Lin family fort and the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance. Renowned for his family's dual swordsmanship, he dominated the southern region and was revered as the Southern Martial Arts leader. He shared a deep friendship with the sword saint of Mount Shu, In Ruajua, for over a decade, and his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Su Mo extended his spiritual awareness and sensed Lin Tian Nan's formidable presence. He too had entered the path and achieved the Golden Course stage. In that fleeting moment of connection, Lin Tian Nan became aware of Su Mo's presence, his gaze piercing through the crowd to spot Su Mo and Zhao Ling. With no intent to conceal himself, their eyes met, and they nodded in mutual acknowledgement. At this juncture, Lin Tian Nan rose from his chair and strode to the center of the arena, bowing to the gathered crowd. He began, "Dear villagers, I trust you are all eagerly anticipating today's martial arts competition. I shall not prolong my words. Whoever can defeat my daughter, Ruer, shall be permitted to join the Lin family fort and become my esteemed son-in-law." Cheers erupted from the audience as some aspirants, dreaming of marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life, began to eagerly prepare for their turn. At the center of the stage stood a strikingly graceful woman, her gaze directed at the raucous crowd below, her murderous intent unmistakable. if her eyes could wield blades. Those in the audience would surely be pierced through, especially those whose looks fell short yet were the loudest in their clamoring. If you wish to remain unmarried, there exists but one possibility. You must vanquish them all. Lin Tiannan whispered to Lin Yuru. I shall slay them. Lin Yuru ground her teeth in fury. Very well. Lin Tiannan snorted coldly. Let the contest for marriage commence. Who among the valiant dares to challenge? He proclaimed, gesturing grandly towards the crowd below. I shall. Came a swift response. A burly man with a dark complexion leaped onto the stage. This man possessed some martial prowess. He executed the 9 palaces and 8 trigram steps, palms outstretched, creating a gust of wind as he lunged towards Lin Yuru. He charged forward, a swarm of buzzing flies encircling him, amplifying the spectacle. Lin Yuru rolled her eyes in exasperation, gritting her teeth. I must kill him. I will certainly kill him. As the man lunged at her, Lin Yuru delivered a fierce kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Several members of the Lin family rushed forward to carry him off the stage. A singular strike had felled him. The raucous cheers from the crowd diminished significantly, as Lin Yuru's display of combat prowess had indeed intimidated many. With a rich family lineage, she had been proclaimed invincible across Jiangnan since the age of 13, and her skills were formidable. Su Mo's spiritual perception revealed that she was already a second-tier innate master, with few in attendance capable of besting her. Several others, dreaming of marrying into the foremost stronghold of Jiangnan, ascended the stage to challenge Lin Yuru, only to be swiftly dispatched by her kicks. Unlike the original tale, Lin Yuru's cousin, the top scholar Lu Jinyuan, did not appear on stage this time, whether due to his absence from Suzhou or some other reason remained unclear. Brother Su, this Lin's sister is so formidable, it seems none can match her. If this continues, no one will dare to ascend the stage, Zhao Linger remarked. Do not fret, Linger. Let patience guide your gaze, Su Mo replied with a smile. For his spiritual perception had already discerned that Lin Yuru's destined partner was present among the crowd. Even a girl like me can defeat you. You men are all worthless. Lin Yuru shouted defiantly at the audience below. Though she would later evolve into a kind-hearted and understanding individual, at this moment, she was merely a pampered young lady of the Lin family, having been compelled into this contest for marriage. She was seething with frustration and showed little kindness to the onlookers. What nonsense is this, you wicked woman? How dare you claim that men are worthless? Allow me, the gallantly, to teach you a lesson. A flamboyant voice rose from the crowd as a young man in azure robes, with a wooden sword beneath his feet, soared onto the stage. As fate would have it, on this day, before they had even donned the forget-not bells, these two would encounter one another upon the arena. Lin Yuru, a chance encounter with carefree wanderings that alters a lifetime. Chapter 120, You Should Marry. Li Xiao Yao acquired the purple gold pill on a mortal spirit island and returned to Yuhang town to treat Li Furong. Following Su Mo's request, he took to the skies on his sword and arrived in Suzhou City. Upon reaching Suzhou, intending to first meet Su Mo, he was drawn to a lively spectacle. There was no urgency in locating his master. The fierce and imposing master would not vanish. Thus, Li Xiao Yao blended into the crowd, watching the grand competition for marriage staged by the Lin family fortress. Su Mo's keen spiritual awareness had long detected Li Xiao Yao amidst the throng. However, he chose not to reveal himself, allowing Li Xiao Yao to remain oblivious to his presence. He wished to observe the unfolding tale of Li Xiao Yao and Lin Yuru, unimpeded, to witness its natural progression. In the original narrative, Lin Yuru was a tragic figure, sacrificing her life for the happiness of Li Xiao Yao and Zhao Linger. She epitomized a kind-hearted maiden who would risk everything for love, yet never resort to unscrupulous means. Lin Yuru perished in the demon sealing tower in her attempt to save Li Xiao Yao and Zhao Linger. And even when later revived by the Miao clan's holy maiden with 36 puppet worms, she was left with only half a life, quickly succumbing to a state of near death once more, now that he had entered the realm of the immortal sword. Su Amorizal to alterinu estate entirely. Who are you? Your words are as foul as they are baseless. Am I mistaken? Men are inherently weaklings, and you are no exception. Lin Yuru retained her spoiled and willful disposition, unyielding when justified, and merciless even without cause. She never shied away from verbal conflict. Bah! You vile woman. Having learned a couple of tricks, you seem to have forgotten your place. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of all men. Li Xiao Yao, a roguish character himself, possessed a tongue as sharp as his blade. How brazen! Today, I shall bring you down, forcing you to kneel at my feet and call me grandaunt. Oh, how frightful, she retorted mockingly. Vile woman, should you feel pain from the beating, do not weep. Let be clear, I am merely teaching you a lesson for the sake of all men, and even if I defeat you, I shall not marry you. Who would dare wed such a wicked woman? That would truly be a nightmare. From a dog's mouth, no ivory can emerge. Perish, Lin Yuru exclaimed, brandishing a long whip. The whip danced like a dragon, striking towards Li Xiaoyao. Under Sumo's guidance, Li Xiaoyao had reached the second rank of innate mastery, and it was improbable he would be easily struck by such a blow. In a swift motion, he evaded the onslaught of whip shadows and closed the distance to Lin Yuru. Vile woman, receive my blade. Li Xiaoyao swung his sword toward Lin Yuru with no intention of sparing her, delivering his strike with unrelenting ferocity. Lin Yuru's whip seemed to possess a spirit of its own, automatically returning to protect its master in the blink of an eye, colliding with the long sword. The clash produced a resonant sound akin to metal striking metal. The two combatants separated instantly, retreating 2 steps each. You insufferable wretch, you still possess some skill, Lin Yuru remarked coldly, casting her whip aside. With a swift gesture, a long sword flew from the weapon rack beside the arena. Grasping the sword in her hand, she ascended into the air, striking forward with a flurry of swift slashes, resembling lightning. 7 techniques, sword chi, she exclaimed, and suddenly, the air was filled with countless sword shadows. This was the Lin family's ancestral secret technique, the 7 techniques, sword chi, a formidable asset that allowed the Lin family to dominate the martial world, its power not to be underestimated. Any ordinary second-tier cultivator, faced with such a terrifying sword chi assault, would likely find themselves powerless and ultimately defeated. However, Li Xiaoyao was no ordinary innate cultivator. He formed a sword gesture with his hand and tossed the wooden sword into the air. Then, he too shouted, sword control technique. The wooden sword soared into the heavens, impossibly severing all the sword shadows unleashed by the 7 techniques, sword chi. Realizing her sword chi had been effortlessly dispelled, Lin Yuru was taken aback, momentarily losing her composure. Since the age of 13, she had been undefeated across Jiangnan, relying on the 7 techniques sword chi. Once unleashed, her opponents had no means of retaliation, forced only to endure her relentless assault. Now, however, her greatest trump card had been so easily shattered, leaving her at a loss. What now, wicked woman? Out of tricks? Li Xiaoyao laughed heartily, directing the Peachwood sword straight at Lin Yuru. This move, seemingly simple, was remarkably effective, swift, fierce, and precise, targeting the weakest point in her defenses just as she exhaled her true energy, unable to summon new energy in time. Indeed, the sword pierced through Lin Yuru's protective true energy. Panic surged within Lin Yuru as she instinctively struck at the approaching Peachwood sword with her hand. Yet, the sword was imbued with Li Xiaoyao's innate true energy, exuding a fierce sword chi. Had she not been a practitioner of body refinement, her palm would have been severely injured. Are you seeking death? Li Xiaoyao had merely intended to force Lin Yuru to concede, but he was surprised by her fierce resolve. She chose to confront the Peachwood sword head-on rather than yield. Return. Li Xiaoyao formed a spiritual gesture, executing the reverse sword control technique, retracting the Peachwood sword just in time. However, the effort caused his internal energy to surge uncomfortably. You reckless woman, are you throwing your life away? Li Xiaoyao fumed, his figure flashing as he closed in on Lin Yuru, pointing with his finger, poised like a sword, towards her body. Lin Yuru, caught off guard, felt a sharp jab beneath her collarbone, instantly overwhelmed with shame and anger. What a shameless, despicable scoundrel. Enraged, she formed her hand into a knife and struck towards Li Xiaoyao's neck. What was once a duel of skilled practitioners devolved into a brawl reminiscent of street thugs. In the realm of street fighting, who could rival Li Xiaoyao's wealth of experience? Prior to his encounter with Su Mo and his introduction to the path of cultivation, he had been a notorious bully in the streets of Yuhang Town. He had never truly yielded to anyone in close combat against ruffians. As expected, after a brief struggle, Lin Yuru found herself outmatched, her vital energy restrained, rendering her immobile. Scoundrel! Unable to contain her fury, she lunged to bite Li Xiaoyao's shoulder. As a second-grade innate practitioner, her bite was formidable, and the pain inflicted on Li Xiaoyao was excruciating. The agony! You wicked woman, you dog! Li Xiaoyao forcefully pushed Lin Yuru away, creating a distance of over 2 meters between them. Lin Yuru glared at him with resentment. Enough! The victor has been determined. With a powerful shout, Lin Tian-nan unleashed an overwhelming aura upon the arena, instantly dispersing the energies that Lin Yuru and Li Xiaoyao had summoned. You have won, my daughter. Return to inform your parents. And choose an auspicious day for your wedding. Chapter 121. What is wrong with an arranged marriage? Hey, old man. I had made it clear beforehand that I was merely seeking to vent on behalf of all men. Even if I defeated her, I have no intention of marrying her. So you cannot force my hand. Li Xiaoyao stood nonchalantly on the stage, addressing Lin Tian-nan with disdain, showing no respect for this renowned leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance. A ruffian like you marrying my daughter would be your good fortune. Speak again, and I shall have your tongue. Lin Tian-nan, accustomed to a position of power, spoke with the authority of thunder, exuding an undeniable dominance. Old man, do not push your luck. Others may fear you, but I do not. My master is far more formidable than you. Li Xiaoyao skufa dismisibeli. Oh, who is your master? Bring him forth, that I may see. Lin Tian-nan sneered. Yet beneath his bravado, he recognized that Li Xiaoyao was employing the sword art of Mount Shu and surmised that this street ruffian must have some connection to the sect. If my master were to appear, it would surely frighten you to death. Li Xiaoyao scanned the crowd, speculating that Su Mo had likely arrived in Suzhou, though uncertain if she had witnessed the events unfolding here. Master, please come forth. If you do not appear soon, your disciple's honor and the purity of his 18 years will be at stake. He called out desperately to the crowd below. Su Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. Though he had guided Li Xiaoyao on the path of cultivation since childhood, the boy's roguish demeanor had remained unchanged. Do not call out. Your master is here. In front of so many witnesses, he hesitated to reprimand Li Xiaoyao. Haha, master, you are truly here. This is splendid. Did you see that old man force me to marry his daughter? You must stand up for me. Li Xiaoyao seemed to have grasped a lifeline, pouring out his grievances to Su Mo, esteemed friend. Are you this young man's mentor? Lin Tian-nan asked solemnly. Indeed, Sumonadith. May I invite you to the stage for a discussion? Lin Tian-nan proposed. That is precisely my intention. In an instant, Su Mo appeared on the high platform, not far from Lin Tian-nan, as if he had vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. His agility was remarkable, leaving the onlookers in awe. Such skill. My friend, please take a seat. Lin Tian-nan gestured toward the central grand chair, while he himself settled into a newly brought chair. May I inquire your name? Sumon. So you are the master of the Wine Sword Immortal, Elder Su of Mount Shu. What a pleasure to meet you. Lin Tian-nan, who shared a deep bond with the sword saint In Ruao, had already heard of the new elder from Mount Shu and was familiar with Sumo's name. Regarding the matter of my disciple and your daughter, what is your stance, Elder Su? I have set up a challenge for suitors, clearly stating that whoever bests my daughter may become my son-in-law. Your disciple has already triumphed over her, yet Lin Tian-nan trailed off. Upon learning that Li Xiaoyao was Su Mo's pupil, his resolve to accept Li Xiaoyao as a son-in-law strengthened. Initially, Lin Tian-nan had been drawn to Li Xiaoyao's potential, but now he recognized the merit of his lineage. Su Mo was an elder of Mount Shu, the master of the Wine Sword Immortal. This meant that Li Xiaoyao was destined to be affiliated with Mount Shu, and his status would be significant. Such a son-in-law, endowed with talent and a prestigious background, was entirely to Lin Tian-nan's satisfaction, though he was a bit too unruly and lacking in solemnity. However, that could be addressed with time. Maturity would naturally temper him. Su Mo smiled, glancing at Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, before finally turning his gaze back to Lin Tian-nan. There is no however. Since my disciple has triumphed over your daughter, he should adhere to the customs and take her as his wife. I shall take the initiative now and propose on his behalf. If you, Lord Lin, do not agree, then I shall not comply. Lin Tian-nan's anxieties were lifted, and he laughed heartily. Elder Su, how forthright. From this day forth, we shall become in-laws. Master you. Li Xiaoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Mo, utterly bewildered. Master, I believe this old man is hardly your match. Do not yield to his oppressive demeanor. Besides, even if we cannot defeat him, we can always make our escape, can't we? I refuse to believe he can outpace your swordsmanship, master. The fate of my lifelong pursuit hinges upon your decision, so you must not waver. At this moment, Li Xiaoyao, embodying the essence of a dramatist, blinked back tears, nearly on the verge of weeping. Su Mo jestingly chided. What, is the esteemed Miss Lin truly a match so rare that it would be a disservice to you? The gallantly? He then turned to Lin Yuru, smiling as he said, Miss Lin, you must wed today. There is no better day than today. I have already calculated, and it is indeed an auspicious occasion for your union. Being a lady, Lin Yu felt a wave of shyness wash over her at the mention of her marriage. Married today? Master, you may as well end my life, Li Xiaoyao lamented. His expression one of utter despair. Concerning this matrimonial matter, you have no say. It is settled. Today you shall wed. Does the lord of the Lin family have any objections? None whatsoever. We shall defer to Brother Su's judgment. Thus, Su Mo and Lin Tianan orchestrated a grand arrangement for a traditional, arranged marriage. Lin family fortress was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy throughout. Zhao Ling, following closely behind Su Mo, observed the bustling activity of the Lin family with curiosity, finding everything refreshingly novel. Brother Su, have you truly sold your disciple with just a few words? This is an arranged marriage, stripping them of the freedom to love. She teased, skipping playfully. Su Mo shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of wisdom as he replied, Ling, you are still too young. If you had my experiences, you would understand there is nothing amiss with arranged marriages. The agony of free love is the true source of suffering. He spoke with authority on the matter, for had arranged marriages not been abolished, he might have lost his own children. Xiaoyao would soon comprehend the benevolent intentions of his master. As the Lin family celebrated both the marriage of their daughter and the welcoming of a son-in-law, the occasion was grandly celebrated, with half of Suzhou immersed in the Lin family's joy. Seated at the head of the table, Su Mo and Lin Tianan watched with smiles as the two newlyweds, Li Xiaoyao clad in a bright red groom's attire and Lin Yu veiled beneath a crimson canopy, performed their ceremonial bows to heaven and earth and to their ancestors. After exchanging vows, they began the ritual of offering tea to their respective elders. Li Xiaoyao presented a cup of tea to Lin Tianan, saying with a hint of irritation, Father, from this day forth, I am your son-in-law. Should I ever cause chaos in the Lin family fortress, and you find me intolerable, please do not hesitate to expel me. Lin Tianan, unfazed, accepted the tea with a smile, merely sighing, Ah, you young ones. Lin Yu knelt before Su Mo, presenting him with a cup of fragrant tea. She lowered her head and spoke softly, Master, please have some tea. Su Mo nodded, retrieving a book from his bosom and placing it into Lin Yu's hands. Since this is our first meeting, I have nothing else to offer you. You may begin studying the secret technique of Shu Mountain. After all, Xiaoyao is destined to join the Shu Mountain sect, and, as his wife, you cannot be considered an outsider. Lin Yu glanced down at the tome in her hands, the cover boldly inscribed with 10,000 swords technique. At that moment, Lin Tianan, observing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. One of the highest sword techniques of Shu Mountain, capable of leading directly to the Golden Core path, was so casually gifted away. Chapter 122, A Breath of Fresh Air Amongst Monsters. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yu had been married for 3 days. During this time, although they occasionally quarreled, their bond had deepened significantly as they accepted the reality of being each other's fated partners. Perhaps this was the inertia of destiny. In the original tale, they were a pair of playful adversaries, cultivating profound feelings through their daily banter. Ultimately, Lin Yu sacrificed herself in the demon locking tower for both Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Ling, only to be revived by the saintess of Nanzhao using 36 puppet insects. After Zhao Ling vanquished the water demon beast, Lin Yu found herself together with Li Xiaoyao. In truth, she was the destined one for him all along. The intertwined fates of the three culminated in tragedy. This time, Su Mo's arrival in the world of Xianjian had altered its fate. From the outset, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yu had been together, leaving one to wonder if their companionship would endure a lifetime. As for Zhao Ling, being a descendant of Niuhua, if she were to follow the original storyline, her fate would undoubtedly end in sorrow. Su Mo was determined to alter her destiny. 3 days later, Su Mo and Zhao Ling set off, continuing their journey towards Nanzhao. As Li Xiaoyao was Su Mo's disciple, he was naturally obliged to accompany them. Lin Yu also packed her belongings, preparing to depart alongside Li Xiaoyao. Though she verbally expressed reluctance, her body betrayed her true intentions. After all, how could a newlywed couple bear to be apart? Thus, amidst their playful squabbles, they all set forth together with Su Mo. With Su Mo present, Lin Tianan felt reassured and did not hinder Lin Yu's departure. Leaving Lin family fortress, Su Mo, along with Zhao Ling and the others, chose not to fly directly on their swords towards Nanzhao, but instead opted for a mountain path. Lin family fortress was built against a mountain, and this path led from the back of the fortress to the outside world. Master Su, why are we not flying on our swords, but walking instead? After walking along the narrow path for 2 or 3 hours, Lin Yuru, being a delicate young lady, began to pant and could not help but voice her confusion. The master has his own principles in his actions. We need only to follow him. Why the incessant questioning? Li Xiaoyao lightly tapped Lin Yuru's head, expressing his dissatisfaction. You stubborn child, I must heed the master's decisions. But I am weary. Do you not understand? Are you not supposed to do something as my husband? Without waiting for Li Xiaoyao's response, Lin Yuru stepped back, took a running leap, and landed onto Li Xiaoyao's back. Now, this is what a husband ought to do, she exclaimed playfully, with a mischievous spirit. Lin Yuru lay on Li Xiaoyao's back, playfully whipping him with her hands as if they were reins, compelling him to carry her. Though Li Xiaoyao wore an unwilling expression, he did not dislodge her, tacitly accepting his role as her steed. Su Mo shook his head, observing this couple incessantly flaunting their affection, feeling a pang of heartache. Yet, the culprits of this display were his own disciples, a pair he had once brought together. Thus, despite the discomfort of witnessing such displays of affection, he could only silently swallow his sentiments. Brother Su, Linger is also tired. Would you carry Linger as well? Zhao Ling suddenly blinked her large, watery eyes, looking at Su Mo with a pitiful expression that suggested she might burst into tears if he declined. This little girl had grown close to Lin Yueru in recent days, and as Lin Yueru, now a wife, relished the delights of romance, she could not help but share her experiences with Zhao Linger. Though slightly embarrassed, Zhao Linger felt a peculiar thrill within her heart. Seeing Lin Yueru and Li Xiaoyao so affectionate, her lips pouted, determined that Su Mo should carry her too. With a sigh, Su Mo lamented the disarray of their group, recognizing the challenges of leadership when hearts are scattered. Resigned, he gestured to his back, indicating to Zhao Linger that she could climb aboard. You are the best, Brother Su. Zhao Linger beamed joyfully, her radiant smile infusing the world with color. Instead of leaping onto Su Mo's back as Lin Yueru had done, she ascended him like a tree, clambering up until she settled upon his back. Brother Su, we could go now, she declared, resting her chin on his shoulder, beaming with delight. After traveling for another half an hour, a thatched cottage suddenly appeared before the four. You stubborn child, did you hear that? It seems there are cries coming from within that house, Lin Yueru remarked solemnly, pointing towards the distant cottage while perched on Li Xiaoyao's back. I heard it. I am not deaf. With your limited cultivation, I can easily match 2 of you. If you can hear it, surely I can as well. Li Xiaoyao retorted with irritation. He then quickened his pace, approaching Su Mo, and inquired, Master, should we not go in and investigate? He refrained from asking Su Mo whether she had heard the weeping, for such a question would seem rather foolish. He believed that his master must have already detected the presence of this thatched cottage, which was why he had led them here. Su Mo nodded and said, Stay close to me. The 4 of them approached the cottage. What sorrow could provoke such heart-wrenching cries? Li Xiaoyao muttered as he pushed open the door. Who are you? Inside the cottage, an elderly couple had been weeping bitterly, but upon seeing Li Xiaoyao and the others, they abruptly ceased their lamentations, astonished. Do not be afraid, sir. We're merely passing by. We heard your cries and came to see what was amiss. May I ask why you weep? Is there some grievance? Now Lingya inquired softly, still resting comfortably on Su Mo's back and unwilling to descend. Seeing Zhao Linger's gentle demeanor, which belied malice, the old man found his courage bolstered. He stood up shakily, clasped his hands in greeting to Su Mo and the others, and began, My friends, I must confess. My wife and I have a granddaughter named Xiaowei. We 3 relied on one another for companionship. Though our lives were hard, we were content. However, this morning, while my granddaughter and I were gathering herbs on the mountain, a serpent demon suddenly emerged and seized her. Upon finishing his tale, the old man and his wife resumed their sorrowful weeping. A flicker of light flashed in Su Mo's eyes. He had indeed perceived the lingering aura of the serpent demon from the old man. His purpose in bringing Zhao Linger, Li Xiaoyao, and Lin Yuru to this place was to confront that very serpent demon. The mountain, the old man spoke of concealed a hidden dragon cave, home to a pair of spirits, a serpent demon and a fox spirit. These 2 were an anomaly among demons. Instead of consuming their captives, they enslaved them to serve their whims. Moreover, they possessed a remarkable artifact known as the Soul Redemption Lamp. This lamp had the extraordinary ability to resurrect the recently deceased, granting them a second chance at life. It was said that the lamp facilitated negotiations between the living and the grim reapers who came to collect souls, allowing for the retrieval of those who had just passed away. Though its utility might seem somewhat trivial, its novelty piqued Su Mo's interest. Indeed, his curiosity about the serpent and the fox surpassed even his fascination with the lamp. Old sir, could you tell me where you encountered this serpent demon? Sumoyin Guayev. Why do you ask, young master? Do you intend to seek out that serpent demon? You must not. You must not, young master. That demon possesses formidable powers. You would surely fall to its clutches. The old man exclaimed, immediately raising his voice in a fervent warning upon hearing Sumo's question. His granddaughter has been taken away, yet he still contemplates the safety of others. What a kind-hearted individual he is. Sumo used his mental energy to soothe him and then continued, Uncle, you need not worry. Just tell me where the serpent demon resides, and I assure you that I will return your granddaughter unscathed. Under the calming influence of Sumo's mental energy, the old man regained his composure. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. I encountered the serpent demon in the Western Mountains. I witnessed it abduct my granddaughter and take her into a cave. Through the light within the cave, I could vaguely see that it was filled with venomous snakes. Alas, it is my cowardice that I did not charge in at that moment. Even if it meant my death, I could have perished alongside Xiao Hui. As he recalled the sorrowful memory, the old man broke down in tears once more. Old man, do not say such things. If you follow her, what will become of me? His wife, seeing her husband in such distress, joined him in weeping, and together they wept, their anguish moving all who beheld them. Su Mo decided to project a wave of mental energy to lull the two into a deep slumber. Rest now. When you awaken, your granddaughter Xiao Hui will return, he gently reassured them. With that, he carried Zhao Linger on his back and, together with Li Xiaoyao, hastened towards the western mountains. Upon arrival, his mental energy swiftly pinpointed the location of the hidden dragon cave. In the original tale, these two demons had been a couple for 6 centuries. After such an extensive period of cultivation, one would expect their prowess to be formidable. Yet, to his surprise, these two demons, despite potentially having cultivated for a millennium or more, were nothing but pathetic beings with a combat strength of merely 5. The inexperienced Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru dispatched the two demons with ease. If the demon king of the demon realm were to learn of such weaklings in the human world, they would surely face expulsion from their demon status. With no room for negotiation, Xiaoyao, stay sharp and close to me, Su Mo instructed, releasing his mental energy and cautiously entering the hidden dragon cave. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Thus, his mental energy remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances to avoid a potential downfall. The cave twisted and turned like a labyrinth, with stone walls adorned with numerous stone niches, each housing a venomous snake. Each snake was lethally toxic. A mere bite would guarantee that a mortal could not walk 7 steps before succumbing to death. However, these snakes possessed a certain awareness. Sensing Su Mo's formidable aura, they retreated into their niches, unwilling to emerge. At this moment, Zhao Linger no longer required Su Mo's assistance, and instead held tightly to his hand, following closely behind him. Lin Yueru trailed behind Zhao Linger, while Li Xiaoyao, wielding a peachwood sword, brought up the rear to guard against any unexpected occurrences. Who are you? After a long trek, they finally entered a vast cavern, spanning at least 500 or 600 square meters. This must be the legendary Hidden Dragon Cave. A creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a man emerged from one side of the hall, hissing menacingly at Su Mo and the others. In myths and folklore, serpent demons are typically depicted as enchanting beauties. However, this particular serpent demon was male, adorned with a tuft of green hair that resembled a cap. Li Xiaoyao gripped his wooden sword firmly and took a couple of steps forward, shouting at the serpent demon, "You old fool! Seeking death?" The serpent demon, having cultivated for several hundred years, had a temper to match its formidable stature and immediately coiled its body, lunging towards Li Xiaoyao. "Come on, allow me." The valiant Li Xiaoyao, to uphold justice and vanquish this malevolent creature. With a leap, Li Xiaoyao swung his sword towards the demon's head. "Stinky brat, I'm here to assist you." Lin Yueru, wielding her treasured sword, soared into the fray to confront the serpent demon alongside Li Xiaoyao. "Who asked for your help? You wicked woman? I can handle this fiend alone." "Oomph. Do you think I want to assist you?" "I'm merely concerned you might inadvertently perish at the hands of this demon. I have no desire to become a widow at such a young age. If you truly die, I assure you I will remarry." The banter between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru was as sharp as their swords. The serpent demon, feeling overlooked, erupted in fury, whipping its tail towards Lin Yuru while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of venomous snakes at Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao, having been guided by Su Mo in his rigorous training, was now far more powerful than in the original tale. The serpent's venomous snakes posed no threat to him at all. With a casual flick of his wooden sword, he dispatched all the snakes with ease. Lin Yuru was no pushover either. Her sword was a treasured heirloom of the Lin family, and her own cultivation was formidable. When the serpent's tail lashed towards her, she deftly severed it with her blade. "Ah, you wretched humans! You've severed my delicate tail. I'm not a lizard. I cannot regrow my tail. Without it, am I still myself? How utterly detestable you are!" The serpent demon shrieked in anguish, revealing its vanity. A mere loss of its tail tip seemed to cause it more distress than the prospect of death itself. "My dear, allow me to aid you." From the depths of the hidden dragon cave, a red-furred fox leaped forth. The fox had not transformed, but chose to fight in its original form, charging directly at Lin Yuru. "Dear one, no, their cultivation is too advanced. We are no match for them. We must flee at once." Two ancient monsters, having cultivated for several centuries, were utterly terrified by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, two cultivators with a mere 30 years of experience combined. The two monsters attempted to flee into the air, making their way towards the exit of the hidden dragon cave. "Do not escape. Come to my fragmented world." Su Mo smiled gently, unleashing a wave of true energy that immobilized the creatures mid-air. With a slight tug, he drew the two monsters closer to him. His Su garden opened, revealing a semicircular portal, the entrance to his realm from the sword and fairy world. Over the past few years, Su Garden had evolved into a more refined, fragmented world. It now boasted flourishing flora and fauna, all sourced from the Shushan Mountain and the Demon Realm, each possessing considerable value. Moreover, the spiritual energy within Su Garden had intensified, with a broad spiritual vein visibly traversing its expanse. A soft and endearing voice emanated from the portal, resonating from Su Garden. "Master, have you finally brought help for Su Su?" The voice was melodious, yet its origin was unknown. Chapter 124. Su Garden's Little Assistant. "Su Su, have you not always complained about managing Su Garden alone being exhausting? You have accused me of exploiting child labor and cruelly draining your remaining value. I have now brought you two assistants. From this day forth, this serpent and this fox shall be under your care. So cease your complaints about fatigue." Su Su was the awakened consciousness of Su Garden, a fragmented world. Each fragmented world possesses its own consciousness. Some remain dormant while others awaken. Su Garden certainly had its own awareness, though it remained dormant until Su Mo condensed his golden core and ascended to the golden core stage. On that fateful day, while Su Mo forged the Grand Dao golden core and battled the Sword Saint, he was engulfed in the exhilaration of his cultivation surge and the joy of stepping into the Grand Dao. However, the very next day, he was bewildered to discover that his Su Garden could now speak. Su Garden had developed its own consciousness and could project a humanoid form. It is said that if a fragmented world has a master, the world's consciousness morphs to reflect the master's preferences. Yet why did Su Garden's consciousness take the form of an adorable little girl? She appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, standing just over 1.5 meters tall, with a sleek ponytail, bouncing as she walked, and infuriatingly clad in a middle school uniform. The name Su Su was chosen by the consciousness of Su Garden itself, without consulting Su Mo. "At least you have some sense of humanity. I am the sole laborer in this entire Su Garden. You have brought in so many flowers and plants, leaving me to manage them all alone. And it is quite exhausting, you know. I was even contemplating that if you did not find me help soon, I would simply let the entire Su Garden rest, and we could part ways amicably." Through the spatial portal of Su Garden, one can behold a young girl clad in a school uniform gracefully descending from the sky. Her every movement exudes an air of formidable authority, as if with a mere gesture she could rend the heavens and shatter the earth within Su Garden. In a sense, she embodies the very essence of the celestial order within this realm. Yet this celestial presence is bound to heed the commands of Su Mo, her master. "Su Su, you are truly remarkable, and I am thoroughly pleased with your efforts. You have endured much in the past, and now I have brought you assistance," Su Mo remarked, gazing through the portal at Su Su with an expression of ingratiation. To placate this proud and capricious embodiment of the world's consciousness, one must be ever so charming. Otherwise, she might one day dismantle the entirety of Su Garden. Moreover, Susu has consistently performed her duties with excellence, transforming the once desolate landscape of Su Garden into a well-ordered haven. Such accomplishments certainly merit a commendation from her employer. After all, praise costs nothing. With a disdainful huff, Susu turned her head away, then leaped nimbly onto a mountain within Su Garden. This was no ordinary mountain. It was comprised entirely of spirit stones. Among all the wonders of Su Garden, both Su Mo and Susu held a particular fondness for this mountain of spirit stones. The origin of this remarkable formation is quite intriguing. Over the years, Su Mo had made it a habit to utilize the system as drifting bottle each month, gathering various treasures. In the past, he would sometimes acquire spirit beasts, even the very essence of Su Garden itself. However, in recent years, every item retrieved from the drifting bottle had transformed into spirit stones. Low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones. Each month, he would never return empty-handed, with at least one bottle containing these precious gems, and in considerable quantities. As time passed, the spirit stones collected in Su Garden gave rise to this magnificent mountain, significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within the realm. Su Mo often chose to cultivate his skills amidst the tranquil surroundings of Su Garden, reaping the rewards of accelerated progress. Susu, too, delighted in guarding this mountain of spirit stones, akin to a wealthy magnate keeping watch over his treasury, reveling in her own joy for hours on end. Upon observing Susu perched atop the spirit stone mountain, Su Mo turned to regard the two fox demon companions he had brought back. The two creatures were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they contemplated the entirety of their existence. Zhao Linger, already aware of Su Garden's existence, remained unfazed. In stark contrast, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, experiencing Su Garden for the first time, were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly grazing the ground, matching the astonishment of the two demons. My master is truly extraordinary. He carries an entire world with him. Is he a deity? Lin Yueru murmured, having rubbed her eyes several times in disbelief. Still struggling to accept the reality before her, she pinched Li Xiaoyao firmly. My master is undoubtedly the most formidable person in the world. But could you perhaps pinch your own thigh instead? Li Xiaoyao brushed away Lin Yueru's hand. Although he was taken aback, he never wished to lose face before her, and thus spoke with feigned arrogance. Your performance is not much better than mine. This is your first encounter with Master S World, is it not? Lin Yueru and Li Xiaoyao resumed their customary banter. Oh, great hero, please spare us. Though we are both demons, we have never engaged in any malevolent deeds. I beseech you, show mercy and let us go. No, just spare my wife. As for me, you may do as you wish. The serpent demon was subdued by Su Mo with a single strike, realizing the vast disparity in strength between them, leaving it no opportunity to resist. It did not plead for its life, but instead hoped for the safety of its spouse. The fox demon gazed tenderly at the serpent demon. They exchanged no words, yet their unspoken sentiments were conveyed in that one glance. Su Mo sighed inwardly, feeling inundated with their affectionate display, and remarked coldly, "You two certainly share a deep bond." Indeed, these two demons had never harmed a soul, yet their act of abducting humans to serve as slaves was no different from that of human traffickers. In the realm of the living, Su Mo held a particular disdain for such traffickers, who shatter countless families and whose actions are even more detestable than murder, deserving of capital punishment. The undertakings of the serpent and fox demons in the realm of Xianjian were akin to those of traffickers. Despite their profound affection for one another, they elicited no sympathy. Enough of your antics, he continued. You have seen for yourself that I harbor no intent to kill you. From this day forth, you shall be my prisoners. I possess a world where you will be cast to labor and reform. Should you perform well, there may be rewards. Should you falter, annihilation awaits. Su Mo's icy gaze sent shivers through the two demons. With a single gesture, he unleashed an immense surge of spiritual energy that penetrated their forms, entering their demon cores. It was a force potent enough to obliterate their very essence in an instant. From this moment on, their fates rested entirely in Su Mo's hands. With merely a thought, he could render them lifeless. The serpent and fox demons exchanged glances, each offering a bitter smile. They had previously feigned submission to evade the current predicament. They had overheard Su Mo's conversation with Su Su and discerned that even if he chose not to end their lives, they were destined to remain enslaved for eternity. Furthermore, to prevent any rebellious thoughts from arising, Su Mo would undoubtedly possess means to control them. Now, that reality had indeed come to pass. Their lives were firmly in Su Mo's grasp, with their existence hinging on his every whim. The two monsters exchanged glances, and in perfect synchrony, they knelt before Su Mo, prostrating themselves with their foreheads touching the ground. Master, from now on, we shall heed your commands. Su Mo nodded and declared, from this day forth, you will be under the management of Su Su. Her order shall hold the same weight as mine. You are to assist her in maintaining Su Garden without any idleness. Upon entering Su Garden, you are to reveal your true forms, operating in your serpent and fox shapes. Without my permission, you shall not assume human form. Lastly, I must caution you both. Harbor no treacherous thoughts, nor contemplate rebelling against Su Su. She embodies the consciousness of Su Garden. She is its very sky. Even in the absence of my control, within Su Garden, a mere thought from her can reduce you to ashes. After Su Mo finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that hurled the serpent and fox demons into Su Garden. As they passed through the spatial gateway, the serpent demon transformed into its true form, becoming a colossal python nearly 30 feet long. Evidently, centuries of cultivation had not been in vain. At least its physique had developed significantly. The fox demon, which had not transformed, also grew larger as it traversed the portal, taking on the size of a fearsome red fox, comparable to a tiger. It too had evidently enjoyed ample sustenance over the years. Once the two spirits were cast into Su Garden, Su Su, clad in a middle school uniform, descended gracefully from Spirit Stone Mountain, landing before the two magnificent creatures. In contrast to their imposing forms, she appeared diminutive, yet the commanding aura radiating from her, as if she were the sovereign of all, compelled the two demons to bow their heads instinctively. The moment they met her gaze, both demons understood their fate. Despite her youthful appearance, the fierce presence she exuded surpassed even that of Su Mo, the god of death. They found no inclination to resist. Not only were these two weakly combatants intimidated, but even Su Mo, the master of Su Garden, felt a jolt of surprise upon first encountering the projection of Su Su as the world consciousness of Su Garden. She existed on a plane akin to the heavenly Tao, her life force far exceeding that of any ordinary being. Had he not been her master, he might have knelt upon their first meeting. Despite her adorable, youthful visage, she exuded the essence of a queen. Do you have any matters to attend to, Su Mo? If not, I shall close the gates of Su Garden. I sense that the garden is on the brink of evolution, with the potential for further expansion. I am weary. It will be beneficial for you to visit often, as I may require your assistance. Upon finishing her words, Su Su haughtily closed the spatial gateway to Su Garden. Though she did take a moment to greet Zhao Linger with a friendliness that starkly contrasted her demeanor towards Su Mo, she was determined to sequester herself to train the fox and serpent, assigning them tasks to ensure they toiled diligently, until Su Su had completely shut the door. There was no other choice. When it came to this young lady of his, a favorable demeanor was essential, for she had a tempestuous temperament and could easily throw a fit. However, once he turned away, the smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a stern expression befitting a master. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru had just witnessed Su Mo's humiliation before Su Su, finding it utterly amusing, yet not daring to laugh. Their faces flushed in suppressed mirth. How could these two disciples dare to defy him? With Su Mo's serious demeanor, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru quickly stifled their laughter, averting their gazes from Su Mo, exchanging comical grimaces to alleviate the tension. It was Zhao Linger who broke the silence with a smile, saying, "Brother Su, it has been a while since we last saw Su Su, and she seems to have grown even more formidable." It was unclear in what regard Zhao Linger deemed her formidable. Su Mo had previously taken her to Su Garden, where she and Su Su had met, seemingly forging a pleasant rapport, though one could not be certain if it was merely a superficial sisterly bond. "Brother Su, where shall we head next?" Zhao Linger inquired. "We shall proceed forward. There is a village ahead that may require our assistance," Su Mo replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. He intended to retrieve the Earth Spirit Pearl. Although he had intervened in the world of the immortal sword, altering the narrative, the original protagonists were still at his side, suggesting that the plot surrounding the Earth Spirit Pearl would likely remain unchanged, and it would soon make its appearance. Only with the Earth Spirit Pearl could he advance his subsequent plans. Before we set off, let us first rescue the innocent souls captured by the serpent and fox demons in the Hidden Dragon Cave, Zhao Ling'er suggested, continuing deeper into the cave. She had sensed the presence of many living beings within, all ordinary folk. Master, I shall accompany the wicked woman to assist Miss Ling'er, Li Xiaoyao said, tugging Lin Yueru along as they followed Zhao Ling'er into the depths. Su Mo chose not to follow, for the hidden dragon cave posed no dangers anymore. He entrusted the rescue of those ordinary souls to Ling'er and Li Xiaoyao. He glanced down at the object in his hand, which was a green ancient lamp, the soul-capturing lamp. This intriguing artifact allowed one to communicate and negotiate with the emissaries of the dead. Su Mo found it quite fascinating and resolved to study its principles when time permitted. He stored the soul-capturing lamp in his spatial wallet and softly uttered, "Come forth." The statement was vague, leaving one to wonder to whom it was directed. Yet from the shadows within the cave's hall, a remarkably graceful yet alluring woman emerged. She had remained concealed in the shadows the entire time, unnoticed by Zhao Ling'er and the others. Even Su Mo only sensed her presence when he cast the two demon foxes into Su Garden as the woman's aura fluctuated. Her ability to remain concealed was not due to exceptional cultivation, for indeed, her prowess was inferior to that of the two fox demons. It was likely that she possessed a treasured artifact that allowed her to obscure her form, though Su Mo found himself indifferent to such trivialities. If my conjecture is correct, you must be the daughter of those two spirits, named Su Mei. Am I right? He inquired. The woman bore a crimson foxtail behind her, and her body emanated demonic energy, making her identity rather easy to deduce. Su Mei, one of the protagonists from the world of Xianjian 2. She was indeed a being of great fortune. How do you know my name? Su Mei asked, a mix of astonishment and fear evident in her eyes. There is no need for so many questions. You only need to understand that your parents have committed wrongs and must face consequences, for their transgressions warrant punishment. Moreover, I have not slain them. Should they seize the opportunity, it may yet turn into a boon for them. You may blame me, you may despise me, but you must not harbor resentment towards this world. Su Mo extended a finger and gently tapped Su Mei's forehead. Startled, she attempted to retreat, only to find herself utterly immobilized. A profound energy coursed from his fingertip into her body. Before long, her foxtail began to vanish at a visible pace, until it ultimately disappeared without a trace. Su Mei touched the spot where her tail had once been, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt a sense of joy, as she had long wished to conceal this appendage, enabling her to descend the mountain without being recognized as a demon. Yet, the one who granted her this wish was none other than the enemy who had imprisoned her parents, leaving her unable to express her gratitude. You may leave now. Focus on your cultivation, and your destiny shall unfold, Su Mo remarked. Su Mei's expression wavered, but she ultimately offered a bow to Su Mo before swiftly exiting the hidden dragon cave, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Zhao Ling'er's voice reached him. Chapter 126, A Date with a Zombie. Brother Su, the ones captured by those two demons are all here, including the old man's granddaughter, Xiaohui. Let us escort them down the mountain, Zhao Ling'er said as she, along with Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, returned to the cavern where Su Mo resided. Behind them trailed no fewer than 20 young women, all in their teenage years. Su Mo nodded, resolved to see this good deed through to the end. He escorted the 20-plus young women down the mountain before continuing on his journey with Zhao Ling'er and the others. After 2 more hours of travel, they spotted several thatched cottages in the distance, with a small river meandering past them, indicative of a village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they noticed a large locust tree with a sign nailed to it, bearing the words Baiha Village. Su Mo smiled faintly. Upon arriving at Baiha Village, it became evident that the narrative surrounding the Earth Spirit Pearl had not significantly altered. He led Zhao Ling'er and the others toward the village. Halt! Who are you? What business do you have in Baiha Village? 5 burly villagers, armed with farming tools such as pitchforks and shovels, stood guard at the entrance, barring Su Mo and his companions from entering. How dare you, you uncouth brutes! Even if we have no business here, do you think you can prevent us from entering the village? The land beneath the heavens belongs to the sovereign, while you may reside in this village. It does not belong to you alone. By what right do you stop us? Li Xiaoyao, with a fiery temper, challenged them directly. Had it not been for Lin Yueru's intervention, he might have resorted to disarming the villagers. Enough of your nonsense. I said you shall not enter the village. And that is final. Brothers, drive them away. The apparent leader of the villagers, a man of formidable stature, barked orders at his companions. Upon hearing their leader's command, The villagers brandished their pitchforks and shovels, intending to force Su Mo and his group to retreat. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the distance, and an eerie silence fell over the crowd. This was soon followed by a creaking noise, reminiscent of dislocated joints moving. Suddenly, several grotesque zombies with gaping maws emerged from the forest, clawing and snapping at the air. Though they appeared to stagger clumsily, their speed was deceptive. Even a person sprinting at full capacity would struggle to outrun them. Trouble. The zombies have entered the village. The 5 villagers guarding the entrance were instantly struck with terror, their faces drained of color. Xiao Zhuang quickly returned to the village and warned the others to prepare for battle against the zombies. The leader, despite trembling in fear, commanded a young man to relay the warning. "What are you waiting for? Go." Seeing Xiao Zhuang frozen in place, he kicked the latter in the rear. However, the kick did not rouse him. Instead, it sent him sprawling to the ground. "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to move. I simply can't. I wet myself." Xiao Zhuang's legs were damp, and a puddle formed beneath him, a testament to his fright. Not only had he lost control, but his legs also felt weak, rendering him immobile. "Master, allow me to deal with these fiends." Li Xiaoyao, having never encountered zombies before, was uncertain of their nature. Yet, upon sensing the malevolent aura emanating from them, and observing the villagers' terror, he recognized them as a dire threat. His eyes brimmed with combat fervor as he sought Su Mo's approval to engage. Su Mo nodded, and Li Xiaoyao drew forth his peachwood sword, advancing toward the zombies with determination. "Fear not, I shall assist you." Whenever Li Xiaoyao engaged in battle, Lin Yueru would invariably rush to assist him, embodying the essence of a couple fighting side by side. Their bond and understanding flourished through countless instances of shared combat. A mere handful of zombies posed little challenge. With their cultivation levels, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru could effortlessly dispatch them without requiring Su Mo's intervention. "Brother Su, what is a zombie?" Zhao Lingya inquired, her gaze fixed curiously upon the creatures before her. She had never encountered a zombie before, and in truth, this was Su Mo's first encounter with such beings as well. Unlike the zombies he had previously observed in the world of a Chinese ghost story, these creatures bore a resemblance to the zombies depicted in Western films rather than those of the Huaxiao realm. Zombies are pitiable entities, shunned by the 3 realms and 6 paths, existing outside the balance of yin and yang. Contemplating this, Su Mo gently patted Zhao Linger's head and began to elucidate. Zombies belong to a category of yin corpses. Their yang essence has departed, leaving only yin energy behind. They are not of the human realm, yet they persist within it, ungoverned by the heavenly or azura realms. Their bodies have not returned to dust. Thus they do not reincarnate within the 6 paths and remain outside the 3 realms. These entities are born from the resentment and impurities of heaven and earth. They are ageless, immortal, and indestructible, cast aside by the realms of beings. They draw strength from resentment and feed on blood, exhibiting a vicious nature. Linger, remember this. If you encounter a zombie, do not show mercy. Destroying them is a form of liberation, akin to performing a good deed. Zhao Linger nodded firmly, yet her inherently kind heart felt a twinge of compassion for the zombies. "Master, Xiaoyao has fulfilled his duty and vanquished all the zombies." Li Xiaoyao leaped back, joyfully reporting his success to Su Mo esteemed heroes. "Have you come from the heavens to rescue our village of Baihe?" The 5 villagers, having witnessed Li Xiaoyao's formidable prowess in dispatching the zombies they had feared as monstrous beasts, were overwhelmed with gratitude. They regarded the group as their saviors and knelt, bowing repeatedly in respect. Su Mo raised his hand gently, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping the villagers, lifting them from the ground. This display of divine power further solidified their belief that Su Mo and his companions were indeed the hope for Baihe village, deepening their reverence. "Please, kind sirs, lead us into the village to assess the current situation," Su Mo requested. Of course, esteemed hero, the villagers replied eagerly. Only one remained on guard, while the other 4 guided Su Mo and his companions into the village. "This is the only doctor in our village, as well as our village chief, Han Yixin's home. Anyone bitten by the zombies and afflicted with corpse poison has been brought to the chief for treatment." 4 individuals led Su Mo and the others into the largest residence in the village. In the courtyard, there were a dozen wooden cages, each containing a person in a state of agony, blood oozing from their 7 orifices. These individuals had previously been afflicted by zombies, and their blood was tainted with the poison of the undead, yet they had not fully transformed into zombies. Han Yixian, a person of considerable skill, was able to control the corpse poison within them, preventing its spread and delaying their transformation into zombies. However, he could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The complete eradication of the corpse poison was beyond his reach, and their transformation into zombies was merely a matter of time. Brotersu, I believe I may have a way to save these people, Zhao Linger said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the trapped villagers. Then, Linger, you may attempt to heal them. Remember to act within your limits, and do not overexert yourself, Su Mo advised. Linger nodded, her eyes suddenly radiating a pure white light, filled with compassion for the suffering. Chapter 127. Let your senior brother have a piece of your flesh. Su Mo recognized this as her instinct as a descendant of Nuwa, the mother of Earth. She approached one of the wooden cages, forming a spiritual seal with her hand and gently pointing forward. A beam of radiant light emanated from her fingertip, piercing into the body of the villager afflicted by the corpse poison within the cage. As the light entered their body, the villager writhed in pain, struggling violently, but after a moment succumbed to a deep slumber. An elderly man, appearing to be around 50, hurried over and reached into the cage, gently prying open the villager's eyes. The blood vessels are gone, and the pupils are no longer clouded. It seems they have truly regained their senses, he murmured in disbelief. He then placed his hand on the villager's wrist. The pulse was steady. Though weak, with some rest, they should recover. To his astonishment, the corpse poison had been completely eradicated. The old man stood up, his eyes filled with joy and incredulity. This young lady possesses extraordinary medical skills. I am in awe. I humbly beseech you, please show mercy and save the remaining villagers afflicted by the corpse poison, he said, bowing deeply to Zhao Linger. Esteemed heroes, this is our village chief, Han Yixian, the 4 villagers who had guided Su Mo and the others introduced. They quickly pulled Han Yixian aside and exaggeratedly recounted the events at the village entrance, where Li Xiaoyao had vanquished all the zombies. With each word, Han Yixian's eyes sparkled brighter, growing ever more convinced that Su Mo and his companions could resolve the dire situation facing Baihe village. I implore you, noble heroes, to show compassion and save our Baihe village, Han Yixian declared, prepared to kneel, prompting the other villagers in the courtyard to do the same. Su Mo detested such scenes. Thus he unleashed his spiritual energy, immobilizing the crowd. Rest assured, village chief Han, having embraced this benevolent endeavor, we shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Lingia, simply activate your innate gift to dispel the corpse poison from these individuals. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. Upon finishing his words, he placed a hand upon Zhao Linger's shoulder. A formidable stream of spiritual energy surged forth from his being, flowing into Linger. Zhao Linger felt an overwhelming abundance of spiritual power within her, as though she possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Consequently, she summoned her innate abilities with ease. She formed spiritual seals with her hands, and radiant beams of light erupted from her fingertips, penetrating each wooden cage that housed the villagers afflicted by the corpse poison. In mere moments, all the villagers were rescued. Remarkably, the spiritual energy within Zhao Ling not only remained intact, but was also further enriched by Su Mo's augmentation. Thank you, Brother Su. Zhao Linger beamed at him with a smile. Su Mo affectionately ruffled her hair, and then turned his gaze toward Han Yixian. Village chief, do you know the location of the Jade Buddha Temple? Benefactor, are you all intending to visit the Jade Buddha Temple? It would be ill-advised. Han Yixian's address towards Su Mo and the others had shifted from hero to benefactor. However, upon hearing the name of the temple, his expression transformed into one of alarm. Old man, clarify your words. Why is the Jade Buddha Temple off-limits? Is there a monster dwelling there? Li Xiaoyao, ever impetuous, interjected. What you may not know, benefactors, is that there are no monsters within the Jade Buddha Temple. In fact, the abbot, Master Zhixio, is a highly enlightened monk. The only peculiar aspect is that every ordinary person who enters the temple ultimately attains profound enlightenment, perceiving the true nature of reality and renouncing worldly ties to become a monk on the mountain. Han Yixian abruptly pulled a graceful maiden towards him, pointing to her as he spoke. This is my daughter, Mengxi. Even her fiancé, to whom she was already betrothed, resolutely chose to become a monk after visiting the Jade Buddha Temple, leaving her alone, which is truly lamentable. In that case, I must visit the Jade Buddha Temple. If Master Zhixio is indeed a sage capable of granting me enlightenment and leading me to renounce worldly affairs, it would be splendid. Leaving this wicked woman to guard an empty abode, Li Xiaoyao laughed heartily as he glanced at Lin Yueru. You insolent fool, you seek death. Lin Yueru retorted fiercely. Su Mo and Zhao Linger had witnessed such episodes countless times during their journey and were no longer fazed. However, given the current circumstances, such jests seemed rather inappropriate. Mengzi had just lost a prospective husband. Making light of the situation was akin to reopening a wound. Su Mo shot Liu a glance, prompting the latter to fall silent and stand quietly to the side, refraining from further comment. Rest assured, village chief Han, if the abbot of the Jade Buddha Temple can enlighten me, then it is surely a sign of my destined connection with the Buddha. You need only direct me to the temple's location. Han Yixian, witnessing Su Mo's resolute determination to proceed, hesitated for a moment before replying, very well. From my village of Baihe, cross the bridge and continue eastward up the mountain. You shall find the Jade Buddha Temple there. Please be cautious. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement, graciously declining the insistence of Han Yixian and the others to stay, and set forth towards the Jade Buddha Temple accompanied by Zhao Linger and the others. Following Han Yixian's indicated route, they indeed discovered the temple's whereabouts. Master, if the Jade Buddha Temple is truly as ominous as rumored, should we not prepare ourselves? Li Xiaoyao inquired, leaning closer to Su Mo and speaking in hushed tones. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was, in fact, a person of considerable attentiveness. Fear not. Simply follow my lead, Su Mo reassured them. The temple's entrance was shrouded within a dense forest, and, as Su Mo led Zhao Linger and the others up the steps, they arrived at the grand gate. Surprisingly, there were no gatekeeping acolytes, and the gate stood wide open. Did this signify that all believers were welcome, with no intention of obstruction? Zhao Linger observed the empty yet magnificent entrance and chuckled. It appears quite inviting. Su Mo's lips twitched, tempted to retort, Linger, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in too much spiritual self-help literature. You are overthinking. Yet, he remained silent, stepping through the gate and advancing further into the temple. Upon entering the Jade Buddha Temple, they noticed a structure on either side. To the left stood the bell tower, and to the right, the drum tower. As dust ascended, a young acolyte was rhythmically striking the bell atop the drum tower. The sound of chanting echoed from deep within the temple, and the scene was reminiscent of a celestial Buddhist realm. Directly opposite the entrance lay the Hall of Heavenly Kings. Upon entering, a small monk rushed out in a state of panic, nearly colliding with Lin Yueru. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao's quick reflexes allowed him to pull the little monk aside, just in time to avert an unfortunate incident. Moments later, a stout monk with a round face emerged from the inner sanctum, brandishing a large kitchen knife and shouting, "Junior brother, yield to your elder brother. Let me have a taste of your flesh. Quickly, you must flee." The first monk urged Su Mo and the others in desperation. At that moment, the portly monk charged toward them, knife in hand, ready to strike his brother. Li Xiaoyao stepped forward, seizing the hefty monk's wrist, and discreetly channeled a surge of energy, rendering the stout monk immobile. Yet, despite being restrained, the monk continued to plead, "Brother, I won't harm you. Just let me have one bite. Just one, please. I truly crave meat." The corpulent monk's face flushed a deep crimson at the mere mention of meat. Li Xiaoyao, gently tapping him, withdrew the restraint on his vital energy, merely grasping his wrist to prevent him from causing harm. Once he regained his mobility, the monk immediately began to scratch at himself, as if 1,000 ants were crawling upon his skin, a sensation of intense itchiness overwhelming him. "I beseech you, grant me the taste of meat once more. I implore you," he lamented to Li Xiaoyao and his companions. "Is this what you call a monk?" Lin Yueru exclaimed with exaggerated disbelief. "I'm no monk. I was deceived into this." The corpulent monk protested. "I was once a pig butcher at the foot of the mountain, and if I didn't consume 10 to 8 pounds of meat daily, I felt utterly wretched." He twisted his body, his expression somewhat adorably naive. "But surely, something must have transpired in between?" Zhao Lingya interjected. "Indeed, there should have been something. However, after Master Fangzhong shaved my head, I can recall nothing at all." The monk lamented, vigorously tapping his head in an effort to jog his memory, yet his mind remained a blank slate. Observing his demeanor, Li Xiaoyao and the others sensed that the situation was far from simple. "Master, what is your perspective on this matter?" Li Yoingqua thinning to Su Mo. Su Mo smiled knowingly and, feigning profundity, replied, "Let us pay a visit to Master Zhixio, the abbot. All will become clear." Li Xiaoyao nudda, then called out to the small monk who was being pursued and threatened, Hey, lead us to your abbot. Initially, the young monk averted his gaze, reluctant to guide the group, but after receiving a stern glare from Li Xiaoyao, he dared not harbor any further mischief and obediently led them through the Hall of Heavenly Kings toward the Grand Mahavira Hall at the rear. After a short while, they entered the Mahavira Hall, where they beheld an elderly monk with a flowing white beard and kind eyes, seated on a mat in the center, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. Master Abbot, several patrons seek an audience, the young monk announced as he approached to pay his respects. Umaba, I am the old monk Ji Xiao, honored to meet you, the elderly monk said, remaining seated but clasping his hands in a gesture of reverence. Li Xiaoyo, Lin Yuru, and Zhao Linger bowed in return. What brings you esteemed patrons here from far? The old monk inquired. We have come for. Li Xiaoyo faltarat. Turning to Su Mo, Master, what is it that brings us here? To visit the temple, naturally, is to pay homage to the Buddha, Su Mo replied matter-of-factly. Yes, we have come to pay homage, Li Xiaoyao confirmed, glancing at the old monk. Since that is the case, I, the old monk, have a word of wisdom to bestow upon this patron, the old monk said, fixing his gaze on Li Xiaoyao. What is it you wish to convey? Li Xiaoyao asked. Forgive my candor, esteemed benefactor, the old monk began. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed an extraordinary wisdom within you. Should you choose to embrace a monastic life, it would undoubtedly be a boon, not only for yourself but for the world at large. As he spoke these words, a peculiar golden light flickered in his gaze. This radiance, while seemingly benevolent and serene, possessed an alluring quality so potent that even Li Xiaoyao, despite his current state of enlightenment, found his eyes drifting into a state of bewilderment upon its sight. Lin Yuru too appeared entranced. Had someone suggested she renounce her worldly life at that moment, she would likely have acquiesced without a second thought. Only Zhao Ling, imbued with the refreshing force of the earth, stood resilient against the golden glow in the monk's eyes, preserving the clarity of her mind. Suddenly, the great hall resonated with the sound of applause. I had presumed you to be merely an ordinary sprite. Yet your profound Buddhist essence reveals that the roots of enlightenment run deep within your soul. Such a mesmerizing display of brainwashing and allure is indeed a remarkable stratagem. You ought to consider a career in multi-level marketing, Su Mo remarked with a bemused smile, his rhythmic clapping jolting Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru back to lucidity. Brother Su, is he truly a demon? Sao Ling inquired, her face reflecting disbelief. You wretched creature, how dare you conspire against my esteemed grandfather Li Xiaoyao? Prepare to meet your end, Li Xiaoyao bellowed, summoning his peachwood sword and unleashing a wave of sword energy toward the old monk. Deservedly so, seeking death. Lin Yuru echoed, her indignation flaring. Spare me. Please do not kill me. The old monk, struck by the sword energy, crumpled to the ground, rolling about in a display of mockery. Upon closer inspection, he had transformed, his appearance now resembling that of a mere novice monk of 14 or 15 years. Why masquerade as a venerable monk? Lin Yuru exclaimed, her fiery temperament ignited by the earlier deception. She stepped forward, grasping the young monk by his collar and lifting him up. Indeed, you insufferable sprite, you nearly led me to a life of monkhood. Li Xiaoyao approached and delivered a forceful slap to the young monk's forehead. I meant no harm. I sought only to bring you joy, the young monk protested, his expression one of innocence. Joy, you foul demon. Watch as I dispatch you, Lin Yuru declared, drawing her sword to vanquish the evil. At that moment, a hand clasped around her wrist. It was Sumo Master, why do you halt my hand? This demon deceived us into becoming monks. Is it not righteous to eliminate him? Lin Yuru questioned, bewildered. Li Xiaoyao shared her confusion, his gaze fixed upon Su Mo. This creature, originally a pearl held by Dharma, has cultivated for 999 years. Now, having achieved a certain level of mastery, it can manifest in human form, possessing a notable degree of Buddhist essence. However, the creature's understanding of this essence has strayed, believing that merely encouraging others to renounce worldly life equates to performing good deeds and assisting others. Little does it know that while the Buddha opens the door of convenience for all beings, he never coerces anyone into abandoning the secular world. Su Mo chuckled and then gestured forward, a stream of spiritual energy emanating from his fingertip and landing upon the young monk. Dharma, reveal your true form without delay. As his words fell, the young monk's figure vanished in an instant. A lustrous purple sandalwood bead materialized in the void. Although Dharma's pearl had revealed its true essence, A thumb-sized, ethereal figure perched upon it, capable of speech. Since you have subdued me, esteemed one, you shall henceforth be my master. You may call me Little Stone. The ethereal figure playfully bounced upon the bead, exuding an adorable charm. How delightful! Zhao Linger exclaimed upon witnessing the enchanting bead, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Since you find it appealing, I shall gift you this bead. Although its Buddhist essence has diverged slightly, it will still aid you in your future cultivation. Su Mo said with a smile as he flicked the bead toward Zhao Ling. She caught it in her hands, her face brightening with joy. Thank you, Brother Su, she exclaimed, her laughter ringing with delight. The bead was destined to be hers, and Su Mo's act of gifting it felt like presenting flowers to the Buddha. Su Mo possessed an entire fragmented world known as Su Garden, filled with various spiritual flowers and extraordinary herbs, alongside a grand mountain of spiritual stones, which had birthed the world's consciousness, Su. Every month, his drifting bottle allowed him to collect treasures, and with the system's upgrade, a new wondrous feature, Shake, had been developed, which Su Mo had already tested with boundless utility. He felt quite affluent, unconcerned by the value of a mere bead. For him, the opportunity presented by Dharma's pearl, while not insignificant, was merely of moderate worth, easily bestowed upon another without regret, especially since Zhao Linger was no stranger. Have I so quickly acquired a new master? New master, I am called Little Stone. I look forward to your guidance. The Dharma Pearl playfully addressed Zhao Ling. Little Stone, lead us to find a Red Demon King. Su Mo commanded decisively, no longer indulging in idle chatter. Former master, you know of the Red Demon King? Indeed. You must be here due to the zombie calamity below, right? The Red Demon King orchestrates the skeleton general from behind the scenes, siphoning the blood of mortals to replenish its own power. The troubles below are of their making, the ethereal figure upon the bead responded. Indeed, it is no wonder that the mountains below are overrun with zombies. It appears there are malevolent creatures orchestrating this chaos. Master, let us promptly eradicate the lair of these fiends and vanquish the wretched Red Ghost King and the Skeleton General. Li Xiaoyao seemed to possess an innate ability to exorcise evil, as he became particularly exhilarated at the mention of such creatures. Where's the Red Ghost King now? In a general's tomb. I shall escort you there, Mo replied, holding his pearl as he began to lead Su Mo and the others down the mountain towards the general's tomb. They traversed for over half an hour, arriving at a desolate burial ground. As dusk fell, miasma enveloped the area, and an eerie atmosphere pervaded, sending shivers down their spines. Fortunately, the group consisted of formidable cultivators. Apart from Lin Yuru, who felt a natural trepidation due to her femininity, the others remained unfazed. Zhao Ling was surrounded by the aura of the Earth Mother, repelling evil spirits with ease, rendering her impervious to malevolence. Brother Su, the ambience here is quite oppressive. As if many souls linger, Zhao Ling remarked to Su Mo. Being the Earth Mother, she was not intimidated by ghostly energies, but was exceptionally perceptive to their presence. Souls? I can scarcely see even a shadow. Lin Yuru expressed her confusion. Su Mo nodded and replied, Ling Er's intuition is astute. Remain vigilant. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of hands surged from the ground, reaching for their ankles. Foul creatures, there are indeed some here. Lin Yuru exclaimed in alarm as she was seized by the ankle, urgently calling out to Li Xiaoyao. In a swift motion, Li Xiaoyao leaped and severed the hand that grasped Lin Yuru, rendering it useless. Foolishness! Do you not possess a sword? He chastised her lightly. I was too flustered to remember. Lin Yuru replied meekly. Su Mo and Zhao Ling elevated themselves above the ground, standing in midair. Li Xiaoyao employed his sword mastery to lift Lin Yuru alongside him. Just then, the earth erupted with gaping holes, and figures emerged, reaching for the airborne Su Mo and the others. Seeking death, Su Mo scoffed, and with a gentle press of his foot, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted, cleaving through the advancing horde. Over 100 zombies erupted from the ground, yet under the onslaught of Su Mo's sword aura, they were swiftly dismembered, leaving only a scattering of limbs behind. Master, you are formidable, yet truly merciless, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru said in astonishment, their voices harmonizing. Former master, we are nearing the general's tomb. The skeleton general awaits there. However, he is no ordinary adversary, so both you and the new master must exercise caution. The Mo's ethereal form reappeared, addressing Su Mo and the others. They navigated through the burial ground until they arrived before a grand archway. The archway, entirely sculpted from exquisite white jade, towers at a height of 2 zhong, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. Wow! Even in death, this individual remains ostentatious, Li Xiaoyao scoffed. Ordinary people merely erect a tombstone for themselves upon their demise. Yet the master of this grave has opted for an archway instead. The former and current masters coexist. This archway serves as the entrance, where the skeletal general lies within. In addition to the skeletal general, there exists a vast blood pool, filled to the brim with the fresh blood of living beings. Quite terrifying indeed, for the Red Demon King resides there, Mo stated, holding a pearl. Who is causing such a commotion outside? A sudden voice emanated from the archway, and a door unexpectedly swung open, emitting a rich crimson light. Ah, this creature is rather accommodating, inviting us in directly, Li Xiaoyao remarked with a chuckle. Master, allow me to lead the way. He grasped his peachwood sword, its aura concealed yet potent, and boldly stepped forward. Su Mo made no objections. With Li Xiaoyao's current cultivation, he could contend with the skeletal general and the Red Demon King, despite the perilous nature of the encounter. Furthermore, with Lin Yu by his side, their combined prowess as a merry duo would be formidable enough to avoid the catastrophic fate that befell them in the original tale, where victory relied solely on Zhao Ling Heir's desperate efforts. Li Xiaoyao marched ahead, followed closely by Lin Yu, while Zhao Ling Heir held onto the hem of Su Mo's garment, walking beside him. The quartet traversed a narrow tomb passage, entering the grand hall of the tomb. At the center of this hall lay a resplendent coffin of imposing stature. Who has disturbed this general slumber? The coffin lid suddenly flew open, and a towering skeleton emerged with an ominous flourish. You dare intrude upon my resting place? The skeletal general rasped. Where is the Red Demon King? Li Xiu inquired firmly. Only the dead may behold the Red Demon King. Prepare to meet your demise. The skeletal general bellowed menacingly, launching itself toward Li Xiaoyao with alarming fervor. Once a distinguished general in life, it was astonishing that in death he had become a puppet of the Red Demon King, with his tomb now transformed into a blood pool. Chapter 129. I did not exert myself, yet you have fallen. The skeletal general, towering and enveloped in an aura of dark mist, appeared quite ghastly. Clad in ancient, decayed armor, it bore an air of imposing authority. You foolish living beings dare trespass upon my sanctuary, seeking to disturb Lord Red Demon King. Prepare to perish. The skeletal general ascended into the air, brandishing a long blade in its hand. It moved with remarkable agility, far surpassing the clumsy, lethargic zombies outside. A long blade danced in its grasp, exuding a ferocious energy that hinted at a semblance of skill. Yet Li Xiaoyao scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. Indeed, such a creature did not warrant his attention. You are already a mere shell, yet you refuse the cycle of reincarnation, willingly succumbing to the control of that malevolent spirit. Allow me to show you compassion and grant you complete liberation. With a peachwood sword in hand, Li Xiaoyao advanced towards the skeletal general's long blade. The clash was thunderous. The peachwood sword collided violently with the long blade, shattering the malevolent aura enveloping it. The residual force surging forth and penetrating the skeletal general's form. In an instant, the skeletal general suffered a significant setback, forced to retreat several steps until it collided with the crypt's wall, finally coming to a halt. Damn it! How can a mere human be so powerful? The skeletal general roared in fury. What's the matter? Afraid? Li Xiaoyao taunted. I, the valiantly, have never missed my mark. You, a mere skeleton, should kneel and accept your fate, and I might spare your fragile frame. You shall pay dearly for your deeds today, human. The skeletal general charged forward, a strange green light igniting within its skull. Upon closer inspection, it was a flicker of soul fire. This skeletal general was indeed formidable. Aware of its disadvantage against Li Xiaoyao, it resolutely ignited the last remnants of its own soul. The soul fire blazed, endowing the skeletal general with immense power, amplifying its abilities to tenfold. However, the cost of such strength was immense. Once the soul fire burned, regardless of the outcome of its battle with Li Xiaoyao, its soul would be entirely consumed, plunging into eternal silence. Upon seeing the eerie green glow emanating from the skeletal general's head, Li Xiaoyao instinctively sensed danger. A warning bell rang in his mind, recognizing the futility of confrontation. Yet, he did not wish to lose face before Lin Yu. especially his master, Su Mo. Thus, even fully aware of the peril, he resolutely summoned his true energy, wielding the peach-wood sword with determination as he struck forward. At the same time, he bellowed, "Sweep away the myriad armies. De vida creatura." A formidable wave of sword energy surged forth, filling the expansive crypt with an ominous aura, manifesting in a sword shadow stretching 10 meters long. This was a secret technique derived from the Shushan's 10,000 swords technique, a diluted version of the original. Yet, even in its weakened form, its might was not to be underestimated. The 10-meter sword shadow collided with the skeletal general, ablaze with soul fire. The sword energy continuously permeated the body of the skeletal general, relentlessly strangling its bony form and extinguishing its soul fire. Yet in this moment, the skeletal general had ignited its soul, trading an eternal damnation for a fleeting moment of unparalleled brilliance. How could it be so easily thwarted? The 10-meter-long shadow of the sword pierced through its body but failed to deliver a fatal blow. Astonishingly, it bore the massive sword and charged towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao was utterly vexed. "What grudge do you hold against me to unleash such a tremendous attack upon our first encounter?" In this state, the skeletal general was indeed an insurmountable foe. Li Xiaoyao could no longer concern himself with his image in Lin Yuru's eyes and had to retreat rapidly. If he did not, he would meet his demise beneath the skeletal general's blade. However, even as he continued to withdraw, the skeletal general remained in relentless pursuit, casting a shadow that he could not escape. "Damn it, I'm coming to assist you," Lin Yuru exclaimed, gripping her sword, eager to rush in and help. "Stay back," Li Xiaoyao shouted in distress. Her meager skills would only serve to deliver herself to the skeletal general. Su Mo shook his head. He had anticipated not having to intervene, but he had not expected the skeletal general in this tomb to be significantly more formidable than in the original tale, possessing the knowledge to ignite its soul fire. If he did not act soon, both Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru would be in peril. Extending his hand forward, a surge of spiritual energy morphed into a long line, wrapping around Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, drawing them to his side. "Master, I have disappointed you," Li Xiaoyao thought as he realized Su Mo was about to take action, feeling relieved that the responsibility no longer rested on him. "You have performed admirably. Just observe from the sidelines." Seeing Su Mo effortlessly rescue Li Xiaoyao, the skeletal general was consumed by fury. It had labored to ignite its soul and attain such formidable power. Time was of the essence, and it was unwilling to return empty-handed. To kill one would suffice. 2 would be a fair trade, and 3 would be a considerable gain. Without hesitation, the skeletal general redirected its assault towards Su Mo. Its imposing presence exuded a chilling aura, surrounded by dense black mist, akin to a reaper descending into the mortal realm. Such a terrifying skeletal general would likely instill sheer terror in ordinary individuals, leaving them too paralyzed to resist. With a ghastly visage, it charged forth, rattling its bony frame and wielding its long blade. Closing in on Su Mo extended a finger and pointed it at the skeletal general's skull. In that instant, the blazing soul fire within the skeletal general's head diminished at a visible pace, until it was extinguished entirely. With the soul fire extinguished, the skeletal general lost all semblance of vitality and collapsed backward with a thud. Just a single finger, merely a finger, had rendered the once mighty skeletal general utterly defeated. "Master, are you truly serious about teaching me? If I had absorbed even half of your profound knowledge, I wouldn't have been reduced to tears by this skull," Li Xiaoyao lamented, his expression one of deep grievance. His thought process was indeed peculiar. At this moment, he immediately attributed his plight to Su Mo's inadequate instruction. Lin Yuru pinched Li Xiaoyao sharply and then exclaimed with admiration, "Master, you are truly remarkable." Zhao Linger remained silent, regarding Su Mo's prowess as a matter of course. Su Mo chuckled softly. He had not intended to display such ostentation, yet with a mere flick, the skeletal general fell. "I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already collapsed," he mused, affirming the adage that life devoid of pretense would lack significance. Chapter 130. The 4 Great Inventions of the Tomb-Robbing Realm. "Master, now that you have slain the skeletal general, how shall we locate the Red Ghost King?" Lin Yueru inquired. "No worries, the Red Ghost King is nearby," Su Mo replied. Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when a voice, rife with fury, reverberated throughout the crypt's chamber. "You audacious fools! How dare you slay my general?" You shall bear the brunt of my wrath, and find no rest for your souls. This voice echoed from all directions within the crypt, creating a 30-degree surround, leaving its origin ambiguous. Enough of your theatrics. Show yourself at once. Sumove Yovid. A radiant aura emanating from him as he infused his voice with a powerful Buddhist essence, akin to the true lion's roar of the Buddhist realm. The force of this roar immediately subdued the Red Ghost King's menacing tones. Thereafter, silence ensued. The Red Ghost King, stricken with fear, dared not utter another word. If I cannot confront you, I shall simply observe in silence. If you can uncover my hiding place, I shall concede defeat. Su Mom Just. Zhao Linger remarked, Brother Su. It seems you have frightened the Red Ghost King. I am aware. Linger. Su, Mo replied with a hint of resignation. Master, what should we do next? Li Xiaoyao asked, nearly in fits of laughter. Ignoring Li Xiaoyao, Su Mo reached into his spatial pouch and withdrew an object, a short-handled instrument adorned with a dragon's head and tail, measuring approximately 20 centimeters. Brother Su, what is this? Zhao Linger inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar item. This is a dragon-seeking ruler, capable of assessing geomancy, discerning fortunes from afar, aiding in treasure hunting, and specifying auspicious sites for burials, Su Mo explained with a smile. I acquired it from Lin Qinya in the mortal realm, initially viewing it as a mere curiosity, but it has proven invaluable in our current predicament. What could be more effective than a dragon-seeking ruler for locating the blood pool within this tomb? As a young man from the present day, who hasn't delved into the pages of Ghost Blows Out the Light, Su Mo, wielding the dragon-seeking ruler, felt the chilling winds within the tomb as the dragon head of the ruler began to sway violently. Simultaneously, he muttered an incantation. The dragon-seeking divides gold to observe the entwined mountains. Each entanglement presents a new barrier. Should the gate possess 8 layers of peril, the yin and yang cannot escape the hexagram. Where gold is divided and the dragon sought, the blood pool of the ghostly gate shall manifest. This incantation seemed utterly nonsensical. However, the dragon-seeking ruler proved to be remarkably effective. After a vigorous shake, the dragon head pointed towards a specific direction within the tomb. Following its guidance, the group advanced towards that location. Li Xiaoyao was the first to rush ahead, halting beneath the wall at the indicated spot. He knocked against the wall, producing a resounding thud from within. Master, the dragon-seeking ruler works. There is indeed emptiness behind this wall. Upon speaking, he cast an envious glance at Su Mo's ruler, realizing its potential for treasure hunting. Surely, it could lead to untold riches. Su Mo, alongside Zhao Linger and Lin Yueru, also approached the wall. Suddenly, a formidable force of the formation erupted from the wall, transforming it into an impenetrable barrier, resistant to any force. Faintly, curses could be heard from behind the wall, quickly followed by boisterous laughter. Ha! Even if you discover the entrance to the blood pool, what can you do? This king shall not grant you passage. You will never breach my formation. The array upon this wall is a remnant of an immortal's formation I acquired. Even I would struggle to dismantle it without knowledge of its core, let alone you. The Red Ghost King exuded confidence in his formation, laughing without restraint. Unfazed, Li Xiaoyao swung his sword at the wall. Bang! The wooden sword clashed against the surface, sparking a cascade of flames. Yet this strike, infused with all of Li Xiaoyao's true energy, capable of splitting mountains, could not even leave a mark on the wall. It seems the creature within spoke the truth. What shall we do now? Li Xiaoyao inquired. If we cannot breach this wall, how can we confront the Red Ghost King? It seems we must retreat, which is truly disheartening. Su Mo placed his hand upon the wall, discerning that the formation was integrated into the very soil and bricks of the structure. Breaking through from the outside was indeed a formidable task. Brother Su, you have a solution, don't you? Zhao Linger looked up at him, hopeful. Su Mo affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, of course. He then rummaged through his spatial wallet, extracting a peculiar shovel. Master, what treasure is this? Li Xiaoyao Musha, intrigued by the shovel's unique design. Do not underestimate it. This is a divine artifact, the foremost of the 4 great inventions of the tomb raiding world. The Luoyang shovel. It must be said, Su Mo's spatial wallet contained an astonishing array of remarkable items. He grasped the Luoyang shovel firmly in his hand and forcefully struck it against the wall. With a single thrust, the seemingly unshakable wall, reinforced by the formation, was breached, leaving a massive gash. Another strike, and the entire wall collapsed with a resounding crash. Dust billowed, and the residual power of the formation wreaked havoc. when the chaos subsided. A crimson glow emerged before everyone's eyes. The source of this red light was a colossal blood pool with a radius of 30 meters. Master, your Luoyang shovel is truly remarkable. May I also be granted one for myself next time? Li Xiaoyao gazed at Su Mo as he stowed away the shovel. His eyes filled with envy. Su Mo playfully tapped his head, urging him to focus on the situation at hand and not to be distracted. It was merely an ordinary Luoyang shovel. The true force that shattered the formation stemmed from Su Mo's formidable prowess. However, the Luoyang shovel did serve its purpose. It was specifically designed for graveyards, imbued with an enigmatic power of belief. In this burial ground, Su Mo's strength, channeled through the shovel, yielded astonishing results. Indeed, with just 2 strikes, the entrance to the blood pool was unearthed. Before the onlookers lay an immense blood pool, and within it, a towering creature nearly 5 meters high. Reclining in the crimson depths, gazed at them with a bewildered expression. Despite its grotesque appearance, the creature's half-open mouth lent it an endearingly foolish look. Collapsed? The Red Ghost King exclaimed. My celestial formation has actually crumbled? It still could not believe that anyone had managed to breach its divine defenses. Red Ghost King, you who poison living beings, this blood pool is tainted with the blood of countless innocents. Your sins are beyond measure. Today I, Li Xiaoyao, shall act on behalf of righteousness and eliminate you, this vile demon. The thought of slaying evil filled Li Xiaoyao with fervor. With a mighty roar, he brandished his sword and charged toward the Red Ghost King in the blood pool. Humph! An ant attempting to shake a great tree. How laughable! The Red Ghost King, seemingly well-versed in culture, recited ancient poetry with ease. Rising from the blood pool, it towered over 10 meters tall, then waved its hand to unleash a torrent of tainted blood toward Li Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, be careful! Su Mo, who had always remained calm and composed, urgently warned upon seeing the foul blood. Chapter 131, The Earth Spirit Pearl. The tainted blood spewed forth by the Red Ghost King was no ordinary substance. Although the blood in the pool originated from the living, after undergoing the Red Ghost King's refinement, it had transformed into evil blood. This malevolent blood was infused with a curse, capable of eroding not only the flesh, but also the very soul of its victims. Those contaminated by the evil blood would suffer misfortune and calamity throughout their lives, their fates forever entwined with disaster. After much effort, Su Mo finally took on a disciple. Yet he did not wish for his endeavor to be tarnished by a splash of tainted blood. Thus, he first unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, transforming it into a long rope that coiled around Li Xiaoyao, pulling him back. Simultaneously, Su Mo released his mental energy, which materialized into a dense substance, forming a protective barrier before him, enveloping Li Xiaoyao and isolating the foul blood beyond the shield. Master, I acted rashly, Li Xiaoyao confessed. Gazing at the streams of tainted blood, emanating black smoke and brimming with a potent curse, feeling a surge of trepidation. In future encounters with such adversaries, one must first assess the strengths of both sides. Do not act recklessly until you comprehend the enemy's capabilities and tactics, Su Mo advised. Yes, disciple understands. Li Xiaoyao replied respectfully, retreating behind Su Mo and playfully making a face at Lin Yuru, who briefly displayed a flash of concern in her eyes. Human, you have truly angered this king. Prepare to die. The Red Demon King, witnessing his tainted blood halted by a mere thin barrier, felt a mix of humiliation and fury. Claiming the title of Demon King, he ruled over all creatures within a 50-mile radius, and to be thwarted by a few insignificant humans was intolerable. How could he maintain his reputation among his subordinates? Preposterous. You, a mere bloodsucker with insignificant skills, dare to call yourself a Demon King? Watch how I subdue you. Sumochake lightly. He had thoroughly scanned the Red Demon King with his mental energy and had formed a rough estimate of its power, thus remaining unperturbed. Unrepentant fool, behold the blood of my kind, and submit to it. Bathe in my demonic blood and become my puppet. You have slain my skeletal general. Now you shall take its place as my grand commander. The Red Demon King roared, abandoning mere words and striking the blood pool with a palm, unleashing a torrent of tainted blood towards Su Mo. This time, the Red Demon King exerted all his strength, infusing the tainted blood with his demonic power, finally breaching Su Mo's mental barrier. Brother Su, be careful. Linger cried out anxiously. Fear not. Linger, Su Mo reassured with a smile, gently positioning her behind him. In his hand, a green sword embryo materialized, and under the impetus of his spiritual energy, it radiated with resplendent golden light. This time, he opted not to employ the secret techniques of Mount Shu, but instead invoked the Sutra of the Sword of Tathagata. Third form of the Sutra of the Sword of Tathagata, Sword Master of Heaven and Earth. Su-Imo swung the sword forward, filling the entire realm with a benevolent sword intent. This was the Buddha's sword, embodying both compassion and a fierce will to kill, though suffused with benevolence. Its lethality was uncompromising. It is said that the Buddha, Tathagata, once preached in the pure land of ultimate bliss in the West. During the sermon, the heavens and earth manifested boundless wonders, with the resonant sound of the Buddha's chants echoing throughout the sacred Ling Mountain, and the eightfold hosts of celestial beings offering their reverent praise. However, there existed formidable demons who took offense at the mortal ears listening to the sacred teachings, causing disturbances beneath Ling Mountain and even committing heinous acts of slaughter. The world-honored one, the Tathagata, unleashed a lion's roar and imparted the 9 styles of the Tathagata sword canon. The disciples of the Buddha, armed with the sword, descended the mountain to eradicate the demons. The Tathagata sword canon was specifically devised for vanquishing malevolent spirits, inherently imbued with a damage-enhancing buff, capable of unleashing its full might. How detestable! You too are a shaven monk of the Buddhist sect. The Red Demon King, while channeling his power and spewing forth torrents of blood, bellowed furiously at Su-Imo. Su-Imo, feeling vexed, wondered at the Red Demon King's perception. Was he blind? With his long, lustrous black hair, how could he be mistaken for a bald man? With a scoff, Su-Imo, unperturbed, gently rotated the sword embryo in his hand, unleashing the full potency of the sword master of heaven and earth. As the name suggests, this technique transformed the entire realm into a world of swords, a world belonging to Su-Imo. In this expanse, the essence of swords permeated the air, yet no tangible sword shadows were visible. The sword was entirely within Su-Mo's gaze. He directed the azure sword embryo towards the Red Demon King, summoning an infinite multitude of swords that pierced towards him. No! The Red Demon King struggled desperately, erupting from the blood pool, nearly evaporating the foul blood within to confront Su-Mo's sword master of heaven and earth. However, it proved futile. The Tathagata sword canon was an unparalleled martial art for vanquishing demons. And with Su-Mo's current cultivation, now a high-level practitioner possessing 2 golden cores, he could traverse the realm of celestial swords with ease, provided he did not encounter a select few formidable figures. A mere Red Demon King, despite having trained for a millennium in the blood-stained depths, wielding profound blood magic, stood no chance against Su-Imo. Under the immense pressure of unending sword intent, the Red Demon King's form suddenly shattered, dissolving into a pool of foul blood. A brilliant light emanated from Su-Mo's eyes as he cast his gaze upon the blood, instantly evaporating the remnants of the Red Demon King's essence, along with the remaining tainted blood in the pool. At last, a breath of fresh air swept into the tomb, dispersing the lingering stench of blood that had persisted for a millennium. As the Red Demon King's body dissipated, a radiant yellow orb fell from its form. What is that? So beautiful! Lin Yuru marveled at the yellow orb suspended in midair. This is the Earth Spirit Pearl, one of the 5 spiritual orbs crafted by the goddess Nuwa, possessing unimaginable power capable of shaping the heavens and the earth. With a wave of his hand, Su-Imo summoned the Earth Spirit Pearl, which flew gracefully into his grasp. Is this small bead truly so remarkable? Li Xiaoyao exclaimed in disbelief. Su-Imo glanced at him, remaining silent, harboring a tinge of guilt within. After all, the very first spirit bead he acquired was exchanged for a peachwood sword with Li Xiaoyao. Out of a sense of remorse, he had taken him as a disciple to make amends. Congratulations, Brother Su, on obtaining the Earth Spirit Bead, Zhao Linger said with a smile. Su-Imo stowed away the Earth Spirit Bead and addressed Li Xiaoyao and the others. From this moment onward, I must part ways with you for a while. What? Brother Su, do you and Lingu need to separate as well? Zhao Linger asked, her voice tinged with sadness. Su-Imo chuckled, ruffling her hair gently. It's only a temporary separation. You shall continue your journey and await my return in Chang'an. Chapter 132. The King Torments the Bronze. Su-Imo and the trio stepped out of the general's tomb and subsequently parted ways. Li Xiaoyao, accompanied by Lin Yueru and Zhao Linger, set forth towards Nanzhao, but as per Su-Mo's instructions, would rest midway in Chang'an. Not long after emerging from the general's tomb, Su Mo opened the spatial door to Su Garden and entered. Upon his arrival, Su Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this still his fragmentary world, Su Garden? The expanse had increased several-fold, now encompassing over 1,000,000 square kilometers. A grand river, the Su River, coursed through the center of this world, its waters flowing vigorously, with ethereal energy shimmering upon its surface. The waters were beginning to cradle life, most notably schools of golden fish resembling carp. They were called carp only in name, for these golden creatures bore small protrusions on their heads, akin to miniature dragon horns. By the heavens, are these the legendary transforming dragon carp? When did such high-end beings enter my world? Sumo Marbith, the transforming dragon carp, as the name suggests, are carp that may potentially evolve into dragons. The leap over the dragon gate is no simple feat. Only the legendary transforming dragon carp possess such a privilege, though the conditions for a dragon's transformation are stringent, with success rates akin to winning the lottery. Even the slightest chance holds value. Transforming dragon carp are indeed worthy companions to nurture. At that moment, the consciousness of Su Garden, a petite girl named Su Su clad in a school uniform, descended from the sky. Upon landing, she perched on Su Mo's neck and fiercely pinched his ear. That hurts. Su Su, have you awakened your sovereign consciousness with intentions to eliminate me, the master of Su Garden? Su Mo swatted her hand away, rubbing his ear in discomfort. Su Su jumped off him with a huff. Su Mo had long grown accustomed to her proud demeanor towards her master. As the embodiment of the Tao in Su Garden, her temperament was anything but ordinary. Who has angered you again, Su Su? Su Mo inquired with a smile. Who else but you? Su Su exclaimed, her frustration causing her head to throb as she lightly tapped her temples. Stepping closer, Su Mo gently massaged her temples and asked in a soothing tone, "How have I upset you this time, my dear young lady? I previously informed you that Su Garden is due for an upgrade, and my efforts alone are insufficient. I require your assistance. Have you come? Have you helped? Instead, you have acted like a bystander, leaving me to toil tirelessly in the garden. Have you noticed the expansion of Su Garden? It has multiplied in size, spanning over 1,000,000 square kilometers, nearly rivaling a continent. And look at Su River, now winding and stretching for thousands of kilometers, where even koi fish have emerged. All of this has been accomplished by this petite girl before you, yet you, a grown man, have contributed nothing. How can you still claim to be the master of Su Garden? Is there no shame? Should I not be angry with you?" Asusu spoke. Her ire only intensified, and she turned her back on Su Mo, presenting him with a haughty silhouette, refusing to engage further. No wonder. After just a few days of absence, Su Garden had undergone such a significant transformation. It had undergone another upgrade. Since the emergence of Su Su as the consciousness of this world, its development has been astonishing, requiring no oversight from Su Mo, unable to contain his admiration. Su Mo, Susu, you are truly capable. Su Su let out a cold snort, though her demeanor softened slightly at his commendation. Su Su, I have a question. You mentioned that the beings born in Su River are koi, but why do the fish I observe possess dragon-like horns, resembling the legendary dragon carp, that have a minute chance of transforming into dragons? Su Mo moved behind Su Su, placing his hands on her shoulders, gently turning her to face him and smiling as he asked, "The transformation of koi into dragon carp is not a matter for me to address. You should inquire of that starfish you cast into Su River," Su Su retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. As the world consciousness of Su Garden, she governed its operations according to her will, and upon mentioning the starfish, the waters of Su River began to churn violently. A colossal creature leaped from the depths of the river. It was indeed a massive starfish. Its diagonal length measured an impressive 5 meters, a true giant among starfish. Su Mo recognized it as the sea star he had thrown into Su River. But had it somehow grown to such an extraordinary size? This starfish was no ordinary creature. It thrived in Su River at an astonishing rate. Moreover, it possessed the ability to refine the spiritual energy of the waters, enhancing the cultivation environment, effectively serving as a versatile aid for aquatic life. The transformation of koi into dragon carp in Su River was also due to the influence of this remarkable starfish. The items discovered within the system's drift bottle are indeed exquisite. This plump sea star, renowned for its delectable qualities, was nearly transformed into a dish by Su Mo, only to reveal an unexpectedly formidable capability. "Sea star, you are remarkable. Su Mo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the sea star that leapt into the air. Delighted by Su Mo's praise, the sea star joyfully twisted its body before diving back into the waters of Su River. Su, I have come to the Su Garden with a request for your assistance, Su Mo stated. I already knew you would seek me out. After all, you wouldn't return just for a casual visit. What is it this time? Su replied with an expression that suggested she had seen through him long ago. In truth, Su was merely sharp-tongued, with a heart of gold. She diligently managed the entire Su Garden and had never once declined to help Su Mo whenever he needed her. I require you to channel the spiritual energy of the Su Garden to assist me wholeheartedly. I have acquired the Earth Spirit Pearl and seek to harness its power to reshape my Golden Dan. Su Mo's eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance. Years prior, during his time on Mount Shu, he had already embarked upon the path of the Golden Dan, defying the odds to form 2 Golden Dawn within his internal starry cosmos. Subsequently, he received the sword techniques of the Sword God lineage in the Golden Dan realm, known as the 3,000 Sword Canon. This scripture represents the foundation of the Sword God lineage in the Golden Dan realm, brimming with boundless potential, and is considered an unparalleled secret text. Its most exquisite aspect lies in the fact that at the Golden Dan stage, it allows one not only to forge a singular Golden Dan, but to create multiple ones. Imagine the might of a practitioner possessing several Golden Dawn circulating within their internal starry cosmos. What strength would such a Golden Dan cultivator wield? This is akin to the difference between a single core and a multi-core smartphone. The performance is not comparable. Mastering the 3,000 Sword Canon to its utmost would render one a tyrant among ordinary Golden Dan practitioners, ruthlessly dominating them. Chapter 133, The Heavenly Tribulation Package. Su Mo's consciousness delved deep into his internal starry cosmos. Within this realm, 2 Golden Dawn, one of water and one of thunder, were firmly established, emanating tremendous power. These 2 Golden Dawn remained unaffected by one another, each occupying its own expanse of starry sea. Su Mo's consciousness appeared amidst this starry sea, where he intended to forge another Golden Dan. Seated cross-legged upon the Spirit Stone Mountain in the Su Garden, a continuous flow of spiritual energy surged into his body. Meanwhile, he held the yellow Earth Spirit Pearl in his hand, from which he expertly guided the millennia-old primordial power of the Earth into his being through a secret method. A visible stream of yellow energy, reminiscent of the golden flow encountered during urination, emerged from the surface of the Earth Spirit Pearl. This was the formidable primordial power of the Earth. The 5 Spirit Pearl is a supreme treasure forged by Nuwa, interweaving the 5 fundamental principles of this world. Its body is indestructible, rendering the complete absorption of the Earth essence within the Earth Spirit Pearl nearly impossible. However, the Earth essence within perpetually circulates, with each cycle yielding a trace that accumulates on the surface of the pearl, awaiting its return to the celestial realm of the sword. Over the course of a millennium, a significant amount of Earth essence has indeed accumulated on the surface of the Earth Spirit Pearl. As the yellow streams trickle forth, Su Mo inhales deeply, drawing the entire flow into his being. He then closes his eyes, allowing his spirit to plunge into the celestial expanse within, observing the transformations that occur after absorbing the Earth essence. The yellow stream, upon entering, undergoes refinement and harmonizes with the celestial space within him. As anticipated, a yellowish root emerges within him, signifying the Earth Spirit root. Thus, Su Mo has attained the status of a cultivator with 4 elemental roots: thunder, fire, earth, and water, with 2 water roots still remaining. However, the incorporation of the Earth Spirit root is merely the initial step. Su Mo's ambitions extend far beyond this. He begins to channel the 3,000 sword scriptures, aligning his cultivation with the celestial trajectories. Throughout this process, the Earth Spirit root, which had swiftly entered dormancy after its formation, is coaxed into action. It transforms into a colossal root, spiraling within the celestial expanse of his being. As the 3,000 sword scriptures reach their zenith, the Earth Spirit root is rapidly kneaded together, akin to dough, shaping it into a sphere. Following his intent, Su Mo meticulously adjusts the spherical Earth Spirit root, refining its appearance to be more aesthetically pleasing. This is a delicate creative endeavor, requiring the heart of an artist. After more than half an hour, Su Mo gazes contentedly at his creation. The once malleable Earth Spirit root has been sculpted into the likeness of a golden elixir. The rough form of the golden elixir is complete, The next step is to continue channeling the 3,000 sword scriptures to transform it into a true earth golden elixir. Sumo's consciousness hovers within the celestial expanse, and he suddenly opens his eyes, from which boundless light radiates, illuminating the entire starry sea. Infinite sword chi phantoms manifest around him, morphing into various swords that plunge into the rough form of the golden elixir. Rise! Su-mo bellows, as if splitting the heavens. And immediately, divine runes of the great Tao appear upon the surface of the golden elixir rough form. Stars descend from the void, landing upon the earth-hued elixir. Buzzing, the golden elixir rough form begins to tremble violently, causing the entire celestial expanse surrounding it to quiver. Thus, after approximately 10 minutes of this tumultuous state, the earth-hued golden elixir finally stabilizes. Then the divine patterns above began to radiate a myriad of brilliant lights, illuminating the entire starry sea. The earthy golden elixir had finally come into being. In terms of size, this newly formed earthy golden elixir still fell short compared to the watery and thunderous golden elixirs nearby, yet in quality, there was no discernible difference. All were genuine Tao golden elixirs. The 3 golden elixirs shone resplendently, standing amidst the 3 starry seas, illuminating Sumo's path to the golden elixir of Tao. Sumo's consciousness gazed upon the golden elixirs before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips before his awareness dissipated into the starry sky, returning to his corporeal form. He opened his eyes and looked up at the vast sky above Su Garden. Su, can the golden elixir, thunder tribulation come here to Su Garden? He was immensely curious about the underlying principles of the heavenly tribulation, pondering whether it could transcend the barriers of countless worlds and descend upon any realm. It was important to note that he currently resided in Su Garden, his own world, where Su embodied the heavenly Tao, and he was her master. Logically, as long as he wished it, the heavenly tribulation should not be able to intrude. However, the reality was evidently different. Sumo, I sense a force of a higher order, disregarding my authority over the heavenly Tao of Su Garden, forcibly intruding into this realm. It must be your golden elixir, thunder tribulation. Such a domineering force shows no respect for my consciousness of this world. Barging in uninvited, it is nothing short of a robber's act, an invasion of my world by a virus. Susu exclaimed, Bisebliangev. Yet it was clear she could not prevent the encroachment of the heavenly tribulation. No matter, it arrives just in time. I wonder how formidable this 3rd golden elixir thunder tribulation will be. Su-mo chuckled, lifting his gaze toward the gathering storm clouds that traversed the grand world, coalescing above Su Garden. He felt no fear, yet he remained thoroughly prepared for the impending challenge. Even a lion must exert full strength when battling a mere rabbit. The heavenly tribulation, after all, could be lethal. Thus, while he might scoff at it mentally, he must be ready in practice. The storm clouds finally coalesced above Su Garden and began to descend tentatively, launching an attack against Sumo. The first bolt of tribulation, lightning transformed into a 10-jong-long horned dragon, roaring as it charged toward his head. Sumo leaped forward to confront the dragon, engaging in a fierce battle. During this confrontation, the thunderous golden elixir within him began to operate, attempting to absorb the power of the dragon's tribulation lightning. He possessed a remarkably potent ability, the capacity to absorb tribulation lightning, rendering him nearly invincible against heavenly tribulations. The only caveat was that the strength of the tribulation lightning must not exceed his limits. Otherwise, it could overwhelm him. The first bolt of dragon tribulation lightning clearly did not reach the threshold he could absorb. With each encounter with the dragon, he managed to assimilate a portion of its lightning power. Thus, from a distance, Su witnessed a rather mesmerizing scene. At the initial clash, Sumo and the dragon collided, resulting in the dragon losing one of its claws. Upon the second encounter, the dragon's snout vanished, leaving only half of a dragon tooth. With the third clash, the dragon's tail swept toward him, yet it returned empty-handed, as the tail was entirely absorbed by Sumo. This bizarre battle persisted for a full 5 minutes, with each contact resulting in the dragon losing a portion of its organs. Fortunately, the dragon was merely a manifestation of the heavenly tribulation. Had it possessed consciousness, it would have likely been enraged. However, its foot had been consumed and digested by Sumo during their initial encounter. A true thief of organs, Sumo, who was distant and undergoing tribulation, and felt that this title suited him perfectly. 9 bolts of heavenly thunder had descended, signaling the imminent conclusion as the tribulation clouds began to dissipate. Yet, Suemo felt a lingering desire for more. He discovered that this round of heavenly thunder bore an earth attribute, not only nourishing the thunder-based golden core within him, but also providing a significant boost to the earth golden core. Having just formed, the earth golden core was in its growth phase, and after this nourishing tribulation, it had already expanded considerably. If only a few more waves of heavenly thunder could strike, it would soon grow to match its elder brothers, the water golden core and the thunder golden core. What to do? He was reluctant for the heavenly tribulation to vanish so soon. Strike again with fervor. Do not hold back. This was the inner monologue of Suemo. And if the heavenly tribulation deity were to hear it, he would likely be added to its blacklist. Su, do you have a way to summon a few more waves of heavenly tribulation? Suemo called out to Su in the distance. The heavenly tribulation was surely a matter for the Tao of Heaven. Su, at least, was the consciousness of Su Garden, though not comparable to the grand external world. She was still a member of the Tao of Heaven's family, and should possess some means regarding the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, Su tilted her head adorably in thought before responding, I can give it a try. The tribulation clouds have yet to disperse, so there should be a way. After speaking, she extended her delicate finger and pointed toward the tribulation clouds hovering above Sumo's head. In response to her gesture, the clouds, which were about to dissipate, surged back with renewed vigor, thickening once more, and the heavenly thunder began to strike down in successive waves. Excellent. Mi Susu is truly remarkable. Suemo found himself once again enveloped in the embrace of heavenly thunder, which descended in relentless waves, invigorating him. These earth attribute thunders continuously nourished his earth golden core, causing it to flourish like a seed experiencing a long-awaited rain. Su, you can stop now. Any more and it will burst. Suemo felt that the earth golden core had reached its limit, unable to grow indefinitely. Though it had only just formed, it was already comparable in size to the water and thunder golden cores, growing at an astonishing rate. He wished to maintain control over the heavenly tribulation indefinitely. The thrill of being struck was unexpectedly exhilarating. As the ominous clouds dissipated above Su Garden, Suemo expressed his bewilderment. Addressing the young girl, what enmity do we share? I am your master, after all. It was I who awakened your consciousness. We cannot entertain such perilous notions. With the storm clouds vanishing, Suemo gracefully descended back on a spirit stone mountain, where he began to cultivate his spiritual energy anew. Within him, a golden core emerged, transforming his dual cores into three, resulting in a remarkable surge of power that necessitated time for him to acclimatize. Su alighted beside him, her delicate hands gently trembling above Sumo's head, showering him with ethereal light. This was the power of the laws of Su Garden, a blessing bestowed by the celestial order that governed her realm, exceedingly formidable in nature. It significantly aided Sumo's comprehension of the Tao. 3 entire days passed before Suemo finally opened his eyes. 2 flickers of lightning danced across his irises, fleeting yet potent. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary strength coursing through him. Every inch of his skin seemed to harbor an immense, latent power, as if with a mere gesture, he could reshape the very heavens. Should I test this? He mused, feeling as though a single punch could shatter the sky. However, upon catching a glimpse of Su's fierce gaze, he promptly dismissed the dangerously reckless thought. Thank you, Su, he said, reaching out to ruffle her hair affectionately. Yet Su, unlike Ling Er, was far too nimble. She deftly evaded his touch and playfully nipped at his wrist. To his surprise, a bite from the celestial being truly stung. I must take my leave from Su Garden. Until we meet again, Suemo chuckled, casting a glance at Su before swiftly opening the spatial portal of Su Garden and leaping through. He emerged in the world of a mortal sword, taking a moment to ascertain the direction of Chang'an. Then, with a flash of sword light beneath his feet, he soared swiftly towards the city. If all went as anticipated, Zhao Er, Li Xiaoyao, and Lin Yuru would be awaiting him in Chang'an. With 3 golden cores stabilizing his power, his speed on the sword had greatly increased. Though still 3,000 miles from Chang'an, he reached the outskirts in less than half an hour. Chang'an, the ancient and majestic city, towered in the north, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Suemo descended gracefully outside the city, akin to an ordinary citizen, paying the entrance fee before stepping into the bustling metropolis. The Tang dynasty's Chang'an. During this flourishing era, boasted countless households and an expanse nearing 100 miles. Yet Su Mo's spiritual perception enveloped the entire city effortlessly, allowing him to locate Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, who were currently visiting a grand residence, seemingly belonging to a wealthy and influential family. The figure of Zhao Linger was nowhere to be found. I had assumed that I had altered the plot, and thus this scene should not have occurred. Nevertheless, I decided to rendezvous with Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. With a shift in his consciousness, Su Mo created an ethereal aura around him, rendering his form invisible to mortal eyes. He then executed his movement technique, reaching the entrance of Li Xiaoyao's residence in mere moments. Upon arrival, he beheld an imposing plaque adorned with 3 crimson characters, Shang Shu Fu. Lin Yuru's uncle was the current Minister of Rites, and this must be his abode. Su Mo's spiritual perception detected that Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were currently in the company of scholarly gentlemen, whose elegant demeanor and distinguished appearance were marred by a pallor that hinted at illness. It was evident that this scholar was Lin Yuru's cousin, Lu Jinyuan, the newly appointed top scholar by the emperor himself. Su Mo stepped into the minister's residence, unnoticed by the numerous servants and guards. He traversed through several courtyards and directly appeared before Li Xiaoyao and the others. "Master," Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, though he quickly shrank back like a child caught in mischief. "Master, Linger has been captured by the Sword Saint of Mount Shu." Lin Yuru urgently turned to Su Mo, her anxiety palpable. Chapter 134, just because I caught a glimpse of you in the crowd. Understood, Su Mo replied calmly, his demeanor surprising both Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. "Master, did you hear me clearly? Linger has been taken by the Sword Saint of Mount Shu. Are you not angry?" Li Xiaoyao tentatively inquired, expecting an outburst of fury from his master. "There is no need for anger. Since she has been taken by the Sword Saint, we shall simply approach him to reclaim her," Su Mo stated matter-of-factly. "Indeed, I completely overlooked that. Master is the disciple of the legendary wine and sword immortal of Mount Shu, which means he is of the same generation as the Sword Saint. When you go to demand her release, I doubt the Sword Saint will dare to refuse," Li Xiaoyao proclaimed, newfound confidence surging within him. Su Mo gently rapped his knuckles against Li Xiaoyao's head, playfully scolding him, "Do not speak carelessly. In Mount Shu, I belong to the Shou generation, standing equal in rank with the Sword Saint, not as a senior. Once you arrive at Mount Shu, be cautious with your words. Lest the Sword Saint does not punish you, your junior brother will certainly set you straight." "My junior brother?" Li Xiaoyao perplexa. After pondering for a moment, a sudden realization struck him as he slapped his forehead and burst into laughter. "Master, you are referring to the illustrious Taoist Mo Ishi, the wine and sword immortal of Mount Shu. How wonderful! He is also your disciple, and he became your student later than I did, making him indeed my junior brother. To think that my junior brother is the wine and sword immortal. How delightful! How delightful! Ha ha ha!" Li Xiaoyao, lost in his joyful thoughts, succumbed to a fit of gleeful laughter. Beside him, Lin Yuru reached for his waist, pinching the soft flesh there with a sharp grip, causing him to grimace in pain and abruptly halt his laughter. Once Li Xiaoyao ceased his mirth, a faint chuckle became distinctly audible. "Ha ha, indeed. Young Master Li's brother-in-law is quite impressive. Even the renowned sword immortal is your junior." The source of the voice was revealed to be Lu Jinyuan, who appeared rather unwell, attempting to join in the laughter. However, his response was somewhat delayed, transforming his laughter into an awkward grin. Lu Jinyuan, feeling the weight of his embarrassment, continued to chuckle. "This gentleman must be the Master Su that young Master Li and Miss Yuru have often mentioned. Master Su, as an elder, please allow me to pay my respects." With that, he leaned against the nearby table and shakily rose from his chair, bowing towards Su Mo. Although Su Mo appeared to be in his 20s, untouched by the passage of time, it was an undeniable reality that he was indeed regarded as an elder in the presence of Li Xiaoyao and his companions. Lu Jinyuan performed a deep bow, and Lin Yuru hurriedly assisted him back to his feet. "Master, could you please take a look at my cousin's ailment and help him?" Lin Yuru implored, her voice tinged with desperation. "Do not worry, let me have a look," Su Mo replied with a smile. He then fixed his gaze upon Lu Jinyuan. Merely through this glance, Lu Jinyuan's pallid complexion transformed at a visible pace, regaining a healthy hue, and his overall spirit brightened, dispelling the previous aura of illness and despondency. After this single glance, Lu Jinyuan found himself rejuvenated and full of vitality. "Master, are you a demon?" Lin Yuru stuttered, astonished by such an extraordinary ability. It was indeed just a glance that eradicated the ailment. It was important to note that Lu Jinyuan's illness had arrived unexpectedly and ferociously, akin to a tempest, overwhelming him in mere days. The Lu family had sought out the finest physicians in Chang'an, even the imperial doctors, yet none could discern the nature of his affliction, leaving them utterly helpless. Were it not for Lu Jinyuan's fortune in marrying the virtuous Kai Yi during his illness, who used a family secret remedy to sustain him, he might have already met his demise. Such a grave ailment, which confounded all, was completely cured by Su Mo with just a single glance. Lin Yuru could only exclaim in awe, "What a remarkable ability!" Li Xiaoyao gave Lin Yuru a playful thump on the head, admonishing her, "How can you refer to Master in such a way? His skills are celestial, akin to those of a divine being. How could you dare to call him a demon? Be careful, or I shall discipline you tonight." Cough, cough. Lu Jinyuan feigned a cough, interrupting the playful banter between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, the young couple. He then suddenly knelt heavily upon the ground. "Master Su, you have saved my life. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth. I shall toil like an ox or horse to repay your great benevolence," he proclaimed, followed by 3 resounding bows. The young man was remarkably earnest, leaving cracks in the tiled floor as he bowed, his forehead bruised from the impact. Su Mo extended a hand to assist him, taking a moment to appraise the young man. Indeed, he possessed considerable potential. Earlier, Su Mo had cast a pure wave of spiritual energy toward Lu Jinyuan, purging the toxins from his body and restoring him to full health. During this process, Su Mo had also assessed Lu Jinyuan's aptitude. Lu Jinyuan was a talented individual, well suited for the path of cultivation. In the original tale, Lu Jinyuan had offered several hundred taels of silver as a tuition fee to become Li Xiaoyao's disciple, but had regrettably found himself under inadequate tutelage, as Li Xiaoyao had imparted little wisdom. However, upon first laying eyes on Lu Jinyuan, Su Mo was struck by the desire to take him as a pupil. Lu Jinyuan possessed both commendable character and aptitude, was learned without being pedantic, and, more importantly, enjoyed earnestly delivering dry humor, aligning perfectly with Su Mo's temperament. "Lu Jinyuan, do you wish to become my disciple?" Su Mo inquired. Huh? Lu Jinyuan momentarily failed to grasp the significance of the moment. He had long yearned to cultivate his physique alongside his studies, but had struggled to find a mentor. Was this joy not too sudden? "Why are you still dawdling? Address him as master," Lin Yueru chided, giving Lu Jinyuan a gentle kick on the leg. "Master, I humbly bow to you." Lu Jinyuan finally comprehended and knelt once more, sincerely offering 3 vigorous bows. Today, the frequency of his kneeling and bowing was rather excessive. He had never bowed so fervently even before the emperor during the imperial examination. Yet, he did so willingly, his heart brimming with elation. "Now, let me consider which cultivation technique would suit you best," Su Mo pondered. As Lu Jinyuan was not from Shushan, and, according to the original narrative, would have little connection to Shushan in the future, it would be inappropriate to pass on Shushan's secret arts. After deliberation, Su Mo ultimately decided to exchange for a sword technique, the gentleman's sword, from the sword god's supermarket, and bestowed it upon him. "Thank you, master," Lu Jinyuan exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy as he clutched the sword technique, overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 135, Fragrant Concubine? "Oh, look quickly. Sister-in-law is so beautiful." At that moment, Lin Yueru suddenly pointed towards the doorway, exclaiming in astonishment. The crowd turned to follow her gesture and beheld a young girl in a floral long dress, gracefully dancing in the distant garden. As her graceful dance commenced, hundreds of butterflies of various hues fluttered into the garden, swirling around her and gently alighting upon her flowing gown and the tips of her hair. The sight of Kai Yi was truly enchanting, eliciting an involuntary exclamation of admiration from Lu Jinyuan. Kai Yi was Lu Jinyuan's wife, whom he had married during a grave illness. It was her ancestral remedies that had sustained him through his affliction while awaiting Su Mo's arrival. Li Xiaoyao opened his mouth, intending to utter a compliment of beauty, but upon perceiving the lethal gaze of Lin Yuru beside him, he stifled the words. At such a moment, a man's instinct for survival proved surprisingly robust. Su Mo, too, was momentarily bewildered. While the scene was undeniably beautiful, it felt oddly familiar. After pondering for a while, he recalled that this was a classic scene from his aunt's romantic dramas, reminiscent of fragrant concubines attracting butterflies. He could hardly believe he was witnessing a living embodiment of that very image. "Master, this is my wife. I beg your pardon for the spectacle," Lu Jinyuan said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. He then called out to the garden with a hearty voice, Wife, come and greet master. The young girl, who had been captivating the butterflies, was startled by Lu Jinyuan's sudden call. She looked towards the house, and, upon seeing Lu Jinyuan's completely restore vitality, was instantly filled with joy. She lifted her floral gown and ran towards him, a myriad of butterflies swirling in her wake, creating a vivid tableau in the air. It was as if she were a living landscape painting. Though the distance from the garden to the house was merely a few dozen meters, she sprinted as if competing in a 100-meter dash, arriving breathlessly before Lu Jinyuan. Husband, are you completely healed? Are you all right? Zhao Yi exclaimed it, bouncing around Lu Jinyuan with exuberance. Her personality appeared far more vivacious than in the original narrative. Indeed, I am well now, fully recovered, thanks to Master's efforts. Kai Yi, come and meet Master, Lu Jinyuan said, taking her hand and leading her to Su Mo. Kai Yi greets Master, the young girl said with a graceful bow. Although she was unaware of Su Mo's identity, she recognized him as her benefactor since he had cured her husband's ailment. She would willingly sacrifice herself to repay such a profound kindness. Kai Yi was a butterfly who had transformed into a spirit before assuming human form. Her head had been no larger than a sesame seed. Thus, her thoughts were quite simple. She felt compelled to repay anyone who showed her kindness. Lu Jinyuan had merely stumbled upon her, ensnared in a spider's web during a leisurely walk in the woods, and had rescued her when she was still a butterfly. Perhaps he had acted on a whim, saving a small butterfly from a web without realizing he had performed a noble deed. Yet, Kai Yi had forever etched that immense gratitude in her heart. After Lu Jinyuan saved Sai, he was bitten by a spider on its web, succumbing to a potent venom, which accounted for his extreme weakness in recent days. The medicine Sai used to sustain Lu Jinyuan's life was not an ancestral remedy, but rather the essence she had cultivated over a millennium. Su Mo cast a glance at Sai, perceiving the simplicity of this butterfly demon entirely. There is no need for excessive courtesy, he stated. Sai, I have already taken Master Su as my mentor, thus you, like me, must pay your respects as a disciple upon meeting him. Lu Jinyuan declared. Yes, my lord, I understand, Sai replied, earnestly nodding. Su Mo's gaze swept across the assembled individuals, ultimately resting on Sai as he commanded, Sai, lead me to that spider. His tone was resolute and left no room for dispute. What spider? Sai's expression faltered, attempting to feign ignorance regarding Su Mo's inquiry, yet her countenance betrayed her. There is no need for concealment. I have discerned that you are a butterfly demon. Those present are not rigid individuals and harbor no prejudice against your identity, Su Mo remarked softly. He then turned to Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, inquiring, do you have any objections? Shall we exterminate the demon? Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru quickly waved their hands. Initially, they were astonished to learn that Sai was indeed a butterfly demon, contemplating the implications of having a spirit by Lu Jinyuan inside. However, upon hearing Su Mo's words, they dared not utter a single word, shaking their heads vigorously. Since Master is already aware, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Sai, please recount the entire story to Master, Lu Jinyuan urged. Yes, my lord. Sai steadied herself and addressed Su Mo. Master, I am indeed a butterfly demon, but I have never harbored ill intentions. Not far outside Chang'an, there lies a forest of venomous immortals. It is a long tale that involves a millennia-long entanglement between two spirits. Within the forest resides a spider demon known as Lady Venom, who bit Lu Jinyuan that day, inflicting him with spider venom. As a butterfly spirit, I have battled Lady Venom for 1,000 years, constantly under her oppressive force. Recently, I fell into a trap. Had it not been for Lu Jinyuan's timely intervention, I would have become Lady Venom's lunch. Upon hearing the name Lady Venom, Su Mo's heart leapt with excitement. For one of the 5 spirit pearls, the Thunder Spirit Pearl, resided within Lady Venom. Prior to arriving in Chang'an, Su Mo had contemplated how to locate this spider. Relying solely on his mental prowess for a gradual search would be inefficient and could easily alarm the creature. In the realm of the sword and sorcery, while many demons were relatively weak in combat, their ability to escape should not be underestimated. Thus, the most favorable outcome would be to have the guidance of Kai, enabling us to smoothly locate the poison immortal forest and find the poison lady. Kai, lead me to the spider spirit, Su Mo declared. Now, Jai repeat, astonishit. Yes, right now, we shall set forth immediately. Master, the spider spirit possesses a millennium's worth of cultivation and formidable strength. It will be prudent to prepare more thoroughly before seeking it out. Kai's inherent kindness resurfaced, as her concern for Sumo's safety made her reluctant to proceed at once. Sumo chuckled softly, releasing a stream of spiritual energy that flowed into Kai's body. Instantly, her complexion changed. In the presence of this energy, she felt akin to a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, liable to capsize at any moment. Joyi, you have battled the spider spirit for over 1,000 years, although you have often found yourself at a disadvantage. It stands to reason that you are not vastly inferior in power. How do you perceive my strength in comparison to it? Sumo inquired with a smile. Master, let us cease our discussions and depart at once to crush that spider spirit. Kai's teeth began to clatter, her spirit soaring with bravado. Today, they had encountered a formidable ally, and the resentment built over millennia from being oppressed by the spider spirit demanded release. Chapter 136. Allow me to introduce my master. Master, just ahead lies the poison immortal forest where the poison lady resides. Kai guided Sumo out of Chang'an City and into a dense thicket. This forest was peculiar, shrouded in miasma that rendered local hunters hesitant to venture within. Those who entered seldom returned, their fates unknown. Yet, this dense miasma acted as a natural barrier, isolating the poison immortal forest from the outside world, preventing ordinary folk from intruding and falling prey to the poison lady. Though the poison lady dwelled within, the miasma was not her creation. It was a natural phenomenon, evolved by the heavens to deter mortals from entering and being consumed. The interplay of life and death in nature follows its own logic. As Kai and Sumo traversed the thick miasma, a vista unfolded before them. The poison immortal forest, if not for its fearsome name, could be mistaken for a paradise untouched by the world. Towering ancient trees adorned the landscape, blooming with flowers of myriad hues, each more exquisite than the last, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty that seemed to transcend mortal existence. However, one must tread carefully here. These seemingly vibrant blossoms were, in truth, man-eating plants, genuine carnivorous flora. Master, be cautious. We have entered the domain of the poison lady. These carnivorous flowers have developed a rudimentary intelligence, serving as the poison lady's eyes and ears. Our arrival here has likely already reached her, Kai warned, walking closely beside Sumo with utmost care. No sooner had she spoken than a chilling voice echoed ominously across the skies of the poison immortal forest. Ah, my dear old neighbor, have you not gone to the mortal realm to revel in your riches? What brings you back to visit your old friend? The voice resonated from all directions, evading precise identification. Why do villains always prefer to engage in such elaborate theatrics? Kai snorted coldly and retorted, Spider demon, you have poisoned my husband. Today marks your demise. Come forth and meet your end. I almost forgot to inquire about your dearly departed spouse. How does it fare after succumbing to my spider venom? Is he not writhing in agony, succumbing to the poison? I see you have found a new paramour. I presume your husband has indeed perished. Yet this one, while appealing, appears rather feeble. Little butterfly, why do you have a penchant for these useless decorative pillows? The voice of the poison mistress echoed back, laden with mockery and audacious laughter. At this moment, Sumo concealed his golden core power, presenting himself as an ordinary individual devoid of cultivation, which is why the poison mistress underestimated him. How audacious to disrespect my master. Spider demon, come out and face your fate. Cease your cowardly hiding like a timid mouse. Upon hearing the poison mistress dare to mock Sumo, Kai's brows furrowed in anger. It seems my old neighbor longs for my company. Very well, I shall emerge to greet you. It has been ages since I indulged in human flesh and drank human blood. Your new companion appears quite delectable. Thank you for delivering such a fine dish to my doorstep. As her voice faded, an enormous net materialized in the skies above the poison immortal forest, descending ominously. This net was terrifying, enveloping the entire poison immortal forest. No one within could hope to escape its grasp. Truly, the spider demon was skilled at guarding her territory. Poison spider, your web has grown even larger. Jai exclaimed angrily. You realize that far too late. I have devoted 500 years to weaving this net that encapsulates the entire poison immortal forest. Today, not only will this mortal be ensnared, but you shall also find no escape. To be honest, I have longed to savor your butterfly essence. Had it not been for your late husband thwarting my plans, you would have already been my feast. How infuriating! But this time, you're utterly trapped. This net, woven from 5 centuries of my essence, is indestructible. Even if a deity were to arrive, they would be powerless against it. Today, no matter your formidable abilities, you shall not break free from my web. The poison mistress's voice grew increasingly arrogant, ringing in Kai Yi's ears as the net finally descended upon them. In Sai's eyes, a flicker of anxiety emerged. The pressure from this net was overwhelming. She regretted hastily bringing Su Mo into the poisonous, immortal forest, placing him in such peril. Master, I am sorry. I did not foresee that the poisonous lady would weave a net with half her cultivation. Indeed, this net appears as resilient as she claimed. It seems we may meet our end here today. Master, I apologize. Faced with the looming threat of death, Sai's thoughts were not of her own plight, but filled with deep remorse for Su Mo. Who said fairies lack compassion? This butterfly spirit's heart is likely kinder than that of most mortals. Su Mo smiled quietly, choosing not to speak, and extended a finger toward the heavens. This gesture appeared casual, leaving Sai puzzled about its significance. As she gazed at him in confusion, a slender sword chi, no thicker than his finger, surged forth from it, as if his finger had elongated. The sword chi ascended, making contact with the web that loomed dangerously close above them. Then the so-called indomitable web, which even deities could not contend with, shattered with a mere pop. Shattered. Sai's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you break my vital web? The voice of the poisonous lady echoed, laced with venomous fury. One could sense that she might leap forth at any moment to confront Su Mo and Sai. Yet, Su Mo discerned that the spider spirit was cunning. Upon witnessing her web's destruction, she recognized her disadvantage and began to retreat swiftly, seeking escape. Even in confrontation, there exists a code of conduct. Fleeing after an altercation is rather disgraceful, is it not? Su Mo chuckled, having been challenged. He would not permit her to flee so easily. He flicked his hand forward, unleashing a strand of spiritual energy that transformed into a long rope, piercing the void. Grasping the rope, he pulled it back with force. A chilling scream resonated as a 2-meter-long octopus spider was yanked from the depths of the forest. Poisonous lady, we meet again. Allow me to introduce you. This so-called useless mortal you speak of is an elder of the Shushan immortal sect, and Mo Ishi, the wine sword immortal, is his disciple. Furthermore, he is now my master. Sai beamed at the old acquaintance, the spider spirit, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Despicable, you butterfly spirit. No wonder you returned so brazenly. You found a helper. If you have the capability, let your master release me, and we shall battle for 300 rounds. Though bound by Su Mo's spiritual rope and unable to move, the spider spirit resorted to the lowest form of provocation against Sai. I am afraid I lack such capability. The disciple only understands the virtue of filial piety towards the master. How could she dare to issue commands? Sai feigned weakness and grievance as she spoke. It was evident that the spider demon's provocation was too blatant. Sai was clearly not deceived. She was kind-hearted, yet not foolish. Sai, has this spider demon ever taken a life? Sumoyin Guayev. The hunters who unwittingly wandered into the poisonous fairy forest met their demise, with only a few being devoured by the man-eating flowers, while most perished at the hands of the poisonous mistress, drained to mere husks. Over the millennia, her victims numbered in the countless. Sai replied, in that case, I shan't waste any more words with her. Su Mo was not one to hesitate. This venomous spider had committed innumerable atrocities, and he bore no psychological burden in deciding to end her life. Spare me, great immortal. This little spider is willing to offer a treasure artifact in exchange for my life. Just as Su Mo reached out to claim the poison mistress's life, she suddenly knelt before him, begging for mercy. She then produced a crimson gold orb, crackling with lightning patterns, harboring immense power. Upon its emergence, the creatures and flora within the poisonous fairy forest trembled in fear. This was the Thunder Spirit Pearl, the very object Su Mo sought in his pursuit of the poison mistress. Great immortal, this treasure was fortuitously acquired by this little demon. Though my abilities are meager and I cannot wield or refine it, I can sense its extraordinary nature. If you could spare my life, I would willingly present this pearl to you. The poison mistress trembled as she spoke, her voice quaking with desperation. Su Mo grasped the Thunder Spirit Pearl and turned to the poison mistress, saying, this is the Thunder Spirit Pearl, a treasure capable of shaping realms. Although you have fortuitously acquired it, with your limited prowess, you stand no chance of refining it. Indeed, in the original tale, this spider demon had engaged in combat with 2 novices, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuuru, only to be swiftly defeated by the wine sword immortal. Had she been capable of refining the Thunder Spirit Pearl, even extracting a fraction of its power, she would not have found herself utterly defenseless against Mo Ishii. However, this Thunder Spirit Pearl cannot bargain for your life. Had I slain you, I would have claimed it anyway. Therefore, in theory, the pearl already belongs to me. By what right do you use my Thunder Spirit Pearl to negotiate for your life? Su Mo, having participated in the debate team during his university years, was adept at rhetoric, easily besting most opponents. The Poison Mistress thought, this immortal seems rather unreasonable. Should I engage him in debate? She quickly suppressed that thought, realizing the folly of such a course. Great immortal, beyond the Spirit Pearl, I am willing to serve you tirelessly, to be your devoted servant for life, merely seeking your mercy. The Spider Demon's mind raced. In her desperate bid for survival, she was willing to go to great lengths. Sumosmaid. He had intended to eliminate the Spider Demon decisively, but was taken aback by her cunning response. Nevertheless, Su consistently lamented the insufficiency of labor within Su Garden. Even with the addition of the serpent and fox couple, the manpower remained woefully inadequate, as she incessantly clamored for a strike, demanding another laborer be sent her way. With a mere gesture, Su Mo directed a surge of spiritual energy into the Spider Spirit's essence, henceforth tethering her fate to his will. The Spider Spirit, now under his dominion, felt an overwhelming surge of joy, realizing that her gamble had paid off. Her life was preserved, at least for that day. Disregarding her exuberant expression, Su Mo opened the spatial portal of Su Garden and unceremoniously cast the Spider Spirit inside. As for the subsequent matters, he entrusted them to Su, confident that her celestial abilities would secure a fitting role for the Spider Spirit, perhaps in weaving webs or similar tasks. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Kai remarked upon witnessing the capture of the Spider Spirit and the conclusion of events here. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by her, exited the poison immortal forest, returning to the minister's residence in Chang'an. I shall enter seclusion for 2 days upon my emergence. We shall set forth to Mount Shu to reclaim Ling heir from the Sword Sage. Su Mo issued his directive to Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. He then re-entered Su Garden, this time to refine the Thunder Spirit Pearl. After exchanging pleasantries with Su, he settled upon the Spirit Stone Mountain, extracted the Thunder Spirit Pearl, and commenced the refinement of its thunderous essence. With the prior experience of refining the Water Spirit Pearl and Earth Spirit Pearl, the process with the Thunder Spirit Pearl unfolded remarkably smoothly, surpassing expectations. Within merely half a day, Su Mo completely refined the thunderous essence enveloping the Thunder Spirit Pearl. He thus acquired an additional root of thunder within his being. However, as he had previously condensed a Thunder Golden Pill, this newly formed root seamlessly integrated with it. Consequently, the Thunder Golden Pill expanded significantly, standing majestically amid his internal starry sea, with celestial bodies revolving around it. The Thunder Golden Pill emerged as the largest of his golden pills, surpassing both the Earth Golden Pill and Water Golden Pill in size. His strength ascended to a new echelon, attributed to the refinement of the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Emerging from Su Garden, Su Mo, along with Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, soared on their swords toward Mount Shu. Lu Jinyuan had also wished to accompany them, yet he lacked Su Mo's consent. His cultivation was still nascent, and his path lay within the mortal realm. Amidst the court, it was imprudent to intertwine too deeply with Mount Shu. Su Mo, Veo, and Lin Yuru traversed the skies toward Shu. They passed through the cloud gate and entered the celestial realm of Mount Shu. For Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, the sight of Mount Shu was a marvel, eliciting various exclamations of awe and admiration. A patrol of disciples from Mount Shu approached, inquiring from a distance, who is riding the sword above Mount Shu? However, their demeanor remained relatively pleasant, for prior rumors had circulated of a disciple witnessing someone soaring on a sword atop Mount Shu, only to be reprimanded, resulting in the sword wielder, the Wine Sword Immortal, being unceremoniously kicked off his blade, landing in a most undignified manner. The cautionary tale still echoed in their ears, until the distinction between friend and foe was clearly defined. Maintaining a modicum of politeness was prudent. It is Elder Su. Your return to Mount Shu is most welcome. The disciple has the honor of meeting Elder Su. A squad of patrolling disciples flew closer, recognizing Su Mo, and privately rejoiced at their earlier cordiality, proving their wisdom. Su Mo gestured for them to rise, and then requested, "Kindly take me to see the Swordmaster." At that moment, A resonant voice echoed across the sea of clouds. No need to search, Elder Su. I'm already aware of your purpose for returning, and there is no need for you to elaborate. I shall not yield. Please, Elder Su, take your leave. The sword master's tone was unequivocal and rather firm. Thus, it seemed there was no room for negotiation. Chapter 138, Mo Ishii's Heartache. Why must the sword master be so obstinate? Linger is not a demon. Imprisoning her in the demon-locked tower contradicts the very purpose of its existence and is utterly inappropriate. Su Mo did not relent. He sought to persuade Sword Master In Ruazuo to reconsider. Matters that could be resolved with words should not resort to violence, especially since the opponent is the Sword Master, one of the paramount figures in the world of immortal swords. How can you be certain that Zhao Linger is not a demon? Elder Su implored, cautioning against being blinded by the allure of malevolence. In Ruazuo's expression was cold, his gaze shimmering with the light of swords, clearly impervious to mere rhetoric. Observing his demeanor, Su Mo sighed and remarked, "But Linger truly is not a demon. Just because you assert Zhao Linger is not a demon, does that make it so? Elder Su, please observe." With a sweep of his grand sleeves, In Ruazuo conjured a mirror formed of mist before the assembly. Within the mirror, an image materialized. Zhao Linger reclined upon the grand hall of Mount Shu, while In Ruazuo stood beside her, surrounded by a cadre of disciples from Shu Mountain, all brandishing long swords, intoning incantations with the fervor of school children reciting verses. The voices were resounding and harmonized. The path of humanity is fleeting. The path of immortality is boundless. The path of spirits is joyous, as life unfolds before us. The path of immortality values life, while the path of spirits values endings. The path of immortality is often auspicious, whereas the path of spirits is frequently ominous. High and pure, ethereal beauty, lamenting songs echo in the vastness. I only wish for the heavenly path to prevail, not for the human path to dwindle. In the northern capital of Quanmiao, a multitude of spirits dwell, seeking to thwart human schemes and sever the gate of life. As the disciples of Shu Mountain recited the scriptures, Zhao Linger began to press her hand to her forehead, her expression growing increasingly pained. The verses had an effect on her. Linger is not a demon. She is a descendant of Niwa. While Zhao Linger struggled against the incantations, she also futilely attempted to defend herself. However, these explanations were feeble. The sword saint did not command a halt, and the disciples of Shushan continued their incantation, reciting it over and over, losing track of time. At last, the anguish on Zhao Linger's face grew more pronounced through the water mirror. It became evident that her consciousness had become muddled, and hallucinations began to manifest. Suddenly, Zhao Linger let out a piercing scream, and a tremendous aura erupted from her, a force imbued with terrifying might that surged into the ranks of the Shushan disciples. The disciples were thrown into disarray, many of them seemingly struck as if by a powerful blow, hurtling into the clouds behind them. In that moment, chaos reigned, and the scene was engulfed in tumult. Once tranquility returned, Zhao Linger had transformed into the true form of Niwa, with a human head and serpent body, lying upon the grand hall of Shushan, a luminous Taiji diagram hovering above her head. She was immobilized beneath the weight of the Taiji diagram. The final image depicted In Ruazuo, eyes gently closed, chin slightly raised, wearing an expression of profound compassion. Seal her away, imprison her in the demon-locking tower, never to return to the mortal realm. Then the water mirror vanished, and the vision concluded. Su Mo remarked, "Master Sword Saint, what is the meaning of this brief clip you have shown me?" Jin Ruoswari played, Elder Su. Do you truly fail to comprehend, or are you merely feigning ignorance? The Shushan disciples recited the Lingbao Wuliang Diao, Supreme, Wonderful Sutra, which is capable of subduing demons. The scripture had an effect on Zhao Linger, as evidenced by her evident suffering. Is this not enough to affirm that she is indeed a demon? The Sword Saint's reasoning was impeccable. However, Su Mo burst into laughter. Is this your basis for declaring Zhao Linger a demon, and locking her away in the demon-locking tower? Master Sword Saint, how is it possible that you, who have been wise for a lifetime, could be so muddled in this instance? You have those youngsters recite that bothersome scripture, creating a cacophony that makes one's head spin. Not only Zhao Ling, but even I am on the brink of madness from those verses. Am I to be considered a demon as well, to be confined in the demon-locking tower? As he spoke, Su Mo's gaze sharpened, losing its earlier jest. Elder Su, You are engaging in sophistry. Zhao Linger has revealed her true form due to the Du Yao Sutra. There is no doubt she is a demon. Our duty at Shushan is to eradicate demons and malevolence, and we cannot allow her to escape. Inruazuo asserted. Oh, somos goldly. In truth, you know better than anyone what Zhao Linger truly is. You once shared a connection with the witch Empress Lin Qinger. I initially believed you sought to protect her only daughter for Lin Qinger's sake. However, at this moment, I realized my assumption was misguided. If you genuinely wish to safeguard Zhao Linger, why would you imprison her in the demon locking tower? As the leader of Shushan, do you not understand the perils that lie within that tower? You are not genuinely protecting her. Rather, you seek her demise. Yin Ruaju's expression abruptly shifted. The affair between him and Lin Qinger was known to but a few in the entire Shushan. Only the wine sword immortal, Mo Ishi, bore witness to their relationship as a third party. The sword saint turned slightly, casting a glance at the recently arrived wine sword immortal. A fleeting glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Mo Ishi protested. Whom have I wronged? I was merely bewildered throughout. Yin Ruju then turned his gaze toward Su Mo, concealing his prior emotional turmoil with great skill. He offered no defense, simply uttering a few harsh words. Zhao Linger is a demon. A demon deserves to be imprisoned within the demon lock tower. As for your nature, whether you are a demon or what kind of demon you may be, I alone shall decide. Enraged, Su Mo retorted with bitter laughter. And what of Lin Qinger? Is she a demon as well? Or, to rephrase, Niwa, does she appear as a demon in your eyes? The sword saint remained silent for a long moment before sweeping his sleeve and declaring, Elder Su, your ties to the mortal realm remain unbroken. You must refine your heart amidst the mundane for the next decade and refrain from returning to Shushan. Such a powerful pronouncement effectively banished Su Mo to the mortal world. With a cold smirk, Su Mo exclaimed, I shall go to the demon lock tower to rescue Zhao Linger. Let us see who dares to impede me. Do you intend to betray Shushan? Do not forget the oath you took upon entering. Yin Ruaju's gaze was icy. The oath I made was to refrain from actions detrimental to Shushan. I never vowed to serve solely at your command. If that is the case, allow me to witness how much your cultivation has progressed during your years away from Shushan. This was precisely what I desired. Su Mo and Yin Ruaju exchanged glances, stepping forth simultaneously, traversing through layers of clouds to ascend to the heights above. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuuru, their swords shimmering beneath their feet, sought to follow. The disciples of Shushan also leaped upward, aiming to reach the sword saint's side. However, at that moment, a voice, imbued with drunkenness yet undeniably authoritative, resounded in their ears. None shall proceed. The wine sword immortal, perched upon his gourd, cast a cold gaze over the crowd from his lofty position. Mo Ishi felt a pang of distress. On one side was his master, and on the other, his senior brother, both clearly placing him in a difficult position. Chapter 139, A Foundation of Invincibility. Mo Ishi held considerable sway among the disciples of Shushan. Upon issuing his command, none dared to ascend further into the clouds. Yet, Li Xiaoyao remained undeterred. I say, junior brother, our master is engaged in a duel. As disciples, we ought to witness it. As our master often says, even if we cannot offer assistance, we can at least cheer, can we not? His casual mention of junior brother was light-hearted yet resonant. Mo Ishi felt a tumult in his heart. When I say do not go, it means do not go. I have a premonition that the confrontation between my senior brother and Master Su will be extraordinary. Your involvement could likely expose you to peril. No sooner had he spoken than a violent explosion resonated above the clouds. Even through layers of fog, the force of the explosion was terrifying, causing the boundless sea of clouds to surge. What kind of divine power could this be? If one were to pursue, the risk of being inadvertently swept away could indeed be fatal. The words of the wine sword immortal were reasoned and compelling, earning trust. Li Xiaoyao stuck out his tongue, retreating alongside Lin Yuuru to the side of Mo Ishi. Junior brother, what is the status of the battle between your master and senior brother? Who holds the advantage? Li Xiaoyao inkirat. His limited strength prevented him from piercing through the layers of cloud to witness the clash above. Many disciples of Shushan were similarly incapacitated. Being addressed as junior brother once more, Mo Ishi sighed helplessly, then with a flourish of his sleeve, conjured a water mirror in the void, akin to the divine technique previously employed by the sword saint. Within the water mirror appeared the figures of Su Mo and In Ruazo. Their battle had reached an exhilarating climax, leaving spectators in awe. After years apart, his master had grown to such formidable heights. Montauk Yixi sighed genuinely, realizing at that moment he truly regarded Su Mo as his master, shedding the frivolous mockery of the past. Su Mo's cultivation had transformed beyond imagination. Having condensed 3 golden pills, water golden pill, thunder golden pill, and earth golden pill, within himself. These 3 grand golden pills, operating according to the principles of the 3,000 sword classics, bestowed upon him terrifying prowess and combat strength. He had even ignited 7 stars within each golden pill. The 3 grand golden pills illuminating the starry sky, casting a magnificent aura of the grand Tao around Su Mo. In the realm of the golden pill, Sumo studi invincibile. Though Sword Saint Inruazo had long transcended the golden pill realm, transforming his golden pill into a divine sea. He was now a 4th-ranked divine sea true monarch. This elevation in rank, surpassing the golden pill realm by a significant margin, was the basis for his status as a major figure in the world of immortal swords. However, Su Mo remained unperturbed. While rank is one aspect, the true outcome of a battle between cultivators ultimately hinges on their specific combat capabilities. Su Mo first engaged in combat with the Sword Saint using Shushan sword techniques, 10,000 sword technique, heavenly sword, and even sword control to subdue demons. Both masters showcased the full might of Shushan sword techniques. Subsequently, they simultaneously executed the sword god technique, the most potent sword art of Shushan. When the sword god emerged, it could repel gods and demons alike, wielding the power to contend against thousands. Yet after their clash, both remained evenly matched. Su Mo reflected on the formidable strength of Inruazo, indeed deserving of the title of the most powerful in the world of immortal swords, having cultivated both his cultivation and swordsmanship to their utmost, making him a formidable adversary. Yet the shock within Inruazo's heart was even greater. He could discern that Su Mo remained at the golden core stage, having not ascended to the true monarch of the divine sea. Yet he could confront him directly without yielding an inch. After traversing the realms of the immortal sword world for so long, it was the first time Inruazuo felt utterly helpless in the presence of an opponent. Elder Su, we have exhausted our abilities, and the outcome remains uncertain. Perhaps we should cease this conflict? I can assure you that Zhao Linger will be safe within the demon sealing tower and will not face any peril. What say you? Inruazuo's proposition was, in essence, a concession. He believed that if Su Mo were a wise individual, he would comprehend the choice at hand. However, Su Mo merely chuckled and replied, Sword Saint, you have unleashed your full prowess, yet I still possess one final strike. I implore you to enlighten me. Su Mo held his sword embryo aloft, aligning it with his brow. His eyes reflected upon the clear blade, resembling the moon. An indescribable aura surged forth from the sword embryo, dissipating the boundless mists of the celestial seas in an instant. The entire realm was reduced to but a singular sword. Upon the sword's surface, a bright, full moon shone forth. The 4th style of the Sutra of the Tathagata sword, moonlit blade in the sky. Inruazuo's eyes narrowed, his expression gravely serious, as he sensed a perilous aura emanating from that radiant moon. It was a presence that could lead to his downfall. How many years had it been since he last experienced such a heartbeat? After claiming the title of the world's foremost, his life had turned desolate as an avalanche, facing every challenge with the unwavering composure of a master. To his astonishment, it was from such a youthful golden core cultivator that he felt the long-forgotten sensation of danger. In an instant, the Sword Saint merged with his sword, transforming into the sharpest blade in existence, charging toward Su Mo's moonlit blade. The moonlit sword illuminated the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the entirety of Mount Shu was enveloped in clarity, and the boundless celestial seas dissipated following the emergence of the moonlit sword. Without the need for the wine sword immortal's water mirror, Li Xiaoyao and the disciples of Mount Shu lifted their gazes, beholding the figures of Su Mo and the Sword Saint, now transformed into a lethal sword. They understood that this was the culminating strike of both combatants. The significance of this blow was monumental, possessing the potential to alter the very fabric of the immortal sword world, and at the very least, the rankings of its supreme experts would surely shift. It might even determine the new bearer of the title of the world's greatest. Boom! The sword transformed from the Sword Saint collided violently with Su Mo's moonlit blade. Words were no longer necessary to depict the magnitude of this clash. At that moment, all present on Mount Shu would forever remember this unforgettable spectacle. Time seemed to stand still, and the cosmos fell silent in that instant. After what felt like an eternity, the sounds gradually returned to their ears. The moonlit blade vanished, and the sword saint reappeared. Who emerged victorious? This is a question shared by all. Everyone's gaze turned towards the wine sword immortal, the most skilled among them, who had held a position just below the sword saint in Shushan prior to Sumo's induction. What are you looking at me for? I too am eager to know who emerged victorious. This troublesome matter, with no clear indication of the winner, was indeed maddening. Mo Ishii, perched atop a gourd of wine, was more curious than anyone else regarding the outcome of this battle. As the sword moon vanished, the boundless sea of clouds reappeared. Su Mo stood atop the ocean of clouds, sheathing his sword, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed the sword saint Inroazuo. I am heading to the demon locking tower. Inroazuo stood tall, yet he extended his right arm forward, palm open, and said, "Please." Chapter 140. The Black and White Impermanence. Above the sea of clouds of Shushan, the wine sword immortal and the many disciples of Shushan gasped in astonishment. Sumo's declaration of intent to enter the demon locking tower went unopposed by the sword saint this time. The outcome of their battle was all too clear. The sword saint Inroazuo had been defeated. Perhaps there existed another possibility. He had not lost, yet he had certainly not won, because he had not triumphed. He lacked the strength to prevent Su Mo from entering the tower, resigning himself to allow him passage. For decades, he had traversed the immortal sword realm, recognized by the cultivation world as the preeminent figure, yet Inroazuo had not emerged victorious. Under the starry sky, there were no new events, yet this particular occurrence promised to be sensational, capable of stirring the entire immortal sword world. Should the happenings of this day spread from Shushan, every cultivator across the land would be shaken. Su Mo paid no heed to these concerns. He descended from the clouds, soaring towards Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru, where a powerful aura enveloped them, propelling the three towards the demon locking tower. Inroazuo gazed in the direction of Su Mo's departure, his brow furrowed, remaining silent. After a significant pause, he finally murmured, "Could it be that my supreme forgetfulness was indeed mistaken?" Before the sword saint, the numerous disciples of Shushan sensed his disturbed aura. Trembling in fear, "Brother, you are mistaken. I had warned you long ago. You were profoundly misguided." It seemed that the strength of one's fist indeed spoke volumes. "Despite my previous admonitions, you disregarded them. Now, having faced a slight setback, you finally begin to reflect? Haha." The wine sword immortal Mo Ishii was a carefree rogue, the only one in Shushan bold enough to speak so freely to Inroazuo. In truth, to some extent, Mo Ishii harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Inroazuo. "Master, wait for me," Mo Ishii retorted to Inroazuo, disregarding the murderous glare emanating from the formidable Shushan sword saint. As he rode his gourd of wine in pursuit of Su Mo, the demon locking tower loomed atop a solitary peak, bound by enormous iron chains. With 11 colossal sword pillars at its base, exuding an air of grandeur and exceptional majesty. The demon lock tower was once bestowed with enchanted demon water from the divine realm, establishing a protective barrier around it. Consequently, the demons within found it exceedingly difficult to escape, and the tower itself became a symbol of the celestial authority granted to Mount Shu. As a bastion against evil, Mount Shu stands as the epitome of righteousness, and the demon lock tower has stood for a millennium, bearing witness to the illustrious history of Mount Shu. Su Mo arrived at the entrance of the demon lock tower, accompanied by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru. Who dares to intrude upon the demon lock tower? Two disciples clad in white robes and wielding celestial swords obstructed Su Mo's path 100 paces from the tower. "Do you not recognize me?" Sumo Ingwei perplexed. After all, he was a legitimate elder of Mount Shu, holding a significant position within the sect, and even the sword saint would not dare to impede his progress. "We have guarded the demon lock tower for 40 years without leaving its vicinity even once. If you are indeed a disciple of Mount Shu, you must depart at once. The first decree of Mount Shu is that without a passage token, no one may enter the demon lock tower." It became clear that these two had been stationed at the tower for over 4 decades, which explained their unfamiliarity with Su Mo. His patience was wearing thin, and he was prepared to resort to force. The two guardians possessed considerable strength, nearly at the threshold of the Golden Core realm, once they understood their own path. They could solidify their standing within that realm. However, such prowess was insignificant in Sumo's eyes. He believed he could defeat them in less than 3 breaths. Just then, the wine sword immortal, who had been pursuing him, finally arrived. Master, do not use force. These disciples have endured the elements while guarding the demon lock tower. It is indeed no easy task. We must not make their duties more difficult, must we? Mo Ishii took a swig from his wine gourd and let out a belch, producing a token from his robe. This is the passage token for entering the demon lock tower in all of Mount Shu. Only the sword saint and I possess one each. However, as for my senior brother, it is impossible for him to enter the tower. In the original narrative, the sword saint had sworn never to set foot in the demon lock tower during his lifetime. Li Xiaoyao took the token from Mo Ishii's hand, jogging a few steps to pass it to Su Mo. He then turned back and raised an eyebrow at Mo Ishii, saying, "Thanks, junior brother." Montauk Yix's lips twitched. He vowed to have his revenge on this young man at the first opportunity. Master, exercise caution upon entering the demon lock tower. Within its confines reside countless formidable demons, and there is one whom even my senior brother would not dare to confront easily. Above all, proceed with utmost care. The wine sword immortal took several more swigs from his gourd, not waiting for Suemo to respond, before turning to leave. He was a man burdened by emotions, one who, due to his feelings, hesitated to embrace the path of enlightenment. Indeed, he was rather pitiable. Once the affairs regarding the demon lock tower were concluded, he would need to inform Mo Ishii about his daughter. If he were to learn of his daughter in the Nanzhao kingdom, it might reignite his spirit and lift his despondency. Suemo ceased to ponder further and, accompanied by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, entered the demon locking tower. With the passage token in hand, the 2 disciples guarding the tower did not impede their entry. Passing through a Taiji gate, they found themselves within the tower's interior, a realm that felt entirely detached from the mundane world. Before Su Mo's eyes unfolded a long azure corridor, deep and enigmatic, shimmering with waves of green demonic light. The light resembled a myriad of watchful eyes. Suddenly, a chilling wail pierced the air, startling the trio. Lin Yuru jumped in fright, instinctively shivering. However, this ghostly cry was merely a prank orchestrated by Li Xiaoyao. "Are you out of your mind? It's already terrifying enough without you trying to scare me," Lin Yuru exclaimed, her temper flaring as she swatted at Li Xiaoyao's head and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Nonetheless, his antics lightened the previously eerie atmosphere, and Lin Yuru found herself less fearful than before. Su Mo chuckled softly. Indeed, Li Xiaoyao possessed a certain wit that complemented Lin Yuru perfectly. "Enough of this mischief. We wouldn't want to provide our master with a spectacle," Su Mo admonished. Li Xiaoyao grasped Lin Yuru's hand, guiding her to follow quietly behind Su Mo. Suddenly, the flickering green demonic light intensified, expanding rapidly from the size of mere eyeballs into varied forms of green demonic creatures. As these entities materialized, their faces contorted in grotesque expressions, surging toward the corridor with alarming speed. "Stay behind me," Su Mo commanded. "Master, you underestimate your disciple. Over the years, I have made significant progress in my cultivation. I cannot simply hide behind you. These initial demons should not pose a great threat. Allow me and my dear wife to carve a path for you," Li Xiaoyao proclaimed with a hearty laugh, stepping boldly ahead of Suemo. "How dare you refer to me as your dear wife, you scoundrel? You are courting death," Lin Yuru retorted with a huff. Yet, despite her fiery words, she did not hesitate to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Xiaoyao upon hearing his declaration. "Come forth, you green-haired tortoises." Together, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru unleashed their swords, slashing at the incoming green demonic creatures. The corridor was soon filled with the resonance of clashing swords, as the green light demons fell one after another, vanishing into wisps of light upon their defeat. Curiously, these creatures dissipated without leaving a trace, raising questions about their very existence within the demon locking tower. "Master, why do they seem to multiply with each defeat?" Although Li Xiaoyao's sword energy surged forward like a relentless tide, the green glow monsters appeared to be inexhaustible. For every one slain, 2 more emerged, rendering any effort futile. Indeed, "Master, why can they not be eradicated?" Lin Yuehu felt that if this continued, she would perish from exhaustion in the corridor. With a resigned sigh, she lamented that she had barely traversed 10 meters into the demon locking tower before succumbing to fatigue. What an embarrassment it would be to admit this. In Sumo's eyes, a flicker of sword light danced. While Li Xiaoyao and his companion battled the green glow monsters, he had not idled. Instead, he carefully observed the state of these entities. It became clear these creatures were devoid of physical form, or perhaps it was more accurate to say they were not monsters at all. They were merely the lingering obsessions of the myriad beings once imprisoned within the demon-locking tower over the millennia. Countless demons and spirits had been confined here, each moment nurturing the hope of escaping and regaining their freedom. However, the vast majority had been forcefully extinguished within the tower, never to set foot outside again. Though these beings had perished, their obsessions lingered on, manifesting as a greenish glow, crowded within this corridor, dreaming of the day the tower's gates might open, allowing them to bask in the light of day once more. In truth, they were already dead, entirely powerless. Even if the tower collapsed, they would remain bound to this very area. These green-haired entities were mere obsessions, impossible to eradicate through violence alone. Closing his eyes, Su-mo opened them anew, golden Buddhist light bursting forth from his gaze. Dust to dust, earth to earth. He softly recited the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's fundamental vows, proceeding through the corridor with measured steps. The green glow monsters, illuminated by his radiant light and soothed by his recitation, gradually shed their malevolence, their expressions transforming to one of tranquility. In the end, those beings clasped their hands or hooves together, their gazes calm, faces reflecting a profound release. Wherever Su-mo walked, the green glow monsters dissolved into a rain of light, completely dissipating in the embrace of his Buddhist techniques. Since they were mere obsessions, there was no method more effective than that of the Buddhist faith. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuehu followed behind Su-mo, utterly astonished. Evil girl, do you not think Master resembles some kind of charlatan? I fear that if I stay with him much longer, I may be transformed into a monk myself. No, I do not want you to become a monk. The playful banter between the young couple was incessant. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, all the green glow monsters vanished, completely transformed by his Buddhist methods. Oh, how adorable! Lin Yuehu suddenly dashed a few steps ahead of Su-mo, squatting down after covering several meters. Before her lay a small yellow dog, approximately half a foot in length. A small dog, adorned with a collar and a jingling bell, gazed up with its pair of glistening eyes, embodying an irresistible charm for young women. One adorable little pup. How did you end up here? It's rather perilous, you know. Lin Yuehu cooed affectionately while petting the golden-haired dog. Of course. I am aware. Hee. Little girl, does my head feel nice to touch? A sinister voice suddenly echoed. Who? Who is speaking? Lin Yuehu gasped, retreating a couple of steps while gripping her sword, her voice rising in alarm. Hee. Who else could it be but me? The voice responded once more. Lin Yuehu's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized it was the golden-haired dog that was speaking. Not only did it possess the ability to converse, but the corners of its mouth also twisted into a surprisingly human-like smile, exuding a mischievous charm. Goodness, this is remarkable. No wonder a small dog would dare linger in the perilous demon-locked tower. It turns out to be a canine spirit. Li Xiaoyao positioned himself protectively behind Lin Yuehu, casting a disdainful glance at the golden-haired dog. Little one, I suggest you vanish from my sight, unless you wish to experience the wrath of Li the Great. He brandished the peachwood sword, raising an eyebrow in provocation. Little one? Ha ha ha. The golden-haired dog erupted into laughter. As its laughter echoed, its form began to swell rapidly. In an instant, it transformed from a mere half-foot creature into a towering beast standing 3 meters tall. Its fur shifted from a ghastly yellow to a menacing shade of black, radiating an aura of dark magic. Am I still a little one now? Prepare to meet your demise, human. It has been far too long since I tasted the flesh of the living. The 3-meter-tall beast drooled, its tongue extending nearly 2 feet as it lunged towards Li Xiaoyao's head. Though your size has increased, do you think I, Li the Great, would fear you? Li Xiaoyao, having cultivated for over a decade, possessed formidable skills. The shimmering light of his peachwood sword surged forth, piercing directly into the maw of the monstrous hound. You vile human, I shall devour you. The beast howled in agony as the sword's light struck it. To consume me? Let me see if I can tear your mouth apart. Li Xiaoyao leaped agilely, landing upon the head of the towering beast. Channeling his true energy, he thrust the peachwood sword downward toward the creature's skull. Although the sword pierced through the beast's scalp, it failed to penetrate its skull. This dog's head is incredibly tough, Li Xiaoyao grumbled, forced to roll away as the beast violently shook its head, snapping at his wrist. At that moment, a flash of sword light illuminated the scene and the monstrous head of the hellhound, roughly the size of 5 basketballs, fell to the ground, drenched in warm blood. It turned out that Lin Yu had seized the opportunity while the hellhound and Li Xiaoyao were engaged in a fierce struggle. And with a single stroke of her sword, she severed the beast's head. Still, she couldn't resist mocking it, saying, "You used to be a cute little rascal, but now you appear as this large, dark, and hideous creature." Having dispatched the hellhound, Lin Yu did not forget to taunt it. "Master, let us proceed deeper," she urged. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yu, basking in their triumph, clearly sought recognition for their accomplishments. They had managed to defeat the hellhound without any assistance from Su Mo, relying solely on their own strength. "We cannot leave just yet. You have slain someone's dog, and now its master has come seeking retribution," Su Mo remarked. "What? This big black dog has an owner?" Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Deep within the demon-locking tower, 2 figures, one black and one white, were rapidly approaching, bouncing with haste. "How dare you harm our hellish, soul-holding hound?" The black and white duo, with long crimson tongues protruding from their mouths and holding morning sticks, revealed themselves to be the infamous black and white impermanents. In a swift motion, they wielded their morning sticks and leaped towards the pair. These 2 figures, reminiscent of characters from a ghost story, triggered haunting echoes in Sumo's mind. He had not anticipated encountering such beings within the confines of the demon-locking tower. "Who are you, vile creatures, daring to play tricks before my esteemed self?" Li the hero? "Do not hesitate. Perish at once." Li Xiaoyao, eager to impress Su Mo, brandished his peachwood sword and charged at the black and white impermanents. Lin Yu joined him, drawing her sword to assist. The clash between them and the black and white impermanents was fierce, with swords and morning sticks colliding, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds that illuminated the demon-locking tower with flickering lights. Before long, the black and white impermanents found themselves at a disadvantage and began to retreat deeper into the tower. Nowhere to run, Li Xiaoyao, channeling energy into his peachwood sword, causing a blade of light to extend half a meter as he prepared to strike down the black and white impermanents. "Do not rush. Let them lead the way," Su Mo cautioned, his voice a clear whisper reaching the ears of Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yu. Understanding his intent, the 2 fell back, allowing the black and white impermanents to forge ahead. The interior of the demon-locking tower resembled a labyrinth, and the black and white impermanents dashed until they reached 2 grand Tai Chi gates. One gate bore the inscription of life, while the other read death. The gates of life and death sever een from yon. If you mortals dare, follow me into the gate of death. The black and white impermanents exchanged glances, their morning sticks clashing together, emanating a dark light as the gate of death swung open wide. Without hesitation, they slipped through the threshold into the realm of death. Li Xiaoyao, eager to pursue, was restrained by Lin Yu. "Master, what shall we do? Should we follow them in?" Lin Yu turned to Su Mo and asked, "Within the demon-locking tower, where yin and yang are inverted and life and death hang by a mere thought, I fear the entrance to life is the true dead end, while the entrance to death conceals the possibility of life. Do not hesitate, let us proceed." So Moriplaith. And without delay, he stepped into the entrance of death, closely followed by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yu. Inside the entrance of death lay a vast cavernous hall. At the very center of this hall stood dozens of tombstones, each adorned with a sword. Su Mo discerned that these were the standard flying swords of the disciples of Mount Shu. Dominating the midst of these tombstones was a colossal sword, towering over 10 meters high, resembling a monumental pillar that supported the entire hall. What is this place? Lin Yu felt a chill run down her spine. The eerie atmosphere within this hall was tenfold that of the outside, sending shivers across her skin. Su Mo sensed the ominous soundtrack of a horror film reverberating in the air. "Master, look!" Lin Yu suddenly pointed ahead, where 2 corpses lay, one black, one white, identical to the previous figures of the black and white impermanents. Lin Yu felt as though her master had led her into a trap. This was hardly a place of vitality, but rather a realm fraught with peril. Without her prompting, Su Mo had already noticed that the black and white impermanents had perished for being pierced by sword energy. The residual sword energy lingered around the bodies, not yet dissipated, emanating a formidable and oppressive aura that startled Su Mo. Such potent sword energy could only have originated from an extraordinary swordsman. "You too, stay hidden behind me." Sumokoshin. He then summoned his protective spirit energy, forming a barrier that shielded Lin Yu and Li Xiaoyao within. taking a cautious step forward. An echoing voice resonated through the hall. Those who trespass the entrance of death shall die. A giant, towering 10 meters, appeared abruptly in the hall, clad in white garments. With disheveled hair and a vacant yet piercing gaze, he bellowed, "Die." This single word, imbued with lethal intent, stirred a fierce wind within the hall. Su Mo's expression hardened. He had a strong suspicion. This individual was most likely Jiang Ming, the most talented disciple of Mount Shu from a century past. Though Jiang Ming bore no sword, at his level of mastery, the distinction between having a sword and not was negligible. With just 2 fingers extended, he could conjure the sharpest blade in existence. "Subdue the demons with the sword," he roared, unleashing sword energy that stretched over 2 yards, cleaving towards Su Mo naturally. Su Mo would not remain passive. He raised his sword and echoed, "Subdue the demons with the sword." In the past, Su Mo could not comprehend why masters would announce their techniques during combat. But now he understands. Proclaiming a technique before executing it imbues one with unexpected momentum. The two engaged in the art of swordsmanship, their sword energies clashing in a fierce battle, each evenly matched. Then tous en sword de technique. Jiang Ming altered his swordplay, and a myriad of spectral swords appeared behind him. Su Mo, responding in kind, summoned his own phantasmagoric swords, and chaos ensued as their sword shadows intertwined in a tumultuous clash. The entire chamber was awash with sword illusions. Had this not been the demon-binding tower, a sanctuary blessed by the divine, the very structure would have crumbled under the force of their confrontation. If not for taking refuge behind Su Mo, both Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru would surely have been reduced to mere pincushions. The confrontation of 10,000 swords techniques, a collision of the formidable powers of Mount Shu, was immensely potent. With each strike, Su Mo found himself increasingly in awe of Jiang Ming. Though Jiang Ming had perished at a young age, his mastery of the sword was unparalleled, rivaling even the current sword saint of Mount Shu. Suddenly, the very same Jiang Ming who had vowed to annihilate Su Mo ceased all attacks. "You are employing the sword techniques of Mount Shu. Pray tell, who are you?" His voice boomed, resonating throughout the chamber. "I am," Su Mo began to respond, but Jiang Ming, in a fit of madness, interrupted him. Clutching his head, he began to roar incessantly. "Curse be it! Why do you not spare yourself? Why do you not spare her? And why do you not spare me?" As Jiang Ming's fury escalated, he descended into utter madness, his aura becoming chaotic as he wildly executed various sword techniques of Mount Shu. In this frenzied state, Jiang Ming was exceedingly dangerous, prompting Su Mo to furrow his brow and proceed with utmost caution. At that moment, however, the death gate suddenly swung open. "Come forth quickly!" A binding force ensnared Su Mo, Li Xiaoyao, and Lin Yueru, drawing them towards the threshold. This force was formidable. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yueru found themselves unable to resist it, yet it could not restrain Su Mo. With a flick of his fingers, he shattered the bindings and, alongside Li Xiaoyao, swiftly exited through the death gate. As they emerged, the gate slammed shut behind them, followed by the sound of an explosion within, likely the result of Jiang Ming's chaotic attack finally being unleashed. Outside stood a young girl clad in a floral dress, her long hair cascading freely. Chapter 142. The local inhabitants of the demon-binding tower. This girl appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, yet her complexion was pallid, and her expression was frigid. Her gait was peculiar, not resembling that of an ordinary person, but rather ethereal. This is a skill of striking visual impact, one that many female specters cannot wield. She drifted before Su Mo and suddenly knelt down. "Immortal, I beseech you, save my father. Do not let him suffer any longer." "Is the person inside your father?" Li Xiaoyao inquired as he emerged from behind. "Su Mo, young lady, please rise first." Lin Yuehu stepped forward to assist the young girl to her feet. The moment their hands touched, a bone-chilling cold surged from their fingertips, sending a shiver deep into Lin Yuehu's bones. Once the young girl stood, she gazed at Su Mo, her eyes momentarily becoming vacant and distant as she began to recount her tale. "My name is Jiang Wan'er, and the man inside is indeed my father, named Jiang Ming. He has endured this torment for nearly a century. He remains trapped in that year, that day, that moment, never having left. 100 years ago, the former leader of Shushan, Jiang Zhu, found an orphan and named him Jiang Ming, raising him and imparting the swordsmanship of Shushan. Jiang Ming, gifted and exceptional, was regarded by Jiang Zhu as his greatest masterpiece. At that time, the current leader of Shushan, Hinrao, was merely a child of 4 or 5, who admired Jiang Ming's figure from afar, dreaming of standing shoulder to shoulder with him one day. He was a prodigy, inherently rebellious. Yet Jiang Zhu believed he could cultivate him, seeing him as the rightful successor to the Shushan leadership. However, one day, a plague ravaged the region, and Jiang Ming descended the mountain to rescue the afflicted, where he encountered a woman named Nu Yuan. It was love at first sight, and he brought her back to Shushan, quickly falling into the throes of passion and breaking his vow of chastity. What began as an ordinary tale of a hero and his beloved soon turned tragic as bloodshed began to plague Shushan after Nu Yuan's arrival. Jiang Ming discovered that she was a fox demon. When the truth came to light, the leader Jiang Zhu was furious and demanded Jiang Ming slay Nu Yuan. Jiang Ming drew his sword, but not to kill her. He was deeply entwined in love and could not turn back. Ultimately, Jiang Ming and Nu Yuan stormed into the demon locking tower. Shushan disciples rushed inside, and in his moment of despair, Jiang Ming became a demon himself, slaying countless disciples of Shushan. That day, the demon locking tower ran red with blood. Aware of his grave sins, Jiang Ming imprisoned himself within the tower, pushing Nu Yuan out through the death gate. At that moment, Jiang Ming had already perished, leaving behind a tormented soul steeped in regret. To liberate his spirit, Nu Yuan stood vigil at the death gate, reciting scriptures from celestial and Buddhist paths daily. Such actions, diverging from the demon path, were tantamount to a death sentence. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Jiang Wan'er's icy visage as she continued. At that time, my mother's vital essence was gravely damaged, her life hanging by a thread. For my sake, my mother struggled tirelessly, yet after 3 months, she could no longer endure and vanished completely. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru expressed her confusion. Were you born just 3 months later? Jiang Van replied. My mother had already sacrificed the majority of her essence to grant my father salvation, leaving only a fragment of her life force, insufficient for my birth. It was through my own efforts that I absorbed her remaining vitality, taking on human form. However, the essence available for my mother was far too scant. I manifested as a being with a soul, but lacking a spirit. At this juncture, Jiang Wan'er was suddenly moved, gazing at Su Mo and saying, Immortal, I can sense that you possess boundless magical power. I implore you to assist me in truly liberating my father from his suffering. Su Mo gestured for her to refrain from kneeling further and inquired, I can offer you my assistance, but I wish for you to comprehend that there are no free lunches in this world. I cannot aid you without a reason. Thus, what can you offer in return? Though Su Mo was not entirely mercenary, he would not bestow favors without reciprocity. A look of hesitation crossed Jiang Wan'er's face. Immortal, if you could assist Wan'er in delivering her father, I would be willing to. Her expression grew increasingly conflicted. Yet it seemed she was prepared to make a sacrifice to elicit Su Mo's aid. Stop. Please do not suggest that you would offer yourself to me. Su Mo interrupted with a smile, having discerned the thoughts behind her expression. After a moment of contemplation, it appeared she had reached a decision. Jiang Wan'er's demeanor turned bashful, and a hint of color bloomed on her previously cold face. Aside from that, Wan'er truly does not know how to repay you. Immortal, she said anxiously. For a century, she had felt her father's torment daily, longing for his release. Regrettably, her cultivation was insufficient to achieve this, and the demon locking tower housed only heinous creatures who could assist her. Having finally encountered a powerful being from outside the tower, she was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Wan'er is willing to toil and serve, even to become your spirit pet, to repay your kindness today, she declared with resolute determination. Su Mo shook his head. I will not require you to toil or become a spirit pet. I simply need you to assist me with one task. What task? Please, Immortal, tell me. Jiang Wan'er responded with great delight. Having spent over a century within the demon locking tower, you must be quite familiar with it. I require you to guide me in searching for the most powerful spiritual entity within the tower. The stronger, the better. If it possesses any unique abilities, that would be even more splendid, Su Mo articulated. He had contemplated this matter long before entering the demon locking tower. His innate sword body could devour spiritual entities, leading to continuous evolution, potentially culminating in the emergence of a sword spirit that could rival celestial swords. Spirits are elusive and rarely encountered in daily life. Su Mo, during his initial foray into the world of the immortal sword, seized the unparalleled fortune bestowed by Zhao Linger to vanquish a flying-headed barbarian spirit within the South Zhou royal palace, absorbing it with a natural sword embryo. Following the absorption of the flying-headed barbarian, the sword embryo evolved directly into a flying sword. This exemplifies the astonishing speed at which a natural sword embryo can evolve through the consumption of spirits. Entering the demon locking tower presents a rare opportunity. Although it is predominantly inhabited by demonic beings, it undoubtedly harbors numerous formidable spirits as well. Moreover, the spirits within the tower are often those of heinous individuals, allowing Suemo to absorb them without any moral qualms. However, spirits differ from demons. They are concealed within the tower, and unless they reveal themselves, it would be exceedingly difficult for Suemo to detect them. If he were to conduct a meticulous search inch by inch within the tower, it could take an eternity. Fortunately, Jiang Wan'er, a local who has resided in the demon locking tower for a full century, serves as an excellent guide and can provide substantial assistance to Suemo. All right, I shall agree to your request, Jiang Wan'er declared, gritting her teeth, her expression resolute and fearless. The spirits within the tower are immensely powerful and typically loathe any disturbance. Thus, her guiding Suemo to confront them is akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Chapter 143, Ascending in Broad Daylight. Very well, let us return. Suemo, accompanied by Li Xiaoyao, and now joined by Jiang Wan'er, reopened the death gate and stepped into the cave hall once more. The hall was strewn with debris, a scene of chaos, indicative of the tremendous power unleashed by Jiang Ming in his recent display of abilities. What defines a human? What defines a demon? Who can provide me with the answer? The towering figure of Jiang Ming, standing 10 meters tall amidst the rubble, raised his hands, incessantly questioning the heavens. Jiang Ming, you seek answers. I shall provide them. So multiply. The path of humanity is frail, while the path of immortality is uncertain. The immortal path often leads to fortune, while the ghostly path invariably leads to calamity. Jiang Ming, still engulfed in confusion, failed to comprehend Sumo's words. As Sumo approached, a surge of sword energy erupted from his fingertips, evidently as a peerless genius from a century ago. Even a casual strike from him possessed the power of a peak golden core practitioner, showcasing the depth of his swordsmanship. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, Sumo effortlessly shattered Jiang Ming's sword energy. Your mind remains clouded. It seems discussion is futile. First, I shall subdue you, Sumo declared, his gaze sharpening as he leapt forward, delivering a palm strike toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming countered with sword energy, but Sumo did not flinch. He activated the immovable king body, allowing 26 beams of varied colored Buddhist light to cascade from above, fortifying his physical form against the piercing sword energy. Simultaneously, a profound and compassionate force, imbued with love yet undeniably potent, emanated from his palm as it struck Jiang Ming's crown. This time, Sumo unleashed the fourth form of the Buddha's palm, known as the Buddha-esque Jiaoan. Although his cultivation remained at the third rank of the Golden Dan realm after condensing 3 grand Dao Golden Dawn within his inner cosmos, his combat prowess had already reached a level not inferior to that of a 4th-rank true monarch of the Divine Sea. Thus, he was able to master this fourth form of the Buddha's palm and the Buddha sword cannon. This particular technique directly interrogates the true heart, embodying the profound wisdom of the Buddha's teachings. In order to awaken Jiang Ming's consciousness, Sumo chose to employ this form. As anticipated, when Sumo's palm struck Jiang Ming's celestial ridge, a stream of Buddha light surged into his body. Gradually, the vacant expression in Jiang Ming's eyes began to regain clarity, and the murderous intent within them started to dissipate. Brother Jiang Ming, I wish to speak with you, Sumo said. Brother? You dare to call me brother? Who are you? Jiang Ming, now awakened, looked at Sumo with a puzzled expression. I am an elder of Mount Shu, of the same generation as the Sword Saint, and according to our customs, I should naturally address you as brother. Brother to Jiang Ming. Perhaps I am the fated one who can unravel the 100-year knot in your heart. Why don't we sit down and have a proper conversation? Sumo proposed. Are you from Mount Shu, yet you still honor me as brother? Jiang Ming replied. Of course. You entered the sect later and have not met me. I'm a sinner of Mount Shu. So many disciples have perished because of me. I have long been expelled from Mount Shu, and I am unworthy to be called your brother, Jiang Ming said, his expression dimming. Why so? The previous sect leader, Jiang Ju, did not issue an order to expel you from the sect, and there are no records of your expulsion. You are indeed deserving of the title brother, Su Mo countered. A flicker of joy appeared in Jiang Ming's eyes, but it quickly faded. He pointed to the many tombstones behind him and said, "Look, these are all disciples of Mount Shu whom I have slain. My sins run deep, very deep." Su Mo shook his head. "No, you have not committed any wrongdoing. On the contrary, you have enabled dozens of brothers and the sect leader, Jiangju, to ascend. They have attained enlightenment, reached paradise, and been liberated from the endless cycles of suffering in this mortal realm." What a twisted logic. Jiang Ming scoffed. Su Mo smiled and replied, "Brother, let me explain. Although they perished by your sword and became vengeful spirits, they have thus been granted a chance for transcendence, an opportunity that is rare beyond measure." Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, then pointed at Su Mo and exclaimed, "What utter absurdity! Everything has its opposite. Death leads to life. Within goodness, there is evil, and within evil, there is goodness. The many fellow disciples who died because of you have now attained enlightenment. Do not believe me? Look." Su Mo extended his hand, and a golden sword light erupted from his fingertip. The sword light surged into the tombstones in the hall, and the previously tranquil flying swords embedded in the tombstones began to emit a chorus of sword cries, rising into the air. Upon each flying sword, a phantom materialized. "Master, fellow disciples, are you still with us?" Jiang Ming gazed at the apparition upon the sword, his heart aflame with emotion, and he knelt down. Dozens of phantoms regarded Jiang Ming, synchronously nodding their heads. Although their features were indistinct, one could surmise that their eyes radiated serenity. Their true selves had long ascended to bliss, and this lingering essence, a remnant of their fervent attachment, was meant to prevent him from succumbing to self-reproach. Thus, they remained here, awaiting to enlighten him. Would he betray their earnest intentions by continuing to wallow in despair? These swords, rising from the gravestones, along with the sword path phantoms, were certainly not the deceased disciples of Mount Shu whom Jiang Ming had slain. They were the handiwork of Su Mo, a masterful illusion, a mere facade. But what significance does the falsehood hold? As long as Jiang Ming believed, it sufficed. Jiang Ming did believe. He had endured torment for over a century, and when the opportunity to liberate himself presented itself, how could he persist in self-sabotage? Yet, there was also Nu Yuan. She perished because of me. Jiang Ming's initial relief morphed into turmoil once more. Haha, regarding Nu Yuan, dear brother Jiang Ming need not worry. She has already attained enlightenment. What do you mean? She was a demon. Jiang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. A demon is merely a form of material existence. How could a mind as astute as yours fail to comprehend this? On that day, when Nu Yuan recited sutras for your salvation, she reached enlightenment in that very moment. After giving birth to your daughter, Jiang Waner, she transcended her mortal form and ascended to immortality. Su Mo lifted his gaze toward the skies above the demon-locking tower. Is what you say true? Jiang Ming was still skeptical. One as clear-minded as Nu Yuan, regardless of being human, ghost, demon, or beast. How could she not attain the Tao? The Tao knows no boundaries, Su Mo affirmed. Jiang Ming's expression began to soften, and hot tears cascaded down his cheeks. Wonderful. Truly magnificent. Ha ha. The heavens resound with joy, and my Tao flourishes. He erupted into laughter, a laugh unrestrained and liberating, utterly exuberant. A beam of light descended from above the demon-locking tower, enveloping Jiang Ming. His form began to transform. From a towering giant of 10 zhang to a size befitting a mortal, his visage reverting to that of his youth. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in white garments, he exuded a charming elegance, embodying an otherworldly demeanor. Thereafter, Jiang Ming's century-long accumulation of experiences erupted forth. Ascension in broad daylight. Chapter 144. The Evolution of the Sword Embryo. Jiang Ming's ascent in broad daylight moved all present. After more than 100 years of torment, he was finally liberated. Jiang Waner gazed at her father, soaring into the radiant sky, weeping profusely like a sorrowful soul. Su Mo gently patted her head, offering solace. After a century of suffering, you have finally reaped the fruits of your labor today. You should feel joy for your father. Jiang Waner nodded earnestly. Yes, I am happy. My father has finally found peace, and I rejoice for him. Indeed, your father has ascended to immortality, a dream cherished by countless cultivators, Lin Yuru added, approaching to comfort her and wiping away her tears. Once Jiang Waner had steadied her emotions, she turned to Su Mo and declared, Immortal, our agreement remains unfulfilled. I shall now lead you to seek the most formidable spirit within the demon-locking tower. The quest for the spirit to aid in the evolution of the sword embryo was something Su Mo eagerly anticipated, a reward he rightfully deserved after aiding Jiang Ming's release. The spirits within the demon-locking tower were immensely powerful, presenting significant dangers in the pursuit of them. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanner had already pledged to fulfill Su Mo's conditions in her quest to save her father. Now it was time to honor that promise. "Behold, immortal," Jiang Wanner said, her wrist flickering as several items materialized in her grasp, revealing that her bracelet was a spatial artifact. She first pointed to two small porcelain vials on her hand, introducing them to Su Mo. "This is the guiding bee, and this is the pathfinding bee. With their assistance, we can locate all the spirits within the demon-locking tower. None, regardless of their strength, can evade the scrutiny of these two bees. And this, immortal, is for you," Jiang Wanner stated, handing a sword to Su Mo. "This is my father's 7-star sword, a gift for you, immortal." Su Mo grasped the 7-star sword, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into it. "A magnificent blade," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. This sword was at least a top-tier third-grade artifact, a treasure that would make even Golden Core cultivators envious. Had Su Mo not possessed a natural sword embryo, the 7-star sword would have been a splendid choice. Without hesitation, he accepted the sword, placing it into his spatial pouch. "Let us proceed," he instructed Jiang Wanner. She nodded and, with a swift motion, tapped the two porcelain vials, causing azure and cerulean bees to emerge and buzz off towards various corners of the demon-locking tower. "Immortal, I have marked the guiding bee and the pathfinding bee. Once they reach the spirits, I will be able to gather all their positional information. Please bear with me," Jiang Wanner said, closing her eyes. After approximately half a stick of incense, she opened her eyes and looked at Su Mo. "Immortal, please follow me." Leading him through the winding paths of the demon-locking tower, they soon encountered their first spirit, the essence of a powerful 9-tailed celestial fox. A demon king of the Golden Core realm named Bai Shun. Though formidable, Bai Shun paled in comparison to Su Mo and was swiftly vanquished, subsequently consumed by the sword embryo, transforming into nourishment for its growth. The ethereal soul of the phoenix. Deep within the 5th layer of the demon-locked tower, Jiang Wanner led Su Mo to a formidable divine beast, a phoenix, resplendent like a celestial being. An adult phoenix must be a spirit of the highest caliber, at least of the 5th-tier spiritual realm, and at that moment, Su Mo was not yet a match for such a powerful entity. Fortunately, this phoenix was merely a remnant soul. The soul is divided into heavenly, earthly, and human essences, also known as prenatal light, refreshing spirit, and ethereal essence. The spiritual entity imprisoned within the demon-locked tower was merely the ethereal soul of the divine phoenix. Furthermore, this phoenix had succumbed to demonic corruption, its divine powers severely diminished, greatly reducing its combat effectiveness. With his sword embryo in hand, Su Mo engaged in a fierce battle with the phoenix's remnant soul for over half an hour, relying on his profound reservoir of spiritual energy to ultimately exhaust the phoenix. He then plunged his sword embryo into the phoenix's residual soul, absorbing the essence of the divine beast. The refreshing spirit of the White Tiger King from the Great Snow Mountain, the remnant spirit of the Monkey King from Qinghua Mountain, and the demonic spirit fragment of the Grasshopper King from Yandang Mountain, all fell to him as he swept through the tower under Jiang Wanner's guidance. Taking a full day to thoroughly cleanse the entire demon-locked tower of its spiritual entities, his sword embryo had truly feasted. After absorbing such a plethora of spiritual entities, it began to evolve and undergo transformation. Originally just the nascent form of a sword, lacking even a sharpened edge, it finally assumed its complete shape, transforming into a gleaming sword that shimmered like autumn waters. At this point, its grade was at least 4th tier, more than sufficient for a true monarch of the Divine Sea. This was merely a small step in its evolution. It could potentially evolve into a 5th-tier divine weapon, or even reach 6th or 7th tier. As long as it could devour enough powerful spiritual entities, its path of evolution would be ceaseless. Within the sword embryo, a faint consciousness emerged, resonating with Su Mo. It conveyed an overwhelming sense of joy. The sword embryo had finally awakened its initial intelligence. This intelligence was still nascent, akin to that of a newborn, yet it harbored boundless potential for growth. Chen Lin's sword. The sword embryo projected a consciousness and bestowed upon itself a name. Chen Lin's sword? Such a name leaves much to be desired, but since you chose it yourself, we shall call you that for now. Perhaps I shall think of a more fitting name in the future. Su Imo chuckled, shaking his head. He was thoroughly pleased with the evolution of what should now be called the Qingling sword. The Qingling sword could now float autonomously without Su Mo's spiritual energy prompting it. With a mere command from Su Mo, it could soar through the skies to sever the heads of its foes from miles away. Moreover, with the emergence of its intelligence, it possessed numerous other remarkable abilities waiting to be discovered by Su Mo. Grasping the hilt of the sword, Su Mo gently swung it forward. With a single stroke of the sword, boundless winds and thunder surged around the blade, a manifestation of its innate might rather than any deliberate summon by Su Mo. This was truly a divine weapon, invincible and unparalleled. Miss Wanner, there's another matter on which I seek your assistance, Su Mo articulated. Please, command me, esteemed immortal. Jiang Wanner replied with utmost respect and courtesy. I have a friend imprisoned within the demon ceiling tower, a young girl of around 16 or 17. Have you encountered her? It turned out that this young lady was indeed an acquaintance of the immortal. I have seen her, Wanner confirmed. She is confined in a critical area of the tower, isolated from the other imprisoned entities. Please, follow me, Jiang Wanner beckoned, leading Su Mo along with Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru through the labyrinthine corridors of the demon ceiling tower, arriving at a grand hall. Within this majestic chamber stood numerous colossal sword pillars, entwined with iron chains thick as a bowl. At the center, Zhao Ling'er was bound to the most substantial of these pillars. At this moment, she had transformed into a being with a human head and serpent body, revealing her true essence as Niwa. Chapter 145. The Demon Ceiling Tower is destined to collapse. Ling'er. Zhao Ling'er appeared frail and haggard, her complexion as pale as parchment, clearly having endured considerable suffering. A pang of anxiety gripped Su Mo. After all, he had watched her grow, and in his memory, Zhao Ling'er had always been the little tail who chased after him, calling out Brother Su. Who could have foreseen that she would be subjected to such torment? She was bound by chains as thick as a bowl, affixed to the enormous sword pillar, while sharp sword energies incessantly pierced her body, draining her vitality. At this moment, she revealed her true form as Niwa to counteract the excruciating sword energies emanating from the pillar, for only thus could she stave off death. However, over time, it was likely that her divine power as Niwa would be completely exhausted by the sword pillar, marking the end of her life. What a tyrannical method! Sumo's gaze pierced through the demon ceiling tower, reaching toward the direction of Mount Shu. His eyes seemed to transcend the barriers of the tower and the layers of clouds, glimpsing the sword saint within the hall of the mountain, standing tall like a sword himself. Once this matter is resolved, should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for being ungracious. Su Mo thought coldly to himself. He then withdrew his gaze, and with a swift motion, he positioned himself before the sword pillar. Ling'er, Avakten. He embraced her frail form, laying his hand gently upon her head, softly calling her name. Zhao Ling'er's long lashes fluttered, yet her eyes remained shut. Her essence had been severely depleted, plunging her into a deep coma. Su Mo channeled a surge of spiritual energy into her body, attempting to mend her damaged essence and replenish her lost vitality. However, the energy, upon entering Zhao Ling'er's being, vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. She remained unable to awaken. It is quite peculiar. Su Mo lacks medical expertise and is unable to make a further assessment of Zhao Ling'er's condition. Master, we should first rescue Miss Ling'er from the sword pillar, Lin Yuru suggested. Su Mo nodded in agreement, signaling everyone to retreat. Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yuru, and Jiang Wanner followed the directive, moving to the corner of the grand hall. Immortal, these iron chains are forged from cold immortal iron, remarkably sturdy. You must exercise caution, Jiang Wanner cautioned. Sumonadith, drawing forth the Qingling sword, channeling his inner spiritual energy, and struck the iron chain. Boom! The clash between the Qingling sword and the chain produced a resounding metallic symphony, erupting in a shower of brilliant sparks. Yet, the iron chain was only left with a dent the size of a fingernail. Indeed, it is not mere iron, but shall not deter me. Having initially exerted only half his strength, Su Mo now assessed the chain's resilience and summoned all his spiritual energy, invoking the Qinglian sword song, a versatile auxiliary technique that enhances swordsmanship when employed. This strike unleashed a force far surpassing the first, the cold immortal iron chain. of a bull's width was cleaved in two. Su Mo continued to unleash several more strikes, severing the remaining chains, subsequently collecting the broken links into his Su garden. Cold immortal iron, as its name suggests, is a treasure. It may prove useful in the future, so it must be preserved. With all the chains severed, Zhao Ling'er was liberated from her restraints. Although she remained unconscious, her long eyelashes ceased to quiver, and the anguish faded from her visage. With a gentle wave of his hand, Su Mo temporarily placed her into the Su garden. As the spatial gate of the Su garden opened, Su Mo's consciousness entered, entrusting Su with the care of Ling'er. Having rescued Zhao Ling'er, the next challenge was to devise a means of escaping the demon-locking tower. Exiting the tower was no simple feat. With divine authority bestowed by the Shushan sect, the tower was designed from the outset as an impregnable prison for demons. Immortal. The demon-locking tower is exceptionally robust. Blades cannot harm it, nor can immortal spells breach its defenses. Its sole vulnerability lies within the 7 stars dragon pillar. Should the pillar supporting the tower be destroyed, the entire structure will collapse, Jiang Wanner articulated. How can we shatter the 7 stars dragon pillar? The pillar resides at the base of the tower, which is filled with demon transformation water to prevent the escape of the demons within. However, this water does not harm humans. The immortal need only descend to the tower's base and topple the 7 stars dragon pillar. Jiang Wanner replied, "Let me there." Sumokimandith. While collapsing the demon-locking tower may crush most demons, there remains a significant probability that some formidable ones may escape. However, Su Mo could no longer concern himself with such matters. Let these dilemmas be a source of vexation for the Sword Saint of Shushan. Is Yin Ruazo not a firm believer in destiny? The collapse of the demon sealing tower is, in itself, a manifestation of fate. Jiang Wanner, accompanied by Su Montak, soon reached the base of the tower. A torrent of liquid surged at the foot of the tower. Had he not been forewarned that this was the transformative water, Su Mo would have surely mistaken it for lava. This so-called transformative water flowed like magma, gushing around the 7-star dragon pillar. Radiance appeared beneath Su Mo's feet as he lightly stepped upon the transformative water, advancing towards the dragon pillar. "Open," he uttered with a soft command, unleashing a fierce and unparalleled sword energy that struck the dragon pillar. The seemingly invulnerable 7-star dragon pillar was severed in an instant. Enormous stones tumbled down, causing the entire demon sealing tower to begin its internal collapse. "Follow me." Su Mo summoned a surge of spiritual power, enveloping Li Xiaoyao, Lin Yuru, and Jiang Wanner. Then, with a flash of sword light beneath his feet, he soared towards the glimmering light above where the tower had crumbled. During his ascent, he encountered several formidable demons that had narrowly escaped the falling debris of the tower, seeking to flee. Since they crossed his path, Su Mo found no inconvenience in dispatching them with a swift strike, extinguishing their hopes of escape. The light loomed larger before him, and with a leap, he emerged outside the demon sealing tower. Behind him, the once grand and majestic tower had completely collapsed into a heap of ruins. The Sword Saint Yin Ruazo had flown over at some point, standing outside the tower, with the wine sword immortal not far from him. "Suelder, you have destroyed the demon sealing tower," Yin Ruazo sighed. "As you can see," Su Mo replied with a smile, then inquired, "I am quite curious. Why did you not intervene?" "I cannot, nor would I dare to, and even if I wished to, I could not stop it." Yin Ruazuo responded with an expression of calm indifference. Su Mo had anticipated Yin Ruazuo's answer, and he chuckled lightly. "Destiny, is it?" "Indeed." Yin Ruazuo replied with a sense of inevitability. This was his path, transcending emotional attachments, complying with destiny. Even knowing the outcome, he would not defy the will of heaven. Just as he was aware of Bai Yu's numerous misdeeds, yet would never intervene to prevent them. The so-called destiny is merely an unfounded constraint. If one wishes to wield a sword and walk the path, it is never too late. Su Mo gazed at Yin Ruazuo, who merely shook his head, unperturbed. Chapter 146. You are a time traveler. Paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire together. Su Mo found it difficult to tolerate Yin Ruazuo's detached approach to life. It was the latter's choice, and he could do nothing about it. He had intended to offer a word of enlightenment, but the steadfastness of Yin Ruazuo's convictions was evident. He would not be swayed by mere words. Thus, it seemed they were destined never to meet again. As Su Mo's sword gleamed beneath his feet, he soared into the sky, racing towards the kingdom of Nanjiao. Behind him, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Li Xiaoyao and the other two, propelling them forward. Simultaneously, his voice resonated through the air. Emo, Ishi, if you wish to learn of your daughter's whereabouts, accompany me to Nanjiao. My daughter? Do I truly have a daughter? The expression of the wine sword immortal shifted, and he promptly retrieved a wine gourd from his bosom, tossing it into the air. He then rode the gourd, hastening after Suemo. This gourd was a mystical treasure, enabling swift flight and ensuring he would not fall too far behind. Suemo Nanjiao and Shu were neighboring lands, with Sumo's sword flying at full speed. He soon crossed into the territory of Nanjiao. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired during his tenure as a steward in the kingdom, he descended into a bamboo grove, the very sanctuary of the Holy Maiden of Miaojing. Suemo emerged from Su Garden, cradling Zhao Linger, and without invitation, entered the Holy Maiden's bamboo abode. Inside, two young women, both appearing to be around 30, resided. One was the Holy Maiden, and the other, the formidable general of Nanjiao, Nanmanyang. Su Suosi. It has been a decade since the chaos in Nanjiao, and I never expected to see you here again. And what is it that you hold? Exclaimed Nanmanyang, her gaze falling upon the serpent tail hidden beneath Zhao Linger's gown. The princess is injured and unconscious. I have come to beseech the Holy Maiden's assistance. Quickly, lay the princess upon the bed. The Holy Maiden, momentarily flustered, urged. Suemo gently placed Zhao Linger upon the bamboo bed, allowing the Holy Maiden to assess her condition. With eyes closed, the Holy Maiden emanated a mysterious force that enveloped Zhao Linger. This power was neither spiritual, nor celestial, nor demonic, a force Suemo had never encountered before, yet he sensed its nature. It was the power of witchcraft, the innate ability of the Holy Maiden of Miaojing. With her hand resting on Zhao Linger's wrist, the Holy Maiden let the witchcraft flow around, gradually easing her furrowed brow. Su's washer, the princess's condition is peculiar. But if we can procure the 5-spirit pearl, the phoenix egg, and the Chen Lin horn, I can awaken her, the Holy Maiden declared. Indeed, the unfolding events echoed the original tale. To revive Zhao Linger, these treasures must be gathered. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo replied, I shall seek them. With that, he exited the bamboo dwelling. Su's washer, do you know where to find the spirit pearl? The Holy Maiden called after him. The Nuwa Temple. Suemo responded without turning back, and in a flash of sword light, he vanished from sight. He soon materialized within the confines of the Nuwa Temple in Nanjiao, where two massive couplets adorned either side of the entrance. The upper couplet reads, the heavens mend, while the lower one states the four corners are just, reflecting the accomplishments of the goddess Nuwa. Yet, the temple of Nuwa lies in a state of disrepair, surrounded by crumbling walls and ruins, and it has long since ceased to receive offerings. The people of the Nanjiao kingdom now only revere the moon cult, worshipping solely its leader and considering all other deities as heretical entities. Suemo entered the temple of Nuwa and gently patted a stone Qilin that guarded the sanctum. Suddenly, the stone-carved Qilin opened its eyes and sprang to life. Its form transformed into a resplendent gold, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine majesty. Umans, do you not remember the great kindness of Lady Nuwa? Have you not forsaken her for the moon cult? Depart swiftly and cease to defile this sacred place. The Qilin roared at Suemo. Do not misunderstand me. Like you, I hold not a single word of the moon cult's leader in belief. I come here for the princess of the Nanjiao kingdom. Suemo replied. The princess of Nanjiao kingdom? Yes, she is gravely injured. Without the aid of Lady Nuwa, her awakening would be near impossible. Are you referring to Zhao Linger, Lin Qinger's daughter? Indeed. Is Linger injured? The Qilin inquired, flames igniting in its eyes, revealing its fury and urgency. Her wounds are severe. The saintess of Nanjiao said that to awaken her, we need to gather a Chen Lin horn, a phoenix egg, and 5 spirit pearls, Suemo explained. That is exceedingly simple. The Qilin suddenly burst into laughter and then charged headlong into one of the temple's columns. Bang! The column, made of an unknown divine wood, withstood the impact, but a segment of the Qilin's horn shattered upon collision. The Qilin retrieved the broken piece and presented it to Suemo. It then opened its mouth wide, flames billowing forth as a spirit pearl rolled out. Indeed, the fire spirit pearl. I have fulfilled the task entrusted to me by Lady Nuwa. I shall take my leave. With that, the divine creature began to petrify once more, returning to its stone form. Suemo gently caressed its Qilin arm and murmured, thank you. He then raised his gaze to the statue of Nuwa at the heart of the temple. Lady Nuwa, I know your divine consciousness lingers in this world. watching over the realm you created. Please, reveal yourself. A long silence ensued, with no answer. Could it be that the narrative had shifted, and Lady Nuwa had completely lost her awareness? Doubt filled Sumo's heart. Undeterred, he continued, Lady Nuwa, please, reveal yourself. Once again, a prolonged silence followed. It seemed that trouble truly lay ahead. Either she had perished, or perhaps my entrance was flawed. Sumo sighed, turning away and departing from the temple. This path was blocked. He would need to seek another way. However, just as he lifted his foot to step out of the temple, a warm and mellifluous voice resonated. Esteemed guest, please pause. I have slumbered for countless eons, and only just heard the call. It took me some time to awaken, so I implore you not to take offense. Sumo replied, so it was merely a matter of oversleeping. Goddess Nuwa, your descendant Zhao Linger has sustained grave injuries within the Demon Lock Tower and remains in a state of unconsciousness. I require the Wind Spirit Pearl and the Phoenix Egg to save her. Sumo stated, for he already possessed 4 Spirit Pearls, and only lacked the final Wind Spirit Pearl. The Phoenix Egg was also a necessity as requested by the Holy Maiden to rouse Linger. These 2 treasures are not difficult to procure. However, might you consent to a request of mine? The statue of Nuwa inquired. What request? And why do you persist in addressing me as esteemed guest? Sumo asked in confusion. You do not belong to this realm. Hence, you are a guest. Your status is noble, naturally making you an esteemed guest, Nuwa replied with a smile. Sumo was taken aback. He had traversed multiple worlds. Yet this was the first time someone had unveiled his identity as a traveler. Chapter 147. In the name of Nuwa, I bless you. Goddess, while I am not a being of this world, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come in search of your descendant Zhao Ling, who has been gravely injured in the Demon Lock Tower. I require the Wind Spirit Pearl and the Phoenix Egg from you, Sumo explained, feeling it vital to clarify his intentions. Such primordial deities cannot be understood through common logic. Should there be any misunderstanding regarding his identity as a traveler, he might face dire consequences. I'm already aware of Linger's plight. Using the soul recovery dream, I shall send you back 10 years, where you will find what you seek. Nuwa's voice resonated softly within the temple. Sumo nodded, recognizing that the soul recovery dream was a unique celestial technique of Nuwa's lineage, capable of traversing time and space. The Wind Spirit Pearl could no longer be found in the present world of the Immortal Sword. Only by returning to a decade past could it be retrieved. Goddess Nuwa, I am prepared. Please invoke the celestial technique, Sumo implored. Esteemed guest, there is no need for haste. I perceive within you a power that could shatter the fated bonds of the Nuwa clan. Might you grant me a request? Nuwa's voice emerged once more from the statue. What request? Pretel, godis Nuwa, Sumo responded. My Nuwa clan has been shackled by destiny for generations, leading to a tragic fate. It is not that I do not wish to alter my lineage's fate, but I am merely a wisp of spirit, sealed within the Nuwa temple, unable to effect change. While I can see through all people of this world, for they are my descendants, I cannot perceive you. You do not belong here. Yet I sense within you a nebulous power, one potent enough to contend with fate itself. Esteemed guest, might I beseech you to assist the Nuwa clan in defying fate and breaking the cycle of destiny? I bestow upon you my blessings, ensuring a smooth path in your future cultivation, fortuitous fortune, and protection from all malevolent forces. Furthermore, I promise that upon your departure from this realm, you shall be granted the 5 Spirit Pearls, which possess unfathomable power and will greatly aid your future endeavors in cultivation. Nuwa spoke with clarity and precision, articulating what she required of Sumo and the rewards that would follow upon the successful completion of the task. After a moment of contemplation, Sumo nodded. The terms presented by Nuwa were so enticing that he found himself without reason to refuse. Lady Nuwa, may I inquire as to how I might aid the Nuwa clan in altering their fated path? The Nuwa clan is a group whose destiny within the realm of Xianjian is lamentably tragic. Born of nobility, they are nonetheless beset by misfortune. Ao Lingya's grandmother, Zixian, harbored a deep and unyielding love for Su Changqing across 3 lifetimes, ultimately sacrificing herself to seal the Tower of Demon Binding. Her mother, Lin Qing, transformed into a statue a decade ago to contain the water demon beast, thus suppressing the sacred lake. Should Zhao Linger continue along her predetermined path, she too would perish in the quest to vanquish the water demon beast. The inertia of the Nuwa clan's fate is so formidable that generations have sacrificed their lives for the sake of humanity. To alter Ling'er's destiny is imperative. She embodies the Nuwa clan in this era, and should her fate be transformed, so too shall the fate of her kin. Within the temple, Nuwa's voice grew ever softer, her strength waning, each word a laborious effort. Esteemed guest, in the name of the Mother of Earth, I bestow upon you my blessing. A stream of azure light emanated from Nuwa's statue, enveloping Su Mo before vanishing into the ether. He sensed a profound and enigmatic transformation taking place within himself. Unable to articulate the precise nature of this change, he merely felt his vision sharpen, his insight into the essence of all things intensified, even allowing him to perceive the thoughts residing in the hearts of others, a truly marvelous sensation. Yet, the changes he experienced were far from over. Nuwa's blessing was indeed extraordinary, a pinnacle of celestial fortune. I shall now manifest the resurrection dream. Please, esteemed guest, take what you require. Another surge of azure light burst forth from Nuwa's statue, and Su Mo felt the fabric of time and space shift around him. In an instant, he found himself transported from the Nuwa temple to a celestial island brimming with spiritual energy. This island was all too familiar to him. It was none other than the Xianling Island of a decade past. The resurrection dream had astonishingly brought him here. The celestial arts of the Nuwa clan possess the incredible ability to traverse time and return to the past. What an extraordinary power! Su Mo extended his spiritual perception, scanning his surroundings. A smile spread across his face as he began to grasp the unfolding events. On the distant shore of an island, 10 years ago, Su Mo had just arrived on the back of a phoenix, accompanied by the youthful Zhao Ling, Jiang Shi, and the wine sword immortal, landing upon the enchanting spirit island. At that time, Su Mo's cultivation was, of course, incomparable to his current prowess. Even the wine sword immortal was significantly weaker than he is now. Thus, he could observe his past self without any fear of being noticed. The sensation of witnessing oneself from afar was unexpectedly exhilarating. The soul returning dream. This must be the celestial art that countless individuals yearn for. If one possessed such ability in this world, one could effortlessly traverse back in time and inform their past self of the winning lottery numbers, easily becoming a wealthy magnate. Of course, Su Mo had long since transcended such base desires. He no longer entertained such thoughts. Truly, he could vouch for his character. 10 years ago, Su Mo set down Zhao Ling and Jiang Shi, then hastened to catch up with the departing wine sword immortal, hoping to cleverly persuade him to willingly impart the Shu mountain sword art. Meanwhile, the phoenix that had flown them there, now bored, had wandered to the shore, playfully splashing in the water. This presented an excellent opportunity. In a flash, Su Mo arrived beside the phoenix. "Sister Phoenix, it has been a while," he greeted with a smile. The phoenix glanced at him, its eyes brimming with mischief, as if to say, "Have you lost your wits? You just dismounted from my back, and you've already forgotten?" Chuckling, Su Mo patted the feathers on the phoenix's back. What a delightful sensation. It had been a decade since he last felt this comfort, and it was truly nostalgic. "Youngster, you were quite unruly while on my back. Dare to touch my feathers again, and I shall peck you." The phoenix spoke, articulating human words. Reluctantly retracting his hand, Su Mo replied, "Sister Phoenix, I require the wind spirit pearl and a phoenix egg. Could you grant them to me?" "You finally asked me directly. I thought you had forgotten," the phoenix remarked, casting him a scrutinizing glance, its tone rather unfriendly. "Did you anticipate that I would request the wind spirit pearl and the phoenix egg from you?" "Indeed, I knew all along," the phoenix responded, unperturbed.